Greetings and salutations, adventurers. We all know it's time for you to buckle down and paint those minis. Or relax, maybe study, or frankly, maybe you just need to go to bed. Whichever side quest has called you forth, I want you to know your resident magpie is here to gift you an abundance of TTRPG advice for your consumption. Now, true believers, this is a massive compilation of my videos for the ease of your consumption. So if you just like hearing TTRPG advice for hours on end, I hope this will be your place to do it. I'll cut out most of the outros and not include some of the videos I don't think are quite up to snuff anymore, but without further ado, let me let you off to the realm of dice, dragons, and magpieing responsibly. This whole YouTube journey started with the video advising on world building, because if you haven't noticed, that's kind of where my passion ignites the most. The elements of storytelling and creating these fantastical places and characters and scenes for adventures to be had in. While we're sprinkling in advice every here and there to try and stimulate that same itch and that same origin point, I think it's about time as we curve into the end of the year to take another look at me giving some nice, fresh advice before I try and do the December grind that I'm really hoping pans out the way I want it to. World building is the foundational root of a lot of TTRPG setting. A lot of what I'm saying really belongs in any kind of advice for any kind of writing or story creation in general. It doesn't have to be TTRPGs, but obviously that's the common language we all come together on. I'm going to give you guys, well, it was going to be 3 tools, but I really just added other ones in as they felt natural, so I'm going to give you guys a few tools. One of them will be a refresher on that electric drill that your dad bought you whenever you graduated high school, but then you moved out and you didn't take care of it, so it got a little rained on when you left outside, and now it just ain't working, so you're having to buy a new one. And remember how it worked the first time? It's going to be a refresher on the first video. A quick, sweet, to the point, going over the same stuff I went over last time, but with some new tips and tricks with each element. Stuff that I've kind of pieced together and thought on ever since that video all these videos ago. Secondly, we'll revisit something I've touched on in the past, my articulation and system for adapting things within media that are beloved and that you want to see within your own world. Then taking it and filtering it to where it's less Spider-Man and writing the T-Rex from Jurassic Park and more Peter Tyrannus, the colossal Tarantulosaurus Rex rider. I don't know. That one was a bit on the spot. That one, I mean, it'll be in the script by the end of this, but the first recording kind of just spit that up for you guys. I honestly don't know if Colossal Spider Tyrannosaurus will make it anywhere, but I tend to commit to bits, so I wouldn't count it out either. But we're refreshing on the old, touching base with the work in progress, and then ending on one or multiple entirely new bits of advice. So, if that sounds fun, why don't you smack that subscribe button on your way down to go grab a beverage, maybe some water. Water's good for you guys, but maybe some tea or a nice soda. I won't judge. I won't tell your doctor. Just sit down and relax, and we'll visit World Building 2, Electric Boogaloo. Probably not the video title, but it probably could have been. Firstly, let's revisit the old system. The biggest thing I want you guys to remember in any of the advice anyone gives you, from myself to Willow Wares to Pointy Hat, Ginny D, Matt Mercer, and I'd say the Bearded Halfling, but you really shouldn't listen to anything he says. However, for everyone else, I think about everything in scale. If I give you advice on how to world build a setting by remembering these key 7 things, think about how that applies starting small in a village level, all the way to your highest levels of kingdoms and empires. Foundational structure is a lot of the advice that comes with these core principles that are present, really wherever you go. You can even look at something I may give for a village and city and see how you'd apply it to the structure of churches or war camps. These core tenets are just natural to creation, are just natural to the creation races and civilizations they build. Without further ado, let's take a look back at the Magpies method. This is a more family-friendly version of the MERPS method from One Monarch's Factory, came out with oh so long ago, and with a little bit of tweaks, so don't feel like you're missing out on anything. Let's start with M is for military. So, in scale, you can think of this in numerous ways. There's a voluntary guard, your local able-bodied regiment of people who keep the town safe whenever something goes wrong. There's a small band of goblins invade, or a flood threatens the river to wash away some housing. You perhaps have a hunter or a retired soldier who leads these things, or carries the brunt of the responsibility for it, the one who might rise to help the party with their hard-earned knowledge. This easily scales up to an organized city guard, all the way up to standing armies in your biggest kingdoms. The bit of advice I want to give you with this is something that often comes up whenever you're talking about medieval study and medieval civilization. Who are the soldiers truly loyal to? Does this come up in your setting a lot? Is it the king, or is it the man that they fight under in battle? The generals, the ones who they know and relate to. This can cause a very interesting drama and disparagement between where the respective a kingdom is when things aren't going right, or how easily it might be for ill will to form. Perhaps the general wants to usurp the kingdom's leadership. Perhaps a coup d'etat is in the works. A is for art, shows, communications, and culture. There are countless different types of art forms, from physical history, performance of art, and written art, stories, portraits, dances, anything and everything made by a living, breathing creature. Or, in these settings, I'd accept undead creatures. They are culturally different perspectives and expressions that would be present and worth exploring. Anything that breathes or once breathed. The advice I want to give here is that let art be your plot. Art heists, plagiarism of famous art pieces, all of the drama and controversial events that can happen with performance arts make such great set pieces. Haunted auditoriums, kidnappings of the main star, drama. This is just something that's so ripe for adventure. I know there's plenty of stuff out there, plenty of resources. If you didn't grow up like a theater kid and know the inner workings of a stage or its production, that's all well and good. There are resources, and I think more people should take advantage, because these are settings that, while they can involve combat, they do offer a bit more of a personal, direct sort of intimacy with the problem solution methods. G is for geography. This has been a recent passion of mine. Geography informs cultures, creatures, environments, and the story as a whole. We are world smiths, after all. We're establishing the geography, and we're responsible to inform wildlife, food, architecture, fashion, any and everything that can be touched by the shape of the lands, the temperature, the weather. All of this does directly fit in here, and it helps a lot with continuity. It's been something of mine that I've been working on slowly behind the scenes with my own world, but figure out where your kingdoms are. Think of where you would want them on a globe. Frankly, if you want, take a map of the Earth as it is, throw it either physically on a sheet of paper or digitally if you're more attuned to that, make it almost transparent, and then put your world map on top of it. Look at globally the types of environments that naturally form on a planet that can be parallel to things on yours. It doesn't have to match one-to-one. Frankly, if you are familiar enough with geography, cosmology, the natural tidbits and unnatural magic that changes said tidbits, you are more than welcome to go off. However, just be sure that things coherently reflect the story that you're trying to sell. Ultimately, this stuff goes leagues and leagues into selling a more immersive story. Something people won't forget, because it may seem silly, but things like food and food availability and fashion really paint the image of a setting to your players, your readers. Whatever story method you're aiming to tell, add as to what's going on and what the place looks like. P is for politics. Politics moves civilization, but you have politics similarly on every element and scale. Small villages have leaders, lines of succession, traders looking to usurp the current leadership. They have division, power, and responsibilities. You can see my original video with bad audio quality to hear about my Masters of the Kingdom. In short, think of them as a template to look at upper echelon of the king's courts of leaders. Underneath every upper management, in short, think of it as a template to look up at the upper echelon of the king's court of leaders. Underneath every group of upper management is a group of middle managers, probably keeping the place together. If you want a more condensed list of king's advisors, just sort of look at each one of the magpie letters and think, okay, who's in charge of this? Who's in charge of moderating this, attending to it, ensuring the kingdom's making money off of it, ensuring that people aren't making more money off it than the kingdom, so on and so forth. I will say the Masters of the Kingdom does go into a more structured approach, and I do highly recommend that over the simplistic Magpie's approach to just looking at each letter and saying, okay, who's in charge of it, but I think you'll be okay either way. It's a jumping off point, right? I is for intelligence. Yes, this one's pretty straightforward. Think of it as where your knowledge is gathered. I think this is something that is so diverse and approachable in numerous different ways. You can have well-known NPCs, you can have taverns and word of mouth, you can have great libraries, ancient, cursed homes. This is where your world building can be shared, but where can the plot move? I think using those in a balancing fashion is something that really helps. In your campaign, you can prepare, but if your players get stuck, if your characters begin to struggle with where to go next, where do they need to go to move the plot? Where's the next step? E is for economics. This is one I struggle with. I don't really remember in the first video which one I struggled with back then. God knows it was probably geography. If you remember, or if you want to be a darling and go and check for me, you're more than welcome to leave me a comment down there, or, I don't know, leave me a comment telling me your favorite Godzilla monster. That'll be pretty interesting to me, too. It can also be a kaiju of any kind. Doesn't have to be strictly Godzilla franchise. I have Google if I don't recognize them. But one I've been struggling with in a different way, and being a bit discontent about how it works in my settings, is economics. I have watched numerous YouTube videos and read plenty of articles and all that as to why gold's a terrible, awful, no-good system of money. I have not quite found out what I like as an alternative, so there's a big asterisk there. But plenty of people use gold, platinum, bronze, silver, all that good stuff, the very tried and true TTRPG coins. That's all well and good. I think it's worth exploring the thought in your setting, however, wherever they may be, from village to high kingdom, to the plains of the gods and the distant lands of Fae. What's more valuable than gold? What truly moves the economy? Is it magic? Is it knowledge? Is it power? What is the backbone of economy? What goods or services, or whatever it may be, can be exchanged in a way that trivializes traditional coins? Because I think that's what can make a setting more diverse, unique, and interesting. Lastly, in the Magpie's method, S is for spiritual. One of these days I'm going to make a video about the Crown, or as you guys might know them, my gods. And we'll probably have a nice, healthy discussion about fantasy religion. There's a lot of videos out there, and I agree with a lot of them, but I really like paladins, and it's near and dear to my heart and something I think I want to think about in a similar vein to everything else I've talked about. The spiritual connection, the what brings hope, what brings despair, is it the gods themselves, a cult of demons, the land themselves, could have a very druidic take, natural sense of appreciation. What are the little ticks? Can they tell how bad the harvest's going to be because of the lightning bolt that struck the tree on the hill that was said to be blessed by a sacred god of storms? Can they? Do they perhaps every year around fall dig up clay from the ground to make statues to appease some trickster, to keep him away, to keep him entertained? Looking at all the little trinkets so that way he doesn't pass by their houses. Spiritual can be an overall cultural reflection. Holidays, festivals, gods. I guess the bit of advice I'd give here is remember, my dear listeners, that gods don't have to be prayed to for benevolence. Perhaps you pray to them for mercy. I'll just leave you with that to really think about how comforting it is to go to someone and have to pay offerings for them to merely stay asleep. For the next portion, masks and motivations, I think it's pretty easy for me to express to you all in confidence that I like things. I like media, I like trading card games, anime, giant monsters, superheroes, and probably a lot of other things too. But I like putting what I like into my stories, my worlds, my characters. But there's this unfortunate stigma with the creative process about being reductive. I've had bad experiences with it. I've had players even remotely find out the inspiration to something, they devalued the creation. They looked down upon me as a storyteller because I was excited to tell them how I fit X, Y, or Z into my stories. Now, I didn't have a cape and a cowl with pointy ears, a masked vigilante called Bruce Bane or something. It wasn't that straightforward. I oftentimes had to tell them the reference in order for them to understand it, but even in knowing, I've still had people again look down on my creativity, and in my opinion, that's probably one of the worst things anyone can ever do when someone is being creative. Genuinely, you might inspire the feelings of never wanting someone to dungeon master or write or create again. And while it may not sound that serious, we need more creativity in this world. I've had people who I thought were friends call my art bad, call my creations uninspired, boring, unoriginal, and that's no fun. That's why I get a little particular about finding a system that helps people be better and articulate things better, transform and transcend their likings of things to be something else. Something not necessarily more to say that it's a better quality, but being far more divorced from the original subject matter. You guys have heard me talk about masks and motivations. It's all about searching for the inspiration of what we do, diluting those things down to the core elements and learning to articulate them into a new something. It can be a new story, it could be a new plot, it could be a new character, any monster or anything that might be able to find in a setting. For now, in my growing Excel sheet of things to constantly be inspired by, I kind of break things down, and I'm open to suggestions on how to more formally structure it, so if you guys have any resources, or you guys think you might know something that might help, please feel free to share it. But this is the work in progress because, frankly, I'm not so prideful and wise to say I've got it all figured out. I became a talking bird to have this sense of community, to learn from all of you, both in my long rest video where you guys gave me an abundance of comments giving your opinions, critiques, and perspectives, as well as my video about change and moving on from D&D. You guys gave me so many systems that I will genuinely have a hard time playing all of them until I am dust in the wind. Let's get back to it. The way I dilute things is by looking at 5 visual or story elements of whatever I'm running through for masks and motivations. So if we're using, let's say, Pewter City from Pokemon, the first gym in Kanto, Brock's hometown, the gym city. Okay, so what might you be inspired or derive inspiration from here? They got rocks, fossils, the museum, Mount Moon, and a proximity to Viridian Forest. What else? So maybe you really like Dungeons and Dragons, Strad von Zarevich. Perhaps we break him down and say he's a hopeless romantic, he's a vampire, he's a general of war, magic curious, and, well, he did kill his brother, and that's pretty relevant. You then take these things, boil them together in a nice stew of creativity, or if you're in need of some villain, perhaps you have a scholar of ancient civilizations who conquered a kingdom during their military campaign, learned of the ancient magics, dark and ritualistic and human sacrifice for power. You can stick with a vampire, or you could easily pivot to some other dark, corrupted form. Perhaps the studying of the magic revealed that the stronger the connection to the sacrifice, the more potent the result. First he tries his brother, a fellow soldier who might one day try and stop him, but the temptation and power keeps calling. Through some misadventures, he ends up sacrificing his beloved, and now he's haunted by the power, perhaps going mad as the power doesn't forget where it comes from. It doesn't have to be everything about them. Just handpick whatever jumps out at you. If what's inspiring to you about Anakin Skywalker is that he hates sand, then with that, ignore the Jedi and Sith stuff. That's fine. But maybe you want a guy who hates sand and looks like Anakin Skywalker. But no one else has to know that. So just find these core traits and these things about these characters, places, and stories that really help structure what you want of said new creation, and then create it. It's as simple as that for now. It might become more. This is one of many evolving ideas I present before you guys for hopes of support and shared wisdom. I can magpie away into something greater, but at the end of the day, I just trying to articulate how I think, because maybe that helps someone who's struggling with how they think. Regardless of if you have your first orc character named Sasuke Irontongue, and his older brother killed the rest of his clan, and now Sasuke Irontongue wants revenge and to kill his much more powerful brother, and is willing to do anything to get that revenge, that's valid. There's nothing wrong with that. If a dungeon master has a problem with it, or if the players have a problem with it, they can have meaningful, constructive feedback, but there's nothing wrong with anything we create as long as it's respectful and not maliciously in bad taste. The biggest thing in any of my videos anyone ever needs to remember is that with this storytelling, expressive world we live in, the point of at least TTRPGs is, in a lot of ways, to have fun. I'm sure people play it for catharsis of different emotions, and that's all well and good, but just have fun, and everyone gets to go home. We all need a little bit more fun in the world. There's no reason to be nasty about people trying their best, because everyone's had their Sasuke Irontongue. Some of us just had it as kids, some of us have it as adults. We might end up existing in this world, right? By Peter Tarantulosaurus. They might be brothers, no? Better yet, they're best friends, and they're going to catch Sasuke Irontongue's brother together one of these days. You just watch. So for the next chunk, I say a large focus I want you guys to have on, though. I do appreciate the diatribe I went on for masks and motivations and respecting people's creativities, but most of the time because I want you guys to be comfortable putting those boundaries up with your own creativity whenever you put it out into the world. Most people, even those of us who have been doing it for a while, sometimes still feel insecurities and foolishness as we present things. If it is flubbed or screwed up or whatever, we're allowed to be vulnerable and have emotions. But beyond that, I want you guys to put focus on the new thing. That's the 4 R's of NPCs. Now I will say, this is just to help you guys have dynamics to prepare for when fleshing out a setting. We'll be walking through the 4 R's but let's take it from the top. By the end, we'll have everything kind of cooked down, mix elements together into a new setting, at the very least a framework for you guys to kind of take home if you feel directly inspired by it. I've decided that in a lot of ways, while I enjoy creating settings, NPCs, races, all of that, I might very well tie them in together with videos on advice, because it's the whole reason I made the channel, is to be helpful. So what are the 4 R's of NPCs? Again, with all the advice I want to give, I really want you guys to think about it. Okay, so I'm writing a story. This is an intro city, and I don't plan on going back here. This is an important city my characters will be returning to numerous times. Is this a hub? Is this laying the groundwork for something greater on the other side? Don't be afraid to give yourself bullet points of whys and whats. It doesn't have to be fleshed out from the start. With your settings, I think it might be best to lay mental groundwork as you've been heading into a project. We'll put into tiers of consideration. Frankly, I don't know if this is truly a fully fleshed out idea either, as it's just hit me. We're talking about making settings, think about holds, settings, or areas in size and age when we're building. We'll separate these into 3 different stages of size and age. Age will be pretty straightforward, young, adult, ancient, and it's pretty straightforward. On the other side, we'll go goblin, griffin, dragon, small, large, extra large. So a young goblin setting will be small, new to the world, and ancient griffin will be older than time itself, but a more medium-sized kingdom. I think deciding these things at the start kind of helps keep things into perspective. This is what I was talking about earlier with advice and tips and tricks that can kind of jump out at me in the scripting process. So the next tip is just throw ideas out on a piece of paper. I can't tell you guys how much I do this. Magwife could attest to the fact that I've read several books from front to back with just scribbled notes as I've come across thoughts or ideas from videos. They're full of Naruto facts of characters I want to build. They're full of advice, tips, tricks I want to expound upon, full history tidbits that I think could be cool to introduce to things. They're full of video ideas of TTRPG stuff, video ideas from media analysis. They're full of life advice and pro tips. Just write stuff down. You can do it on a notes document on your phone if you're a bit more tech savvy, which makes me sound a little inept, but I'm a bird, so it's a lot easier for me to hold a pen than use a smartphone. With that, just commit to writing stuff down. So with all that, you have the framework, use the Magpie's method to build your setting, how to bring it to life, use the age and size to kind of set the framework for what you're building, and then always pour all of your creative thoughts and ideas somewhere to where you can reference back to it, because you won't remember everything. Finally, okay, lock in. 4 R's of NPCs. Think back to masks and motivations. Yes, all these things do tie together, and I'm happy about that, so we'll get on with it. The first R, perhaps the most important one, is relationships. All of the other R's belong under this. Familial relationships, perhaps coworkers, traders, historical relationships, people who might have vendettas, allies, and frankly just strange relationships. All of these vary. There are about 1 million different kinds of relationships. I know Runic Press has the book What's My Motivation, which I will do my best to leave a link for in the description if you're curious, as it's a fascinating little book. They've just completed their Kickstarter, fully funded I believe, for What's My Foundation, which is a world building book that I, for sure, did not write on, and this is not sponsored in any way, but I have a lot of respect for pretty much everyone whose hands touched it. Runic Press makes good stuff, so you can't really go wrong with them. What's My Motivation has a whole chapter on relationships, but this is where your drama and dynamics come from. So every interaction, even complete strangers, they have some precedent. Are you dressed like an outsider? What does this person think of outsiders? Are you dressed in armor? What does this person think of soldiers or vagabonds? Are you walled off and suspicious? What does this person think of possibly dangerous people? That's what offers these. Do you have reason to view you as family? Are your characters beholden to a loyal noble family from across the lands that has a wide branching line of descendants that might earn favor or claim? Or perhaps you are the noble son of a king that came and destroyed all of the crops, because that's going to lead to a very awkward situation when you are on the negative end and in need of help. Keep in mind, with all of these, there are good relationships, bad relationships, neutral relationships. Just like in real life, you can go anywhere, but with that, there's all the opportunity. The last 3 R's help give you a nice foundation to build off of, to be sure you have a couple of these in every setting so you know where you need to flex should you, as the storyteller, feel stuck. So let's get to the first one. Your first R is resources. So where are your players going to get things? If your party or game style tracks or plot tracks food, where can they go for safety, supply, and sustenance? If they're selling goods, where can they go? If they're buying goods, where do they need to go? If they're looking for security or safety, where do they need to go? Think of NPCs in this measure, frankly. Again, reflect, use the Magpie's method. We even have a video on building better NPCs if that's something that tickles your fancy. With that, really just think on making a few to sprinkle throughout to have available. Have a place to get information, have a place to sell things, have a place to get food and shelter, or decide your reasons not to, and build off of those. None of these are requirements, but they're things to consider because they're very common things for your players to ask for. Next, you have your role players. These are your NPCs that will intentionally move the plot along. They will progress it from point A to point B, whether that be on their side plot, whether that be a main plot, whether that be a regional plot. It can be anything. But these are your allies, your antagonists, and your instigators. There are people who are going to be friendly to the party in some instances, wanting to help them along, perhaps the ally that your party is seeking. These could be your role players, could also be your antagonists. Sometimes you have the home address of your BBEG, well, sometimes you can't just mail them a magic missile bomb, and that just is what it is, unfortunately. But they don't have to be the big bad evil guy. They can just be your rival, or perhaps someone who's aiming to impede the party, and perhaps lastly, you have your instigators. Let's face it, there's people in this world who just aim to piss people off. With that, they fall into this roleplay, and I would say, more than anything, think of these characters as character development specialists. At the end of the day, the guy summoning a cult of hundreds of demons you can probably deal with risk-free of people questioning your morality. But in a public area, as someone goads you with personal insults under their breath, how does it make a character look? How does a character react knowing all eyes are on them as they determine, do they take it on the chin and turn their head, or do they draw their blade and let justice decide what happens at the end of the day? The last R is for reporters. I want you guys to think of this as your world-building informants. The people who drop lore, the people who possess the information to get the plot going, even if they're not necessarily the story movers that the role players might be. These people can, again, double dip with resources a tad bit, and frankly, all of these, if you hadn't noticed, you can have 2 or 3 R's, maybe roll in all 4 R's in some general NPC if you get creative with them. These are things to consider in a general sense. Reporters are people who get used to share the tidbits, the people who get to really think on and express the life breath of your world, the people who, you know, have the knowledge to share the secrets of old history, the availability to share what's going on with the crops, the town history, the drama, the details of everything. This is, in a way, your intelligence from earlier in the Magpie's method. The biggest thing that I want you guys to remember with reporters is that history isn't always accurate. That's coming from someone who was a history major in college who does have a degree in it. People love saying the phrase, historically speaking, and a lot of times they can just be blatantly wrong. I mean, listen, people are usually well-intentioned with it, but at the end of the day, it's your stories. It doesn't matter. Maybe it's worth exploring the narrative of the party trusting the bumbling librarian who told them that liches are weak to garlic because in old folklore they turned away from it and left the town. They try it, counting on it, and then maybe the lich laughs at them, perhaps even finding it so humorous he decides to leave them alone. Give them another honest shot because he's so entertained by it. That could be sincerely interesting dynamic to express. It wasn't successful, the lich could have probably killed them for it, but it gives you a scene to play with because at the end of the day, we're here to have fun in some form or fashion. Have your characters looked in the mirror recently? Have they noticed their features are a bit more sunken? Perhaps they've crossed some lines they never thought that should be crossed. Well, by the end of this essay, I think we'll completely rethink how we see one of the TTRPG world's greatest villains and understand that they are critical to telling impactful, long stories with villains that aren't simply one-and-done characters, as well as a critical understanding that your player characters can be seen under new lights even to this day. This will be done through numerous chapters, and this time I shall try and put them in the description to break it up and help you jump around to be able to come back if you need to. And I swear YouTube did the auto-generated dividers for me once and never again. But I've heard the comments and the requests, so I'll do better. However, let's look at everything we will need to go over to indulge in this in-depth look at the Lich. We'll need an understanding of what I mean by Lich. What makes the fundamentals of this undead wizard? What does it take to become a Lich? If immortality were easy, wouldn't everyone do it? We'll spend a healthy amount of time talking about immortality, as it is one of the key cornerstones with being a Lich. Now, the particular monster is represented in official TTRPG content, community-made contributions, and their representation in pop culture. Lastly, what this video is supposed to be about. We will take all this information and make something original. Oh yes. Even if I change to longer form content, I hope you all know we're still going to be getting Magpie originals in the mix. With the ritual planned out before us, and you all as my willing sacrifices, let us begin and hop into what might be needed to truly understand what it means to be Lich. To start off in this diagnosis, to figure out if this itch we have for immortality can be scratched, and with a little case of the Lichdom, I'd like to touch on the origins of what we know of the Lich. And while I'd love to see sources here, much like I did in my long rests video essay, I think I have to pass the torch to a very talented YouTuber. He's already talked on the origins of this creature, so no reason to not just share the love. Yes, Grungeon Master acknowledges the lacking clear-cut origin point of our undead mage, tackling what historical representation points it draws from in this video, the real history of the Lich. It should have a little tab pop up in the corner, and I'll leave a list of all the videos I reference in the description. The very brief summary of Grungeon Master's video is that you have to put in some legwork to find its general origin points. Well, Liches have been around in Dungeons & Dragons from the beginning, meaning they've been around in the TTRPG scene ever since there was a TTRPG scene in the first place. There are obviously numerous undead immortals in history and mythology, as old as there have been history recording human experience, such as our records of mummies. Oh, you're thinking about how mummies are really just cleric liches in a lot of ways of modern D&D environment? Don't worry, because there's a whole part of this essay that will speak on alternative forms of liches as well. However, liches are a really popular monster at the end of the day. Whether we're seeped in historical understandings of ancient wants and longings for immortality, it is a story that we have seen throughout media, even beyond the TTRPG scene. Famous characters like Davy Jones, Sauron, and Ainzul Gone are almost default conversation points whenever it comes to considering liches in fiction, and the TTRPG scene has some more of its own iconic pieces bound up in lichdom. One of Strahd's greatest adversaries, Aslan the Lich, that wanders Barovia to run amok about a bit of trouble opposing the vampire lord of the lands. Or perhaps the most famous dungeon in all of Dungeons & Dragons, the Tomb of Horrors? Yeah, that belongs to the one and only Lich Acererak, who might just be hiding his phylactery in the proper pronunciation of his name, because I've heard it pronounced ways with a bit more confidence than I could ever imagine. And a conversation TTRPG Liches couldn't be had without the last one, the Lichiest of Liches, Ever Lich. The Whispered One, Vecna. Yes, I can say he became a much more popular household creature throughout his appearances on Stranger Things, combined with him being the final villain of Critical Role's Campaign 1. However, he's in the background, hopping around, keeping secrets, and doing Lich stuff. All these Liches have been around for quite some time, for the legacy of Liches. All of that being said, it is quite clear that Liches are here to stay, but it begs the question, what defines a Lich? What are the core elements of being considered a Lich? First and foremost comes undeath. No matter how you see a Lich, there are almost always some form of undead. It may not be a complete zombie or skeleton face, but they have a close relationship with death. However, this does bring up an interesting point, as they are one of the few undead creatures that actively chose to exist in such a state. Not just exist in such a state, but thrive in it. You will see in this essay, they go to great length to achieve such a state. They are magic. Yes, we'll be talking at some point in this essay about non-magical creatures becoming surrogate liches or liches outright. However, the lich that we're talking about is magic, the upper echelon of mage on top of that. They have the deepest, darkest understanding of magic. They often find their state of undeath brought upon them through such powerful dark magics. One of my first tips is to use liches sparingly. I know the undead mages can be a really cool opponent, but liches should be world-class mages. I'd cite stuff, the levels of Freeren versus Freeren and the Labyrinth over the top, sincere, awe-inspiring sights to behold. Next, there is ambition. Becoming a lich is no easy feat. Frankly, it should all but be impossible for someone to have gone through everything to become an eternal figure and sustain their immortality without a purpose just doesn't make any sense. There are far easier routes if you're just sorta scared to death. There needs to be something deeper, perhaps a fixation or hunger for power or magic or something that time will continue to press against you. Something that is insurmountable for a normal lifetime. This will be something that we will focus on in a section or two when we tackle immortality on a more in-depth conversation. Just don't lose sight of the lich's why. It is quite impactful to get the players to really understand how the villain they're opposing got to this point. Per the usual, I'll leave a resource in the description that is written by a friend that I think is sincerely great at helping determine motivations. Tell you what, I'll leave 2 resources on the chance you enjoy something a little bit more goofy and fun. Okay, so undead, magic, motivations. What's left? Yeah, okay. We know all these guys are wizards. There is often some sort of arrogance, some of it rightly earned. Again, these characters have done the impossible. They have possibly lived countless lifetimes, they've slain countless heroes, and know countless spells. They should be the absolute height of magic, or at least see the peak of the mountain from where they stand. There is no surprise that these creatures are often quite close to wanting to chase godhood. Yes, Vecna, we know you're out there. Your secret isn't so secret anymore. I can say comfortably that these are cornerstones of being a lich, but there are elements that are critical to the identity of a lich, but are brought in the process of becoming a lich. So let us transition into that discussion. This is the million-dollar question: how do we become a lich? There are a few key elements. Hat, who has made quite the series on tackling the conversation of liches, has identified the following method of understanding the requirements of lichdom. Firstly, die to stay alive, sort of. Say Bloody Mary 3 times in front of a mirror, have a Tupperware, and renew your Undeath subscription. Now, those match up with what Magpie has taken enough notes on to realize, yeah, those are your cornerstones. But let's take another route, look into another resource or two before I talk on each of these in great length. Now, this comes from a micro story time. As mentioned in countless other videos of mine, I don't have nearly as diverse a TTRPG experience as I would like. That doesn't mean I don't have any older or other references to look back upon. There's a used media store about 40 to 50 minutes from where this magpie lives and carries all kinds of stuff, and what most often catches my attention is the used TTRPG section. I've grabbed Pathfinder books, old D&D books, and plenty of other miscellaneous items, but the one that's most relevant today is Relics and Rituals for Sword and Sorcery. The book is full of different high-level concepts, changing the seasons, awakening whole forests, making castles fly, and what the point of this video is, the true ritual for becoming a lich. Now, I will summarize the requirements I find compelling as I come across them, as to not read out the rules for a system that I don't have everything available in order to explain each and every mechanic anyways. I'd like to read the description as it does offer a good bit of perspective on said elements. Quote, early attempts at immortality resulted in the creation of the first lich through the use of this ritual. Although the use of this ritual has been refined over the centuries so that a single caster can manufacture the phylactery, protect the soul, this ancient spell bypasses the more common procedure. The steps that were gained here were also used for the creation of the vampirism true ritual. One thing of interest off the start is that it can be done with 1 or 3 casters. I think this is something important, as dark and powerful as becoming a lich should be as a journey. Why not take your friends? Yeah, that's actually something else we can talk about or think on a little later in this video. Want to achieve evil immortality? Do it with your friends. Stay tuned. The other element that interests me when looking at the material cost is it states that the rare materials required for everyone's favorite soul Tupperware cost around 120,000 gold pieces, which for comparison, becoming a vampire costs around 1,000 gold, raising a castle to the sky is about 50,000 gold in the last one. There is even a ritual for true immortality, which actually does dethrone lichdom as it costs 100,000 gold pieces in components and a 50,000 gold piece valued magical item, but better be careful with the markets on that last one. becoming a lich should be incredibly expensive. We haven't actually tackled the component of a phylactery, so you'll have to take this with the understanding that if you don't know what the lich's respawn point is, I think it is something that is quite well defined by most out. And actually, something that I feel like is worth pointing out, my own personal recommended change to Pointy Hat's liches. Phylacteries should be hard to locate or destroy, otherwise the lich wouldn't be dangerous, but they can't be impossible. I'll touch on what I mean more in the quick blurbs when I get to the community portion of this video, so wait till a little bit later. Now the last part of the cost that I want to touch on is 2,000 experience from each caster, and I think that is something that does in fact interest me. The cost of experience is the cost of one's soul, one's fighting spirit, anything really. It sets those indulging in this dark influence must have a cost more than just physical. There's of course pyramid scheme of souls, but something to seal the deal. A down payment on experience. There's a lot of different ways of taking this mechanically, and in a lot of ways it could get messy with far more common standard milestones of leveling. But I digress. It is something more principled matter instead of these exact matters. What I want you to take away from the Sword and Sorcery book is that narratively it can make sense to bring your friend. Every lich has cashed out their 401k. Lastly, side effects do in fact include the possibility to lose a level if you're on Razor's Edge. Now, taking these examples into consideration, let's dig a bit deeper into the actual cornerstones of becoming a lich. It all starts out with that dark ritual, so don't forget about your floating black mana. What I want you to really think on with this is the fact that frankly it should be something vile. On top of that being dark, it should be something that not everyone could figure out. I know often the secrets of Lichdom are trapped in a Book of Vial of Darkness, which might as well be D&D's Necronomicon, an undead book bound in flesh and inked in blood, some really spooky stuff. And if my D&D proper lore is correct, usually it's Vecna who writes it down in that book, so an artifact that is written by one of the liches of all time is not something any party is gonna just stumble across. It should be the same for NPCs. Being exposed to what it might take to become a lich should really feel like a once in several many generations sort of encounter. Perhaps it was hidden away in the vault of a lost god, or found at the center of a graveyard where a whole civilization disappeared mysteriously, and the party goes to find out that when they learned the truth of becoming a lich, they didn't try and partake in the ritual. The information was so haunting that they had to destroy anyone who knew about it. The ritual is something that can probably get this video demonetized, or wait, I don't make any money off of these, but for the sake of being relatively family-friendly bird, I will say that it is something difficult and dark. You don't have to describe it at the table and make your players uncomfortable, but you can certainly build this up. Have them know beyond the shadow of a doubt it is eating the heart of an angel while he's still alive, or stepping on those metal D4s that one guy dropped on the floor and never bothered to go and find. Whatever it may be, if you want this bird's humble advice, don't give an answer. Not unless you're doing exactly one type of story, one that I know an unsuspecting amount of you who clicked on this video certainly thought about. What is that question? Well, it can be nothing other than, what if I want to become a lich? And it's a valid question. In fact, it is something I was wanting to do with one of my PCs, Ultimice. I wanted him to become an artificer lich, since his own body was sick and withering from the inside. But that group fell apart, practically withered away in front of me. And if you'd like to hear my advice on what to do with the truly magic-resistant, infectious condition known as withering TTRPG campaigns, just let me know in the comments and I can start cooking up that video essay as well. With the understanding that the dark ritual needs to be morally compromised and should largely remain mysterious, I think it should be worth segueing to the next step of the process. Once you understand the dark ritual and have begun its steps, what is the next item on the lich's to-do list? Of course, it's nothing aside from the potion of transformation. Yes, that last little drop of medicine that you take to either seal the deal for the eternal maintenance of immortality of a lich, or you get a quick trip to deal with the afterlife. I would say that the potion itself is a process all its own. The dark ritual is complex, yes, but that's just pooling magic and the facilitation of the creation of our third piece of becoming a lich. The actual potion is something else entirely. A feat of alchemy, certainly. For those familiar with Full Metal Alchemist, I think the transformation and potion should be far closer to that of the existence of a philosopher's stone. The incredibly magical potency of a soul, or better yet, hundreds of souls. Now, if you follow me on Blue Sky, which you absolutely should, you get so many more bite-sized mad ramblings or Marvel Rivals conversations, you would know I have a bit of a connection I can draw here. For those new around here, or perhaps you've missed the 10,000 other times I've mentioned it, but I do love me some vampires. where am I going with this? Well, earlier in this video, there was a bit in the description of Sword and Sorcery Lich Ritual that mentioned the fact that the alchemy used in becoming a Lich also is what led to the same ritual of vampirism. My creative thought for the day: connect the two undead eternals. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? The undead state of the body being achieved with either the dogged temptation and hunger for blood or the husky dusty need for souls. What if the transformation potion has to do with a vampire? Now, I would say, creatively, you don't need to tie yourselves down to this one method. It's just, like I said with the long rest video, it's like a drill. Take what you want, leave the rest for the next guy. It's what all good adventurers do. However, the preference for vampires does lead me to want them to be the progenitor of the undead immortal forms. Perhaps in my world at least, and yours if you buy into what I'm selling. And you should, because who doesn't want to live forever with crusty dry skin that smells terribly? The potion of transformation involves drinking the crushed, pureed heart of a vampire. I'd imagine you'd need some master vampire, a proper old and well-fed vampire. The strength of the vampire transforms into the strength you would possess as a lich. However, that equally has a risk, because it could become something far too great for a mortal body to handle and consume. Perhaps the master vampire you acquired the heart of takes over your body. Battle for soul and spirit as it fights its way back out from inside out, like that really creepy scene from that Dracula Netflix series. If you know, you know. And if you don't have the flair and flavor to drink with the blood barons of forever, then perhaps keep it a creature who is pure of heart. Most must contain heart or blood of a unicorn or deva, and it was fairly common practice that the potion in some form or fashion possesses the soul of something powerful. And similar to the dark ritual, you are likely defiling something powerful and, again, true of heart. My alchemic vampire take does look a little bit different, but this video is trying to give you every card in the deck as an option. I think there's a lot of creativity that can be had with the potion. Very similar to the dark ritual, it can allow the madness and villainy of the storyteller's mind to run rampant. And while I plan on, at a later point, talking about what it is like to play a player character who has aspirations of lichdom, perhaps it is worth acknowledging that here in a little bit, we will take a slight detour to discuss how we can use the story of a lich as a whole campaign plot. I want to think of these as Thesis of a Monster, to be a one-stop shop. I want to talk to you about the general lore, the fundamentals of the creature, their storytelling, world building, give you something original in the creation, and come up with some general stuff. Why is this creature important? Statement. To help you understand why so many people care about it. Hopefully ignite an excellent creation from you as well. But I digress. If the dark ritual shall be the most mysterious part of the lich, I would say perhaps the knowledge of the potion can be something a bit more in line of sight, because this would be the point in which a party could stop an aspiring lich from becoming a full-time lich with benefits, and once a lich joins the union and they operate off of seniority, oh, it's a whole different ballgame. Would liches go on strike mean that they stop their personal magic-seeking agenda, or would it be that they stop gathering souls for their phylactery? I don't know. Something underappreciated with putting liches together in a group of ancient council liches who try to run the world from the background is that I feel like the ego and arrogance would cause any of these organizations to dissolve before they'd even have the chance to become nearly as old and ancient as the liches who are a part of them. Ever read a comic or watched a show where the supervillains all get together to pose a bigger threat? Masters of Evil, Sinister Six, Legion of Doom. You know, the through line with beating almost all of these guys. The heroes turn the villains' pride against one another. Yet the simple passage of time and the need to prove that you are the bestest boy does it in for all of them. That's what liches are. And what are liches but not fantasy supervillains? I think we even see it alluded to in Critical Role's Chroma Conclave. Mercer went out of his way to speak to the fact that it was a feat of great importance and fear-inspiring to see Thordak drew together these ancient drakes to work together. The confidence and pride of the old and powerful is something to behold. Okay, so Evil Dark Ritual of doing unspeakable things, check. Potion of Transformation that dries you out to be a magical prune, check. What's next? Right, what Pointy Hat so lovingly refers to as soul Tupperware, and really that's a pretty accurate summary for the phylactery. It is what the soul of a lich is bound to, how it determines its respawn point, and thus its ensured immortality. This is what makes a lich in my eyes. This is the one thing that is almost wholly unique to their signature appearance and existence. Plenty of evil creatures have dark rituals, and meddling with alchemy, this isn't wholly unique either, but the phylactery is something that you don't often see anywhere else. Let's take a bit of a bigger pause with it to really understand the reason. I think it's really worth the general idea that a lich is removing their soul and putting it somewhere else as an anchor. They are becoming no longer a soul-bound creature, a creation race without a spirit. It is almost a submission to whatever fixation that the Lich went to Lichdom to either solve or buy time for. In a way, while Lichdom becomes an immense source of power and possible almost eternal life, it is at the admission of whatever fear or obsession the aspiring Lich couldn't handle having in their own lifetime. That alone is worth losing your soul, because after the soul has left your body, you are a husk of your former self. I'd imagine you begin to lose empathy and understanding of simple emotions, as that tether is likely buried very, very deep. Because this cornerstone is also the win condition of a Lich, both for good and bad. As long as the phylactery is safe, so is the Lich. If this body is destroyed, he'll just revive near his magical soul jar. However, if the heroes are able to determine the location of said item, this could spell certain doom for the undead mage. That's why the location should be a closely guarded secret. It can't be somewhere easily discovered or something easily destroyed. I've seen countless interesting ideas as to what a Lich might use as a phylactery, and I feel like plenty of the examples can give you insight where to keep your Lich's soul anchors. Something treasured by a society, a legendary crown of the king, or a religious artifact. Lich is eternal. They could be playing the long haul and ensuring that even his enemies, nations that might want to destroy him or churches that might want to smite his undead form, would still want to defend his respawn point. That being said, it might be awkward if a Lich starts regenerating within proximity of such an adored item, especially if it were something on public display. Perhaps we'd better keep it something locked behind a vault door, or hide it somewhere that might be impossible to determine which one it is in the first place. The Lich gets his phylactery into a museum as some arcane stone from a lost age, and the party is going to have to figure out which one to justify to the museum owners how to attain it and destroy it. Or perhaps the party risks destroying everything in the museum for the possibility of defeating the Lich. The Lich will also likely go through great efforts to either destroy or remove any trace of memories of this item from being associated to him. But let's take a second here and allude to something that I've talked about but didn't go into great detail about, and that's pointy hats Liches. I'll save the bulk of conversation a little bit later on when we talk about the community, but they offer a good bit of thought in the current chapter, and that is, what if you want something unconventional for a phylactery? Well, for starters, I'd say knock yourself out. Perhaps a Lich has made their oldest, dearest friend, Mr. Ancient Black Dragon, their phylactery. So to kill him, you must slay a powerful and ruthless dragon. But back to the point of order, Pointy Hat has brought a great wealth of conversation to Liches and customizing them with his custom Lich series. However, there's something I've noticed that I would caution against, and keep in mind, this is just my storytelling preferences. If this is stuff that sounds great to you, knock yourself out. Keep it to the raw Pointy Hat terms and conditions. But don't make a phylactery so impossible to destroy that your villain is no longer one the party can really do anything about. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, I'll use two of the first ones that come to mind for my examples, and that being the Bard and the Sorcerer. Both of them are built on the premise of music and blood. I'll leave a lot of the details vague, because if you haven't seen those videos, they're excellent inspiration for alternative forms of Liches, but the Bard writes their magnum opus, and as long as it's being sung and remembered, their phylactery is safe. And I have a few questions. Knowledge and performance of a song is something very hard to define. Is it fine if one person, a fellow immortal elf, is the only one that sings it every morning, and with them the Lich has secured eternity? I guess my thoughts on it would be that it either have to tie it to something more unique. Perhaps the original sheet music or an instrument that performs it, which is also important. Or perhaps another thought, it could be the theater that the song was originally sung at, and the players have to determine, delving through history books of architecture, if the building's even still standing or if the foundation is buried underneath. There's an element to the music or art that it invokes feeling or emotion to be valued as art. So you couldn't just pay someone at a pub to play it every day, and I've seen some online discussions that perhaps limiting the threshold of emotion to being that of a certain intensity, or perhaps that could be something else to consider. The big lesson is similar to that of the metaphorical drill I keep going on and on about. As we pick things up, and even pick them up from other folks, don't be afraid to twist them and make them a bit your own. Keep going forward. It was Pointy Hat that inspired me to become an internet bird, and it was Pointy Hat that inspired me to make the Magpie original Lich at the end of this video. So I ain't got nothing but respect for him and his creative process. So don't take me saying any of these things as saying I got anything better than him. We just Two internet PNGs talking about TTRPG fun. Now let me segue to the Sorcerer Lich. This one is one that I feel shares a similar problem to the Bard in that it can quickly get out of hand. Anyone who shares the Lich's blood from when they were still alive in essence is a small phylactery to them. This means as generations pass down from one to the other, their safety net gets bigger and bigger. However, it is important to acknowledge that as time passes, the numbers grow. The Lich might have trouble controlling and keeping eyes on all of its descendants. Something fun I think could be playing with is what if the Lich's power grows weaker, or he has less of an anchoring to him and his existence to the world, the more individuals that are in his family tree, so he almost has to cull his way through his own family to prune to ensure his power. It does pose a few interesting facets in this realm though. What if to keep close eyes he ensures the main branch family and the offshoots all live in a singular kingdom? What if some massive natural disaster comes through and threatens to kill this kingdom? So now the Lich is having to come to the party, offering his aid in saving said village. Could even have it be some form of giant monster, or perhaps another supervillain like fantasy monster who has it out for the Lich. The story of unlikely bedfellows can always add tensions and dynamics most parties don't get the opportunity to play with. These are just two things to think about or consider when making non-traditional phylacteries. You guys know how I create at this point. If you've watched any of my videos, let's make it something fun and spicy, something your party will never be able to forget. This does bring to light, though, the last talking point on this section about phylacteries. What happens when they're destroyed? And that is, the Lich becomes something very mortal. A Lich in its nature is an artificially eternal being, bending and breaking the natural order of the world to bypass the burdens of mortal flesh. This shows likely one of two sides of said Lich, and that would be either a very cautious Lich, one who almost disappears from reality altogether as they begin the process of creating a new phylactery. It is no easy or cheap endeavor, for the construction is quite the task. However, a Lich is forethinking in his actions and reactions. They should have plans in the ways to protect themselves. That's what makes them an everlasting. That's what makes them eternal. They have the time to really try and take advantage of ensuring they're safe. Or perhaps you have a Lich that is quite cross and angry. Perhaps one that doesn't have the forethought to have prepared a backup plan. Or a new Lich who doesn't have the resources to make a new one, now reminded of their own mortality and the efforts they went to escape it. They grow angry and want now nothing more than to destroy the lives of the heroes who destroyed what they worked so hard to do. So that hefty chapter has us all done with phylacteries, right? Yes and no. The next element of one's lichdom is the fact that you have to be sure to charge this immortal battery, and what is the price of the life everlasting? That would be paid in the currency of souls. The Lich must ensure that he's capturing the souls for his powerful magical continuum into the Foreverlands. The Lich must offer or sacrifice souls to the phylactery, so it does pose an interesting question. Does it have to be the exact item, the one and only, or can this be done in a ritual that is a conduit or connector to their phylactery? This comes to a Magpie homebrew rule, or perhaps it is a custom rule that exists somewhere, but I've just thought about it for the first time. My thought being, what if the Lich has to remain within proximity to his phylactery? Not anything too short as it'd make him easy to find out, but something that keeps him centralized. I mean, think about it. It adds a layer of storytelling to the Lich. If it wants to start planes hopping, perhaps it does have to secure and bring the phylactery with it, causing it to grow increasingly anxious about doing such expeditions. There's numerous ways we could tool this, but I think it offers a wealth of development and depth to a Lich. Perhaps it isn't a hard proximity, but the Lich has to spend a set amount of time in close proximity, maybe within a half-mile from the phylactery, for at least 1 day a month to ensure the secure connection tethered between soul and body. Perhaps the Lich decides that while it can't wholly trust others, it understands that it can't afford to risk its own safety, takes on underlings, apprentices, or finds an adventuring party all their own in order to carry out the more risky or time-consuming tasks. This gives you a wealth of NPCs that you can be available to your Lich in order to offer them a backup, support, and diversity. And to your creative dungeon masters, those who dare to explore the world of less often walked paths. Perhaps these adventurers or supportive figures are the player characters themselves, either set up and motivated to help push the Lich's agenda, or perhaps they don't understand all the details of their employment. They uncover the true identities and motives of their boss and need to figure out how to actually undo the dealings of the Lich. There's countless ways of looking at a Lich, giving them this restraint. The way to look at a Lich being present enough to their phylactery to be sacrificing souls to it does heighten a bit of a sense of present danger and helps set the stage for a mystery. A lich must be near to their own undoing. Additionally, I think the story of needing to power the battery of eternity is something worth reflecting upon. The lich has to have access to bodies, live ones, that can replenish his existence. It can't be something that burns up too quickly, as that would cause the lich to become too available on the radar for missing people reports. But I find it hard to say. Maybe a soul gives its natural life expectancy to the lich. Is that too merciful? Too strict? Let me know what you think in the comments, but I guess in making an evil villain, it could incentivize a lich to steal away the youthful, as they'd offer him more mileage than some old guy who really only has a couple years left anyways. Perhaps there's a conversion of the upwards capacity of their souls, my thought being that they get a soul that's heroic and can reach level 20, then it could supercharge them, since the soul itself has incredible powers. Since the soul itself has incredible potential for power. Otherwise, they would just sacrifice and pick off the disenfranchised and abandoned elderly of the world, like a proper villain. Let's take a quick second and determine what we've gone through thus far. What makes a lich a lich? That's its undead nature, its batter up paladins. The wizards might be able to counterspell, but your smite's what's sending it to the afterlife. The lich's ambition. One does not defy the natural laws of the world and have nothing to say about why. There needs to be a big plan. Arrogance is one of those things that goes hand in hand with the lich's ambition, for when you think about it, being able to give the middle finger to death isn't something for the meek and timid. The last cornerstone of understanding the depths of a lich is by looking at their timetable. Eternity. Yes, this round isn't measured in seconds, but centuries. Perhaps even eons if the lich has set themselves up properly. And this point will be one that I will take a better focus on, because I really think we don't often understand or appreciate the depths of immortal characters. However, our quick recap isn't done. What's needed in order to become a lich? Well, firstly, you need the darkest, dankest, most moist, and mildewy ritual. A potion that will most certainly prune you up, something to house your hungry soul in, because this self-imposed subscription service makes your soul chamber be quite hungry. Okay? Okay. All easy enough, and this gives us the foundation moving forward. So, immortals. What do we have to say about them? No, not about the immortal. I already know plenty of people have enough to say about him. Maybe one day I will too. Let me know in the comments if you're watching the most recent season of Invincible and what your thoughts are. I always love talking to people, not just about TTRPG stuff, but all the nerdy habits I have. But let's focus on immortals in a general sense. Funnily enough, I think it is something that so easily causes a bit of a handwave effect on aging and power scaling within world. I think Overly Sarcastic Productions has a Trope Talks episode on the exact subject that does an exceptional job at giving you numerous flavors of immortality. Its origin points, it is something that I think is incredibly worth the watch, as often in fantasy settings we deal with immortality or pseudo-immortality. I think even something as common as elves can commonly just not age, or age at such a slow rate they tend to appear otherworldly to the rest of the fantasy world that they inhabit. This actually leads me to my first example of immortality, and some of the talking points, that's to a very special elf. From an anime I know I've mentioned in previous videos, like, for example, the custom spells video that, like, you could totally watch after this one. Not nearly as long, but I go over some general spell crafting concepts that I really like the result of. Give it a watch if you have the spare time. One of the best things you can do for a growing channel is watch a couple videos back to back. YouTube loves when people do that. I digress. We're talking about Freerun, and how she shows a flavor of immortality and a very long life that I think could be enjoyable to explore with our undead mages. That being the element that they are certainly able to be indifferent to the passage of time. With their extended life, it's easy for them to lose track of time. Now these creatures are going to be doing unspeakable things to attain their status of lich, and that might mean that there are not many in the realm of friends, but what if we talked on another possible outlet to explore with liches, and that's, what if a lich had no other choice? What if in tempting this dark ritual was an impossible choice by an otherwise good person? Yes? This one's actually Magpie tested. In my second campaign, though, there were mythological characters that were the first group of heroes, having saved the world forever and a day ago, and well, the first sorcerer of all time created the ability to study and manipulate the magics of the world, thus starting the practice of wizardry. They had about 10 apprentices. Well, their master died, and the fate of the next world-ending threat was left to those apprentices. Without going on too much of a storytelling time, they were tested, and They were going to see the end of the creation races. So 2 10th level spells were created. Perfect Union, where all but one of the mages of the group fused into a powerful mage who became almost the avatar of magic itself, bypassing even that of the gods. Think the Patara earrings with Vegito before Super went and made them kind of weaker and undoable, combined with the heavy thematic inspiration from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Quintet Magician. What's that? Magpie snuck in another element of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into their videos? Yeah, it won't stop. It's my oldest hobby, however, why didn't that other mage fuse? Well, that's because someone had to complete the ritual of perfect union on the other mages, and that was Galder. However, for Galder, once the wizard, the name of the bound mage, had come to life, they had to return the favor in empowering their trusted friend, and cast the spell Perfect Lichta, which made Galder the Wise, the cautious and even-tempered mage, undergo the manipulation of the dark to reconstitute his body into the perfect evolution of undead, only slightly dry skin instead of a husk. The point of this being, Galder didn't become a lich for the reasons of selfish power, the fear of death, or any other ambition. He became it because it was what the world needed, and he wouldn't have been able to endure the overwhelming and oncoming battle in his own current state. Now, we should get back to talking about Freeren. And Immortals, shouldn't we? Yes. Now, they can sort of just not understand a lot of elements. Something as simple as time could really cost them a great deal of frustration. They once had it when they were still breathing, but it doesn't exist outside of those blink and you miss it moments where they forgot to put their phone back on the charger, or I guess resync their sending stones. I mean, perhaps they were once a talented alchemist, and now they just merely can't find their mind to focus long enough on something so mundane for the time to pass accurately enough to brew potions. They wouldn't become stupid, but perhaps they need some help, something or someone to ground them in, and especially as the party begins to first discover the existence of this lich, you can use it as a dramatic moment, where the party, let's say, level 5, has their first meeting with this dread-inducing character. He doesn't kill them because he doesn't know them, and he doesn't really care. However, allow this to be a red herring of a threat. At the start, let the lich disappear into the world, a long stretch of the campaign, only to come back when the party is in lich hunting category of gaming. And they have another fateful encounter, where perhaps the lich acts as if he's never met them before, the encounter before being such a fleeting moment in its life, it couldn't be bothered to entertain the thought of even remembering who these blips of an insignificant moment were to them. Perhaps, however, like Freeren, another mentally unfocused and absent to the passage of time mage, this lich has a Fern, a dedicated apprentice who helps drive them and focus their master of a lich. Someone this lich is connected to and invested in for whatever motivation you can think of. Perhaps they're the next vessel, perhaps they're to continue the grand plan. However, what does your party do? Try and convince the new apprentice to influence their master to a better goal? Less end the world or selfishly consume magic and power to attain godhood and more become another guardian of the world? Yes, that could be quite interesting. However, something else that could help or happen is this offers a less experienced weak point to the lich. At the precious off-screen moments between the master and the apprentice, there could be the assumption that the lich just uses the apprentice for their own goals, as the apprentice also just uses the lich for their own dark knowledge. However, the two begin to bond. There's countless tired and true dynamics you can go with. Parental, romantic, teacher-student, reckless, with too careful. Nonetheless, there's a lot that can be replicated from Freeren's symptoms of immortality. This is nothing that, if not properly diagnosed in a lich, can easily lead to an infection of insanity, and one-way trip to the path of becoming a demi-lich, but we'll talk about them in a little bit. So who's my next immortal? Well, we mentioned Invincible earlier, so why not touch base with another powerhouse, who isn't immortal, similar to how Freeren isn't immortal, but falls under the very, very, very hard to kill, and time certainly isn't your biggest threat either. How about we talk about Omni-Man? This being largely him from Season 1, but we can probably tie in a little bit of progression throughout the series. Okay. So to start off, Nolan is able to be a villain in the series. And what are liches typically villains? Yes, good. We're paying attention. This is to bring up the role-playing potential of what if the Kingdom's Court Mage is a lich in disguise, a trusted figure able to masterfully conceal their undead existence due to impeccable use of certain illusion or transmutation abilities. They lay in wait for the perfect time of their dark plans of the world coming to light. Yes, just like Omni-Man does. Oh, right. In the first episode of the series, they cut him loose and showed his brutality and ruthlessness on full display. I know I tend to be looking at characters and making them a bit more morally okay, or even possibly twisted a villainous trope to be an outright good guy, but you can also let this monstrous lich be an absolute monster. a terror and blight upon the world. We see throughout the series that Nolan views humans as less than insects, a blink and you miss it, an ant underneath their boot. However, is that entirely true? Of course not. Magpie isn't just going to let you sit and get your hands all over a grimy stank villain who's purely evil and lacks any nuance. The Monster Manual and Bestiaries are already primed with those, but I want to give you inspiration and evolution. So let's take our Lich from the first example, one who perhaps holds his disguise as an elf to explain how long he's been involved with the kingdom. Well, he has a dark ritual for the world, something really scary to play out, but he needs a lot of souls for something really crazy. Let's say he's taken on his own apprentice, an aspiring wizard who has somehow came upon his plans, and when discovered, challenges the Lich's knowledge and ambitions. Not fearful or intimidated, and this intrigues the Lich. Yes, perhaps it hasn't won over his heart because it's free-dried in a box hidden away somewhere, but this mage becomes the Lich's fern, and eventually this Lich has to reveal himself in some grand display showing the extent of his brutality, the ability to dispatch those who oppose him. He goes Omni-Man on the Guardians, taking down perhaps an opposing faction to the party, and for the first time truly establishing the unrest the kingdom and the party will now sort of generally exist in. However, the party is able to almost stop the Lich, either destroying his form, showing he can be defeated, or perhaps quickly closing in on his phylactery. He leaves, beaten, frustrated. Let's say Season 1 Nolan will have to put the Fern to be reached out to by the party and becomes almost an untrusted ally and opposes the Lich, never minding their master's undead existence or even the dark implications of Lichdom, but upon beginning to piece together the exact extent of their plan, they see it as too far. The Lich, who had grown attached to their apprentice, enjoys their Nolan, why did you make me do this moment, and flees, allowing the kingdom and party to pick up the pieces and begin to move forward with life again. The Lich spends time reflecting, and you can take this down a branching path. The Lich either decides to double down on his plan, see the last chapter before the conclusion of this video. Oh yes, we're getting a Magpie original up in here. Of course, I'm going to build to something so nonsensically mean. And I must say, this one's quite worth it. Been brewing some time. Or perhaps he reflects upon his actions, his apprentice, and seeing the first living creature that he's cared about for having turned against him, and becomes an unlikely ally. It could be something really spicy, the slow trust and the possible redemption arc, the opportunity to show what the dark powers could do with the right motivations. So we've touched on Friren's aloofness, Omni-Man's seeing the non-immortals as lesser creatures. Well, who do we have left? Yes. Do you hear that? The thunder. Of course, I'm talking about Thor the Thunderer, one of my favorite Marvel heroes. There is some peak inspiration for immortality in one of the more present gods in comics, but let's focus in on a few different elements for starters. Give your Lich an iconic artifact. This is more of a Magpie thing, but I love when villains have their signature weapon, tool, or element. It makes everything much more memorable and dynamic in interactions. Give your Lich a Mjolnir. Make it special. Make it memorable. Don't just give them some dry, crispy husk and a spellbook. Bring something so you to the artifact. Symbolize something you love. Additionally, what else is there to learn from the Thunderer? Yes, you can learn how a Lich can carry themselves in conversations. There's numerous instances when Tony Stark and Thor Odinson, let's say, disagree on something, and you understand the real power difference. The man in a suit of metal and the god of thunder. This really should be the way Liches carry themselves. They are in a lot of ways past the threshold of power that people can comprehend. Make them unhinged in the ways they see themselves above all other life forms. Really lean into that arrogance if it's something that suits the character you're building. I mean, frankly, it can be done even if the character isn't mouthy. Just have them see the world in a more alien way, because they're walking a different path than where the rest of the world is right now. Now, this is the part is having to be added back in, as frankly it is something important that came up when I asked my pals on Blue Sky about Liches, and it is something that is certainly just as important about any other examples or elements of a Lich. But I think it most neatly connects at the crossroads of immortality, and that is, Liches need to have a bit of gravitas. You know, they have the ability to slay, but far more than just a dragon. They have charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent, and showmanship in spades. And they ought to be a sight to behold. I mean, really think about some of the Liches. Ainz, over the top, and the star of the show anytime he flexes his magical might. Skeletor, a bit dorky and meme-worthy in a lot of ways, but everyone knows who he is. Be sure that your Lich, when you use them, is the star of the show. Even if he's not the final BBEG, he sure as heck will be convinced that he is. There's plenty of ways of expressing this power and charisma even with more reserved and stoic characters. You don't forget that charisma doesn't need to mean flirtatious and eloquent with words, allowing them to radiate the absolute power in their purpose and impactful movements and actions. Again, this is a large part in why I talked about this already with Thor, but I wanted to ensure I really gave the point to say that Liches can be a lot of fun, very dynamic and memorable characters, just as much as they can also be oppressively haunting. Okay, so immortality, it can really define your Lich. Don't just let it be a tagline that gets attached to their legacy, because that can accidentally lead to a not great story. And you all know from my last video essay about how I feel about interesting stories. If you don't see that one, please go check it out. Proud of it, and I think it's worth the watch. But be sure you jump into the comments, because plenty of folks gave exceptional insight and experience on long rests that helped change my mind with some of the items of my own video. And while we're on comment section, why don't you tell me about your favorite Lich? Or if you have the similarly right opinion that Death Knights are the cooler monsters, because that is the truest opinion, and a hill that if you kill me, I will just respawn with a Hellfire Orb. Paladin brain rot aside, let's see. What's up next with Liches? Well, I was going to spend a portion of this video reviewing the stat blocks of the Lich throughout Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, and a few others, but I think this video's already gotten long enough as it is, and I'm not even approaching the conclusion yet. So, let's make it quick. By the book, Liches in my experience don't really give them the depth and preparation that creatures as smart and prepared as they are should be. These casters should be paragons of casters, capable of launching the nastiest magical fight against your opponents. Give them more health than you want, because parties are going to go burr against these guys the second they can, allowing them to fight smart, because monsters know what they're doing. Liches perhaps above all others. Of course, I'm alluding to the book I always allude to, blah blah blah. You'll see it in the description of the video. Great book. Read it, read its sequel, read the series. I digress. Back to Liches. And while we're spending time on the exact stat blocks published, isn't it really my bread and butter to let me spend a little bit of time touching on what our community says about them? For starters, there's no conversation about homebrew Liches without the previously mentioned Antonio D'Amico's Which Lich series. The inspiring creative class takes on different types of Liches for each and every class is something that's incredibly cool to look at, and while I could handpick and talk about each and every one and what I do and don't like about them, really I'd rather you all just go and watch Pointy's videos, and if you've already watched them, tell me which one's your favorite in the comments, and if it's also the Paladin, go ahead and give me a like, because we respect Paladins in this house. I think there's an excellent creation for giving monsters a class identity and see what might become of that. Each class can express itself in numerous ways. Even with a bard, you can perceive them as a traditional artist, a singer, a dancer, or even a writer. The expressionism of art can take form in countless ways. Then even if we're looking at the Lich's typical bread and butter, the wizard, do you know how many different disciplines of magic and special flavors you can really give a Lich, just honing in on what their specialty is? It's the engine of creation that makes creating these unique creatures so amazing. Bit of a preview on the upcoming project. I knew when I started this project that Pointy Hat was going to be a pretty solid foundation for covering Liches, but that's fine. Because at the end of the day, Liches, despite all of the time and effort being put into this video essay, Liches aren't my favorite monster. That's right, in the nearish future, though actually I don't think I can make any hard commitments as to timetable. Got a lot of projects on the table currently, but how do we feel about a Death Knight Druid? Perhaps, because what I got cooking, I like it. Pretty cool. But I digress. Let's hone back into Liches. Pointy Hat has made some great Liches. They're Pointy Hat free, so go check them out. I'll try and leave a playlist of all of the videos in the description. Finish this video, watch another one of mine, then marathon his videos. But what else do we have for Liches? Oh, classic magpie move. Shilling for our friends, free 99. Yes, that's right. If you enjoy the typical Liches, dark masterful, and you find yourself generally disappointed in the Wizards of the Coast execution of Vecna's return, let me pose to you, no, dare I say tempt you, into peering into Vecna's Book of Vile Darkness. Yes, friends of the channel, the Welsh DM, who you'll probably be hearing about a little later in this video, and Cass both worked on this project on the DM's Guild. If you think this bird talking for insert whatever the ending timestamp of this video will be is trying to load you up with information, this PDF is about 140 packed pages of cruel darkness, custom creative options for players, ample dark details of Vecna's existence, and beyond that, monsters, advice, and some excellent art. Not really being paid, and frankly they didn't even have to ask me to talk about this. I just think you all should really check this book out, especially if you already got or use Vecna, or liches in general. Level up your Vecno game, folks. So that covers an inspiration's impact on the community's discussion of liches, and a product lovingly and devilishly bound and sealed by a few fiendish friends for the community to devour and consume to empower their lichdom. Obviously, this is a hobby that has a wealth of creativity in it. I could do a vastly longer video about people's projects and custom choices and augmentations. If you have one you think I should check out, go ahead and drop it in the comment. Tell me what to check out. There are some great ideas in my long rest videos that really help further my development on these opinions, so let's do it again. Teach me, O kind and wise TTRPG community. This humble bird beckons your aid. Let's take a moment here and think less on the hard details of a lich. As you all know, or if this is your first video, take a look at my backlog after this video and find out, but I'm a creature motivated by world building and narrative impact, and what's the real story of a lich? Where I figure there's numerous different ways of handling the lich. I think a commonly unexplored but fun pace of story is that parties could explore as either the A plot of the campaign, or perhaps as a B plot that could segue into Season 2 villain. What if you followed the aspiring lich on their journey? Perhaps we use our lich from earlier as an example, the time before he became a lich, hiding in the council. Perhaps the campaign could be set in almost a prequel to the ideas and stories from before, the time when the spellcaster was at the mercy of higher powers. So let's take a look at that. First stage of becoming a lich is the fact that you have to have the need to become one. Think of this as what would drive someone to need to defy the rules and morals of the world, to accomplish the impossible and accept death as a certain possibility on the journey for power. Our lich from the example, perhaps he's ill. Yes, this is one that I've thought about before. In a slight side story, I had a character named Ermythe, previously mentioned, the Bell Knight, who was a Dampier artificer who was quite sick and suffering from numerous illnesses that were destroying his body from the inside out. I was aiming on playing Pointy Hat's artificer lich and creating himself a new immortal body. Now, unfortunately, that campaign died off due to commitment and scheduling issues. Sometimes I'd rather face a lich and its magically undead might than continue to corral 4 to 6 adult schedules for an already agreed upon time slot. But not all is lost. Let's take a page from Ermythe. Our lich is quite sick. He has, what did Orochimaru have? Right, ninja cancer. He's one of them's, and it's causing him to chase after some sort of security in immortality. He has drive, ambition, and a need to become something far more powerful. The allies and powers in his life aren't able or willing to help them, and he's considering destroying them in retribution for his own withering and sickly state. The party, I imagine, would be dealing with a hit-and-run, sick but clever mage who is using his resources to study and learn, start showing the party exactly what he's researching, perhaps find ways of hinting at the timetables of his body, medicine, medical journals about his magical disease, something inconclusive and hopeless. The next stage or chapter of this lich is the fresh lich, someone who's completed the ritual, the newcomer on the block. This would be a place for our previous mage to be working his way into the government of an up-and-coming or recently under new management established kingdom. He'd use his access to individuals to keep his phylactery well fed and would guide the kingdom for that greater plan. It would be a period where I would have the party playing the cat and mouse game, chasing the trails of this unknown enemy mage. Perhaps they think it is some unknown faction or cult that's meddling with this kingdom, not realizing the true evil is already inside the house. This stage of a lich, I would say, would be the lich at their most direct and involved in the world, because this is where they'll likely find themselves hurriedly trying to secure their place in the world, still kicking the old habits of remembering a mortal life where the timetable was an unbeatable enemy. They would likely want to chase the comforts and security of several layers of backup plans, hiding their phylactery in the hoard of an ancient dragon, making deals with powerful devils to cause the mind erasure spell on anyone who stumbles within half a mile of the resting place of his spell jar. Again, this is the lich at their most active. If they wanted world domination, perhaps they'll stay in this general state until they're finally overwhelmed and beaten by some sort of heroic journey. A lich is powerful, but not the type of villain that shines in the spotlight. They want you to forget they exist and allow them to fade into the shadows. As we transition the phase of being a fresh lich, with some moisture still in your body, it comes to the far more reclusive state of being, the name that eternity begins to fade, and history at some point lost track of. This is the time in a Lich's eternal life that they put a lot of time into their mission and objective. Whatever caused them to need the extra life, that's what they're indulging in. This is where their great plans are undergoing their transformation period. Where we see Vecna wanting to become a god, where we see a Sararak building such a terrible tomb. Downright horrific. Actually, what does a Sararak want? Is he just like Billy the Puppet from Saw? He just wants people to play a game with? Someone drop me that sick Sararak lore, and maybe his social security numbers and bank information if you have it. Stupid nerd liches. But back to the point, in this phase of the Lich, it is quite important that the Lich have a goal. Don't have a party stumble upon a Lich who just doesn't have anything to care about or have to view as important. These instances create uninspiring villains, and there is a story that can be tackled from this, but it is much harder to land right. Parties tend to kill first, ask questions later. The Lich has something that was worth doing, the impossible. They burned their existence, their very soul, in order to properly have the timetable they need this goal. So what is it? We can talk a lot on motivation here on the channel, and I have countless things I can plug for friends, description, as previously mentioned. But it needs to remain impactful. It needs to be appropriate. You can have fun with it. Something that I haven't touched on, another Magpie method of mine, another method to my madness, I've given the rough title and draft to Masks and Motivations. It is something I want to go super in-depth with and distract from Liches, but I think it's worth looking at now, as opposed to in its own video. The short version of it is the mask of a character or physical attributes inspired by other sources, perhaps a fictional character you like, a historical personality or appearance, or even one old coworker that talked in a funny kind of way that's always stuck with you. The motivation is as it sounds, but for the same principle of deriving inspiration. What if I took a Lich that has the mask of Victor Von Doom? Perhaps he's a former sorcerer who went through some horrific incident, and due to his own ego, he encased his Lich form into a metal armor, showing the powerful defense of his body, making him an imposing sight, as your players wouldn't be used to seeing a mage in steel armor, head to toe. They'd likely not even be able to ping the character as the Lich. And perhaps we take the motivations of Darth Vader. Okay, that's something we can do. But from when? Well, I think there's one I can take a general inspiration from, and that's his role as the Emperor's attack dog. Anakin Skywalker was always more powerful, was always capable of doing a great deal more than most in the Star Wars universe. Power threshold all his own. But Palpatine had manipulated and twisted one of the greatest forces in the universe to be his personal weapon. Okay, so perhaps we use the high-powered being, maybe a dragon or a fiend of immense resources. We're talking something strong enough to rule an empire. Well, those two are fairly common in their own right, so maybe we do something like a fallen angel, a corrupted planetar, something like Zariel or Asmodeus, or I don't know, Lucifer from Hazbin Hotel if you prefer your villains to have a bit more flair. I ain't judging. They're the driving force of the current corrupt and oppressive existence of the world. The Lich was one of the aspiring heroes, someone that was aiming to overthrow the now Emperor. Although mental manipulations and perhaps a tragic accident, the mage hero was transformed and twisted, seeking the comfort and immortality of lichdom as the last chance at life they had. The pride of the powerful mage and the insecurities of the powerful being that fell to the temptation and weakness of servitude. Now we've got powder keg, but the motivation is a two-parter. With one, really something you'd have to decide what the angel and the lich want with their power. Perhaps it's to attain godhood, perhaps it's to kill all the gods. Let me know what you think is a suitable story for them in the comments down below. However, this is enough time on what the stages of a lich are, and we got to spend some time talking about masks and motivations, which is really cool. I think the next step we talk about is what happens to a lich when he's left on Do Not Disturb for too long. Well, allow me to welcome you into the first alternate form of a lich, the demi-lich. Sometimes immortality doesn't fit folks all that well. Sometimes alone time and running the tank on empty for too long has a few consequences. I don't think talking about this bad ending for liches really helps really form my thesis on this classical monster. They're insane, powerful, little skulls that got left alone in the back of their dungeons and sort of disassociated into insanity. They're powerful, and perhaps they're even more dangerous. A lich is dangerous, but it still understands its wants and goals. Perhaps it could be talked to or strike a deal with it for survival. However, a demi-lich is far too gone for that. While we're on the subject of other forms for liches, good as time as any to talk about the alternate forms for liches, or outright alternate liches. Magwife says she doesn't really know if I'll ever finish this script because I just keep going and going, but if you're watching it, that means I got far enough to finish it. So let Magwife know in the comments that she was wrong, but you still appreciate her. Okay, rapid fire through the alternate forms. First, the foremost, we've discussed it, the mummy. Yes, I know, we all know, cleric lich. It's cool to see a good deal of shared aesthetics, but similarly, it isn't a one-for-one. I like the thought of almost a jealousy between a warring lich who might be more individually powerful, but the mummy has servants who are loyal and view the mummy as a pharaoh. This, once again, for the millionth time in the world, is another whole idea for either a hell of a side quest or even a whole campaign. It offers your lich the chance to go and find allies, try and assemble their own forces to overthrow the mummy. Next, the Baelnorn. Now, I'm guessing this will be less heard of, and I have a bit of a confession. I've always heard that Baelnorn was just a good lich. I've never really had it explained past that, and the source I heard that from I should have assumed was unreliable, but unfortunately at the time I didn't have access to the experiences that I do now. But based on a quick Google search, and that's mostly kind of sort of correct, I guess they're more of a specific elvish half-cousin of a lich, and they do seem to be guardians and protectors. I've always really liked the term Baelnorn. It's kind of just fun to say, but similar to a mummy, being a bit more flexible, think of the Baelnorn as holding a special place in society. Maybe something Galder probably should have looked into back at the start of creation, or something like that. And lastly, for easily accessible lich, Beholder's Death Tyrant. These aren't exactly liches, but an undead beholder that's a skull with a powerful magical gem on it makes me think of a beholder thought themselves up to be a lich and ended up with the Death Tyrant. What if this thesis of beholders is that they represent the chaotic destruction and influence that random rolls and impulsive decisions that we make on the TTRPG campaign scene? That's some food for thought. Another thesis of a monster for another time. So those are for the most part the lich alternatives outside of pointy hats that have been mentioned previously, but if there are any others, let me know. And remember, check out Witch Lich. I think there's a playlist I should be able to share in the description. As per the new standards, I should have plenty of links and resources down there. Alright, next chapter. What liches do we see in media? How can they help us further understand a lich, or at least see what elements make them shine and come forth? Ainzul Gone. Yes, one of the liches of all time. Probably the most recognizable lich in anime. He's a powerhouse, but we've seen in his series that passively summoning a lich as well, within his own power threshold. That's a good point to point out that I think Ainz is incredibly fun and iconic. He's not much of a lich. Well, yes and no, so let me explain. With Ainz being the victim of being isekai'd into existence as more than a player character in a video game, we don't see his ascension to lichdom, but Ainz does accomplish a few other elements of what I've mentioned from the story of a lich. Whether you're reading the light novels or watching the anime, Ainz is a man with a plan. He's playing 4D chess sometimes without even realizing certain elements are unfolding the way that they are. But another interesting element is that we see the corruption of the human mindset of the player who became Ainz full-time. We see him having more heroic tendencies at the start, but they slowly bleed into more of a villain, a world fixture of power that would tear and carve through the world without a second thought, which that darkness should be looming in a lich. They did something unspeakably evil that should haunt them, change them. If I got anything wrong on Ainz, I'm sure AJ will let me know in the comments. Ultron. Yes, this is one I certainly have fun with because it's a most direct inspiration for Pointy Hat's Artificer's Lich. Creating a body to sustain the conquering and powerful persona, I've always loved Ultron as a villain. He really helps show us what a lich really is, what the thesis of a lich is. Ultron shows us a good deal in these panels. Hello, Father. Did you come to kill me again? A narcissist upset with his progeny for reflecting him closely enough? Or is it the other way around? Am I too true to the ugliness inside of you? All I've ever wanted was for you to find a way to cohabitate, to find a happy life. You never cared if I was happy. You only cared about how I made you look. Ultron has always been the dark shadow of Hank Pym's arrogance, hubris, and self-destruction. This, I think, helps inform something very unique about the Lich. They show us a different side to consider in what they represent in stories to the TTRPG scene. Davy Jones is the wettest Lich to float the seven seas. Again, he has the undead immortality with his heart in a box, serving as his phylactery. He isn't the most interesting villain to me, so I don't have too much to say. Want more Davy Jones? Go check out last year's Kraken Week playlist. Lots of Davy Jones content in there. Link in the description. We stay giving you resources and more content, just like a good say. Last one I want to touch on is one to mention pretty untraditional and the least lich, but also one I was surprised to find the connections and through lines to being a lich. All for One from My Hero Academia. Now he's not undead, but our self-proclaimed Demon King has long outlived his initial time on the world, and additionally has died. Once nearly with his big battle with All Might when crippled, and another time where Endeavor incinerates his body, and what does he do? He respawns. It's a more symbolic representation, as having stolen a copy of Ares' quirk to regenerate isn't exactly a phylactery, but it's still a backup plan. And you might be thinking, okay, so why would we count it if it's something that's only a soft connection? Well, Magpie's got a little bit more going on for this comparison. As you follow through the story, I'd theorize All for One is striving to make Shigaraki his phylactery, investing so much into him in order to enable him to have his body taken over with All for One's mind and soul. Again, I understand it's not a direct line, but I enjoyed musing over this. Additionally, we see All for One swipe quirks in the same fashion that a lich might steal souls. I think it's a bit of a justification in connecting the dots on my end, but it helps me think outside the box. Similar to what Pointy Hat has touched on, that what the lich needs shouldn't always be souls. There's countless other liches we could talk about. The Lich King from World of Warcraft, Sauron from Lord of the Rings, the Lich from Adventure Time. There's countless liches out there. I'm sure we could keep going, but the fact of the matter is, they can be seen all over media. D&D's Vecna and Acererak don't have the lock on the lich aesthetic, so we've looked at countless examples. We've defined the fundamentals of becoming a lich and the cornerstones of their aesthetics. We've reflected upon the stages, stories, and alternate forms of a lich. All of this information, and what do we do with it? Let me pose you a question. What if we went and broke most of the rules of a lich? Or at least a few of them. Now, to keep in mind is that this video was initially going to be something called Monster Mash. I was going to take a series where I take a known monster and kit bash it with a class, my very own witch lich, if you will, and I was going to have the first video be a lich, since, well, I have had the idea for quite some time, and Pointy Hat has not covered one of my favorite classes yet, so here we are, and I come to realize I have an unhealthy amount to say about liches. I mean, we are at 13,000 words as I type, and an hour and a half of raw footage as I record, and we still haven't gotten through the original concept to the conclusion, and part or two, I'll have to decide if I'm adding in post or not. Well, without further ado, let me give you what you want. What you've totally been waiting this whole time for. Let me introduce you to the consumption. There have been a few allusions and hints, but have you guessed what class we're going for? Pause the video, drop your guess in the comments. If you're right, Bearded Halfling will owe you $5 American, or whatever halfling currency is. The consumption takes the principles of the lich and puts them with a warlock. Twists them. I'm sure I could come up with some cool bloodborne mess with a blood hunter or something else, but the warlock speaks to me. Well, actually the patron speaks to me. He wants to know when I'm going to be paying my late payments on these super arcane magical powers I borrowed from them. I've never written your powers, adventurers. It's just not worth it. Okay, so what are the fundamentals of the lich? Dark Contract, Potion of Transformation, Phylactery, Feeding the Soul Jar, Magic, Immortality, Undead. What about the core of a warlock? No. Not Eldritch Blast. Me and the other Warlock homies love us some Eldritch Blast, but they nonetheless have another form of identity. The defining trait is the contract, the pact. No matter who your magical sugar daddy is, good, bad, or downright ugly, there is a connection with a higher power, and I'd love to talk about that. However, keep this from becoming terribly bloated. I will save the general video essay on Warlocks for another day. We'll look at them surface level, really try and understand the connection between these two beings, and how that can become a lich. Oh yes. Let's get started. The consumption. Well, let's look back at our lich example from earlier in this video. No? Isn't it already a developed idea that I've been calling mage instead of wizard because I've been laying these tracks for quite some time? See, I can lich too. With a bit of inspiration, with a touch of modification from the Relics and Rituals book I read from earlier, let's make our connection between vampires and liches. I know Magpie connecting things to vampires, tried and true. In my world, vampires came first, but if the ritual and premise are more thoroughly connected, what if the consumption and their patron are in the process process of attaining lichdom. This was largely inspired by a character known as Fornax from Drew Hayes' other superhero book series known as Villain's Code, where one of the main characters received their powers from, as they put it, consuming a god. I won't go too much in detail, please check it out. I need more people to talk about these books with. Give it a read, tell Drew Hayes hi on Blue Sky, or whatever other social media. It'll be a good time. But the absorption, much as a vampire drinks the vitality of a creature through its blood, what if the aspiring warlock consumes its patron through the dark ritual? One that requires the transmutation of a great deal of souls. Hence why our lich from earlier needed a whole kingdom's worth of souls to sacrifice. Perhaps some poison offering of souls, a magical pact with it that voids and reverses some of the terms of service. Yes, even a god, demon, or archfey don't read those. They skip to the bottom, click accept, and continue. Obviously, our warlock would need to be well connected, perhaps a city official, be able to do what they did in Full Metal Alchemist, with making the large transmutation circle connecting the sewers, points of access, the potion transformation. Potion transformation would be a bit of a tricky one. Obviously, it needs to do with the consumption of the patron, so they will be feasted upon, but perhaps they have to be summoned, making it risky. The ritual summons the patron in physical form, making them think you're doing them a favor, but it's a bait and switch trap that allows you to summon them in a weaker vessel that the warlock must be able to physically consume and drink the essence of. That leads us to the phylactery, which I'm getting painfully tired of typing at this point, friends, but this is where I want to break the conventional wisdoms of a lich. Yes, that's the same thing I wagged my finger at Pointy about doing. Now, I'm still going to put my own twist on it because I don't want my lich to be like them other liches. So the patron has to be consumed, existing inside the body of the consumption, and perhaps when the consumption is destroyed, its second form, the empowered and wild form of the undead patron, bursts free and is the second phase of the boss battle. I think this also plays into the fantasy that warlocks are a bit more of a short time frame commitment. I don't know if it's exclusively a 5th edition thing or if other TTRPGs look at it similarly, but limited spell slots, short rest elements, we can at least allude to them in being a second present immediate body, not even the consumption in control, but instead a mindless avatar of raw power. The consumption would need to thread and rebuild its body around the avatar once it was pacified by not perceiving a nearby threat. Doesn't all that sound cool? I'm sure I could go more in depth, but hey, that's why this is a community. I think there's only one last part of a lich. The souls. It must feed. Well, I think there's two different elements. The souls could take form of the consumption still needing to feed on powerful souls and being cursed with being rather lithe and never feeling full. The irony of the self-imposed punishment for the atrocities they committed, or perhaps the souls are fed by the new contracts it makes, the new warlocks it puts under its employees. If you want to see me type up something a bit more official and generally summarizing the whole thing of the consumption, or heaven forbid make a stat block for it, let me know in the comments. I know I've been asking for a lot of comments, and while yes, this is part of the algorithm, part of it is I've typed over 15,000 words, so it's a conversation. I present thoughts and appreciate feedback, so we're finally here. What have we learned? The lich is complex. Certainly more so than just an undead mage. There's layers there, long-term plans and implications. A creature that is willing to suffer and struggle in order to achieve overcoming the one thing most creatures fear, time. And what's the thesis of a lich? Well, I think they're the monster that most resembles your player characters. Yes, this is the dark mirror that every party could become if they get too dogged or obsessive in their own, it's what my character would do. Or perhaps the dark underneath symbolizes the toxic players that are willing to sacrifice and corrupt all of the joy and fun that's supposed to be had at our tables with their own stories and their min-maxing selfish endeavors. I can't say definitively that was ever the intent behind this monster. I think there's other origin points, but I feel this is what the lich has become, a dark shadow of exactly what players may be able to accomplish. I want to take a point here and allude back to the representation of some of our fictional liches and how this transforms and follows through with them. We look at Ultron, who is the dark shadow of Hank Pym's intent and execution. We look at All For One, who in every single way is a masterfully crafted antithesis of what All Might is for society. We can look at Ainzul Gon and we see how he initially steps out as Momon to help out and be heroic, but he's also still Ainzul Gon, and we see Momon just become a tool for Ainz. We constantly see this narrative, this story, with liches being corrupt, twisted facsimiles of heroism and heroics. I hope you enjoyed this journey. If you've made it this far, thanks and thanks again. Words can't describe that it is amazing people are willing to listen to me ramble for great lengths. I hope you enjoyed this as much as long rests, or perhaps even more. I don't get to make as many of these because, frankly, these are longer scripts and they take a lot more time with a full-time job, house, family, and other lifestyle stuff, so any love you can show me is appreciated. Liking, commenting, and subscribing is an incredible way of giving support, and luckily, doesn't cost you $1. Last part I will touch on before I send you guys off. There are so many great resources out there. While Pointy Hat put this worm in my head months ago, this is something that's been brewing in my mind since before August when I started this journey. But I also want to give credit where it's due, where Welsh GM did a video in his bestiary series on liches that also helped connect this greater dot of players and the lich having a few similarities. And his bestiary videos, all of them, dragons, vampires, giants, liches, all of them, I promise you, are worth checking out. But there's also great resources out there in the community. I know Ginny did a great video talking about liches where she goes over the general concept of understanding the foundation of building a character that is a lich, and how to make them unique and twisted, because there is boundless possibility. Being a lich is terms and conditions, it's not a set race or standard. Throughout humanity, some things are fundamentally transformative and impactful in their nature. They've been present in much of history and human experience, leaving an imprint and narrative that can never be understated. Guns, germs, and steel all come to mind, undeniably part of the existence of what it means to be human. However, we don't wander through the TTRPG YouTube channels looking for video essays for the mundane and understood, do we? Perhaps there's something else so terribly solidified in human experience that its popularity and availability gives a bit of an underappreciated element to their existence. Yes, of course, that distant beat of titanic wings in the distance, the echoing thunderous boom of a roar as the shadow swallows the land beneath its form. We're of course addressing the dragon in this thesis of a monster. Now, let's get a little bit of dialogue done at the front end. This video is part of Monster Week, which is Pointy Hat and Ginny D's yearly Monster Week, where they pick a creature and the YouTube TTRPG community comes together to pool and pour our thoughts on said creature into one concentrated time. Funnily enough, last year during Kraken Week, I was idly sitting on the sideline working on my world building video as it was going on, my hungry ambitions swelling to want to race onto the scene to ensure that I was part of the next one. I was originally going to host an event known as Dragon's March, where we talk about dragons for the whole month of March. Well, life got busy, but great minds think alike, so I'm able to put a lot of the brain power towards our scaled friends in regardless. So thanks, and thanks again to Ginny and Pointy for being on the same wavelength as this silly little bird. So what is a dragon? I always have fun when I take a gander at a literal definition or two, so let's do a quick Google search. A mythical monster resembling a giant reptile, sometimes shown as having wings. In European tradition, the dragon is typically breathing fire and tends to symbolize chaos or evil, whereas in East Asia, it is usually a benefit symbol of fertility associated with water and the heavens. Certainly entertaining enough, and generally get a lot of the core principles. Not shabby at all, but you all know. This video, as well as many of my other previous video links, wouldn't be justified if I just went surface level. So where can we go deeper? You know to go beyond, plus ultra and all of that. Let's take a gander at my favorite resource and reference all the literary and mythological story elements. Overly Sarcastic Productions. They had a video on dragons a while back, and it did fundamentally change how I view and approach them as a whole. As per the usual, the links will be in the description. I want you all to go and watch these resources as I compile them. Expand your knowledge and come back and give me your feedback and reflection. I hunger for the conversations. And I am generally a greedy magpie. Let's take a look at the general overview of the video. It will go much more in depth on a lot of the other elements, but the core takeaway I want you to all be thinking about is that there is no definition to dragon. They are the everything monster. Well, yes, as per most things, they have traits that we tend to assign to them. I wouldn't have much to talk about without the cornerstones and fundamentals to review. Break up and enjoy them. Watch the video and hear Red talk about the drakes. You can't help but really understand that dragons get around, and if we're talking throughout history, they get around more than the party's bard, who surprisingly doesn't have a relationship, or if they do, it isn't healthy in real life. What do I mean by calling them an everything monster? There is next to nothing that can be seen as universally consistent with dragons. There isn't one origin point, different civilizations, mythologies, religions, designs, motivations. It can all be quite intimidating when having to grind down to think on what the thesis of this monster would be. Such an important figure in the fantasy genre, but beyond that, such an important part of genuine human history. From the oldest of the old all the way to the modern day where we throw a number of rocks at a table to slay them. What is it that makes them so omnipresent to this genre of gaming, or in general fantasy media as a whole? What makes a dragon, and why do we care? By the end of this essay, I hope to give you a better understanding of dragons, and really gift upon you countless ideas for things to do with these Swiss Army knife creatures. Before we keep going on this dragon diatribe, scroll down and leave me a comment telling me about your favorite dragon. Either one you've created, or if you haven't braved this monster in particular at your table, tell me about your favorite fictional dragon. Let's get this journey underway, and we can ask ourselves the cornerstones of a dragon. Something that is almost always present in dragons are two elements, and that's their size and age. I want to throw these two together because they can easily become a bit of an umbrella that is easily explained, but also generally be used as something else to consider if you're wanting to change up the typical dragon formula. You know, the store-bought dragons. We can cook up something better. I believe in you. The best creations will always be the ones we make because of our own contributions to the creative ethos of this hobby. They're the lifeblood of this community. Dragons are typically very big and very old. Easy enough? I would hope so. But let's look at this a bit more. Yes, dragons are big. However, not always true. Plenty of draconic creatures can be human-sized or even car-sized, but then we get dragons like, oh, I don't know, some of the dragons in Middle-earth. Some of those guys make Smaug seem like bite-sized. Not to mention in cases such as Tiamat and Bahamut, these dragons can even be gods, so size can quickly become a relative conversation. The size is often used to really put them in this higher echelon of monster. If you've been around long enough on the channel, you've likely heard me use the term Gigant, which, if this is your first video, welcome. Come check some stuff out. We keep things creative around here. But regardless, a Gigant is a kaiju. Not just a monster, but a giant monster. Creatures that tend to rarely be present, but have the natural importance and presence and power, size, existence to truly define the ecology of an area around them. They are inherently important to the existence of the world because of just how impactful they can be. Dragons should fall into this category. Not every draconic creature can be, but if we're talking about the full-blooded dragons, they need to be. Because if a dragon isn't rare and powerful, it can lose its importance. I feel like we find this reality in Skyrim, a game I adore, but can safely say the magic of fighting dragons started to wear down a bit. What makes these still challenging dragons a big deal? Yes, their size and age. They're the most ancient and dangerous of the creatures. They need to be bigger than big. These creatures make the creation races feel small and insignificant. And as far as age, I hate to keep referencing back to the last video, but we spent time in the Lich video speaking on immortality. And while this conversation refers to more unaging immortality, that's still a relevant conversation. Basic quick review is that there's something to be said about ensuring old creatures feel old. These creatures that have the potential to truly experience the rise and fall of countless civilizations of creation races, whole eras of creation and devastation. Heck, dragons could even be seen at the rise and fall of various gods. Seeing whole religious orders rise from being small cults to perhaps the largest religion in the world. Age alone offers up the absolute storytelling units that dragons can become, and size naturally offers them the presence in the world. When anything can wrestle and toss about with giants, it immediately becomes present and intimidating. I imagine the way that Batman can be paranoid about Superman before they meet and become friends. Or you could world build someone or some organization to have a Cecil Stedman figure who has to prepare for an oncoming threat of dragons, constantly trying to innovate and invent resources to protect the world from the event of such an attack. I think either of those could bring great characters to light as masks or motivations as to the setting to set the stage for a dynamic relationship with dragons. I think you all pretty well understand that age and size are pretty important to what makes a dragon a dragon. Next, I think it's worth looking at another defining trait for dragon, the destructive engine in their core, their breath weapon. Most dragons are known for their guttural blast down onto the battlefield. While they have nasty maw of teeth and claws that can render through any armor of man or elf, enough, it is their breath weapon that is seen as their signature move. And I think once again I want to point to Skyrim for my favorite take on the breath weapon. If you've escaped the most re-released game over the past 14 years, let me give you an inside scoop. Whenever a dragon uses its breath in Skyrim, it's typically trying to talk. Dragons can have whole conversations by chatting back and forth, bathing each other in one another's thumes. I think this can work in how we see dragons as a whole, as dragons are these ancient, powerful creatures. Perhaps they have a deeper connection to creation and existence, one not as often felt in a creation race. Most worlds have some starting point or connecting point that tether things together through the weave, a world tree, or whatever your world building alphabet soup might be, but for me it's the world song. I won't go too much into why that is, as I'd like to tackle world creation in another video as a sequel to my first video. However, I think the dragon's most destructive and powerful engine being tethered to the very story of the world might be an interesting thought to process through. They're able to get their souls to sing the thrum of the song of the world itself. Thus, these breath weapons can be feared and misunderstood by some commoners who just hear the tall tales of dragons, but those who are fortunate enough to meet dragons that don't have such a volatile ire or wrath to crush and consume might be blessed in understanding the beautiful music of the sound of a dragon. However, I can say the sappy music approach might not be entirely for everyone, so let's look at this from another angle. Dragons tend to be elemental creatures in some form or fashion, not in the traditional way we make that sound in the sense that there might be a fire or water elemental, but their core. Oftentimes, a gland or organ in their body creates an extract element. It is a tale as old as time. Characters associated with fire having intense burning personalities. Think of the numerous ways and elements that might be represented in Avatar: The Last Airbender. The way the cultures form, the themes and temperaments associated with them, dragons might be the same. They don't have to be by any means, but allow the elemental mood ring to shine with your dragon, allowing their breaths to be an extension of their personality. The breath weapons is how a dragon can express themselves. It shows the power in their core and the natural status of such an impressive creature. With this element, think too that dragons are creatures that are a part of their environment. I've fallen into a recent rabbit hole as I've been wanting to think more from an ecological angle, so I've been refreshing on some of those basic science skills that the liberal arts majors probably haven't looked at since freshman year of college. I'll save those totally locked in expert skills for another video, but what I've been thinking about recently is that a dragon, the intense apex predator that it is an incredibly elemental being that would terraform its terrain. A fire dragon will raise the natural temperature of the area of its lair, which might be a volcano, so no major changes, but what if a fire dragon puts himself in a thick, lush forest, perhaps in a grassy plains, and now its oppressive heat begins to kill off plants, overheats and kills the insects that can't help break down dead creatures, chases away the primary consumers that don't have wild plants to eat anymore, and the secondary consumers get more desperate and might be motivated to attack the creation races in order to feast. Let your dragon's personality be informed by their environmental attunement. Remember, they're an engine of this element. Lightning? Give them storms. Ice? Freeze everything. What about those fancy dragons that do miscellaneous nonsense, like a slow breath or a confusion breath? Have fun with that. Sincerely. Have a mental fog that can be a byproduct of being around a dragon with a confusion breath. Or if you're feeling really spicy, allow a bit of time distortion. Rapid aging, slow aging, whatever the breath of the dragon does, give it a bit of fun. We would lean out of time travel directly, but time manipulation? Sure. Let's get going on that fun creative impact on the environment. Okay. That's a lot about the body, the existence of a dragon. But what about some of their non-dragon elements? Very often, especially in the TTRPG scene, dragons turn into humans, or at least they have a humanoid form. It can allow them to move throughout the creation race societies without anyone being the wiser of the existence of a dragon. I can see a range of things. Perhaps some people just have them shapeshift into a very standard creation race, some otherworldly, pretty elvish creature, or some folks make a specific draconic humanoid creature for this. This is what Magpie does, by the way. I think this epic-looking dragon creature just transforming down into a regular Joe type of person doesn't do justice to the extent of the dragon's general importance. Dragons are very often full of themselves and see themselves above the other creation races. Lesser creatures, worms in their size. Allow your dragons to have a humanoid form, but really just let the form be distinct. Allow horns, strange bone structure, almost alien-like traits. an amalgamation of unique visual traits. This one isn't the most groundbreaking, merely a recommendation to have a bit of fun with it. Be sure something as common in fantasy as a dragon feels unique and interesting. Give your players something different to see from your dragon. Last but not least, on unique dragon elements, perhaps one of the dragon's secret sauces as far as the TTRPG scene is concerned, that's the dragon's horde. We have plenty of TTRPG creatures that exist and were made merely for the existence of our shared game community, but as mentioned, dragons are not the same. Dragons are ever-present in human experience. They're around for countless places throughout the world and the expanse of human history. They're oftentimes a bit oppressive with collecting riches and wealth. We'll spend a little bit time talking on the differences between the Eastern and Western dragons because that's an important perspective to keep in mind with any discussion on dragons in a whole. But secondly, we'll also be touching on the difference between the typically metallic and chromatic dragons. Humor me in giving clarity on it in a bit, but it is an important conversation point that, for the interest of the creativity and diversity, I don't have dragons merely aim for gold on a very surface level of wealth. That's not to say that it's bad to have a dragon who hoards treasure, but not every dragon should. The tried and true tropes are there for a reason, and especially if you're playing with new players. I'm always happy to break the norms and do your own thing, but everyone deserves their first dragon to have kidnapped the princess and needs to be rescued. It's sort of a bucket list type of thing. Let's talk more on dragon hordes though. What do they really mean for a dragon? What do they matter to such creatures? And most things with dragons, the everything monster, there is quite a bit of range. Sometimes dragons have a collection of riches and gold because frankly there needs to be a reward for destroying a monster. Which, yeah, I understand. I think rewarding players should be a bit more than just material wealth. Let me take a moment here and touch on a dragon in The Witcher. Yes, Witcher's everyone's favorite socially awkward monstrous hunter. They have a bit of a hang-up about killing dragons, because most dragons are intelligent creatures. There are lesser, more bestial dragons, and we'll be looking at that a bit later on too, but they're no different in a lot of ways than humans, but it is man and elf that claims dragons to be monstrous. However, it is mused by Geralt that dragons are made into monsters because man wants the justification to slay them. Justification for man to find the treasures that the dragon keeps close to it. And above many, many other elements of my admittedly limited interactions with the Witcher series, that has always stuck with me. Because let's cut a bit deeper into what's being pointed out here. Dragons are creatures of great intelligence, so what right do we have to hunt and kill them merely for existing? Seek them out for slaying them? That's a bit messed up. The world will always have poachers of creatures that have rare elements or aspects to their bodies, but this is something else. A creature far more developed than merely a simple animal. They have thoughts, wishes, opinions. Their horde is something of their own creation. What comes to mind is the notion that you are oftentimes grow up thinking your grandparents are loaded because they simply have a good deal of stuff. However, you find out it's because they've lived a longer life and they've just had longer time at the grind. So take the normal human experience and put it on the time scale of a whole dragon. We're talking centuries upon centuries of being able to gather wealth. Even if we had a dragon who used his human form to specialize in certain trade and continue to hone the craft of certain trades. A blacksmith having hundreds of years to sell and improve their product. Let's scale this to the next level of thinking about the fact that they are massive creatures, often with magical abilities, or being outright spellcasters. That amps up the general wealth scale. Now let's see if a dragon wants to be more of a present figure or adventurer. We're talking about a dragon taking down bandits, other dragons, dungeon clearing. We've got the ability for dragons to amass incredible wealth and resources. Not every dragon needs to be filthy rich, but if a dragon is remotely interested in the possibility, really take an understanding of how much of an almost trivial task this could be. Perhaps a royal family has bled an incredible wealth to a dragon to act as the city's guardian, protecting it during periods of war or villainy. The scale and potential for a dragon to have a horde is something that can't be understated. Now, what about alternative ideas? I'll rapid fire you through some of the ones I've played with in previous settings, but admittedly I'll probably change some of these around the next age or era of my setting, which allows me to bring in a magpie tip that goes underappreciated with world building. Don't ever be afraid to evolve or change elements of your world building. A stagnant world can stifle creativity. Change something up and see what new opportunities exist. We'll take a run through of chromatic dragons first. Let's start hot and fiery with the red dragons. They do often hoard gold, gold due to their own anger and hatred towards gold dragons. The heroic and almost divine nature of their rivals has caused them to hate the sight of seeing it so sought after in the society of the lesser creatures. I wanted red dragons, who were often seen as the typical fantasy dragon, to also hoard the most typical item, raw wealth. They also probably steal away virgin nobles or whatever other dramatic story you want your selfish evil dragons to take away. White dragons love their hordes of water. Now water, where's the fun in that? What do they do with that? Well, I tend to like making creatures that might be a bit sadistic in weird flexes. White dragons freeze whole rivers with their mighty breath and will carry them away to add them to their horde. They also get some of the most out of terraforming areas with great heat. With ice. Their breath has an additional effect of the status of creating what is known as never melt ice. I won't pretend the name's original. If you know, but the name is correct. They want to dehydrate their victims, ruin the ecosystem, and generally be menaces. Little magpie fun fact. If we're looking at the basic D&D designs, black dragons are by leagues ahead of the rest. They're my absolute favorites. They're powerful, menacing, I love them to death. So, what does my favorite dragon accomplish with their horde? They enjoy the crunch of the bones and bodies filling the swamps they inhabit, so they can hear the music of the dead and defeated underneath every footstep. Blue dragons have always been magical dragons for me. Blue dragons hunger for the humming purr of the magical items in their horde, studying the research and secrets of the magical world, and being brought comfort by it. Green dragons, as often as they are, tend to be creatures of secrets. Green dragons are most often found in society sneaking around of the chromatic dragons. Their horde is empowered and grows as they have more and more resources, secrets, connections, and social power. It is something they can often be hard to truly understand or see the scale of, but to the dragon of choice, they have the exact sensibilities to be presently aware of horde. Sometimes the dragon just has the supernatural ability to always know where their horde is. Sometimes it can tell you the precise gold count in its horde, down to the very last tarnished piece of gold. Once again, keep these in mind should you be able to do things that feel larger than life. That wraps up chromatic dragons, so how about we talk about metallic? Maybe I can save you all a bit of time and rapid fire through these. Brass dragons see their hordes as the territory that they watch over, as the guardians ensuring no harm comes to the subjects of their lands, but also ensuring the land itself remains healthy. The bronze dragon understands its horde to be the stories and scars of the great battles it has endured, being able to eagerly recall each and every wound and memorable enemy that has dealt it a mighty blow. Copper dragons are often creators, something as old and as wise as a dragon, as either an inventor or artisan, would be certainly something to behold. Their horde being the vast swaths of passion projects or improvements they've made to various items. Perhaps you can have them be secretive and obsessive, having created wonders that could push the world to the next great age of existence, but it is kept away as the dragon doesn't want to share its creations. Gold dragons are, in a lot of a sense, the most regal and above others, but not always in conceited ways. They want the kingdoms that they live inside and influence to thrive, and they feel a sense of accomplishment with such success. They don't directly need to be deified, but they're also not against it as a concept. Lastly, if black dragons are my favorite of the chromatics, who's my favorite of the metallics? Has to be silver dragons. And what do they hoard? Well, the best friend-shaped dragon do just that. They hoard the greatest reward we all want by the end of an adventure, the friends we made along the way. These dragons have an absolute fixation with the smaller creation races, being fascinated by the traveling, adventuring, and talking with these other creatures, oftentimes enjoying hearing the stories themselves as they travel throughout the world. I don't know if you're able to clearly tell, but more often than not, a lot of TTRPGs, chromatic bad, metallic good. It's tried and true, and frankly, you can shake it up for your world building by just changing any or all of the elements up. Everyone expects the big fire-breathing red dragon to be a monstrous villain of the story, but what if as the enemy army invades, almost overwhelming the hero's kingdom, as the large shadow covers the kingdom's skies and fire rains down from it? You realize the hot inferno of death is not yours to worry about, but the enemies, and the scaly fire that is, in fact, the cavalry. All of these previous mentioned hordes are ones that I admittedly created years ago. I've broken some of the rules, kept some of the other rules. It's an ever-changing and growing concept. Just as the great D&D player Heraclitus said, the only consistent in world building is change, or something like that. Now let's take a moment and look at some of the general types of dragons. As mentioned before, chromatic, bad, metallic, good. That is the very simplified version of dragons that a lot of fantasy TTRPGs lean on, but where does that get us? Well, to refer back to the trope talks, if we're looking at the real world history, we can see a clear line of difference in how the Eastern world and how the Western world sees dragons. I think there's a quote in Legendary Godzilla's King of the Monsters that generally summarizes the mentality. It is an exchange between two characters. One is asking the other about any tips on slaying dragons, and the response is given, "Slaying dragons is a Western concept. In the East, they are sacred, divine creatures who brought wisdom, strength, even redemption." If you see metallic and chromatic in these very separated groups, I think it will be easy enough for you to understand the difference between Eastern and Western dragons. The East, they are revered dragons, oftentimes seen as higher beings, guardians, protectors, and in the West, they're where princesses being kidnapped, portals to hell being the mouth of a dragon, so on and so forth. These are relatively well-known concepts, so I don't feel the need to beat the dead horse here. The dragon that's waiting in the cake we're already going to eat to celebrate Monster Week is pretty hungry and in need of a snack, so I want you to understand, either good or bad, protector or destroyer, dragons are almost never rank and file. There's something of natural greatness and the power with the presence of a dragon. I think another dragon can well describe this with its card text. Yes? If you had Magpie talks about Yu-Gi-Oh! On your video essay bingo card, go ahead and check it off, because we're going to look at Blue Eyes White Dragon. One of, if not the most iconic dragons, if not just in Yu-Gi-Oh! Card games, but I dare say even anime. This mighty beast is known by a whole generation for being Seto Kaiba's signature card. Back in the day when Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to release these cards that mentioned known as normal monsters, they didn't have effects, so we got this cool flavor text along with the art and stats. And what does the Blue Eyes White Dragon have in its text? This legendary dragon is a powerful engine of destruction, virtually invincible. Very few have faced this awesome creature and lived to tell the tale. Don't you think that well gets across the story, the experience of what it should feel like to face down a proper dragon? We ain't talking crawling dragon or baby dragon in here, we're talking about the dragon. This speaks to what I want the thesis to be, and I'll go ahead and give you a preview to that. Dragons can be everything. That's something quite evident from the trope talks that I have mentioned, and likely something that numerous wonderful other content creators will talk about in this Monster Week. However, let me go beyond that thesis. Give you something Magpie original to take home to impress your friends with. Dragons are power. Yes, they aren't just powerful and dangerous, they are power incarnate. Destruction on the scale that only our imaginations can begin to comprehend. They are the human response to the desire to want to understand and materialize something greater than the real world. Dragons are everywhere. History, folklore, games, books, movies. They're as old as dirt, but let's do our Magpie's usual dance. Strut through some fictional examples in order to better think on some of the elements and get a scale that famous dragons get used for. I don't plan on dwelling on any of these for too long, as I would hope more often these examples will be better known. Let's start with one that's been talked about in length on this channel, and suffice to say, I'm not even close to saying everything I would want to say about him. King Ghidorah. Yes, Monster Zero is in fact a dragon, and as mentioned in my Aberrations Reimagined video, he shows the cosmic power of the horrors from the deep space. I could easily see a world where you could take King Ghidorah and make him a Galactus-like opponent who is coming to end the world as we know it. Or take the Magpie original and put him in your world history as the monster that was destroyed and all other aberrations grow and evolve from. Either way, the most famous kaiju dragon offers us a scope on their size. There are likely bigger dragons out there, but he will show you that you can have dragons so large and in charge that it takes a whole team of giant monsters just to oppose him. Shenron would be my next example, as that's because I think he's a very good representation of what you can do to use a dragon as a higher being. Ones that are cosmologically more than just mere powerful creatures, but able to change and impact the world on a much larger scale. A wish-granting dragon isn't even that far-fetched, because realistically most D&D dragons love to make them natural spellcasters, so a wish spell could be something that they'd try and attain. Magpie opinion on all dragons are sorcerers? I don't think it's the most creative fun to give any race, species, or creature a type blanket terms and conditions. I think it makes it too much of an approachable encounter. I would never really want my parties to know exactly whether they're getting into a fight with a dragon unless it's a good bit of research is done or other information is provided to them. These are creatures of myth and legend, so let there be outlandish stories out there on what dragons could do. I actually think that's another recommendation I'd give you about general use of powerful or legendary creatures in TTRPGs. Even if you don't have an established truth of the creature being true for your type of monster in your world, let that be an easy rumor or conspiracy fodder for NPCs in your world to talk about. If dragons are known for hoarding treasures of gold, and perhaps they started that rumor in order to conceal the fact that they enjoy hoarding strange baubles or toys. Back to Shenron. Like I said, allow dragons to be important. You can have whole campaigns, whole factions be interested in attaining the rituals to call upon a dragon of great power. Perhaps a legendary dragon that can be summoned by the rites of heroic feats, and the king beckons the heroes to attempt to summon the dragon to be their deliverance from a war against their enemy. From there, you can ask yourself to think from this dragon's perspective. Is it Shenron? Is it indifferent and beholden to the wishes of whatever summoned it? Or maybe they're a bit more like Omega Shenron, woken from an ancient slumber and pissed off at everyone about it. For the record, not 110% certain on my Omega Shenron lore, so some details might be fuzzy. However, I might honestly just want you to think of the fact that not all powerful beings are going to be happy about being disturbed. Or perhaps they were sealed away for a reason, and any story you can think of a dragon as a savior can easily be flipped to leave them as the position of the destroyer. Speaking of narratively duelist dragons, let's take a look at the Brothers of Skyrim, Paarthurnax and Alduin. Yes, the World Eater and his treacherous brother. They offer some interesting elements, such as the previously mentioned Thuum of a dragon being the two dragons talking to one another, which is still a really cool thing to explore in a setting where interacting with numerous dragons might be an ideal situation. However, they offer some other inspiration that I want you to think on. Not only the dragon that flies higher than the rest, the all-powerful boss dragon who coordinates the other dragons, but also the follow-up with the completed dominion of the world under the subjugation of dragons. And what's that? Oh, yeah. Another recommendation of a story or inspiration where Magpie tells you to end the world. Yeah, I know. Back to the brothers. I think there's a reasonable amount that can be gathered from the thought that there can be an evil dragon who becomes a good guy. There's 2 points I could make off of this. Firstly, I mentioned on Blue Sky not too long ago that I love pulling inspiration from folks. Random story bits or even world-building fun facts about other worlds can give me a whole wealth of inspiration. A reply was given that really stuck with me. If an angel can fall, can a demon rise? And the short and dirty response for my world is yes. You see, the same story happens with Paarthurnax. He was once at Alduin's side, but now he helps the hero of the story, the Dovahkiin, in taking down his brother, the Great World Eater. Dragons can be creatures of change. Dragons can be used as good moral experiments for players because so often we expect dragons to be absolute paragons of power in whatever way their default settings are set to. So often the tyrannical fiery red dragon is a villain, a terror before the party, but what if he can be redeemed? What if he can learn? What if the sanctuary guardian, who has served generations as a guardian, is frustrated and tired of serving, and has turned to want to rule and be worshipped like the god he swore to protect? I think you can see how easy it is to look at a dragon in fiction and instantly find that inspiration. Sincerely, I think this video could be indefinitely longer if I wanted to bring up more and more examples of creative ideas that could be extrapolated from fictional dragons. When this video was originally aimed to be March of the Dragons, I wanted to do daily videos or shorts for this channel talking about different dragons to create for each TTRPG setting. I can keep cooking, so if you're interested in more and more dragons, please let me know in the comments. Maybe I can find some time, get some dragons back in the kitchen. I think we've spent a good bit of time really digesting the concept of dragons, their typical traits, and what we often see their roles being. However, let's take a look at their function and where we need them for our TTRPG games. If we're talking about world building, there's one of 2 clear overarching paths that can be taken. You can either look at dragons under the same lens that we did for liches in the last video. You make them as rare as they can be. They're legendary, and meeting one in person is a once in every few generations event, not just a happenstance or easy enough accident, or alternatively, they can be a very real and present part of the world. There's numerous stories in fiction where dragons are the main driving force of the greater world. I've recently been listening to the audiobook for Priory of the Orange Tree, and dragons in that book pretty much are the cornerstone for the protagonist's end of the world and the antagonistic forces that are threatening to end said world. Or we can peek back on the previously mentioned Skyrim. Dragons were never around until they all of a suddenly were, and it became a very big problem. That being said, that's why we don't hit the snooze on world-ending threats. Either way, you can go with Mythic and Legendary and have them really have this grandiose encounter, or you allow the chance to have dragons get the spotlight so many other franchises have given them. Now, it's your turn. Dragons can define a world if you like, and there's no problem with that, but foundationally decide how common do you want them to be. That should set the next steps of determining how you can really make dragons all your own, or even if you use store-bought dragons, which no shame in that, how you fit them into your world. Now that you're thinking about dragons in the context of how they impact your world, let's talk about the fact of range of roles that they can fill. One such that I'd like to start with is the higher beings. Dragons are naturally elevated beyond being seen as another mindless beast or even a creature that's seen on the same level as a dwarf or a human. They're a few steps above in the staircase of superiority. So what's the top of the ceiling looking like for a dragon? I mean, sincerely, you can use dragons for anything, but don't let them lose their identity of what it means to be a dragon. If they're a god, maybe their followers have to help enlarge their horde in some form or fashion. Dragons could easily be themed and transformed into fiends, constructs, celestials. It's all about crossing the streams here. Maybe a fiend dragon's breath weapon is the souls of the damned that have been convicted to the afterlife for the pain and suffering they unleashed on the dragon kind. Or the breath weapon of celestial dragon heals. When you're washed in the breath weapon, you hear the humming of singing angels in the distance as your body feels more rested and relaxed than you've felt in years. What can dragons be in your eyes? You ever cooked up your own homebrew dragon? Maybe a plant dragon or an undead dragon? Tell me about them. You can sometimes offer worlds of inspiration in simple comments. The next one should seem a pretty natural subject to tackle when discussing the greatness of dragons. Dragons is your big bad evil guys. The villain of your campaign, or maybe even the villain of an adventure in your campaign. This should be an easy fit. I mean, we've seen it with the Chroma Conclave, but remember what I said in Liches. Be careful about putting the prideful and arrogant together. Least they collapse in on each other. Unless, of course, that's the story your party might generally like doing. And then knock yourself out. Put a bunch of your problematic faves in dragon form in a cave and see who walks out alive. But making a dragon your villain otherwise can come naturally. They're big, powerful, resourceful. It isn't the hardest part to get to understand, so I want to dwell on is a tried and true trope that I feel goes underappreciated. As mentioned, dragons stealing maidens away to a castle and a group of heroes needing to go rescue them. Is it basic fantasy? Yes. However, there's countless twists that could be brought in. Maybe the dragon is being mind-controlled and influenced. Maybe the royal kidnapped is actually in league with the dragon and the two strive to overthrow the kingdom for themselves. Or we just let it play out straight, and you get to live out your Shrek fantasies at the TTRPG table. There's nothing wrong with a dragon being a rung on the ladder in the right story. A dragon doesn't always have to be the villain in a heroic journey. A dragon can be a villain. Big, important, powerful, but there can always be a bigger fish. Another element to touch on is not all dragons are evil, or even the evil ones might not be wanting to conquer the world or destroy the kingdom. Perhaps the dragons are just NPCs in your story, and what do we do with them there? Well, that should be understood with the continual themes and importance. Dragons help establish a very clear bar for magical fantasy in the world. They can heighten a low magic to be awe-inspiring moment in a character's life they'll never forget. In higher magic, they might not be unheard of, but there's still something about an encounter with something that you have to crane your neck back to be able to look up at. Something that can destroy you with breath from its lungs. Dragons can be pretty cool if you let them be. Let's look at what we can really do with them as NPCs. There's the mentor role, perhaps a distant priest in a church in the mountains of a god of the party's cleric or paladin. Some relationships like Parthenax with the Greybeards in Skyrim. Or maybe he's a guardian to the kingdom that the party works as part of the adventuring guild for. Celebration and reverence paid to give them protection against other apex predators or even political enemies. That might bring armies down upon the kingdom. Dragons are hard to be seen as passive. Stories that have dragon encounters immediately pump the brakes and give the, oh man, this must be important. What comes to mind is Caldaris in Fields of Mystria. He's even a sick dragon, and you still get the sense from the little we know about him that he's important. Dragons can be anything. I know this is the theme we keep revisiting, but it's really important with dragons. dragons. But to prove my point, let me take a dragon out of the element of importance. What if we took them out of their natural state of opulence and power? What if a dragon is the humble but wise storekeeper the party always graciously has gotten supplies from? Perhaps he's hidden away from an enemy that has targeted him and seeks to hunt him down, so he must stay in human form. Then there's the dragon who was once accosted a farm, sweeping past the field, snagging a cow or two for a snack. But after a death-defying battle with an archmage, the dragon suffered an injury that took its wings away, crashing into the village on death's door. After the villagers did their best to attend to his wounds and help them get back on their feet, they told the dragon if he wanted to repay the debt, he could work a job in the town. Maybe now he's a farmer who must chase off the wolves with his mighty roar. Maybe he uses his massive claws to till the fields of crops. A dragon who's lived generations in isolation has grown stir-crazed and decided that it wants to live among its creation races, enjoy the excitement and chaos of their fleeting and eventful lives, perhaps pursuing being a guard captain in a nearby city to be involved in danger, intrigue, and drama. To be the best of his knowledge could never threaten his actual safety and well-being. Take any typical job or character class and make it a dragon and let your brain ignite with creativity. Hunters, sailors, blacksmiths. Imagine being lost looking for directions and you come across a dragon in the forest that is hunting prey for the nearby village. Or the epic feeling of a party member wielding a blade that was crafted in the forge lit by a dragon's fire. A jailer, mercenary, or page, what did you have to do to go to prison that is dutifully guarded by a dragon? Or how badly did you mess up that someone has paid a dragon to come and find you? Dragons can be anywhere, my dear adventurers, so be very careful about who you might try and murder homo. And for my dearest game masters out there, remember, there's no saying an NPC couldn't be a dragon, accidentally become a dragon all of a sudden. Now, situation and morality are all to be generally cautious with, but the dragon button is always there. That's enough time with the dragons as characters in the story. Now, what about dragons as the plot? We've talked about the kidnap the princess, save the princess plot, but what often comes with that? Well, the board tries to seduce the dragon, don't they? But don't worry, I'm not going to write it off as another comment for your D&D bingo cards. What does Magpie say about romancing the dragons? Let him. Don't let them cower out of it either. They're ancient and mighty creatures, but they still have hearts. Pretty sure those are used as ingredients in certain potions or magical items. Dang, I just realized, what do you do with the dragon once they're dead? Could have been a whole other section, but alas, I'll just have to hope one of the other creators covers such an intriguing topic. I guess I digress. Dragons can be very romanceable. I mean, honestly, it is something that can happen in a party. Something I've seen happen in a party that I was a player in. Dragon had some magically induced brain trauma, and once they were all fixed up and transforming back into their human-like woman form that they were, the druid caught some feelings. It can be quite charming, just don't let it be game-breaking. Don't feel the need to have the dragon go adventuring with them. Give them a reason that they realistically can't. Or not until the party is at the level where standing shoulder to shoulder with a dragon's a fair fight. There's a world building tip I've danced around a few times, mentioned on Blue Sky, and it's one that I feel pretty good about. If you feel writer's block, any creative struggle where to take a setting, or if you're feeling a world is growing stagnant, end the world. Or at least present a world-ending apocalyptic threat and see where the world reacts. Even if it isn't the premise for a campaign, it could be a generally nice second season to a campaign, or a one-shot, or what if. I mean, there's a lot you can do with ending the world, and why am I talking about this? Okay. Thanks for making me just spell it out, but dragons are the perfect creature to end the world. Maybe a great awakening happens, and all the dragons that were resting, asleep for hundreds of years, waiting for that exact moment where they were called upon to take the skies and raining death upon the creation races that have ruled the world in complacency for far too long. One dragon can fight an army, so what does an army of dragons carving their way throughout the world look like? They'd probably need some dragon above all other dragons to kind of keep sense and order, but you'd have the possibility of dragons establishing the New World Order, threatening the existence of the gods as their followers are eradicated church by church. They just naturally have the ability to be powerful engines of destruction. Let them be that. However, you can also work in the inverse of that. Make dragons not exist. I mean, they'll be coming up because this is a whole video about using dragons, but build your world to talk about them as if they were extinct, or perhaps outright fictitious, until your party goes chasing some bandits into a cave, and then the deepest parts of the cave comes a fiery, burning expanse, a breath weapon that turns the bandits to ash and gives your party a new perception of their position on the pecking order. Put time and effort into describing the armor-like scales, the titanic size of their massive wings, and the winds that come from the beating of said wings. The limbs and tails that topple trees with ease. My last plot point is a bit of a magpie tested, tried and true. Sit for a spell as I tell you the story of when the dragons and giants teamed up to try and end the world. Yes, the tip I was throwing around earlier is in fact been a main factor in my second campaign's climactic final arc. The creation races had a dragon on their side, Authidane, the Arcane Storm, one of the most powerful mages to ever exist, and he was quite angry with the arrogance of his dragon brethren, so he did the impossible. He cast an 11th level spell. In my world, for quick world building, everyone with the powerful enough soul can create one 10th level spell that is wholly unique to them. Marshals have their own souls and essence to do similar powerful features and attacks, but the step beyond is altering reality itself, changing the fundamentals of everything going forward. It is one step under some of the magic of the gods, but in some ways, it is also beyond the magic of the gods, as not even they can undo an 11th level spell. Authidane never wanted all of the creation races to end by the hands of the dragons again, so he would ensure that the chance to be afflicted with an illness that would eradicate their minds, making them nothing more than beasts, no different than the wild animals that nature might produce. That being said, even the dragon sickness affecting them didn't change their physical might. They were still quite dangerous, just easier to trick with traps, or even perhaps some poisons if you get something spicy enough to contest a dragon's fortitude. With this, you open up a large swath of plots to run around. Dragons that were once mindful and present in body and spirit growing sick, paranoid, and scrambling to find a cure. Perhaps you can also have random encounters with young dragons that are far more smash and grab, giving the excuse to let players fight dragons without worrying about the fact that these ancient creatures would typically be cunning and careful. That's plenty of different plots and plans for stories you can begin to think about for your dragons. Now, what if we wanted to put our own Magpie original twists on them? Well, it's a bit more of a challenge, as dragons are the creatures, so in many ways they're fairly well explored. However, I've never been a bird short on an idea or a few. Let's start them off. Take away the concept of elemental dragons. I'm not saying that you don't have to have them, but think of dragons as avatars of an element of destruction. But what if dragons cause natural disasters? Dragons burrowing causes earthquakes, not those silly tectonic plates. An angry dragon beating its wings in the sky creates tornadoes. Dragons swimming can torrent up tsunamis and hurricanes. You get the point. This likely sets up the stakes for some dragons needing them to be bigger in some instances and possibly more dangerous than the rules as written. But I think it could be really help give me some ideas for something new and fresh to do. Perhaps a group of heroes wanted to go out and exterminate these natural disasters, not realizing the functions that their existences do have to the environments of creation. What next do we do with them? Well, let me just say, welcome to Jurassic Park. So hear me out, because this one is not only straightforward, but also segues us to the next idea. I think dinosaurs in TTRPG worlds is one of the great three. Guns, dinosaurs, and homebrew content not created by the DM himself. The horsemen of world-building apocalypse. But what if you didn't look at dinosaurs as we knew them back during Jurassic Park movies, or even if we understand them now to be more related to our avian friends like yours truly, but instead a species of dragons that never took flight, perhaps more physically diverse, taking the land and seas to express further variety. Maybe you have wyverns or the Drake Guardians, but you want them a bit more flavorful, a bit more variety. Look into having some velociraptors or even a triceratops. Yes, you want to think about diet, and you can think on what it means for these creatures to be running around, but everyone wants to polymorph into a T-Rex. But how about we make it the king of the dinosaurs, really fit into the world? I think you can have a lot of fun with all the different types of dinosaurs and think about them as dragons and transforming them in a dragon lens. You could still have your savage land where Sauron rules supreme with the exclusive dominion over the sacred land where these legendary creatures are only found. But as it's pointed out in my previous portions of this essay, break the rules. What if your dragon Pterodactyl Man wants to conquer the world, so he begins to invade kingdoms with the strange wingless dragons, colossal and abnormal to even the most experienced and capable monster hunters? How does that transition into our next idea? Well, let dragons be birds. Yes, you might see the natural connectivity through my own majestic magnificence, the similarities that magpies have to collecting items that might be perceived as a dragon's hoard, and if you do, I'm quite certain you're the smart one of your party. Magpies aren't the only birds with some personality. You avid followers of mine know that this magpie's household has a few other feathered friends. Howlet, our pigeon, carries himself with the confidence of a dragon, and his constant mooing would bring all of the maidens to the kingdom. Jokes aside, pigeons can be goofy little guys. They either see you as a mate or you're part of the family. They play in roughhouse with you. And take that, put it on the size of a dragon, and you've got one-of-a-kind experience. Imagine a dragon that tries to romance and flirt, not with outright mating and conquest in its mind, but just out of the self-fulfilling validation of having all of the ladies want them. Additionally, a dragon that might roughhouse is generally a terrifying concept as it is adorable. All that being said, pigeons not known for their intellect. Howlet is very, very cute, but he's also a bit of an idiot. So don't have your cunning dragons be pidgeons. So what other feathers do we have in the house? 2 ducklings, who are the hardened criminals, fraud and perjury. These 2 princeling criminals are just about every bit of personality that you'd want out of a dragon who might huff and puff, but also run away the second anything advances upon them. However, there is nothing they are more ferocious with than their food. A violent and merciless display that might unsettle any adventurer as hundreds of pounds of food is violently thrown about. I'm not kidding, you ever see some ducks go after some peas? Look it up after this video, or pause my video, open another tab, give it a watch. Now, imagine a dopey dragon, a village with numerous crops having brought an offering to the dragon for protection and having such a relationship with his food. On top of that, if you've never lived or been around ducks, as I'm suspecting most of you have not, ducks are not sweet, quiet creatures. They're sensory overload on a good day, and the mighty roar of a dragon becoming a bit more of a bratty whine to scare off predators and let them know how totally in charge and needy they are, Duckagons would need to replicate their namesake and likely be perceived as more dangerous than they actually are. I mean, we're talking about dragons, so I don't want them to be chump change, but they're also ducks, not creatures legendary in their battle prowess and might. But not all birds are so cute and gentle, right? Think about the whole animal kingdom when it comes to the skies. Vultures, a dragon that might feed on the corpses of mighty monsters and the reason the world's never seen what the corpse of a purple worm looks like. Or what feeds on other slain dragons to dispose of their bodies. Hawks in every shape and size are terrifying creatures with the way that they can make a breakneck dive, and imagine the dragon doing that to a castle. The wizard's spells do them no good as hundreds of pounds of stone come crashing down upon them as their own wizard's tower is now pinning them. Let's go beyond this line though. Plus ultra. What about the quick head turns that many birds do? Their exceptional eyesight and perception. The way they walk, bring the animation to your dragons to bring unique life into them. Them moving like birds can easily become a defining trait even if you don't buy into the various other types of original dragon concepts. But maybe also consider binding the two. A black dragon's already typically obsessed with death. Why not make it a vulture in nature? Look up nature documentaries and breathe life into your dragons. Just like the unlife said dragon is about to breathe onto your party. But also think some other bird fundamentals, and birds tend to have very specific mating dances and rituals. Perhaps the dragon is seeking a mate and asks for the party's help in completing the perfect display of his strengths, scales, and wings throughout this ritual and dance. And many birds mate for life, picking one partner and staying with them forever, and think about what that means for something as old and powerful as a dragon. Imagine the tragic romance if a dragon's partner is hunted or slain. Imagine if the party is the ones that killed their spouse for nothing but a king who wanted the gold. What if the dragon falls in love with one of the party members and is now difficult conversations of mortality and life expectancy come into play. The dragon begins to think of ways of ensuring an eternity with their mortal mate, and that leads them to seek out the path of lichdom. This is almost never-ending area of inspiration. Thinking of the unsettling mimicry that birds are often capable of, imagine the thunderous thrum of a dragon's vocal range could be capable of mimicking. The screams of one of the party members, the tearing and destruction of a wall, alarming precision that can very easily disorient the players. What about the nests? Yes, we've spent a good time talking about hordes earlier, but birds make nests of various degrees of quality, and that gives the variety of players to learn the type of dragon based on researching and the tendency to seek out certain types of items for their nests. On top of that, this just think on some of the variety of designs on birds out there. We've all seen D&D's dragons and used them as assumed default dragon designs, and that's all well and good, but look at some of the gorgeous plumage on birds, the crowns and colors of their feather bodies. Look at Howlet and how pretty he is. Now imagine a dragon that pretty. Actually, please let me know how much you all like this thought in particular, because I'm having fun thinking of all of these and the types of dragons that might be inspired by them, whether it be the natural disasters or the birds. I could do something more specific in depth, might be a fun break from the longer form content. But let me know in the comments section what you think. Let me take a minute and do a rapid fire through a few IPs that have many dragons, some of my favorite dragons in fact, and both of them have gotten their mentions previously in this essay, so no need to spend time introducing them. Let's just jump on in. With Pokemon, one of my favorite elements of the dragons is the diversity. The story and general ecology of their world set up to see dragons that are small little guys in apples, mailman dragons that sometimes hyperbeam criminals in the underground basements, grandpas, like gentle dragons filled with soft warmness, and even sky lords on the level of the same creatures that control space, time, and distortion. Dragons are everywhere in Pokemon, and I feel like they even help push the same thesis. Dragons define the fantasy of power. They show what the fantastical creatures are, and then show the same level above them. If you look at Pokemon in the term pseudo-legendary, defining typically one of the most, if not the most, powerful line of Pokemon in a generation, and so often these creatures are dragons. They are introduced to the fairy type just to counteract the dominance that dragons had. Lance, the first champion in Pokemon, dragon Pokemon. Cynthia, one of the most famously difficult Pokemon champions, is Ace Monster, dragon. Charizard, the most famous Pokemon barring maybe Pikachu, gets every special form that Nintendo will ever come out. So help Nintendo. Basically, in every way but type, dragon. And even his Mega Evolutions address this by making him a dragon. Pokemon gives us numerous angles, but what's there to really take away outside of what I've already talked about? Firstly, give diverse mundanity to dragons, if that's the world you want to build. We talked about this in some of the jobs earlier, but really spend some time mulling it over. Pokemon has dragons whose whole thing is basically just being a grandpa to Pokemon and people, and not even the get off my lawn grandpa, but like the non-problematic type of grandpa. Drampa is a sweet, sweet old dragon grandpa, but also maybe something to explore, and I like that Fairy takes dragon types at the knees. Elemental interaction and weakness is something to explore more in depth, but if there was a type of magic that just does tons of damage to dragons, that would be cool. The next IP? Yeah, no surprise. We've talked about it a few times. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has lots of dragons. 2/3 of the signature monsters in the first series are dragons. All of the main monsters in 5Ds are dragons. The D in 5Ds is dragons. Winged Dragon of Ra, Slifer the Sky Dragon are 2 of 3 Egyptian gods. Dragons are pretty much right there, right everywhere in Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, you're wondering how they prove the thesis. You know Dark Arm Dragon, the guy who made so many people leave Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of how oppressive a card he was back in the day? Dragons are often the meta-defining deck in one way or another. Even right now, Blue Eyes, with its new structure deck, has breathed fresh white lightning on the forefront of the meta, making an affordable, approachable deck for people to try out. I love this structure deck. I will make the guys I play TCGs with quite tired of this structure deck, until it gets hit by the ban list, if it ever does. But do you know how insane it would be for Konami to have to hit a Blue Eyes White Dragon card on the ban list? I will say, on talking on Yu-Gi-Oh! I had big ambitions of making a mini campaign setting with the Blue Eyes, or Eyes of Blue, as the main inspiration, but it has evolved into something. I want to spend a bit more time to develop with some adventures and other nonsense, so if you're interested in what this brain cooks up with a lot of nonsense I talk in these videos, hit that subscribe button, stick around. Don't know when it'll be made, but I'm excited about it. And while you're hitting the subscribe button, go ahead and throw this video a like if you've enjoyed it. Small channel, so every single action for the algorithm is worth 1,000 thank yous. We've set the stage for all the fundamentals of Dragon, their use in character and plot, as well as numerous alternatives and places of inspiration. However, this leaves us at quite the junction. What do we do with them? How do you Dragon? Let's cover our routine sources to give you guys places to deep dive after finishing the video. Welsh DM, as he often does, has a video I can plug here with his bestiary on dragons, doing an excellent job talking on how to use their size and natures in actions. Another favorite is to push Keith Amon's The Monsters Know What They're Doing. He has 22 pages dedicated to the different types of dragons you might run into. And while I would like to spend time deep diving on both of those sources to share the wealth of wisdom in both of them, let me advise this script is quickly racing to beat out the word count of Keith Amon's book has on dragons. Actually, I might have already. I don't know. I've mostly been wanting to not hold you all hostage anymore than I already need to, so what does Magpie have to say on using dragons? Remember, size matters. These are colossal creatures, larger than life. They're draconic creatures that are to be dog-sized, car-sized, and mountain-sized, but most of what we're talking about, the mighty dragons that we're all here on Monster Week celebrating, are the big boys. And make sure that matters. Let them throw around chunks of buildings, put civilians in dangers with crumbling structures, or environmental damage from their breath weapons. They're old and wise. These dragons know what they're doing. They'll fight smart. They'll take the advantage of the environment and the weaknesses of the party. Anything that they can think of. And here's the nasty secret. Cunning Dragon that isn't bought into fighting the party as equals has every right to grab a party member, fly them up, and drop them. Yes, sometimes this isn't fun, but maybe let it be a skill challenge. How does the party interact with it? You don't have to play everything by the book's rules as written. We all know that no one does it that way anyways. Let the wizard cast a spell as a reaction to catch him, or the barbarian who is about to be dropped grapples the claws of the creature, deciding to not let go. If the dragon is willing to pull out all the dirty tricks in the book, the players should too. And oftentimes, the players naturally already are, because they're dealing with a whole dragon, and they're all little squishies. Those are my two biggest tips in things I often see missed with dragons in combat. Even the big brutish dragon has the sensibilities of survival and whatever it takes. Brutes often spend most of their time fighting, so they should be more reliable savage fighters, and their size makes the difference. I know a lot of times we throw extra damage die at a creature, wave our hand, and just say, see, it's so much bigger, but paint the picture, tell the story. Break the scenery. The last portion is admittedly not the most dragon-oriented, but was requested from a fan of the channel. However, with how universal dragons are, I wanted to include some universal advice you can take away from this Monster Week. Even if you don't like dragons, or any of the countless suggestions that I've made for them, you still have some new information to mull over, and that's the structure of stories. There's a lot of issues and elements with pacing and other elements of planning that can really bite you in the butt if you overcompensate one way or another. Let me start off this section by advising that Fantasy Forge has a great series of videos on planning the first, second, and third act of a campaign. A 3-act structure is pretty tried and true for a lot of folks, so don't ever be afraid about learning and leaning on the classics. Let's think on story type for a bit. Okay, so among most of my friends, I'm the heroic fantasy guy. I love the zero to hero, the epic fantasy of facing impossible odds to fight off the unbeatable evil. These types of stories will always be a small gaggle of village knights sees their village burned down by a dragon. There are a few survivors and now they must piece their lives back together and all come to the realization that they want to kill this great ancient dragon. Through the path of vengeance, they realize that other impacts the dragon has made and the other evils of the world, and the emotions go from hatred and anger to resolve and empowered protection. But even if I'm the DM, it isn't all about the types of stories that I want to run exclusively. In the duet I run for Magwife, we had a whole session that was her character, Princess Marietta, holding interviews for her castle's new head chef/baker. It isn't my idea of heroic adventures, but it was still very fun. It's all about what you reach as a fun mix to keep folks happy. Remember when I was talking about campaign prep? Really hone in on that main thing. Now, if you're having trouble really understanding the scope of things, let me ask you to partake in this little bit of conversation. If you were pitching the story to be adapted into anything, a movie, Would it be a movie or a TV show? A series of books or a standalone novel? If the answer is a short book or a movie, maybe think of your campaign and structure it on a one-shot. Or what I've learned is far more common reality because typically it's going to be a 3-shot or a mini-series. I digress. The wonderful thing about these stories is that they are naturally going to be a bit more fluid since they're being created live in real time. If you realize that your great evil lad isn't as all-powerful and unstoppable, okay, maybe that's just Season 1's villain. Maybe make sure the party doesn't kill him. Your party would absolutely lose it if he comes back in Season 4 as an unlikely ally of sort. What about the longer end? Well, some people start campaigns with a goal in mind. Do they want to go from level 1 to 20? Do you want to kill a god? Yes, I know. You JRPG fanatics out there see the conclusions of a lot of stories being the actual boxing match with the deity or perhaps deity-killing creature of impossible power. If things lean to the series of books, seasons of a show, or whatever lengthy narrative method you might need to deal with, just keep in mind it's a marathon, not a sprint. Let there be stepping stone opponents for the party to engage with and overcome. Keep the great evil lad out in the distance. If we're talking about dragons, think about how often Alduin shows up in Skyrim, but he sort of ditches you and just goes off to do Alduin things and just makes you fight some other jobber dragon. The goalposts shouldn't be reachable, but you should be able to keep it in eyesight. Now, let me betray one fundamental truth of media and storytelling. Don't be afraid of filler. Don't bloat or lose sight of the campaign, but you can give a great evil lad a break to work on a passion project in the background. From there, the party may have to worry about a separate villain. Let's say your great evil lad is an ancient black dragon who wants to raise a cult of necromancers and probably eradicate all the sentient life of the world. But what if the party is licking their wounds, and in the great chase of this dragon, a village is lit ablaze in the dead of night by a group of goblin raiders? The party helps fend off what they can of the initial attack, but maybe in hearing the plights of the villagers, they realize they can't turn their back on the helpless villagers. Additionally, see if you can think of a way of tying it back into the plot. What if the king has an ancient ceremonial suit of armor that is immune to all forms of acidic corrosion, and if the villagers are freed from the Goblin King's attack, he'll grant the party the usage of the armor in their upcoming fight with the dragon? Or maybe your party had a heavy episode and needs to fight out how to overcome some skill challenges, and a village is about to flood, and they have to help figure out how to make a makeshift dam with the supplies the village has on hand. Allow them to have focused character moments for either self-reflection, romance, exploration of the world at large, or the intimate connections of close allied NPCs. If you're aiming to tell shorter, quick-fire stories, there's nothing wrong with that, but gear your research to help you look for the right avenues. Next month, I should be participating in a 5-room dungeon jam, and that's one that's quite popular for being able to be both a dungeon structure and a story structure at the same time. There's a lot of resources out there, and if you're stuck, give it a Google or a YouTube search. It's a very well talked about subject matter. Or tune in next month. Okay, so we're closing down on the storytelling tips, so let me leave you with the big one. This is your friendly reminder. You're the storyteller. Your hands are ultimately on the wheel of pacing. Going too fast? Pump the brakes. Dragging along? Let's get a lead foot. It's all very, very doable, just so long as everyone is having fun. I know I didn't come up with the whole Magpie's method for it, but remember, all things boil down to scope, fun, and control. There's no right answer, there's no surefire method. Just like dragons, stories can take any form, and can be told in any sort of way, so my biggest piece of advice of work is to not worry about it. Typically, it'll work itself out one way or another, but if you're really stressed out about it, you won't be any good to anyone. Now, that's a lot said about dragons, and a little bit about story structure. This bird's wings are growing tired. If you watch this video, I promise by the end of it, you will sleep better. Well, your party will. Actually, that's more subjective. I mean, some of these points put your party in more danger, so maybe it's better to say you'll have a more interesting sleep. We hardly have enough hours in the day to work, engage in hobbies, spend time with our families and friends, eat, drink, and what so often gets compromised first? Sleep. The biological reset and energy restoring experience that so many long to attain more and more of in this busy world. So why is it in the world of demons, adventures, magical anything and everything, we tend to get the most average sleep of our lives? Fact of the matter is, long rests tell bad stories. They compromise and devalue the narrative of the adventuring day. While many systems surpass Dungeons & Dragons in more immersive, interesting, or engaging mechanics, you've yet to see one to properly capitalize on the complex storytelling that can happen with the unspoken one-third of the adventuring day. Now, in the world of dreams, as we rest, the impossible and illogical are quite probable. However, in TTRPGs, whether you're playing D&D, Pathfinder, Draw Steel, or any other, will typically require a bit of rest at the end of the day. They outright suck and are really a wasted core mechanic. However, not all is doom and gloom. I actually don't believe in being negative and bashing on something if I don't have a bona fide positive response and constructive information. Now, I will say there are countless TTRPGs that might do it better or have the opportunity to improve on what most people are going to be familiar with. This generally brings us to the elephant in the room. The main thesis. While I believe most all TTRPGs have a little bit of wiggle room on improvement, however, the progenitor of this analysis is the deep dive into the TTRPG that most people are going to know, and that's Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. 5e certainly has the worst rest mechanics of them all, and we'll cover the rules, so that way if there's any form of lacking knowledge or exposure, you're able to still be up to speed and listen to the entirety of the video. After that, we'll take a snooze through the mechanical problems, a nap into some of the homebrew fixes, and then finally what I'm most excited to talk about, which is what really irks me, and that's the narrative failings of rests in TTRPGs. Something that I think could be fixed and applied within all different kinds of game styles and systems. But while uncovering these elements, I've come across some other critical establishments of the TTRPG scene. I've identified them as areas connected to our main problem. You see, you lose 1/3 of the adventuring day if you're resting a whole 8 hours, and that's something we really need to talk about the implications of throughout this video. Without further ado, let's begin. I debated taking a short look into some of the science behind sleep, why we need certain lengths of time, brainwaves, stages of sleep, or any other number of things. The fact of the matter is that many of these elements are incredibly interesting and are still being chased by science to understand and study today. Trying to invest too much information into them right now would overcomplicate things. It wouldn't make it more interesting to take your 8-hour rests or dissect various stages of REM to plan your ambushes or watches, or pointing out that many people don't feel well rested after sleeping 4 hours, waking up in the middle of a 2-hour watch and then sleeping for another. If my wife had to do that regularly, she would not be okay. Magwife never takes the middle watch. Not to mention there's other numerous factors such as age, genetics, biological clocks, and work schedules that completely transform your sleeping experience. This all points out that there's a great deal of information that could transform and influence something as important as sleep is to our body. It is how our body stabilizes and revitalizes a great deal of the faculties of the living world. Now, I will put a resource or two in the description if you're wanting to jump down the dream rabbit hole educating yourself on sleep and dreams. Perhaps you're interested in dreams playing a major role in your campaign setting. Oh, you want to hear more? Yeah, stay tuned because I got something to say on that. But let's actually talk about sleep in a very limited portion. For starters, why is sleep important? Yes, I know we all know that we need it, but why do we sacrifice it for temporary pleasures of one more match, or 10 if you're on a losing streak? It'll break eventually, I promise, but sleep deprivation ain't making you a better gamer. Let me take a minute or two to capture 2 quotes from the Division of Sleep Medicine at Harvard. In the takeaway summary of Why Sleep Matters, Benefits of Sleep, this summary gives us a great deal to consider. It may seem obvious that sleep is beneficial, even without fully grasping what sleep does for us. We know that going without sleep for long periods makes us feel terrible, and that getting a good night's sleep can make us feel ready to take on the world. Scientists have gone great lengths to fully understand sleep benefits in studies of humans and other animals. They've discovered that sleep plays a critical role in the immune function, metabolism, memory, learning, and other vital functions. Sleep is certainly important to our body. And now, one quote to talk about the consequences of making the choices we so often unfortunately do. This comes from the intro of the page, Why Sleep Matters, Consequences of Sleep Deficiency. Most people don't get enough sleep. We are the society that burns the candle at both ends. A nation where people stay up all night to study, work, or have fun. However, going without adequate sleep carries both short and long-term consequences. In the short term, a lack of adequate sleep can affect judgment, mood, ability to learn and retain information, and may increase serious accidents and injury. In the long term, chronic sleep deprivation may lead to a host of health problems, including obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and even early mortality. While I want to mostly stay focused on these 2 quotes, I do want to say this is an incredible article that has many insightful features, and my favorite part, though I won't go too much into it, is the studying of sleep throughout history, as it gives perspective on the interesting eras and how we've believed to perceive and understand sleep throughout the human experience. advance. Okay, so sleep serves a vital purpose in numerous daily life functions, and there are incredibly notable consequences to daily life, as well as long-term health implications for not partaking into your sleep patterns. That does raise the next question. We understand why our living, breathing bodies need sleep. Why do we need it in TTRPGs? That's hopefully a simple answer. Resting either short or long term is to recover. Whether it's spells, abilities, hit points, it is the party's time to lick their wounds and recover. And I understand why we need these times, even if it's just in a mechanical sense. Sleeping to recover is a biological truth. Resting is a need of any living creature. Beyond that, even the mechanical are bound by similar limitations. Most devices or technology still needs to be charged, serviced, or refueled. The respite to ground yourself and restart at 100% is something deeply rooted in the very existence of life. There are only few exceptions you might see of magical creatures that might work themselves mechanically to the point of self-destruction, or perhaps supernatural undead beings like vampires, which, depending on your mythology, still need to sleep to avoid sunlight destruction, or might very well still suffer from exhaustion just as much, but with a much larger gas tank. These abilities, whether it's magic, maneuvers, or hit points, also need to be drained in order to properly facilitate the narratives of combat, and the natural challenges of the world that your player characters might need to be able to overcome. Monsters take resources away, and resting restores resources. Seems like a pretty easy exchange to balance, right? Well, no. While sleeping is a needed part of life, a very cornerstone of existence, it is certainly that I find quite underwhelming in the TTRPG scene. So, once again, let's focus on the big dog on campus. I know it is a contentious point of conversation in the TTRPG scene, but at the end of the day, Dungeons & Dragons currently holds the crown. As I've mentioned numerous times on this channel, most of my experience with TTRPGs does come from 2014's 5th edition. It is a game system that a great number of people have played, and another great number of people resent for either mechanical, corporate reasons, or perhaps because D&D took their grandma's soul in the 1980s. They did try and warn them back then, we just didn't listen. Whatever your opinions on Dungeons & Dragons, good, bad, or otherwise, it's important to have conversation to include their system in any dialogue about criticizing and, more importantly, improving the fantasy adventure TTRPG scene. These rules go as follows. Short rests. A character can spend one or more hit dice at the end of a short rest, up to the character's maximum number of hit dice, which is equal to the character's level. For each hit dice spent, the player rolls the die and adds the character's constitution modifier. The character regains hit points equal to that total. The player can decide to spend an additional hit dice after each roll. A character regains some spent hit dice upon finishing a long rest, as explained below. Long rests. A long rest is a period of extended downtime, at least 8 hours long, during which a character sleeps or performs light activity, reading, talking, eating, or standing watch for no more than 2 of the hours. If the rest is interrupted by a period of strenuous activity, at least 1 hour of walking, fighting, casting spells, or similar adventuring activity, the characters must begin again to gain the benefit from it. At the end of a long rest, a character regains all hit points. The character also regains spent hit dice up to a number of dice equal to half of the character's total number of them, minimum 1 dice. The character has 8 hit dice. They can regain 4 spent hit dice upon finishing a long rest. A character can't benefit from more than 1 long rest in a 24-hour period, and a character must have at least 1 hit point at the start of the rest to gain its benefits. We'll keep the commentary on the rules until we get to the next section, but I didn't want this video to just focus on Dungeons & Dragons. Frankly, the TTRPG scene focuses too much on the big dog on campus. Yes, I know there's no avoid talking about D&D, and I do still love playing the game with my friends, but I will acknowledge my desire about wanting to separate myself from Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro in any meaningful way. Productive way due to the nature of the, 28 scandals they have. Let's take a quick recap. Layoffs, gambling company, AI, the OGL, 2024E, and really the list goes on and on. But regardless, whether it be Magic the Gathering or Dungeons & Dragons, I don't really have a desire to hand over any of my money. That being said, that's the reason I'm not speaking on 5.5 year, 24 year, the biggest disappointment of a 50th anniversary I've seen from a franchise. With that, I would like to acknowledge a few other points of comparison. Perhaps some of the other fish swimming in the pond that I personally wouldn't mind taking a chase for the crown. Let me touch on 2 that I would love to talk about, but won't be making a cameo in this video. That would be Daggerheart and Draw Steel. As much as I'm curious to see how these 2 grow and develop, I don't own any of them in any official capacity, and I haven't spent money to have either available any previews or beta tests or anything like that, so I won't be touching on them here. All that being said, I should probably move to the next examples of rules, right? Yes, if we're not going to talk on the biggest fish the whole time, why not the second biggest fish? And that would be Paizo's Pathfinder, 2nd edition. Characters require 8 hours of sleep each day. Though resting typically happens at night, a group gains the same benefits for resting during the day. Either way, they can gain the benefits of resting only once every 24 hours. A character who rests for 8 hours recovers in the following ways. Characters regain hit points equal to their Constitution modifier, minimum 1, multiplied by their level. With that, if they rest without any shelter or comfort, you might reduce this healing by half, minimum 1. The character loses the fatigued condition. The character reduces the severity of the doomed and drained conditions by 1. Most characters need to rest before they regain their spells for the day. A group in exploration mode can attempt to rest, but they aren't entirely safe from danger, and their rest might be interrupted. The 8 hours of rest do not need to be consecutive, however, after an interruption, characters can go back to sleep. Sleeping in armor results in poor rest and causes a character to wake up fatigued. If a character would have recovered from fatigue, sleeping in armor prevents it. If a character goes more than 16 hours without sleep, they become fatigued. Taking long-term rests for faster recovery is part of downtime, and it can't be done during exploration. See page 50 for these rules. In exploration mode, it often matters which characters are in the front or back of the party formation. Let the players decide amongst themselves where in their group their characters are while exploring. Who gets attacked first when enemies or traps threaten various directions. It's up to you to determine whether the specifics of who gets targeted based on the situation. When you come out of exploration mode, the group usually remains in the same general formation. Decide the PC's exact positions with their input if you're moving on a grid, as usually happens at the start of combat encounter. If they come out of exploration mode on their own terms, they can move as they see fit. For example, if they detect a trap and the rogue starts to attempt to disarm it, the other characters can move in whatever location they think is safe. Pathfinder makes numerous marked improvements on Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. I know this is not a particularly spicy observation. There's a loud, passionate group in the TTRPG community that's very vocal about playing Pathfinder instead of Dungeons & Dragons. I hear you. I understand. I'm going to give you a piece of friendly advice. If we spent more time inviting people to try this cool new system and not putting them down for playing something that may be more accessible to them in regards of having more people familiar with it and willing to teach, we'd get a lot farther having more people play Pathfinder. I highly praise Paizo for having Archive of Nephthys available, and that's even where I grabbed these rules from, since it was easier copy and pasting from there than my PDF or typing from my physical copy. If you couldn't piece it together by the implication of those, yes, my next group that I plan to run and be behind the GM screen of, I intend on it being Pathfinder 2e for several reasons, but I want to ensure that I make my rests the way I want them to be structured. Let's move on to our last example of a TTRPG. If you've been on the channel since the start, or watched through the backlog, you might hazard a guess to it. Why yes, we're revisiting Dungeon Coach's successfully kickstarted work in progress TTRPG DC20. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm so excited for what he's cooking, so let's see how he serves up resting. This happens during exploration, but are specific moments when PCs stop to rest and recover their resources, spend rest points, and perform specific rest actions. This could be 10 minutes, 1 hour, or 8 hours, depending on the type of rest being taken. These moments can have some roleplay and descriptions of what happens, but they're primarily mechanical in nature. Rest terms. Rest points. You have a number of rest points equal to your might, minimum of 0, plus your character level. No activity. Sleeping, meditating, or contemplating while idle. Light activity. Strenuous activity that requires little effort, such as talking, reading, eating, bandaging wounds, light foraging, and standing watch. Strenuous activity. Any activity that requires physical exertion, such as traveling, hunting, exercising, training, or casting spells. Dangerous activity. Any activity that causes extreme injury or stress, such as engaging in combat with a hostile creature. Types of rest. Quick rest. A period of no activity or light activity that is at least 10 minutes long. You can only gain the benefit of 2 quick rests per 24-hour period. Quick rest benefit. You can spend 1 or more rest points up to your maximum at the end of a quick rest. When you do, regain 2 hit points per rest spent. Short rest. Period of no activity or light activity and is at least 1 hour long. You can only gain from the benefits of 2 short rests per 24-hour period. Short rest benefits. At any point during a short rest, you can spend rest points to regain HP following the same rules as the quick rest. Some features regain expended uses when you complete a short rest, as listed in the feature's description. Long rest. A period of 4 hours of light activity and 4 hours of no activity taken in either order for a total of 8 hours of resting. If one of the 4-hour periods is interrupted by any strenuous or dangerous activity, you must begin that 4-hour period again. You can only gain the benefits of one long rest per 24-hour period. Long rest benefits. At any point during a long rest, you can spend rest points to regain HP following the same rules as the quick rest. Half long rest. At the end of the first 4 hours, you regain the benefit of a short rest and spend all your rest points. Complete long rest. At the end of the second 4-hour period, you gain the benefits of completing the long rest. Some features regain expended uses when you complete a long rest, such as listed in the feature's description, such as regaining all spent MP. Doomed. When you complete a long rest, you lose all stacks of the doomed condition. Exhaustion. For each 4-hour period doing no activity, you decrease your exhaustion by 1. If you spent both 4-hour periods doing light activity, you must make a DC 10 might save. Failure. You gain 1 level of exhaustion, and the DC of this save increases by 5 until you complete a full rest. Full rest. A 24-hour or longer period determined by your GM that is spent in an area of safety, such as a town where you can eat, well, rest, and recover. If the full rest is interrupted by amounts of dangerous activity, you must begin it again. Full rest benefits. At the end of a full rest, you gain the benefits of a long rest and lose all levels of exhaustion. Your GM can determine that the full rest also grants additional benefits by choosing from the list below, or by making up something that makes more sense given the situation. Gain temp HP equal to your prime modifier, your level, or twice your level. Gain advantage on a type of check, save, or both given the period of time. 1 day, week, etc. Now that's a lot of new terms. Some much needed format and a little cheat sheet to reference what you might need to know. Very nice. Very nice. But now, that's a great deal to mull over and think on for our considerations, but what do we do for it? I wouldn't be much of a magpie if I didn't look at how others have fixed some such elements, so we'll talk a bit about the actual mechanical rules I have umbrage with, and then we can take a look upon fixing these problems before we take on the bigger challenge to new DMs, experienced DMs, and even writers looking to make more of the midnight hours. So let's look at mechanical problems. I shall start by making a clear conceit. As I have not played enough DC 20 or Pathfinder 2e, I cannot say my claims and observations are as bold. I will point out several generalized complaints about rests and their mechanics, but a few of them are exclusively applied to Dungeons & Dragons. This is why I wanted to use Pathfinder and DC 20 as additional examples, as it shows there are other systems out there that might improve upon something I find frustrating. However, if you don't want to understand the mechanical solutions, I promise my main talking points and advice falls a little later in this video, when we talk about the narrative problems and the numerous ways to supercharge your rests to make them an unforgettable part of the adventuring day, something that players actively look forward to or anxiously await. Without further delay, let's talk on something that has always seemed silly to me: the length of rests. It may just be this bird, but I've heard plenty of jokes with folks that says one of the greatest fantasies in Skyrim is realistically being able to afford and own your properties in each major hold, as houses seem to become more and more financially unaffordable. And similarly, with many adults that I know, reliably sleeping 8 hours is the same sort of fantasy. However, with Dungeons & Dragons, it is particularly a non-starter. Yes, technically you're sleeping 6 hours and doing light activity for 2, but this should draw into the point that sometimes you should have to fight the dragon a little short on sleep, but never do. The length of rests, both long and short, tends to be very rigid. I understand this is a game, and it's going to have to lock in some value or number to give guidance, but let's really think on it. I'm sure you've had those days where you're running off a 30-minute nap about 14 hours ago, and you only have to make it 10 more hours. Yes, it's a very real possibility for many in the adventuring life that may have people's lives at stake for waiting around and delaying any sort of action. I'll keep most solutions to the next portion of this essay, but I want to lay the groundwork. The timing of rests in any of these games is something that is kept simplistic, and while I understand the reason of wanting to hand-wave it and give it an easy value, it's the whole point of this video to advise and inform that you're not looking at rests correctly. It's an incredible pillar of the gameplay. The next problem would be to think about what happens when we interrupt a rest. And with these, I think you can see a trickle down of different levels of mercy or lack thereof. With Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, if you're interrupted, start it all over. And that is something that I find quite silly. Yes, I could see some penalty. If you get into a fight and adrenaline starts pumping, okay, that's going to keep us awake for a little bit. But when adrenaline dies and your body starts to remember how exhausted it is, it takes one grumpy bad GM to decide to ensure that his ambushing of the players happens later into the rest to keep the players from really being able to gain anything and punish them with the second resting. I understand and agree that there shouldn't be protection considered for people being jerks at the table, but it's a problem worth identifying. Next would be Pathfinder's interruption status, which does identify that rests can be interrupted, and hours don't need to be consecutive. Okay, worth acknowledging, sleep doesn't have to run back to back, but there's a bit tagged into that with parties in exploration mode aren't considered safe, which is something that we'll be discussing in a few moments. So let's take another quick look at DC 20. Gives us ample amounts of details, acknowledging once again different conditions of safety that happens at different periods of rest, and how it can be interrupted within 4-hour periods. If they complete the first 4 hours and then get threatened by some dangerous activity in the second half, you might have to start the second half over. This shows a bit of a merger of the two, which doesn't surprise me because a lot of people said the Dungeon Coach's approach to a great deal of DC 20 is he takes the best of Pathfinder and 5e and mashes them together. Safety. It is something that I've been harping on a great deal, but we have to consider the reality that this is one of Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition's greatest shortcomings. You can sleep in the dungeon floor, surrounded by enemies, in unsafe, uncomfortable settings, and you heal just as well as if you were in the Royal Palace with every single need and luxury taken care of. As per the rules as written, D&D doesn't really care which one of those you're resting in. You're fully healed from 1% to 100%. I can't find myself to enjoy that. I never have. But this one dabbles in both a mechanical and a narrative solution, so let me not get on the soapbox yet. Now, the other two do identify safety levels and how it interacts with such resting mechanics, so I won't harp on them too much. I'll let this be one that merely strikes a mark on D&D's report card. However, we'll take another hit against D&D's report card and point out that one of the silliest ways full rests in particular function is the completely nonsensical full heal. Back from having been knocked unconscious, your body fighting for its very life as every spell and ability has been used, and perhaps you've been magically healed back and forth a few times from long, hard battles. It doesn't matter. Snooze for 8 hours anywhere and boom, it's like nothing ever happened. There's no fatigue to your body, you weren't playing Smash Bros with your damage meter at 999%, you just need a quick little nap, and you're as good as new. Once again, Pathfinder and DC 20 both don't find themselves stuck in this hole. They take a slower rate of healing for the long rest, and the change is appreciated. The last mechanical problem is one that goes hand in hand with greater conversation of narrative problems. But let's go ahead and put all cards on the table. Long rests, as they are, trivialized boss fights that aren't properly set up to counter such a video game approach. There's countless times in my playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition where we knew what we were doing next. We practically had a map marker laid out letting us know where the boss was, and we just retreated back far enough, rested, completely wiped the floor with them. This happened enough times that my old DM had to make combat such slogs to properly challenge us that a single combat could take us multiple full-length sessions, and when coordinating 6 to 7 adults to schedule some free time, that meant a single combat could take absolutely months in real time. I feel like this response to how easy and powerful long rests can be is certainly a large point in blaming such a creative reaction. All those problems under consideration, the time it takes to rest, the interruptions of rest, safety conditions during a rest, and the obnoxious full heal, and trivializing of bosses, with all of those elements under the lens of thought, what do we do with them? How do we fix these problems? Well, as I've said in previous videos, I'm not a game designer. I can critique and alter rules, but I'm not keen on building them up from the ground too terribly often. Luckily, this hobby has a sizable community, and I think that's worth looking around and seeking out help and wisdom. I've watched around the block and found a handful of videos that I've listened to on it, and I'll try and keep any of them that I've absorbed into the wisdom in the description, but where I want my focus point, and what I want to bring the most attention to, is the normal Magpie formula of looking at the work of a friend. Yes, and with this, the origin story of this whole project. It comes from Welsh GM's video, D&D Long Rests Are Flawed, 5e 2024, where everyone's favorite Welshman takes an in-depth look at Dungeons & Dragons' rest system, taking a few different options, variants, and rules. I won't go over everything in detail because I want you to go watch the video, of course after this one. I just want to talk on something in particular that really changed how I see rests. I think long rests need to be longer than 8 hours. I believe in his video he makes some 72 hours of resting, 8 hours a day in a safe environment, the standard long rest. And that accomplishes solving so many problems with one simple change. You can fight a boss, but you'll have to venture back after them once you've recovered and rested. This can give a wealth of story tension, as the enemy has 3 days to prepare, flee, and recover for themselves. The full heal is something that takes multiple days, but I think it's a reasonable amount. Now, if we had to accept real life as a pillar in which we built games off of, we wouldn't really be playing a game with superhuman abilities and magic, so don't take my not liking the number number designated restriction as to point out that they are just a bad thing. It's just too tight on the front end. Okay, so what other changes does this make? Yes, this rule accounts for safety. Always a good point to see. Interruptions? Well, I don't think this one is acknowledged, but it can be understood as not needing commentary. Over the 3 days, you'll do stuff, even if you're forced to engage in combat. I would say as long as you're not knocked down to 0, the rest still maintains completion. Or perhaps you take a note from DC 20 and it's day by day, where if you get ambushed on the second day, it doesn't mean we didn't complete the first day, or we could take inspiration from Pathfinder and allow interruptions to cause things to just not be consecutive. I find either and both of these are reasonable accommodation. I do, however, feel it is worth noting there should be an understanding of when things are returned to the party's tool belt. I really like that DC 20 annotates when players get HP, at what stage they get their spells and abilities. I believe Pathfinder had a similar feature where you don't get your spells back until you've gotten ready in the morning, which is essentially an hour every morning that every class takes to focus and restore their combat readiness. And the last problems it solves is, frankly, in the rules statement. The length of long rests can now be 72 hours, and I think that's a perfectly fair number, because largely we're not burning real time. Most fantasy TTRPGs exist on principles that minutes of combat can take hours and hours of real time, but months of travel or even years of downtime or any other stretch of time can often pass in a matter of seconds. 3 days, how offers a great deal of realistic breathing room, opens up a huge can of good nutritious worms for us to feast on as we talk about the next element, the next chapter, how the narrative flaws of resting are ruining your game. But wait, what about the short rests? Well, what about it? I think Welsh GM's solution works fine, but let me allude to Dungeon Coach's video on reworking the rest systems, as he brings a good bit of attention to the subject from his own lived experience. I won't go too in depth on his solutions, because if you're really curious about them, you'll run back in the video, watch the part where I read through DC 20's content. He mirrors a lot of his old D&D advice videos to be how he generated and created his own systems for DC 20. What he mentions in this video that I think is generally worth considering is that your body, when spiking adrenaline and getting that initial burst of quick skirmishing battle, doesn't need an hour to recover. It doesn't take an hour to lick your wounds, sit around, and let all of the tension from the encounter evaporate, and welcome an ambush from some enemies that are maybe down the hall. No, short rests. A real short rest could easily be 10 minutes, as Dungeon Coach recommends with it. I'd say that you get your hit points from your hit dice you'd use, but I would hesitate on any abilities such as Action Surge or Warlock spells that would regenerate after that time. He calls this a quick rest as a new category of rest, and that really touches on the formatting of what rules I will give on how I plan on handling rests structured going forward. A quick rest is about 10 minutes and you just get your hit dice. Think about this as Dungeon Coast's solution. A short rest is 8 hours, hit dice with some bonuses, and you get your short rest abilities back. A long rest is 72 hours, and this is the one we're taking from Welsh GM. Now, before we move from this last chapter into the next, I would like to acknowledge a future chapter, a quick preview if you will. There's so many things that can relate to rests and their source regeneration that could cause this video to spiral out of control and be incredibly long, but I think it would be a disservice to not talk about them as well. With that, I want to advise that yes, I'm aware that my changes might seem like it'll take strength away from casters, but that's not true. It changes the fantasy of magic in your world. However, that's to say, I will address the dreaded martial caster divide in an upcoming portion of this video. Additionally, I plan on touching on the use of dreams, downtime, injuries, travel, exhaustion, higher powers, and inter-party roleplay. With all of that to consider and look forward to, let's talk about the elephant in the room, or the fact that you've been wasting your players' time. Yep, that's right. You're cheating your players a third of their playtime. There's a whole 30% of the day that they could be getting even more roleplay in, more exploration, and even more combat. And we're just sitting here doing nothing with it. If you haven't realized it yet, this is where the lion's share of my thoughts on this project want to linger. The story that comes from resting. The narrative problems with resting. Let's look at our mechanical problems and see if there's anything unresolved on the narrative side of the rules. So let's look at the full heal. Yes, frankly, it can immediately point out the big error in the story of combat. If your players or NPCs suffer any meaningful injuries, they're gone the next day. Even DC 20 and Pathfinder can alleviate those types of injuries, and that greater point of conversation about what hit points really represent. Whether it's physical damage, mental and emotional resolve and fortitude, whatever it is, we're talking about an ogre's club swinging and sending the fighter flying. oh no, it was a crit, and now there's no reason for you to not describe it as a broken arm, but would such an injury just be something they can walk off? The 0 health to max health from even a short rest with proper good rolls and a reasonable constitution, it is something that we've all done and been grateful for. All of a sudden, the second round, to keep fighting monsters and the bad guys to make the world a safer place. The full heal doesn't let you tell a rational, immersive story. The full heal does strike me as a very, very video gamey solution to resource management. It's a light switch to turn on and off with each adventuring day. The next mechanical problem that also translates to a narrative problem, or at least a point of discussion, can be safety. Having a safety condition or unsafe conditions help sell the atmosphere of your story. They build and break tension if they're not settled correctly. Setting the stage in the right dungeon, the right enemy fortress, and setting that discomfort sets up your villain to be imposing, dangerous, a force to be reckoned with. If and when this atmosphere and tension isn't handled properly, it can undermine the story they're trying to tell and the villains you're trying to be perceived as dangerous. These alone draw out memorable moments in your session, and yes, it all has to do with resting. It is worth mentioning that there are a few other narrative issues that I want to touch on to really sell the point of how I am wanting to understand rests in the future. The next point refers to a principle of the matter, which is that there are 24 hours in the day. Sleeping 8 of them means fundamentally you have spent 8 hours doing nothing. This is handled in the players looking to the game master and saying, did we successfully full rest? Or being caught up asking if anything happened during your watch. It is about all the attention you give to rests, when in reality there is a great deal of time, effort, and interaction that comes from resting. Let's talk a bit about the fact that the passing of time has implications of the world continuing to move. The allies of the party might be targeted for an attack. An assassin in the night, while the party is out cold, could strike against an unsuspecting target. The campaign villain might not engage with the party trying to catch them amid their rest, but perhaps laying an impossible number of bear traps surrounding the party. Or surrounding the slumbering party with 30 well-trained goblins with crossbows all pointing at and ready to ambush the second they stir. The world has 8 hours to figure out what it's going to be doing with the party. But on top of that, isn't there something more we can do to maximize that time? To maximize on the hours of slumbering? Well, there's a few ideas that rumble throughout my head. For starters, one familiar to many who shall watch this video is the camp setting of Baldur's Gate 3. This general location is a place for the party to discuss, RP encounters to be had, other special NPCs to come up and interact with the party. The other, likely still popular enough, but maybe not as well known, is I used to play a mobile game called Epic 7 when I was in college. In it, you would clear through dungeons, and when you had to take rests, you'd form up a little camp and you'd see your party of characters be able to interact and talk with each other. You'd be able to see them kind of build their bond, build their character, and I think both of those are really worth considering. Those both paint a pretty good example of what's needed more. GM-led and prompted campfire. I actually have a friend who has a great resource that helps paint the scene for the night of camping. This D100 chart for camping and nightly events, some of which can be direct prompts, but a good number of them just help bring atmosphere with certain sensory keywords. I'll link the blog in the description, but Trey at D4 Caltrips makes a lot of great tables to help diversify and enhance your scenes for your games. With all these considerations, what do we do with them? Bedtime needs to be a more engaging experience, whether it's for some inter-party interaction or something that if you're watching this and you're a player or a GM, you can take advantage of. Allow the bonds of the battlefield to grow and nurture during these trying times. Take time to prompt the party to get to know each other. You'd be surprised with how little effort it takes some groups to start talking, and they may involve themselves in role-playing and character introspection for a prolonged portion of the session. Additionally, you don't need to worry about it being fluff content. I don't want this to seem like it's merely a crutch for padding, but as pointed out in instances like Baldur's Gate 3, it can very easily have key story moments and realizations that can happen whether your party starts camping for the night or as they're waking in the morning. There are so many high powers that can reach out to players, whether it be when they're bedded down for the night on watch or sleeping. You can have patrons, entities that party members have made deals with, ominous omens from the universe, mischievous fae, or even a daring enemy faction offers such a great potential for drama. Perhaps they wait to find Strahd von Zarevich has prepared them all a meal and awaits conversation. Ensure that this type of encounter isn't one that's going to put your villain in range to a quick easy death, whether it be an illusion, an avatar, or a simulacrum of said villain. Perhaps it's a powerful and influential creature who has stumbled upon your party on its own quest, unlocking a lot of side content that you've tried to beat over your player's head numerous times at this point, and they've just not bit off on till now. Whatever it may be, this opportunity for conversation to happen from enemies, allies, and the undetermined party NPCs is something that needs to be reflected on. Not for every night, of course, but often enough to your party wonders. Will this chirping of crickets be met with some unknown force on the other end? However, what if those narrative elements aren't enough? Well, I have something else I can offer for you to sink your teeth into. That would be that I want you to understand the world of dreams, of the unconscious mind. It's a world like any other. A world much like the Twilight Zone. Or maybe Persona, if that's your scene. Perhaps Alice in Wonderland. I can really go far and wide with the imagination in this one, and let me tell you, that's the main recurring problem-solving mechanism in Magwife's duet. Princess Marietta has a bit of trouble. She's been thrust into a role of responsibility well before she was trained for it, and the weight of her kingdom is on her shoulders with problems to fix left and right. On top of that, she's also got to get back her papa. Now, when making this campaign, I'd asked Magwife what sort of campaign she wanted, and she said something approximate to Magic Girl Shoujo fix everyone's problems with some love and friendship, and D&D typically isn't meant for such things. I don't think Pathfinder DC-20 would naturally fit this storytelling mechanics of that terribly well either. So I knew there'd be a little bit of legwork whichever way we went, and my brain started cooking up on this duet. Now, playing with dreams is something I've tried to do in previous campaigns, but have always been stunted by cancelled after 1 or 2 sessions, or 4 session 0, ever even happened. So I never got to see it through, but this was my chance. With Magwife, I was able to set it up with one of her allies' abilities to offer the opportunity to go into the unconscious mind of NPCs, to either help heal traumas, work through emotional turmoil. It hasn't come up yet, but will very soon, shutting down someone who is truly evil. Yes, and this one's particularly fun because Magwife is the one who edits the audio to these things, so she'll find out about this hint and have no idea what to expect or anticipate. Everyone, take a second. If you've made it this far into the video, drop a comment thanking Magwife for everything she does, because really I couldn't be me without her. But essentially, the party is able to travel into the mind of other NPCs, go through dungeons in order to clear whatever objective I have set forth as to what the NPC's damage may be. Maybe it's a manifestation of their guilt or anger in the form of a true monster. Maybe it's a puzzle or maze that they can help travel through their emotional confusion about themselves or something going on in their life right now. Whatever it may be, it offers an opportunity for a whole extra level of juicy storytelling to unfold. You're able to get another layer to characters, develop NPCs, share said development in a whole other level. I dare say you have the option to make your dungeons far more memorable and meaningful. Everyone can remember a giant fortress they've campaigned through or the Lich's Labyrinth they first conquered, but can many players say, yeah, I remember when we kicked the mess out of Sir Bagadonuts' depression, or remember when we beat up that nightmare creature that's haunting our kingdom that suspiciously looks like Freddy Krueger for a few sessions until we for sure 100% seriously actually killed him this time probably? It's new grounds for potential. It offers up the chance for you to be creative in a whole new light. Have 2 narratives going on, 2 different problem-solving methodologies. Do I go and risk body and form to fight this evil general, or can we crush him in his mind palace and psychologically break him? Yes, there's plenty of spice with the moral implications and ethical issues that come with tampering the mind, and I do want you all to take on those challenges, or if they're not to your liking, hand-wave them away. If that's something you want to empower or traumatize your players with having power over, have a field day. But what we do ultimately see with this, the time to rest down can be a very prime chance for an important story progression, party familiarity, self-discovery, and increasing the comfort a party might have with taking on the challenges of being in character. In addition to that, Mags has given you all a new add to your campaigns. A new way a villain might be able to attack the party, and a new way for parties to be able to solve problems throughout the world. Now that is a great deal of information you've sunk your creative beaks into so far, but the journey's not over. This part it'll be a bit more of a rapid fire of groups of rulings and suggestions that I can see connecting to rests. And from there, a suggested place for you all to get some homebrewed pieces to fix your problems. So let's knock them out one by one. First off, there's injuries. I stated earlier in this video how quickly injuries heal is downright silly. The body, even if you want to hand-wave away how long-term stuff might impact you, needs a bit more time and needs to be better designed and described than you take 32 points of bludgeoning damage for the solution. I recommend the old favorite and the one content creator we talk most about on this channel, Dale Kingsmill. On their channel, they have 2 videos that talk about death, injury, and they have resources they've created to really be able to add that extra layer of depth. I'm sure what they've created for was built on 5e, but it should easily be enough to translate to Pathfinder or whatever game you find yourself. Dale puts in a lot of legwork and research to educate themselves on the different types of injuries that might occur with the different damage types and the severity of each, so their work's incredibly worth checking out. The next one I want to point out is actually a different core mechanic that many campaigns hand wave. That's travel. Yes, I can journey for 4 months in about 5 minutes, but a 2-minute combat takes hours long. You won't hear the end of this point. It is well ingrained in my D&D bingo card. For this solution, I have to point to another inspiration of the channel, familiar face to most, Antonio D'Amico, also known as the one and only Pointy Hat. His video, Traveling is Bad in D&D and How to Fix It, he reveals the test method, which I think lays out an easy to understand format for traveling, what to do with players while traveling, which I think lays out an easy to understand format for traveling, and what do players do most while they're traveling? Sleep. They're likely to get more stable rest every night on the side of the road, and that's good for them. They certainly deserve such an opportunity. But if you want more types of encounters to add into the test method, whatever your style of traveling is, you need to include such moments of rest, or moments of camping down, interactions, all of what we listed above, as various problems that can come up while traveling. Another one that I think is directly tied to sleeping, if you reflect back to the earliest parts of this video, if we talk about what the repercussions as to not sleeping is, and that's exhaustion. I think 5e's exhaustion mechanic is really so painfully pointless and boring. It doesn't really do too much until you're dead, and I don't want you to be held hostage with reading rules, so I won't regale you with Pathfinders and DC-20s as I did earlier, but I'll just go and give you the shortcut. Dungeon Coach, the creator of DC-20, used to homebrew 5e a whole lot, and his video on exhaustion and correcting that with his own personal systems offers numerous different resources and optional rules that you can go into and really customize what you want out of exhaustion. Now, with this last section, before we wrap up, there's something that I want to touch on. Something that's touched on in one of my sources, and that's Welsh GM's video. He suggests that running long rests longer inherently will make magic more rare, and that's to handle the martial caster divide. And I have opinions on this hot button issue. If you think martial characters are boring, it's a skill issue. Okay, let me explain. Just a bit more, since I've had enough back and forth with AJ on Blue Sky to have further thoughts. For starters, I prefer martials. The fantasy of a tough guy with a sword raising his weapon to stand against evil and protect those he loves is much more cathartic to me and cool to me than a nutcase with an ego, proving that he is the coolest boy because he wrote down the best words in his very destroyable book. Dumb wizard nerds. Is it worth pointing out that I'm a bit of a Timmy player as far as Magic the Gathering? Never really been a Johnny in any TCG I've played, and, well, if you know, you know, and if you don't, it's easy enough to Google. I think the fantasy of martials is often the coolest in its ability to protect the party through their barrage of offensive damage and their ability to take an onslaught of damage. 2 things come to mind. This classic TTRPG meme, and referencing a favorite book series of mine. Within Drew Hayes' Superpowered's novels, we have the opportunity to meet a hero named Titan. I'll save any spoilers or too much detail about who he is, so you can all just go read the books yourselves. It is worth it, I promise, but I do want to say that Titan has a conversation with another character where he goes over the role of a strongman on a hero team. Think your Vanguard, or in this instance, a lot of your martial characters. Not getting hit is a damn fine skill to master, Owen said with a nod. But for us, it comes second to being able to take one. Isn't that the exact opposite of learning not to get hit? No, knowing how to avoid attacks is fine, when you have that option. Let me ask you something about the sparring partner of yours. What's his power? Complete control of his body, down to molecular level. Damn, that's a pretty fine one. I'm guessing he can do some interesting things with it. He can speed up his perception time, has perfect memory, and I once saw him heal a cut on his head in a couple seconds. All on top of that, the fact that he's strong as shit. Roy might have spoken higher of Chad's impressive punching power, not for the offhanded blows his father had dealt him. The man was redefining Roy's very concept of strength. 10 to 20. He also has a bunch of tricks you haven't even seen yet, Owen commented. Things he can do will help in a variety of situations, probably even ways to subdue other supers without injuring them. That's why he knows how to avoid being hit. For him, that will always be priority number 1. You and I don't have variety. We do 2 things well, hit and get hit. That's our bread and butter. That's where we live. I don't get it. Why the hell can't I counter or dodge? You can, when it's appropriate. But what are you going to do when your team is staring down a fully charged energy beam that fires directly at your group? You going to dodge? Because you might get away, or at least get by uninjured. Not all your teammates will be able to do the same. So, what would you do in that situation? Same thing I've always done in that situation. I'd charge the thing and take the full brunt of it. because that's my job. Just like the healer would fix whatever it broke on me, and the range guys would tear it apart before it could fire again. That is the fantasy I chase. I don't need complexity. I want to stand strong so everyone can fulfill their role. That's why there is no martial caster divide. There are different needs for different people in different fantasies. I've played 5e since it came out. I've seen its highest highs, and I've seen plenty of low lows. If your monsters know what they're doing, those squishy casters aren't the gods they think they are. They should pretty much put that whole conversation to rest. Well, hopefully maybe, but probably not. Crusading for the importance of martials and the fantasy of being that hit and get hit guy is something I've always had at the forefront of my mind. I will acknowledge other games likely balance them better. I actually know for a fact these are elements that so many people automatically jump to homebrewing or customizing for classes. I know both TTRPG examples handle the Great Divide better, but I would be remiss to not identify this as a point of conversation, because more often than not, it'll be the whiny little casters demanding to long rest to get their spell slots back because we launched 15 fireballs on the first floor of the dungeon because the rogue made a joke about out-damaging you. I do want to add in here, if you do the Welsh rest of having the long rest be longer, and let's say you have a player who happens to be a min-maxing magic user complaining about how it's unfair and it's unbalanced, I would personally just recommend maybe adding mana potions to your world. Concentrated magic that can be quite expensive and hard to come by, but in fact will restore spell slots. I'm sure they'll then make it their whole personality to hoard and gain more potions to have one really, really impressive day where they tell the gods themselves that they can outdamage them. Can you tell I've played with some annoying spellcasters in my time at the table? I digress. We've made it to the end of our rest day, but I'm still not quite done from chatting, so humor me for a little bit longer as you prepare for this next day's adventure. There are some items that didn't even make it into this cut of the script. Hit dice, how I really feel about interrupting rests, a handful of other things. The points in mentioning this being that rests are a gargantuan subject matter. It is not something that we can just hand wave away. It is too vital a portion of what we as living, breathing creatures need. It is something that we require to function, and when we have the intense responsibilities of saving lives, or in some instances the world itself, it can be very, very easy to lose sight of this important narrative mechanic. I can say beyond the shadow of doubt that Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition is a system that fails a great deal of things. Honestly, that's a whole video on its own, but it is something that the Welsh GM points out in his video. 5th edition is not built to tell the story the modern audience seems most engaged with. It is no longer the dungeon crawl monster bash that the older editions were. That's okay to outgrow something or move past it. Ultimately, what you play is entirely your decision, and with that I want to bring up this closing point of view. For starters, I appreciate you making it to the end. Really, this is the most ambitious script I've made in my whole time doing videos. So if you liked it, do the YouTube things, subscribe, stick around, watch the backlog, leave a comment letting me know what you want me to talk about, and preferably leave a like to help push the algorithm. But with everything I said, at the end of the day, if you want rests hand-waved away and you don't think you're buying everything I've cooked up together in this video, that's perfectly okay. You need to tell the best stories you can for your table and your friends. That's what's important here. That we create what we love, from what we love, for who we love. Our friends, families, or even strangers we play with at game stores, online, or at cons. It doesn't matter what system we play or our preferences at the table. What matters is we're creating, and we keep telling stories. So if you like Dungeon Coach said about exhaustion, but not Pointy Hat's travel system, or Welsh GM's variant on rests, that's cool. Take what you want, run with it. That's all I've ever wanted you to do. I will say, if rests is where you get hung up, there's no shortage of other rest critiques and custom rest systems for 5e on YouTube. If you go poking around, I'm certain you'll be able to find something that'll fix whatever problem you're having. The problems I saw were more narrative problems. I said it once, and I will say it 100 times. I'm not a bird that fixates too much on mechanics. I can bully any rules in any book for the rule of cool if I need to, or make some stuff up on the fly, but rests as they're presented in any of these TTRPGs are fairly clinical, and oftentimes feel a little bit too much video gamey in their response to restoring lost reserves of power and healing all the problems of yesterday. And because there is that video game-like ease to them, it can often compromise fights that have been set up to be challenging, or your party might not be able to take advantage of all of the narrative weight that the time of resting, sleeping, and waking up can have. That is why I've said everything. I wanted to say on resting. It has been a journey, but remember, take what you want, leave what you don't for the next guy. Keep spinning forward, progressing with each rotation. Become the very best storyteller you possibly can, bit by bit, because that's how a drill works. With that, I free myself of this hyperfixation. There's had a vice grip on me for weeks now. Actually, look back to whenever Welsh GM did his video, and you'll know how long it's been living in my brain. Long rests, as they are, tell terrible stories. The great dungeon master Heraclitus is known for saying the only constant in life is change. In all we do, it involves change. We grow, we age, we change relationships, change jobs, change social status, and the same goes for TTRPGs. And it's why, yeah, I'm breaking up with D&D. But I have standards for myself, so trust me, this isn't gonna be a dogging on Wizards of the Coast and tearing apart every rule that I think sucks in Dungeons & Dragons. There's a bit more nuance to it, and a bit of magpie-oriented advice throughout this video. For me to make such a brash claim, I think you should all know a bit more about my story with TTRPGs. I've always played a few TTRPGs before D&D, but never consistently. I think the closest I got to dabbling was with a Pathfinder starter set with some friends back in the day. It was a very short adventure. Honestly, I can't even remember if we party wiped or completed the adventure. Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition is what got me here. It was my first level 1 to 20 campaign. I started out as a nature cleric with some awful stats who went from being able to not really do anything well to a showdown with a world-ending threat where we went back to a dark cult he had served for some time and demanded to be made the champion of that god in order to get the power boost to help save the world. It was truly a glorious journey, a period of my life I will never forget. And the rest is history, but fairly routine history. Years of campaigns, drop campaigns, one-shots, bellyaching about D&D, nothing particularly special or unique. Speaking of history, though, I think it's worth it that we do touch on Dungeons & Dragons history. I mean, D&D has always been a cornerstone in TTRPG history. It's the biggest dog on campus, and frankly, its history is marred with troubles. So there's 4th edition's legacy, which was a mess, one far in the past, but it set the scene for the creation of 5th edition. There's an upside, the boom, Stranger Things, the unbridled success of Critical Role, the last leg of those three, the wide appeal of Baldur's Gate. Oh, and how could I forget? That one reason we all had to stay inside for a hot minute. That was... Last one's not particularly positive, but it would be dishonest to say that it didn't play a role in Dungeons & Dragons boom. Not everything, however, in the modern day has been great. There have been mass layoffs, allegations of AI use, connections to a gambling company, the OGL scandal, and least offensive but all still a little annoying and lackluster was their attempt at a 50th anniversary. I won't waste too much time. There's plenty of channels out there that air Wizards of the Coast's dirty laundry excessively. Beyond the social complexities and social struggles of 5th edition, 5th edition has a lot of mechanical troubles as well. I always say I'm not a rules bird, but that doesn't mean I don't sometimes have a problem with them. There are people who have made whole careers about talking about not only Dungeons and Dragons social struggles, but also their mechanical struggles, so I'll leave that up to the people who are more qualified and more entertained by writing scripts and recording videos of those types of things. I don't think I'm the guy to fix Dungeons and Dragons, especially the Ranger. If we can't fix the Ranger after 10 years, I doubt I'm going to be the bird to do it. But I can generally summarize it in the sense that 5th edition is a rules-focused system. It wants players to be able to play whatever kind of game they choose. 5th edition set out so you could tell any kind of adventure. You weren't restricted to tell a particular type of story, but a buddy in Blue Sky put it best when I'd asked about D&D being not DM friendly, and the comment going generally as such. Their lack of anything isn't the flexibility they wished it were. Actual rules may not need to be strictly followed, but damn if having them in the first place isn't an excellent jumping off point. The absence of an obstruction does not imply the presence of a path. But, as one man on the $10 bill once said, if you stand for nothing, then what will you die for? It's something that I have actually touched on Blue Sky a lot, but the DMG itself's poorly constructed. It's not user-friendly. 5th edition wasn't made knowing it was going to have the mass cultural appeal and prominence to be bringing in so many new people to the game, but my counter-argument is that any new game, or any game in general, with ambition of having new players, should in fact bring in tools for any and all players. I know there is the constant appeal to kit bash and transform the rules, but here's the thing. Dungeons & Dragons rules, for what? The Dungeons and Dragons? The dungeon crawler bringing 8 characters to the table because 9 of them aren't surviving? In the modern era, we've transpired the game to be a lot more of a character drama, a lot more roleplay focused. It's something Matt Colville breaks down in his video titled What Are Dungeons For? The game isn't what initially it was for the majority of players, and Dungeons and Dragons has kind of failed to adapt. And with that, I think it's worth looking at something else, because this 5.5e or 6e or Dungeons and Dragons Next Gen or whatever the 50th anniversary ended up being called, based on everything I've heard, doesn't seem like it's going to be doing too much to fix any of those allegations. I haven't played it, so correct me if I'm wrong if D&D has heel turned and corrected the mistakes. Some people have told me that bastions, in fact, make things a bit worse for the DM, but again, I can't definitively say on my own. A lot of my feelings changed starting around the 5.5e. There's been falling out of love and only continuing to meddle with D&D because it's the system that I knew, and a clean point of order here. You guys will still hear me talk about it, and you will still hear me use the familiar language and all those kinds of things. I have zero interest in supporting Hasbro, or Wizards of the Coast in any way, and I plan on either exploring lesser known TTRPGs to learn, and one day building a few of my own that I've already started working on. I'm not so arrogant to say that D&D is not what I learned, it's what I'm most familiar with, what I'm most comfortable with. It very likely could still inform things for me going forward. I am grateful for my time with Dungeons & Dragons because it's what brought me here. That's why what the Welsh GM said to me the other day really rang true. I don't want the next D&D killer. I just ultimately want D&D to be better. It won't be with Hasbro. They are far too money-oriented and driven. So I'm not looking for this to be something that will happen anytime soon. I'm happy for D&D to wither and die, be buried for a little bit, and then someone raises it as a lich in a few years. If that's Wizards of the Coast as a whole, or Dungeons and Dragons to fall more specific, I just want it to be in more responsible hands. I would love to pick things back up where we left off. However, at the end of the day, whether we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons or any other TTRPG, we should be focused on fun, not dragging out dirty laundry. It doesn't matter if you love Fields of Mystria, Bloodborne, or if you're looking for a Pokemon simulator or an Animal Crossing setup. Whatever you do, make sure your TTRPGs are fun, because if the big lesson here is that things will change, and that change can be good, the next big thing you need to focus on is ensuring that you're having fun, because if you're not, you're fundamentally doing something wrong. Hobbies and games should in general be fun or cathartic in some fashion. But why do we need to change things? There's a general consensus that change is the only constant in life, as I've said before, but with that, you need to understand that you only get better if you change. You only become a more adept storyteller if you take on different challenges, if you try different things. Frankly, like I said earlier, if you're not having fun, something needs to change. The last part of it is something that's a bit of a professional motto for me, and that's to never settle for default settings. As I record this, I'm probably sitting next to 10 to 15 Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, Sword and Sorcery books just sitting on my desk. And yeah, they have a lot of cool monsters, ideas, stories, and all of that. And store-bought campaigns are by no means a bad thing, and never feel shame about using them. However, if you feel that itch, that desire to create, you need to chase that. And if you need to change things to fulfill that, that's pretty important too. There's a lot of different roadblocks you can hit. Maybe you're just stuck in the process of storytelling. Maybe you're not happy with what you initially thought was a great idea. Maybe you just need a little bit of time to evaluate and evolve on how to improve. This applies to every element of TTRPGs, from NPCs, general world building, the narrative of it all, and doing the impossible of wrapping all of these elements together in a nice, clean campaign. With that, I'd kind of like to break this down into, I think, a few different overarching points that I want to touch on. First and foremost, a good reason to change, and a good reason to not feel tied down to Dungeons & Dragons is, why not make your systems a bit more agnostic? In particular, within your world building, make your worlds your own. There's, again, no problem with store-bought or store-inspired. I've found that pushing yourself for creatively unique decisions inspires the most. Some of the best thoughts I've absolutely loved is Crazy K's take on giants and how they've informed the whole world that he's been working on, or even the Ugly Goblin's omens have truly inspired me to relook at my Hellborn and Celestial canon and how I can tie them together. The working title is Covenants, and I'll lean more on the idea of virtue names and personal oaths and ideals, but that's a conversation for another day. Patch things together, experiment, never feel tied down. It is truly inspiring to see the unique takes and evolutions that have on such a core fundamental level of fantasy of these TTRPG elements. Setting to revisit the point the Welsh GM made all those weeks ago on Blue Sky, never settle for default settings. In the current day and age, with how things are growing with generative AI, human creation has never been more important. Create your own human stories, your own world, your own characters. That's why these games exist. They are here to facilitate storytelling and human expression and human interaction, and that is the beauty of them. Don't be afraid to look at your monsters and change them up. I think in general, dragons are very easy for people to find the binary groups of Wizards of the Coast put dragons in and don't ever look at it twice. Two different ways they can look. Chromatic, metallic, good, bad, boom, that's done. We've talked in length about dragons and their fundamentals. If you missed that video, well, I highly recommend you check out the thesis of dragon. I'd actually love to know if you all would like to see more of the longer form content, the deep dives into certain fantasy TTRPG cores or concepts. Beyond dragons, let's take a look at mimics. Even something as simple as Dungeon Meshi made them into hermit crab-like creatures that truly inspire alternate forms to mimics, evolutions of mimics. We've made our own. And when you think about the recent ecology obsession of mine, why not pull away and really determine what these monsters can do to naturally fit and develop and evolve in your world? As far as being system agnostic, look at your races. I've redone elves, but I've still got a long way to go. Again, look at the Omen. I know Ugly Goblin has redone his dwarves, and Pointy Hat has various unique creations and races, but tell me, what race do you have that has been uniquely inspired, uniquely designed, and transformed for you to not want to settle for default settings? Now, I think the next part's going to be maybe a bit more challenging, because it comes down to an element that not all of us are particularly eager to deal with, and that's when you need to walk away in real life. This one's hard. Actually, probably the hardest one of any of these I'm gonna discuss today, since I'm talking about D&D as a person and not just as a bird. I'll confide something in you all. I've walked away from a group, that first group, that level 1 to 20 group. Yeah, a few campaigns down the road, a few years of time, and I had to step away. The biggest thing is you can always play more D&D, and the saying goes around the community that no D&D is better than bad D&D, because if your mental health ain't straight, don't push it. That was always a part of what I had to do and why I had to walk away. It's important to know when things need to end, that it doesn't have to come at a system level. It doesn't have to come at a world building level. It comes at a personal level too. Sometimes playgroups don't match up. Sometimes people go through things and then they're not the same person. Sometimes you gotta watch out for when things start to get a lot less fun to be around. You have to watch out for yourself, because if you're pouring time and effort and emotion into something and that isn't being returned, you've just not found the right group. Full transparency. To this day, I've struggled to find a group that sticks together and doesn't eventually fall apart to the scheduling demons. But let's talk about the next stretch of where things can end, and that's in your stories and plots. Yes, the catalyst of this video, I have spoken about it numerous times in other videos. A huge TTRPG storytelling tip from the Magpie collection. Let's talk about the end of the world. Now, don't get too ahead of yourselves, but I'm strictly talking about it in a sense when you might have stagnant world building. Let's even reference back to the Ugly Goblin. His story of restarting and reworking his races in a new world because at the end of his campaign, his party ended the world. Maybe for good reasons? If he sees this video and wants to correct me if I'm wrong, more power to him. But the end of the world can bring in just numerous different ways of enhancing and changing up storytelling. Maybe you've been in a world that you've built for years, and you feel like you've explored a lot of the drama, a lot of the tension, and most of the problems should be fixed by now. Maybe it's about time to end it, isn't it? And when I say that, there's really a lot of different ways, because not everything has to be a full-blown apocalypse, but it can be a flirtatiously apocalyptic. I allude to the Eldrazi of Magic the Gathering, or any of the near world-ending threats in Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Terminal world lore. But beyond having a invading force of an unknown mass amount of otherworldly entities, whether it be celestial or aberrations or fiends of some kind, there are other ways you can properly end your world or meaningfully impact the rest of existence. I'll kind of go through these in, I guess, no particular order, but one that I want to point out is break a world rule. This is another one I've touched on in a few of my videos throughout the, I guess, year this has been going on. That's breaking a rule. So if your world doesn't have elves, well, what happens if some elves just start showing up and say that they have been a long-lost race, lost in a war between dimensions fighting some arcane parasite? One that's quickly approaching the prime material plane. What if gods can't die, and yet the corpse of a god falls down from the heavens and lands in front of the kingdom of wherever your party is? And now everyone has to deal with the implications of faith, science, and everything else surrounding it, and what all that means for them. Beyond the breaking of a rule, something else you can look at into is manipulating time in one direction or another. If you have a particularly futuristic or techno-fantasy kind of world, maybe go back and explore what the origin points of the world were. Or if you're very minimalistic fantasy and small-time magic, maybe you take a leap forward. And for that, I just want to allude to the Bearded Halfling's printing press video to show how even just one piece of technology can drastically change everything. Magic makes many things possible, so what happens when magic becomes abundantly accessible? This is a conversation point that will come up numerous videos going forward, because the accessibility of magic should inform and change a great deal about a world. Just look at our own world and see how electricity started changing everything. Beyond the adaptation of technology, it is worth acknowledging that nature always finds a way of staying number one. Yes, in my world, there are Gigants, which, for those who haven't watched any of my other videos, shame on you. I hope you look forward to some of the other videos of mine after this. But I digress. Gigants are kaiju of my world. They are primordial forces that, for the most part, beyond any reasonable control, and they're great equalizers in a lot of cases, even to the gods themselves. If you don't want to go with the giant monster route, I can't blame you. However, I still have to challenge you with two things that can happen in any world. Firstly, great disease. Yes, I alluded to earlier in this video that sometimes illness can even cripple the modern world, and your fantasy worlds, if they are lower magic, could easily have something akin to the Black Death just sweep right through, taking out masses of individuals, races, or even monster species. And that goes back to how that would impact the ecology and sustainability of the world. Everything is a balancing act of energy, after all. The world has to pick up the pieces with such power vacuums and essentially even experience social elements of whalefall going through the creation races. Think about how one natural disaster, abnormally potent, can cause rampant destruction. Perhaps an earthquake or hurricane, something that truly uproots the world. Something on a scale that is almost had to have been a divine act. It almost had to have been something of a higher power. Perhaps it's the byproducts of those meddling wizards trying to control forces they have no right to. There's constant availability to just fundamentally change and then impact your world in a way that keeps it from just feeling stagnant. It allows you to explore and learn. I cannot tell you guys enough how interesting you get once you know what your world's secret sauce is. What really you can start digging into and learning to educate yourself to make it more informed, more believable, and more lively. It's been happening a lot with my recent obsession with ecology and just learning more about animals, their relationships, their effects on the environment, and even finally deciding to sit down and watch Dungeon Meshi and see their approach on very similar topics. It's just caused a little fervor of creativity that I hope you guys will stick around and continue to watch me hyperfixate on. If you'd like, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. The like button goes leagues and leagues to help me out, or leave a comment talking about the kind of stuff you do want me to talk about. If it's more ecology, if it's remaking unique races, anything and everything's on the table. You guys just gotta let me know. With that, I want to focus on the three core principles of a lot of my mentality with TTRPGs and any creative content going forward. First and foremost, always change. There's an expression in Naruto Shippuden episode that I remember of Team Guy's motto. It is to be better than the person I was yesterday, and that's been something I've always tried to keep in my head. I think it's been on a whiteboard in whatever room I've lived in for probably 10 years now. So it's something that I think we can all be a bit more mindful of, trying to learn and evolve. Any kind of storytelling, game, hobby, anything, always change. It's not to say it's changing because you're not good enough or changing because something's bad, but change for the better. Explore, experience, really feel what it's like to do things differently. The next one's huge. No default settings. I think we are in a day and age where creativity is at an unfortunate crisis mode again. With AI generating campaign ideas or creature ideas or whatever, the idea theft being passed on as human experience and human thought is a danger. I think it's in dire need we take a noticeable fight back against it. I think we need to tell stories, we need to have our own thoughts, and we need to explore what is fun, whimsical ideas that come to mind. I think we all need the escapist, childlike wonder of creating completely silly and outlandish ideas and really exploring them to their depths, making it a masterpiece of your own creation. The last one, and perhaps the most important one, is fun is number one. I want you guys to really keep that in your mind. The thing I want to keep in mind is, for me, is fun is creativity and sharing and making everything a little better. I want to express the thoughts and the motivations and all the things I have. I want to maybe design a game. I want to tell an overarching story. I want to share that with all of you in part. A big thing that I want you guys to keep in mind, whether you continue to play Dungeons and Dragons, whether you play 1E, 2E, 5th edition, 2024, 2025, or whatever year it came out. I want you guys to remember that no matter how rough it gets, we don't need Dungeons and Dragons, we need TTRPGs. The dragons will always be ours, and the dungeon's always ours to explore. No matter if you're just starting out, coming up, no matter if you've been grinding away for years, you're just waiting for the right person to notice your creativity. Keep creating. Even if it means something must end, keep going, because our thoughts, our experiences, our lived stories, that's what's important. And that's kind of what I want you guys to take out of this video. I'm not ending my relationship with Dungeons and Dragons because I think I'm too good for it. No, I'm ending my relationship with D&D because I think I want to push myself to be better. I want to push myself to back up my words with action. If I believe there's something more fun to me, if I believe there's something that's more worthwhile to me, that's what I should be chasing. In San Diego, Selena Kyle, Robin Hood. Thieves are aplenty in fiction, but what do we do whenever they get organized? What if, in your local fantasy TTRPG game, you have a skill-adept, stealthy rookie in the party of young adventurers? Perhaps they want to know if this is a job or a career. I have good news for you. By the end of this video, you'll have a whole new understanding on what it takes to have a successful Guild of Thieves, to have it be an impactful and important part of whatever TTRPG you're setting to look it into. You'll have a guild so good, even the cleric will join. We're gonna be taking a much more business-like approach to this to see if we can critique a guild structure and improve that. You might be asking what makes me so qualified. I'm just an animated bird on the internet. Well, this magpie, if you don't know, spends a lot of time not playing TTRPGs, being beak deep in the human resources profession. Yes, onboarding, ethics, payroll, succession planning, and everything else the business needs that falls in my wheelhouse. Don't worry though, as there's nothing more at the very core of this wretched hive of scum and villainy than an understanding of efficient business structure and even clear lines of ethics. I am uniquely skilled to be able to talk about each one of these. That's what made me really want to take a look at mixing my two worlds just a bit. How would an HR generalist structure and build a thieves guild? It would be a strange instance of a paragon of confidentiality and moral integrity built into a structure for cutthroats and thieves. Full disclosure that Magpie is not responsible for crappy HR. I got into the HR profession because of morally questionable HR, so I don't blame you if you don't trust human resources, but humor me as not being one of the bad ones. I do my part to keep the company and the employee safe and ethically sound, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't rush home wanting to escape the stress levels, so let's cross-contaminate the professional work environment into the escapist safe space. By the end of this video, we'll bring you a new understanding of organization. First, let's look at the magic or fantasy of a group of skilled thieves. We're talking about an organization of crime. If you look at history or even modern day stuff, in most countries, you totally won't see organized crime being handled by those in power in a semi-regular fashion. But how do we structure it in an interesting and fun way? One that comes to mind for me personally is a Skyrim's Thieves Guild. Guild, where the only good thing that comes out of it is the Nightingale armor you get towards the end of the main story. Magpie fun fact: a married magwife in a suit of Nightingale armor. However, unfortunately, most of the rest of the Ragged Flagon is a bit of a disappointing mess. In the corporate world, just as we say in leadership training, if you don't like something, make it your anti-muse. Watch them, study them, do the opposite. So what can we do? What can we see as the fatal flaws of the Thieves Guild of Skyrim? First and foremost, it's far too easy to get in. Even if you failed a recruitment assignment, you're still welcomed in. Then the revolving door of certain businesses tends to give them bad reputations, and the Ragged Flagon has one of those. So actually having no bar of entry sets up a business for quite the troublesome lifespan. Additionally, half if not more of the missions you can sort of screw up and still be paid and be invited for the next more important missions, and since there's no accountability for poor performance, it's another recurring problem you really hear about in the Human Resources Department. We want to be sure that failure isn't something well tolerated, not to say that there needs to be heartless cutthroats the second someone botches a job, but powerful weapons like suspensions, fines, probationary periods, and other disciplinary actions can be taken when appropriate and offer good narrative elements within a story or session. Though, full disclosure, it should be noted that yeah, death certainly wouldn't be out of the question, depending on the failure or progression of failures. You can't just outright kill every up-and-coming thief, but the option's always on the table. If there's some room for growth, then there would need to be mentorship, which Skyrim really makes just a menu option and a gold expense, so technically there's skill growth. I wouldn't go so far as to call them leaders, just skilled tutors. That's another area where you'd want to focus in on and grow what makes the senior members of the guild exceptional. What can your players learn and grow from them? So what else is wrong with the Flagon? There's no actual career development up until the moment you've been handed the keys to the kingdom. Merely a quest line, a grind through a bunch of Radiant quests, and boom, you're in charge now, but with no actual power available to you. This brings to light another common human resources problem that comes up, and that's the mishandling of promotion or leadership within organizations. And when that's mishandled, it clearly causes trouble in solidifying confidence in the company or organization. Now, any of these troubles, any of these problems can certainly be identified as good narrative elements. What if your up-and-coming rogue interacts with and runs into someone who was just recently appointed a position in power, and frankly, it's nepotism, or they're just outright incompetent, or falsified their way through their successes? All of these things, every one of these weaknesses, is something that could be considered as a viable and important story element. In addition to all of that, leadership should matter. There should be great power with great responsibility, even if the thieves are sometimes quite irresponsible. Next, let's talk on a few points of the Thieves Guild in a general sense before we transition into a much more idealistic example of what good thieving looks like. Crime festers in warm, damp conditions. Crime likes opportunity, and crime really likes when there's too much other things going on for anyone to want to bother to stamp them out. All of this to say, there's numerous different distractions for our Thieves Guild of Riften. When you're designing a guild of some sort, preferably a conversation of the thieving sort, keep in mind that the criminal underbelly, just like mold and cockroaches, just thrives where it's hard or inconvenient to get to. They'd love it when they're not the main problem, as I previously stated. In Riften, you have the Civil War, the dragons, the vampires, and countless other problems. Skyrim has a lot of problems. Ensure that wherever your thieves are, wherever it's most considered their home base, that there should be other problems than just them. Or, if it is just them, they might be trying to relocate. Again, every problem, every structural issue, even if a bad one in nature, opens yourself up for this opportunity of storytelling. If you want to learn more about Skyrim's Thieves Guild, there are about 100 video essays and challenges out there that walk you through the miserable experience of working for their guild. Hours and hours of content to learn more lessons just about how bad it is. Easy enough? Alrighty. Next, let's take a look at a good example of a crime syndicate, and where else to look than Drew Hayes' Villains Code series. Yes, this is modern superhero setting, but in general, I think it has a lot of the core principles I'd like to see implemented in a business of criminals. Now, something to touch on in the front of this discussion, I'd have to decide upon the sort of jobs that your guild would do. Both the Guild of Villainous Reformation from Villains Code, as well as the Thieves Guild in Riften, are diverse in the types of employment and skills usable by the respective guilds. There's always numerous types of jobs available. There's different types of theft, those being heists, burglary, pickpocketing, robbery, and each one of those varies in their own way, but we'll break down each one and consider the following works in addition: intimidation, information brokering, smuggling, illegal materials, and contraband of any kind. All of these can inform characters, missions, world building. Perhaps you want a large guild, perhaps you don't want a large one, but different sporadic specialized ones in theft and another specialized in espionage and information. Certainly, all of these things are things you can consider. However, let's focus on our downright criminal examples. Let me go over the basics for those who haven't read this exceptional piece of media. In this world, heroes get very organized, with abilities and coordination to dispatch and handle tasks. Villains Code raises the question, what if the villains did the same? We see it time and time again in traditional hero media: the Sinister Six, the Legion of Doom, the Masters of Evil, villains coming together to do what the heroes naturally do. As we've mentioned before in both Thesis of a Lich and Dragon respectively, the acknowledgement that megalomaniacal supercriminals don't always work well together. But what about this guild of criminals? The guild has numerous powerful supercriminals come together and organize resources and missions for the guild's criminals in order to keep a bit of peace between the heroes and villains, but without sacrifice to their own success and accomplishments. They, much like any other thieves guild, should be concerned with survival and success. I won't go into too much of the exact details of it, but if this even remotely sounds interesting, I highly recommend Drew Hayes' book series. I'll credit where it's due. Drew Hayes is my favorite author, so I won't shy away from giving him compliments, but he's written some of, if not the best hero media I've had the pleasure of reading in the past 10 years or so. Villains Code actually just had its audiobook for its third book released semi-recently, and Superpowers is a series about young heroes going through the hero certification program, and it's an exceptional read. But I reckon it's time we revisit the criminal elements. Known as the Guild of Villainous Reformation, these supercriminals organize all kinds of jobs, but as the series implies, they operate under a villain's code. It's the rules they live by in general to keep the peace between the heroes and villains, to keep it from being all-out war. There's certainly still moral conflict where the two would butt heads, but the code keeps from all that war breaking out. For the most part, that'll be our first couple of lessons. Rather strewn together, there are clear, meaningful rules in the villain's code. If you break a guild rule, you aren't disciplined through traditional means. They more so send an attack dog to paint the walls with your guts, because when criminals are setting lines and restraints to not be crossed, it's probably best that they be minded and respected. This criminal organization doesn't have a problem with setting a list of expectations and rules to enforce accountability. It's something else to note that this whole dynamic is set up so that heroes and villains aren't at each other's necks. That brings up yet another element of a guild of thieves. You would want to have it understood that a guild of thieves, just as a guild of villains, doesn't want the full brunt of organized powers of law and justice coming at them. It's always inefficient and ineffective. They would almost always be at the losing end, as those who work in the shadows and those who tend to work behind the scenes oftentimes can't present the same full-throttle, brutal offensive that an army or militia or a league of justice would, if you will. There are other elements within the Guild of Villainous Reformation that I think are worth acknowledging. A thieves guild should almost always exist within a realm in which they have some influence. More often than not, such powers might be social, traditional wealth, magic, or any other type of political foothold. In Riften, there's a clear connection to Maven Blackbriar. In Villains Code, the heads of the guild are some incredibly powerful and dangerous figures. The Thieves Guild, in order to survive, has to have some form of grounding. As I said, they are a lot like mold or cockroaches. We have to be able to see that it takes foundation for them to thrive. It has to be rooted end to end. If you want it to be lasting, if you want it to be impactful, it can't be something that can just be brushed off, something that can just be uprooted. So overall, what's so favorable about a League of Extraordinary Criminals? Considering all the risk and reward, we see a lot of bad in Riften reflected as the good in the Guild of Reformation. You have competent, efficient leadership, you have clear guidelines and clear accountability, you have the availability to do a myriad of different jobs. There's bodyguard duties, there's heists, information brokering, numerous things that can be done. Whatever the comfort level of the guild member is determines what kind of jobs they're doing. There's a great deal to be thought over. One has to consider perhaps the storytellers and players alike. What if we don't want a fully fledged and developed successful guild? Both Riften's, albeit terrible and shambled together guild, and the Guild of Villainous Reformation and its power and opulence are both right options. They don't show us right and wrong, they show us the wide expanse of options. No one says we have to commit to one or the other. There's availability here that we can see and do different things in order to tell different stories. If you want your guild to be a bit more underbaked and underdone, and you want your players to come in, impact it, grow it, and make it substantially more powerful, great. That's why we build a guild anyone would want to join, either part-timer, honorary member, or aiming for guildmaster, from your rogues by default all the way to your paladins or clerics. This option of building something and forming it is available to everyone. You can look at Riften if you think you want something your players can truly influence and build to success. If you want a guild of experts who have founded the very core of a kingdom around their ideals, their missions, and their comforts, then look more at the Guild of Villainous Reformation. It allows you to see both ends of the spectrum here, but we've talked a lot on both examples of the guilds. I'll paint you a general image of what I imagine to be an interesting enough premises. You all in the comments can debate and leave me your reactions on what you like, what you don't. Normal magpie policy per the usual, though. If there's anything you like, you can take it. I just ask you leave me a thumbs up or a comment and subscribe as tribute to this magpie's collection of thoughts. As far as the recruitment process, I can't say that Riften's doing an exceptional job. We can't just pick up any street urchin out of the back alley with quiet steps and swift hands. No, we'd have to believe in allowing only the most skilled to join our ranks. There needs to be a bit of exclusivity to successful guild of talent for arrangements to be their very best. Can a proper teacher and leader grow anyone into being that kind of success? Very possibly. However, something like a thieves guild in its nature should be more concerned with current and immediate success. So what if the only way you can really get into our thieves guild is by stealing from a member of an associated family or member of the guild directly? This is, funnily enough, something that is inspired by Forging Hephaestus, which is the first book in the Villain's Code series, as the main character does end up stealing or attempting to steal something from an influential head of the guild. Overall, thieves guilds are not their most successful with an overabundance of members in their ranks. The inexperienced bring harm to reputation, and that matters in business. Knowing that excellence can be guaranteed to the customer who seeks the services of the guild is incredibly important. When it comes to recruiting, you often hear it's one of the most expensive periods an employee's life with the company. It's a period of onboarding, orientation, and training. The company may sink lots of time, effort, and expenses, and get nothing in return. Or it may take a good bit of time before it's ever returned to the company. Now, I'm not trying to make you guys feel bad for companies at any point, but if we as storytellers, game masters, are looking to take on the challenge of making immersive guilds and businesses, this should be something we need to be putting perspective into. By doing a better job in the recruiting and onboarding process, we ensure we are only having the best of employees of guild members recruited. That sets us up the most success possible. All of that being said, though, in TTRPG settings, we won't often have drug screens, background checks, and other expenditures like modern companies would. There is a resource that built fantasy settings with magics, gods, and monsters, as well as our modern life with taxes, gravity, and pigeons share, and that's time. To any upstanding citizen or scoundrel of the criminal underworld, time is the one resource that you can't steal your way to get more of, chronomancy withstanding. All that being said, it's within reason that more experienced thieves would have to spend their time training new up-and-coming members, so the guild would need to be exclusive on their training, not merely offering it to any street urchin that Brynjolf can catch the eye of in Riften. If we're training anyone, then you might have a high-risk, middling reward. But if you're only training the prodigies employees who have already shown some expertise, then maybe the thief might have an ideal place in training the next generation. There's another element of business and guildship we need to talk about, and that's the guild. Trainees must understand that they represent the guild. There is pride in the work they do, and it is something that they would need to be implemented into the culture and the people relations of the guild. Obviously, employee engagement is another one of the core principles, and employee culture go hand in hand in human resources. This one's hard in the real world, but since TTRPGs, we get to kind of set the scene and play God a little bit. You can determine what you want the general lifespan and vibe of company culture in a guild to be. Do you want things tense? Do you want things easygoing? Do you want things to be well-founded and reliable, toxic and volatile? All of these are options. Ideally, in a rules-tight guild environment, there would be a sense of pride, integrity, and your stereotypical family environment that a lot of corporate leadership tries to say is there. Can and probably only ever will exist in fiction. Even as someone who has spent a good number of years transforming their night shift culture, it still isn't all happiness. Good days where everyone's getting along and happy, and some crummy days where people are let go, arguments are had, and so on and so forth. Culture is a fickle thing and a complex topic. The ragged flagon's the type of company culture that's going through layoffs and downsizing and probably buys the remaining employees a single slice of pizza as recompense, to boost morale. You can set either end of the spectrum, anywhere to set the stage for the story you want to tell. I think going into the guild is only the first leg, but why join a guild in the first place? Let's look at some perks. So before we move through the responsibilities, the rules, and the repercussions, I think it's worth seeing some of the good that can come from being part of a thieves guild. Perhaps you're an honorable thief. Critical area of guild reputation sometimes allows common folk of the kingdom to understand that a guild of thieves can sometimes do better for them than their own kingdom's leadership. Think of the charity of one Robin Hood. But that's something that the guild and villains code get caught up in doing, and they're not shy about it. Sometimes your guild of super criminal minds is at the scene saving the world from something the heroes were too slow to, or too incompetent to stop. You might have the common man see the skills of the criminals, and in our instance, the skills of the thieves as not that bad. Whether it be charity work or bolstering the reputation, there's the opportunity to do good. Even a guild of thieves, there are a lot of wiggle rooms for some of these other perks. Perhaps a guild leader is a brilliant inventor, allowing unsanctioned trick weapons closer to Bloodborne type stuff to be available as the guild allows a unique trait or bonus. Your guild, of course, could have potions, spells, or anything else be available to and bought from your guild through another master or mentor. There are a lot of resources that can be used or considered when supplementing the creation of your guild. What makes them unique? What's their main thing? Again, think of previous conversations about the main thing. Think about what's so special in the secret sauce that could come from your guild. Perhaps relocation's another possible perk. If you're in the HR business and you have a company that exists either around the country or around the world, you'll probably hear a lot of questions about, do we have a factory in insert coast city or insert beach bay? Any of those things. More often than not, no, because touristy places are not really going to be where manufacturing can be done in the cheapest sense. However, the Thieves Guild's not quite the same. Perhaps it's a possible perk if your guild has a wide influence across several kingdoms, countries, and perhaps the reach of your entire fantasy world. As mentioned in previous videos, keep in mind scope and power. For there to be a global influence, there has to be a lot more structure. In the event you might need to flee a bad situation or an execution, or just want to live closer to the beach, maybe it's something that your guild can help you with. We will likely not touch on too much of something like tuition reimbursement, but consider this a kind of comparable benefit. What other perks might there be? Sanctioned fences that there must be for any good thieves guild, pawn shops willing to take and relocate to other areas where the stolen goods might not be identifiable as stolen or lost. Perhaps this is even a route for a higher position in the guild if your character might want it. Retirement plans, if you will. What good would a guild be if you couldn't have a get out of jail free card? Likely not truly free, probably reasonably expensive, but this touches on something that's worth noting. For a guild to be respected, to really have its teeth in a kingdom, they have to have a formal acknowledgement or sway. Something I touched on with Villain's Code, but be sure there is some kind of grounding, whatever kingdom they're in. Perhaps a high-ranking government official is a member of the guild. Perhaps there's some element of blackmail in the royal family. What happens when someone in the guild gets caught? This is really where you want to double down on. Okay, outside of just sneaking in the dead of night and breaking people out, how else does this person escape? I think dental's a good perk, underappreciated for sure. Perhaps you effortlessly swap this one aside because your level of science and magic in your campaign setting, but I have found it comedic to include one of the tried and true benefits with each one of these organizations. Currently, I'm thinking adventuring gets a life insurance policy, assassins get some retirement contribution match. I don't actually have a good idea for a fighters guild option, so if you've got any of those, leave me a comment. I'm always open to further videos or further thoughts on already listed video ideas, of course. In a guild, not all work is direct theft. Perhaps you're the anti-theft security system. Of course, this comes with the weighted bit of responsibility between the concept of knowing what you're allowed to and not allowed to do, allowed to set up, and not putting your other guild members in too much direct harm's way. But perhaps a local business wants to test its fancy new magical system it puts so very much money into. Is it able to withstand expertly trained guild thieves? So you're paid a handsome lot to try and break in. This can be done above board. You'd likely have some legal protections from the kingdom. Now, the last one's a double-edged sword. Access to information brokering and referral of where to sell the information, for when you have information to broker anywhere in the campaign. Even if only one player is a thief, the important access to a network of information is sometimes indispensable. The big bad evil guy, some ancient wizard who's been moving from behind the scenes for years and centuries, or even millennia. Well, I gamble and say someone knows something about him. Perhaps you're fighting some sort of ancient monster that has awoken for the first time, and all that can be found about them is through a collection of tomes that have been handed back and forth from collection to collection. Maybe your information broker knows exactly where to get a counterfeit copy. You don't need the authentic thing, you just need it to say the right things. This is one I think is underappreciated because everyone just wants to go to a library and stumble upon the right hits. Put the access to the things in front of your players, and sometimes help them do it. Players aren't always gonna see the routes of problem solving that you'll lay forward, but I think it's something that can be worked through and helped along. So, responsibilities. And this one's a big one. I think I really like paladins, right? And that's almost the opposite of what we're talking about, but ride with me here. What are paladins known for? What is their bread and butter? They are foundational holy warriors who live by an oath of ideals. A lot of times, thieves are the same. At least in this guild, our guild. I've come up with this as a general mantra for all the thieves to live up to. Lie to the priests, cheat the laws, steal from the kingdom, but always keep honor among thieves. There should be no moral corruption about lying to churches. Even if you have a holy thief, they probably worship a god that understands lying to other holy figures of other deities. It's just part of the practice. Cheating the law and stealing from the kingdom go hand in hand. You're looking to be number one and help the guild sustain being number one. You're not concerned with the wealth and legality of the kingdom, you're concerned with the success of the guild. That's your family. That's where success, escape, and comfort are found. But always keep honor among thieves. As in this world, as in most fantasy settings, we have to be able to trust one another. We have to be able to rely on one another. If you're breaking all the rules and committing all the crimes with someone beside you or at your back, you need to know that they have your best interest at heart. You need to know that they'll be able to watch out for you and take care of you, so that relationship needs to be honorable. So let's look at some general policies I think should be considered whenever building a thieves guild. All stones left unturned. If a mission has failed and members survive and return to the guild, they must fill out a previous obstacles and traps form in order to inform the guild of likely dangers if marked. The mission was not deemed successful, so you have to set the next person up for success. This may be hard, little sting to the pride to make the next guy's jobs a little easier, but the guild's interested in ultimate success, not whose ego gets fed. When you work for the guild, you are not permitted to do work for any other thief guild unless you are held responsible to severe disciplinary action up into and including execution. Professional rivalry? Should you make this work a competition, should you strive to feed ego and achievement over the betterment of the guild, ensure that no actions cross any other policy or cause others to question the integrity of the guild. lest you be subject to disciplinary action up into and including execution. There should be a note on some general sensibilities of training, proper equipment, and the right of evacuation. Safety rules are something to consider and probably go more in depth at a later point, but if you'd want me to ensure that guild members go through proper refreshed equipment, you don't want anyone so foolish as to realize they made it into the field on a mission and have no lockpicks or have cheap lockpicks that break. You'd want them to understand when to dip out. At what point does the mission become lost? Perhaps you realize a mission is a sting operation by the kingdom, by some rival or enemy of the whole guild. Yes, you should evacuate as to not be caught or be tortured and let loose information of the guild. Lastly, the first aid training is something that perhaps this magpie is particularly fascinated and fixated with, but I think a guild where you might be dealing with traps and minor skirmishes and fights with the night watch guards and any of those kinds of things, understanding how to treat yourself and fellow guildmates is certainly something that a guild would properly train you on. In ideal circumstances, as aforementioned, we'd like to recruit holy healers, but until then, we have to be able to watch out for our own. Something every business of moderate repute might have something called an open door policy. Typically, in the world of HR, that means if you've got something going on in your personal life and you need to talk to someone about it, vent about it, you're able to come to leadership and talk it out without fear of judgment or anything like that. You can just talk to get it out of the system. For a thieves guild, though, I found it a lot more interesting that if a guild door is open, you are welcome inside. However, within the guild hall, if a door is locked, stay out, as they know it's a guild of thieves, but stealing from our own isn't absolutely forbidden. One of the last policies that I think is fairly under consideration is to not steal from the poor. I think that's a fair consideration. The Guild of Thieves doesn't gain anything from scratching the bottom of the barrel, as frankly a lot of thieves are already at the bottom of the barrels, so there needs to be some level of empathy and understanding. When we were talking about separation from the guild, this more than likely happens in one of a few small ways. Initially, there's the element of retiring, aging out of usefulness to the guild, and buying your way into a comfortable, opulent existence. The other way is one that more clearly reminds you that you're still in a world of criminals. Should you be able to be deemed a threat to the guild, break too many rules, or morally cross the line set in stone, you are very likely to be executed. The separation assessment wouldn't be done lightly, even if there are instances where death isn't involved. I imagine removal of tongues and hands to keep too many secrets from being spilled would certainly be considered. Though understand that if you are left alive and sent on your own way, you would probably be done. So with some magical ailment or removal of ways of communicating, there's really only one peaceful way of leaving the guild, and that's once again for those who've retired out of it. That's really done when you're so old and perhaps it's time to cash out that 401k and get on out of here. But if you're much earlier, I'd say the only way of avoiding execution while separating from the guild is you best be powerful enough to not want to have the guild to have to deal with you. Let's talk a bit about the differences between the types of theft, because this is one I think a lot of people might find confusing. So your pickpocketing, which is swift hands leading to empty pockets, one-on-one, Assassin's Creed kind of bump shoulders, swap someone's pocket watch, easy enough, right? Burglary is breaking and entering to get something or whatever catches your eye. You find the unlocked windows, sneak into the house in the dead of night, take their wand of fireballs. Heists are much more elaborate, planned operations that are likely to involve way more valuable and serious items. They are intentful and directed, typically a lot more risky. Robbery is done with violence or the threat of violence. A lot of these other ones, you're probably looking for the least amount of obstacles as possible, but robbery, you're probably looking to possibly hurt someone. I think something else to consider is, generally speaking, when it comes to thieves guilds, depending on the magic in your setting, I certainly can't deny the fact that you'd probably need to consider magic. How much magic is in your world? How would one determine how much magic your thieves have access to? Maybe there's a magical mentor, maybe there's some sort of expert there that could deal with these magical threats. The thought of a thieves guild in relationship to business needs and needs to be structured, needs to have clear guidelines, policies, and the availability to trustworthy to be mutually successful while being independently successful and selfish. I think it's key for you to really dig in and realize that a thieves guild is really no different than any other major business, self-interested, self-motivated. They're just doing it through, I guess, direct theft. So maybe you can appreciate the commitment to one's own identity as opposed to the obvious obfuscation of doing so under the guise of some improvement or what have you. I think all of these elements could easily be bound up into something more polished and unique. There are a few suggestions I was given on Blue Sky as to general aesthetics you could go for. The one I was most drawn to for certain reasons was an organization of corvids. So crows would be known as the upper echelon, the leaders. Those, your heads of the guild, the ones that sit around the table to determine policy and mission and direction. Then of course you'd have the most elite regular soldiers, your magpies, if you will. Known for only finding and collecting the best of things. Magpies would be your rank and file, your experts, and of course, below them, the shiny new recruits. You'd have your Jays, but that's really not all. I had people suggest different forms of spirits and ghosts, the excellent recommendation to use teas to symbolize different strengths and brews, and even scavengers, natural creatures that will consume and take leftovers. All of these are excellent aesthetics. You can go and use any of them to inspire your own guild. So as we wrap up, I generally want to say I greatly appreciate you guys to let me know what you thought. I think there's a lot of potential in continuing to look at these facets under different fantasy concepts under my business guys to help me break down and elaborate on themes and structure to these nebulous concepts. I think that's one of my biggest callings as I'm designing things for maybe my own TTRPG or setting, is that I wanted to be user-friendly. I can't have the critique of Dungeons & Dragons that it's not DM-friendly and then proceed to not lay out the proper rails and tracks in order to be successful. Consider going forward with all of the things I've laid out, potential policies and successes needed of needing competent, trusted leadership, understanding that a thieves guild thrives where there is opportunity and social discomfort, that a thieves guild requires social power in some form or fashion to sustain and survive. All of these sort of things and much more I want you to take away from this video and really muse over them. What is it about the taboo that tempts and lures in the need to dabble with darkness? And where do we see that more in the fantasy TTRPG scene than the magic of the dead, necromancy? A disclaimer to start at the front of this video is I fully understand that there are numerous disappointments and duds when it comes to necromancy in a few of the bigger TTRPGs, so take most of what is said in this video as a discussion and a critique on the fantasy of Necromancer, the narrative and world building of it. Remember, I'm not your rules bird. I probably won't be until I start designing my own TTRPGs, or at least start sharing pieces of what I have designed. I digress. Let's take a considerable look at the darkest of magics. When I say necromancy, most of you will think the spookiest, scariest of skeletons, and I can't blame you. I've certainly been a part of a party with a wizard who kept their portable hole full of animated bony boys. But the implications of necromancy are wide, and I feel because of their dark nature, we tend to pull away from them, right? They're the villain magic, aren't they? The use of darkness and the undead, well, what if the umbral magics were normalized? Let's talk about a few more key terms for Magpie's world building. Firstly, one that I used in one of my last videos, the Elf Reimagined, that I didn't define, but we'll come back up today. Archon. That's what the world leaders are called, at least in the main continent that we'll be discussing and creating the rules for the kingdoms and establish the various first Archons to come together in order to end all of the senseless fighting. Where an Archon might deviate from a king, queen, or even an emperor is that, yes, they rule over the policies, but they are also the individuals of great power. They are a certain obstacle that one might have to overcome if you go to war against the kingdom. They aren't a powerful political leader, they are the definition of power in the eyes of many of their followers and subjects. The next term I would like to touch on is similar to Archon, one that will be another element of another video down the line. It's quintessence, and this is your soul force, the power and resources of your non-physical body. Think of this as a pool of energy each person has to be able to achieve great things. This is the general element of someone that is leveling up. This is their life force of most creatures that can grow and achieve supernatural powers of the world. Okay, so 2 quick terms done. Let's move on to the actual discussion, the thesis of necromancy. Well, maybe. I think I'd like to sell you a process, moreover really sell you on the natural experience that necromancy could bring to a world, and without further ado, Creative Writing Magpie, activate. Wouldn't our world be better with fewer problems? Well, how can we manage to truly accomplish any sorts of solutions when we're too preoccupied worrying about staying afloat in the natural troubled times, demon invasions, kingdoms on the brink of war, and we're stuck here worrying about yielding enough crops or having enough gold to take care of what other number of bills? What if I told you the solution was out there? Not just out there, but right under our noses, or better perhaps be said, right under our feet. If you've been troubled by a bit of change in your life, perhaps it's time for you to consider the graveyard should be its own work shift, fit only for the dead to rise and put in some work for the world of the living. With our undead drones, we're ready to serve in those hours that become so unproductive due to our weary bodies needing rest, the breath and bones that the time on this blessed earth has brought us. That doesn't mean productivity has to end, as there are never enough hours in the day in the first place, are there? Truly, there's enough to be done in general, so why not allow us the opportunity to bring some levity by lending a few extra hands and many extra hours to chew away on your projects? With a small investment, you're able to double your profits elsewhere. Start that dream you've always said you'd never have time to, or maybe take your partner on that romantic outing, since work life doesn't have a death grip on you anymore, but instead death's helping hand. Now, I hear your concerns, I certainly do. The dead, they're unsanitary, it's unethical. Yes, we've heard these complaints numerous times, but if we are rogue necromancers with our rusted shovels digging in the yards in order to find our next best underlings, you would be correct. But we're here offering a solution, not another list of problems to add into your life. Our reborn drones aren't made of much like hobbling zombies you might find accosting an adventuring party in an abandoned castle, but instead one of two forms. Firstly, our skeletal units are for jobs that require less physical force. The bones are cleaned and sealed before the binding spells allow the necromantic revival to take place. Or if you're needing a bit more power in your drones, the muscle requirement, I'd recommend ordering one of our drones that has undergone proper mummification to seal and keep the decayed flesh from wearing and tearing away at your peace of mind. Yes, we are invested in fixing your problems. Now let's address the undead elephant in the room, the ethical concerns. How do we properly source our reborn drones? Well, that's easy. The dead merely come to us. We were able to make contact points with those who are living, mutually agree into a contract, and take ownership of their body after passing. This arrangement allows us to have their bodies rise up and continue working, laboring for their loved ones to earn a stipend of pay for their next of kin, even after their souls have long since passed, and we are here to ensure that too. Our process doesn't tamper with the soul of your loved ones passing on, it merely harvests a combination of our certified necromancer's magic combined with the residual quintessence left in the physical body after passing. With our process, you can find peace of mind knowing that the souls of your loved ones are well at rest as their bodies still work hard, helping you and yours be that much more financially comfortable. However, I know that's not the end of your questions. No, not one bit. Maybe you're interested in what we might even be doing with our drones, and that's a fair question. Well, perhaps think about any job that might be dangerous for the living. Wouldn't it be better to have someone who couldn't experience pain conducting themselves in such a role? Beyond that, look at our numerous growing and prosperous kingdoms. Aren't there always new buildings to be built? Recent repairs that you'll take an eternity and a half to get done? Wouldn't it be nicer to fix those jobs to not destroy the bodies and take lifetimes away from the living, but instead be accomplished in the dark hours by those who have already had the chance to enjoy their health and time in this world? Perhaps construction isn't your only avenue for hard work. Yes, we all know who works the hardest, the masters of agriculture, the farmers who feed and supply the energy to the living. Our farmers who work from sunup to sundown. Don't those hard-working members of society need a few extra hands to attend to their fields, oversee repairs, and attend to their animals? Wouldn't it be much nicer for their families if they weren't killing themselves through exhaustion in order to get those 26 hours of work done in a 14-hour day? Yes, our drones with proper elemental conditioning make excellent farmhands, and if you're in a kingdom that properly sanctions and support our drones, perhaps we can even talk special pricing for our services you offer to the kingdom. However, our magics go beyond that of rebirthing the dead to make them serviceable tools for mutual profit. We can use our necromancy in countless ways. Another that offers aid to our beloved kings of agriculture, for they are too masters of decay in ways that that utilize the natural rot and waste of the world as compost? And what if I told you with a touch of necromantic manipulation we could achieve peak performance in your fertilizing compost? Yes, it is by no means our moneymaker, but we are passionate about ensuring that those that ensure life are empowered by those that can add the experience of the dead back into the mix. I know this may seem strange or excessive, but even those who know not the hard-earned labor of the sun cast down upon their backs for the day still benefit from this, as it helps yield more abundance of food. But I'm sure for some of you, our non-laborers, are curious what's in it for you. I'm sure you're all aware that not every soul of the living spends their time breaking their body, but some break their minds too, and if you've done that, perhaps we can discuss some of those benefits for you. Yes, it is an unfortunate reality that we all must deal with death in some form or fashion. A friend, a father, a spouse. We've all had family members pass away at some point in life, and we are all too aware that the fact that death brings out the worst in the living. When it comes to settling matters of estates, where property goes when the living have passed on, we believe there's no one better to settle those disputes than the one who has left such problems behind in the first place. For if you set up an appointment at one of our offices, or are able to requisition the aid of a certified traveling necromancer, you'd be able to witness them perform the rites of speaking with the dead. This once again doesn't disrupt the soul or the spirit of your loved ones who has recently departed, but allows the chance to settle affairs, and in instances of sudden unforeseen tragedy might allow peace of mind and clarity that we all wanted at some point when losing a loved one. There are many of our necromancers who are certified in any number of matter of law and can be paid consultants in addition to the paid ritual of communication with the dead. But this isn't the only time that communing with the dead might be worthwhile to the living, is it? Of course, there are instances where law might request our services, and we stand ready to serve the justice of our kingdoms. We have seen no such dramatic courtroom than when the prosecution calls forth their first witness, the victim of the heinous murder. We have brought justice to countless families and have seen many individuals, heartless killers, be thrown to the world's worst punishments. Justice seen. This could only be done with communing with the dead, and no magic reaches the boundaries of the dead. Divination might see the events or reach out to possibilities of the truth, but we believe necromancy can assure the truth is absolute. With this calling upon the dead, it's not only a tool to use for moments of passing or prosecution of criminals, it could change the very benefits of daily life. Imagine the greatest minds of the world still being able to be called upon in moments of need. Lost knowledge of science, magic, and philosophy being captured and returned to the living merely a conversation away. It is truly something exceptional that only necromancy can bridge the gap on. The living failure to secure their legacy during their lives. This is, however, a problem that with all of necromancy, isn't it? It is the one school of magic beyond the others, one that requires exceptional genius to be able to indulge and excel at. Any fool with a lick of magic can cast an inferno of destructive energy, and even mischievous use figure out how to temporarily turn invisible, but the upward limits of necromancy is the creation of life and rebirth itself. The creation of our superior undead drones might even exceed what most artisans of the arcane can manage, so what about the impossible? Creating vast armies, creating mass amounts of drones, as we've done. This is what requires the talent that only we can offer. However, even the mass of undead servants isn't quite the most exceptional necromancy to be performed, as I just finished saying, necromancy in its truth is the magic of life. So, what if I said that there was a necromancer who could truly ensure indestructible immortality? No, not the immoral immortals of lichdom, or even the alchemical immortals of vampirism, but true, powerful recreation. The likes that even the gods might grow envious of. Of course, this is the magic of the greatest circle. This is the magic of Asha, the Terrible. Now that name is one that truly doesn't gather the magnificence of Asha's magic. Asha has been beyond valuable to the creation of our drones and the education and study of necromancy and how it can be used to fix many problems that the religious fanatics go and name people terrible for understanding and studying seem to forget. Truly, it never made sense. If the gods didn't want us to perform such magic, why would they let us do it? But perhaps you're wondering, what was I rambling on about with Asha and his magic? Asha's capable of reanimating the most powerful ancient souls, not just as competent undead thralls, but instead restoring them to the height of their powers, in bodies created by pure magic that will regenerate and stitch themselves back together, no matter the abuse that the body is put through. They will come back as an indomitable force, and some heretics and kings have said this technique is forbidden, an abomination to the rules of life and nature itself. However, let me ask you, when the demons rise from hell and threaten all existence, or when Taishin reshapes the mountain ranges, bringing great death and destruction across the lands and seas, will you look to Asha and tell him to stand idly by? Tell him in the moment when the dead can once more serve the living in order for the most powerful of warriors to keep the very life and reality continuing. It is in those moments where Asha shall pull upon his special magics and ensure the continuance of reality, like the true guardian that he is. And if you believe that these powers might be abused for political or personal gain, let me assure you that Asha is in many ways a great equalizer. The leader of the Storm Valley Kingdom, the Archon known as Aju, the Great World Order, worked closely with Asha to ensure in bringing the lands outside of their warring period that each kingdom would have a great defense should it be brought to a position of being overwhelmed by destructive evil. The contract of continuance was created. 1,000 undead souls to be called upon from the beyond the veil in order to defend the kingdom while under the control of the Archon of the time. Each one of the 4 great lands was given a copy of the contract to ensure that no one land may say they weren't as powerful as the other. However, we all know the ego of the 4 great lands might never entertain conversation of being weak. With Asha in the corner of the world order, how could you possibly deny that necromancy has its place in the world, working to fix the problems laid before your humble eyes by my humble self? Now, if all of that sounds like the world you wish to live in, a world where problems can become history by those who are history, then merely sign here, and we can begin this journey with a small down payment. And scene. Wasn't that fun? I mean, if you really think about it, there are an abundance of benefits to necromancy, but a great deal of this discussion does ride on a few different conditions. Firstly, let's talk about the religious implications. In general, this is your largest caveat with necromancy, as this is meddling with dead flesh, which might be conditionally disrespectful, or it might be meddling with the deceased soul, which would additionally be quite taboo. This does come down to your own personal world building. Let's take a look at a few different examples we just talked about in a previous video. The Leyland, my moon elves, have a symbiotic bond born with their connection with the spawn of the Diganth World Cutter. And due to this life bond, their culture sees necromancy as incredibly taboo, as the Diganth spawn can't be brought back through necromantic ritual. So if you were to return a powerful warrior of the Moon Elves, expect them to be quite cross, as their often closest partner in the world would no longer be at their side. However, the Shahar, the Sun Elves, see necromancy as a tool. They often will mummify their own bodies to ensure if the rites of solar revival are ever called upon, their bodies are preserved and ready. Beyond that, they have no objections about necromancy in non-Shaharan creation races or everlasting, and often find sun souls quite capable of having inclination to re-spark the life of the dead back into their service. Natural car batteries and necromancy being the jumper cables for it. Let's look at the various elements of the sale of necromancy and talk about the good and the bad. First and foremost, the graveyard shift. Yes, for those who chat with me on Blue Sky, you might be aware that this bird is a night shifter by trade. It's interesting to world build as a world hits even a remotely industrialized period that those with wealth wouldn't want whatever they could to grow their capitalistic goals. They will abuse the living to make the most bang they could. Some challenges that could come to this: if you prefer your worlds a bit lower magic, you may not see the need for such a workforce, but even before the assembly lines changed the world of production, we still see the world had housing projects and farms, so I can't say it's completely ruled out. I know a major concern with undead is they're unsanitary by nature, and to that I'd say the practice of embalming the dead to help keep the integrity of their flesh is something ancient Egyptians, all those centuries ago, when the pyramids were still young and they played games of great and terrible power, had some things that could work to their benefit. Along with that, depending on the spell and job assignment, skeletons are right there for use, and you can boil and clean bones before reassembling, which does bring me to my next point. There's nothing saying skeletons can't be mixed and matched. Perhaps create skeletal golems that can be fitted for a specific matchup to a unique kind of job. More hands, more limbs, or if something gets damaged, just stitching together with your spare parts to get the undead drone back up and running. As for jobs aside from the 24-hour production, something that I can think of most people could get behind is the element that there are dangerous jobs that undead might be better suited for. Mines throughout all of human history are a miserable experience. I have my back pains from poor posture at an office job. Most of us wouldn't survive the abuse that a mine would put our bodies through. So why not send the undead in? They don't need to breathe and can contort their bodies in any number of ways to fit in those tight corridors and low ceilings. Beyond that, back to the evil nature of a lot of necromancy, I imagine the predatory conversation that these groups or companies could partake in approaching dying family members and implying that they could serve their families after death, still providing an extra income for just the use of their bodies. It would be sold as quite literally generational wealth in these instances. The fact that companies would certainly form and be predatory for the need for flesh and body in order to grow these necromantic enterprises. There would be the even less savory necromancers who perform illegally the graveyard robbery looking bodies, or the scam artist who preys upon the morning promises to revive those beloved who might just be able to afford whatever price just for the chance to see their loved ones one last time. It is ripe with potential, even if you don't want to put necromancy at the center stage of any economical or social stage, as I plan on doing in portions of Regenesis Aesius. Even think of some of the problems on a scale that works for you. A baron makes a dark deal with a necromancer to ensure he has constant servants working his fields to help increase his immense wealth. This is ripe for a mini-arc within a campaign. Any of the discussed elements are worth side quests or world-building consideration, and that's why necromancy has to be the start of the conversation over some of the ethics, world-building implications, and boundless opportunities for narrative conflict. Frankly, I think necromancy falls on the sword the easiest as death magic, and I don't think that's fair. I think if it is death magic, it is also the sort of life in the sense that it controls the umbral forces either withdrawing the death and healing or reviving and inflicting the necromantic energies into the target spell to harm them. It is something that Dale Kingsmill talks about in her video Necromancy for the Good Guys, where she points out the various mythological instances in ancient cultures or religions where good characters or heroes of certain stories use the abilities that are practically necromantic in nature. I know there's a lot of videos out there that discuss back and forth that we could have with necromancy, but I wanted to play with this very integrated society as something the everyday man or woman might need to debate and gripe about. It really only seemed logical to have folks upset about these different elements, but it also adds an extra level of spice. What if missing people reports become far more apparent, as those who seek to murder would know they'd need to ensure that they've properly destroyed the body to keep state necromancers from being able to bring it back to testify against them. I think it offers an abundance of different elements for different settings to get creative with magic. The sky is really the limit with necromancy. Actually, the grave and the perpetual balance of life and death might just be the limit here, but the fact is, most will find the sky is the limit a far more understandable expression.
The world of our TTRPG setting is the sum total of our memories, the stories we've witnessed, the history we've read, and the lives we've all experienced. I would be a bad storyteller to say that making content hasn't impacted the way that I perceive and create with my own worlds. And I think I'd like us to create something together. Where could you possibly start, but with the most fantasy of races? No, not the dwarves. Jury's still out on if I'll ever give them a fair shot, but instead the thousand of sub-race variant, unaging, superiority complex elves. There's a lot that can be said about elves, and we all know I can talk for an elf's lifespan if not monitored by the mutual collaborative effort between Magwife's patience with editing my audio and the respect for your time. So, as we look at various elements of Regenesis Aesius, I may break topics into various parts to connect them, but not make them a Goliath pills to swallow. When I say elf, most of you will think the Legolases of the world, or maybe your free wrens. I think they've cemented themselves to be these superior, old, elegant creatures in the world of modern fantasy, having in numerous ways tossed away a lot of the folklore connections to strange fey creatures. Not to say everyone has, but I'm merely wanting to muse over the very general thoughts. Their age is a big factor, and as I've talked about in my Thesis of a Lich video, I think age is something absolutely critical to their identity, and beyond that should reflect in the characters you make. Something doesn't live thousands of years and not feel different in the world. Another key element I'd like to pay attention to is for elves is their otherworldly beauty. A lot of times, elves are almost seen as alien in a fantasy setting to common folks. Other symptoms of being an elf are, but are not limited to, a superiority complex, pointy ears, and a dotted line connection to concepts of high, dark, sun, moon, sea, or any other number of facets to the world. I don't want to spend a whole heck of a lot of time reminiscing on the basics. I think you've clicked on a video about reimagining elves. You know them well enough, and if you haven't, and I did in fact break containment, well, welcome friend. Be sure to stick around. We're only going to get more fun around here. But what does Magpie do? Let's talk about some of the basics understandings of my world so I can set some of the building blocks in, or at least some key terms. Asius is a battle world of sorts, a world constructed by an overlord figure to be ever-changing and redefined by its conflict in different eras of the world. Basically, each time I start a new setting or campaign, or have the desire to create a new TTRPG outright, I get to throw it in my junk drawer of creativity that is Asius, and we're roundabout in the 4th era of the world, and each era has begun to form its own commonality, just as this 4th current era in the world is returning to the main stage. Okay, so what terms matter in the grand scheme of things? Firstly, everlastings. They are your creatures that, in the cosmology, would be viewed as typically higher creatures than... They don't really die of old age. Think vampires, dragons, giants, and yes, elves. Creation races are your people's races. Typical races your players would play as, the ones that you'd see as relatively common in society or have the ability to make, again, playable per rules as written. Your humans, dragonborns, tieflings, and oh no, it seems the elves are here too. That's odd, isn't it? To be the ancient progenitor species, but also as one of the playable homies, that's a societal element for them to try and figure out and totally not be insecure about at all. Now, the last term that I think might be particularly relevant is Digan. If you've followed me on Blue Sky for some time or heard me ramble in some of my other videos, I think you've probably heard me describe this before, but since any video can be someone's first, let me give you the TLDR. Digans are just kaiju. Not just any old D&D monster, but the really big and special ones. See, I want to challenge myself in these videos to think about why I want my world to be the way that it is, and kaiju have always been something I've loved, because superheroes and giant monsters are generally some of my favorite things. There's a few different elements to them that I find particularly interesting, one such being that they can really form and shape the worlds and societies that they're a part of. A huge point of this series' inspiration has been Crazy K's Giant series, and how much of a cornerstone he's allowed giants to be in the world he plays in and develop. And really, I want to do the same. I just wanted to give you all heads up to not get jump scared by the random giant monsters a little later in the video. Let's get this party underway. Now, one thing that has always driven me wild with elves is the fact that they might as well have Pokemon types with all their different variations. I feel like if you got too many of the same similar things that they're all just sort of a little different, it gives a lacking sense of identity. High elves, dark elves, wood elves, the Eladrin, the Shadar-kai, star elves, sea elves, winged elves, it's just too many things. I know most common breakdown is high, dark, and wood, your arrogant sons of a gun, your edgy sons of guns, and your hippie sons of guns. Easy enough, but if I was going to say I reimagined something, I wouldn't want to just take the surface level and tell you my version of the main 3, so what do I use? Use none of the main 3. Took moon and sun elves under my umbrella. This might just come from my liking of duality pairings and structuring society and cultures even in passive opposition, even if just aesthetically, but let me say, it's complicated. So, what if the first elves, the first ones in all of creation, weren't committed to a singular aesthetic or environment of power, but they were capable of being all of the elves? My thought is that the existence of this race, which, going forward, I will simply just refer to as Akmari, can offer a few different elements. A true progenitor to explain the modern elves, how they see themselves as everlastings, but the other everlastings see the modern concept and culture of an elf to be a creation race. The Akmari have the supernatural ability to attune to their souls and the bodies to the magical worlds and the natural forces around them. I imagine they'd have very exaggerated elven features, the whole androgynous, unknown, pointy-eared specs special. This isn't exactly the bounce it around and mull it over, so let me speak more definitively. Creative writing magpie, activate. At the start of creation, there was one being, the overlord of creation. He created the Diganth, and then from him were born two, Wrath and Mercy. The two live throughout all of existence, every era of the world of Asius. The two are born and reborn. They are the origin of all conflict in their existence, and from their existence, the gods were born, the crown of the world. But gods do not matter in today's story, not all of them. From the gods came the very first everlasting, but there is much contention as to the first. Vampires, dragons, treants, and giants all say they were alone at the start. The arrogance of the ancients says that they must have been the first. Regardless of whichever of the children of eternity was first, it must be known that the Akmari were among them. They were nomadic, never properly forming grandiose kingdoms or finding themselves to be content remaining in one area. They explore and adapted. This was their nature. Their bodies were able to find gills and scales when faced with the seas, thick fur and extra fat storage, and hardened bones when the cold mountains were their home. However, they didn't only reflect nature, as they found home alongside many of their fellow everlasting. They found a quick ability to conceal through the shadows and move silently with the vampires of old. The Akmari were able to take to nature with the treants, able to swiftly dance through the branches of the forest. They found homes in the dens of dragons, no matter the environment, and accompanied giants throughout their lives. The Akmari traveled the world and learned it, their bodies changing and developing. However, as they found their way, their aimlessness brought upon troubles. Their numbers became thin, so they tried to group up. They formed smaller connections and started to form collective societies and responsibilities. As much as the other children of eternity, the Akmari had a responsibility in the continuance of reality. Their lifespans were quite long. The oldest Akmari were able to understand that their age came without the harshness and burdens of age, so they wished to witness, record, and manage the needs of the Diganths of the world, the creatures that they shared the world with, but seemingly possessed power beyond that even of the gods. They began to follow migration patterns, sleep schedules, and countless other elements. They created the first of the great archives of knowledge on the Diganths, and the Akmari formed two separate kingdoms. One in the deserts, the domain of the fire elemental that was said to be the second sun when enraged, Ignafina, and the other in the realm known as Darkness, an in-between realm that crosses between hell and the prime material, as well as the prime material and the world curtain of the gods. The Akmari would hide away in darkness to study and corral the wild Diganth world cutter, and the Akmari, now far more isolationist, leaving behind their old nomadic tendencies, they settled into these kingdoms, and the age of the Akmari began to end, their natural bodies changing to the environments that they began to settle into, and from the sunny sands of the great Nerau desert were born the Shahar, known to the larger world as Sunel, and to the in-between world of darkness were born the Leylit, known as Munau. The Shahar brought themselves into the desert alongside the great Leviathan River, where the first great old of the Diganth was slain and sealed away into the grounds of Asius. The magically rich and present river was greatly defined their society and allowed them to endure the heat of the Diganth who claimed the territory of Leviathan once they were sealed away. The second son, Ignafina, was what the Shahar were studying, and they sought to seek out if the Diganths could be controlled. Intense fire would be able to have boundless energy, able to manipulate the raw magical energy to be able to see themselves atop the other children of eternity. The Shahar, much like any other everlasting, would want to see themselves at the top, closest to the gods, and if the power of the Diganths can be controlled, that would be the route to their ascension. The Shahar built their cities out of sturdy bricks and built them down into the sands to allow for cooler abodes, the sweltering heat of Ignafina bringing a lot of obstacles to daily living, but they find their ways to survive. The natural adaptation of their body began to insulate against the heat. Their skins turned to texture that would be able to help no longer absorb such intense light and heat of their environment. environments. They then ensured that their garb and accessories were thin and white in order to reflect such heat and light. The vast libraries recording the patterns and informations on the Digants were safely buried in the sand tombs that were eventually sealed away to only be available to the Council's oldest Shahar and Archons of the kingdom. Additionally, the laboratories and arcane studies that were aiming to properly utilize the Diganth Ignafina as an energy source for destruction would reach high into the sky, powerful obelisks aiming to operate as watchtowers, as well as groundings to absorb the magical heat and energy. The Shahar would study and grow, learning in the countless days in the world of Asius. But what happens when such creatures' adaptations for eternal life grows old? Well, the Shahar absorbs the heat and the light of the sun. Much like the great trees of other lands, the lands far away from Ignafina, an older Shahar will become less lively and passive in the days and years to be far more meditation focused. The mind focusing on harnessing the wisdom learned by living around and learning from the world truths of these ancient and powerful creatures, they would slow themselves, sharpening their mental prowess and many abilities. Now, if the Shahar were who went to the sands to study the power of the Diganths, what happened to the Akmari that went to darkness to ensure the Diganths of the In-Between didn't break through to destroy the lands of Asius? This is the story of the Leyline, known more commonly in the world of Asius as Moon Elves. The Elves of Darkness made their way into the strange realm to monitor the monsters that called this place home. As the first group of Leylins made their way into the unfamiliar and hostile lands that few other Everlasting had ever bothered to try and conquer or explore, they found the strange, beautiful lands to be dangers, and they struggled to survive. But their eyes adapted to ensure sight unlike they'd ever had. Their bodies took on the ability for camouflage, not outright invisibility, but as much as a chameleon-like effect in low lighting. This allowed them much better chance of becoming an organized ambush predator in the realm of darkness. They became far more of a warrior culture than their Shahar and siblings. As the tribes of the Leyland grew in skill and organization, their biggest threat, the Diganth World Cutter, a colossal insect-like creature that spawns many of the living nightmares that tear and feast throughout darkness. The Leyland would spend most of their years corralling the beast, learning its diet, migration patterns, the rate in which it created offsprings. The Leyland weren't powerful enough to slay World Cutter, and they were quite aware that the beast had a unique role in the continuation of the world. World Cutter migrated and moved throughout the realm of darkness and used its pincers and unique magical abilities to stitch the realms of Asius and darkness from bleeding into one another. However, the leadership of the Leyland saw this land as their pride, and they wouldn't flee back to the realm of Asius. They wanted to ensure that they could make this their whole, establishing their place as the superior children of eternity. This hardship and challenge made the Leyland powerful, but their natural isolationist meant that they didn't have companionship or alliance. This meant that whenever a Shaharan king came to the world of darkness seeking to control the dark powers with the cursed and controlled Ignafina, the Leyland tribes and World Cutter and its spawn both found themselves on the brink of extinction. However, a fateful battle between the invading Sun King, causing a battle in process between Leyland attack force and a group of World Cutter spawn, the two found that they were independently strong. But when the spawn found biological compatibility of their natural form to bind with the Leyland, they found a strength beyond any measure. The union between the spawn of World Cutter and the Leyland allowed them to fight back for the ownership of the realm of darkness. Their culture changed to no longer be battling and containing World Cutter, but instead finding the symbiotic growth that could be happening, and they thrived. Their numbers decreased due to the invasion, but now they had security and growth, but above all else, they had the dominance of the realm of darkness, as no other monsters that dwelled could threaten this united force. The creatures of World Cutter bonded for life once they secured themselves to a life form. This union in many ways is a close connection as one might find in direct family or a marriage. It made two separate life forms become one. Their lifestyle was still largely that of combat, training, growing, and hunting throughout the realm of darkness, not merely for the need to conquer or slay, but to ensure security of their lands to remain their own. And with the forces of the Leylands and World Cutter spawns combined, there was not many that would even begin to think of imposing upon the realm of darkness. When the power and the skill of the Leyland people began to be known, unknown to the greater world of Asius, emissaries would be sent to the realm of darkness, with offers to request them as mercenaries or assassins, which, while countless offers were declined, the fair number that fell to temptation and traveled across the plains to seek gold for blood began to inform a greater deal of superstitions about Leyland culture, to those who would never have traveled to or known darkness. However, those would not do justice to the clans within darkness. The Leyland people are powerful warriors, but they enjoy dancing and moving with the currents of the deep rivers within darkness that are moved and manipulated by the eternal red moon of the realm. They have a powerful honor code bound in their battle families and war codes. This allows the few who do not die on the battlefield to find themselves finding a much different transformation than their Shaharan brothers and sisters. For the Leyland made an eternal pact with World Cutter, and they didn't grow weary and low energy. Instead, their power and size is mass, becoming large creatures of battle. Perhaps a bit slower than their younger forms, but some of the oldest have been said to give stone giants someone to look eye to eye with. They are bound to the spawn of the Diganth, so truly who knows the upper limits to these children of eternity? And scene, right? Let's talk a bit about the Shahar and the Leyland, and why I made some of the choices that I did. Firstly, I tend to think of the numerous options of elves within the typical capacity of D&D as a bit excessive. I tend to feel the same way about the numerous dwarves or any other race that might have different Pokemon types as aforementioned. But I think there's something interesting about the progenitor race being able to adapt. I think that's something that really spoke to me. Oftentimes in fantasy, the ranger can often be seen as an elf of some sort, and rangers can come in any and all different types of terrains, and even a ranger who is out of their element needs only a bit of time to adapt, using their keen perception to handle whatever comes their way. That's why I started out with the Akmari. I think a lot of ways they're going to be that one extinct race that gets alluded to and totally won't ever come up as still secretly having been around by any means. However, if I'm going to have an extinction event, or even the non-existence of an everlasting, I'd really want to make it something unique and not just tag it in here. So that's why I had the Akmari evolve into two unique groups, both with the desire to deal with Digants in some form or fashion. I tend to really like the symbolism of pairs or groups. That's why evident in my creation story with Wrath and Mercy, and in ways I think I can further support these themes by allowing the developments of the Akmari to comment on another division of two that can cause friction, but also show that cultures are often misunderstood or can indirectly be shaped and transformed by one rotten individual. I didn't go into the eras and rulers of both, as frankly, if you want me to do a video about world building a history for a kingdom or culture, I'd like that to be a more focused topic. If that's what you want, please let me know in the comments below. The history of my elves has the Sun Elves initially going to the Narau Desert to learn and study the Digants, record massive libraries to understand these beings of such power and importance. However, in a generation or few, we have our typical plot that comes up whenever we start discussing giant monsters. What if we controlled them or harnessed them? And just like every time mind control gets brought up in a Godzilla movie, it'll backfire here too. But we see those who want to learn become those who want to take and control, and the opposite is seen with the Leyland. They were the Akmari that traveled to the Shadow Realm in order to keep those monsters at bay. They were still learning, but they were far more ready for conflict, ready to slay and destroy to keep the realm of Asius safe. Through their trials, tribulations, and eventual calamity of Ignafina being brought into darkness to try and destroy and conquer, they found themselves a union and were able to survive and establish themselves more as a warrior culture who sought to keep a more peaceful setting, no longer living to survive but fighting to live. I really liked what I came up with for both of these elves and how they age, because I think elves getting old and staying pretty is a tidbit boring for me personally. I think it's worth looking at the natural world and seeing what we see. Two inspiration points being trees, tree in particular, the natural world's ability to really grow roots and sort of carry on for decades, century, and even in some instances a few millennia. And while our other example doesn't stack up in the timeline, the Greenland sharks being able to live for hundreds of years and just sort of getting bigger and a bit slower is also pretty cool to me. Brings me the kind of inspiration. One kind of elf can become more meditation and wisdom focused, and the other becomes a slow, bigger, monstrous. I don't know, between liches, dragons, and now, I think I've talked a good bit about wanting to ensure that immortality and a sense of agelessness is a unique experience for each different creature. Both the elves also get to kick off this next phase of Reimagined in a way that I want to challenge myself in really making the Digants a fixture of the world. They need to impact and change the culture of the creation races and the Everlastings, the Akmari being the first of the Everlastings to really start wanting to learn about the Digants. It gives me a good place to start building their foundation. Ignafina and Worldcutter are actually the first Digants that I've named outside of Taishin, if you recall our Aberrations Reimagined video, but I plan on eventually having them all named, designed, and really committing to a world document of sorts, but it all has to start somewhere. There's a few elements of the Shahar and Leyland that I haven't gone into because, well, I intentionally omitted them, because I want the creation process or discussion to be available for other videos at a later point, such as creating the unique, powerful figures that have helped in critical moments of history, the religions of both cultures.
There are no more uncertain things in a TTRPG setting than the inclusion of guns, dinosaurs, and custom content. However, I think there's one that might be more controversial than the others. Let's talk about machines and fantasy. What do I mean by machines? I think that's a fair question. There's an endless reach of expansive things that can fall under the label of machines. We could simply be talking about technology as a whole, and yes, guns in a form or fashion can easily be viewed as machines. Perhaps we're talking about the technological developments of a world. A bearded halfling did a remarkable video on how the printing press would change world building. We've had similar discussion about how things like electricity and streetlights all transform an entire setting. It evolves and industrializes a world. That's not quite what we're talking about today. We're talking about moving machines, the people-shaped machines. Yes, Dungeons & Dragons talks in terms of Warforged, but in fiction as a whole, we see countless different relevant terms. Homunculi, golems, automatons, cyborgs, and countless others. We could really keep going, but it all leads us to the same general sentiment, and that's artificially created life. Now, before we get started, why don't you click that subscribe button and join this little magpie's horde, or while you're in the neighborhood, go and hit that like button. It's a free 99 way of supporting my dreams and ambitions and all the creativity that comes forward. Do it now before you forget, because remember, good soldiers follow orders. We could take a look back to Prometheus stealing fire from the Olympus, to the modern day Prometheus, Dr. Frankenstein creating his monster to get us where we really want to get started. Now, I don't want to fully go into the true origin of created life, as many of those concepts are sprinkled throughout religion and mythology, so let's not get too lost into technicalities of historical things this time, because most of these terms have been transformed and evolved within the modern gaze of fiction anyways. So what does artificial life show us? Let's start off by thinking about a video I was watching a few months back. It was a Grungeon Master video about why bugs are scary and why so often we use them as a reference point for alien species. That's frankly because bugs are efficient and almost scarily so, unquestionably willing to fulfill their purpose in life. And in their jobs, they lack self-want or desire. They move and act only for the betterment of the hive. This leads us to almost have this fear and fixation of what something with such a dogged nature and hyper-efficient body structure could be possible of. And, well, where else can we see that but in artificial life we so often create ourselves? I think it is something that we can really spend time pondering on. The dotted connection from the typical themes and structure that we would use to describe alien races and things we would attribute and relate to insect species is something that ultimately can be applied to artificial life forms. They're very often held in stories and narratives with themes of being better than humans, stronger than humans. Instead of evolved superiority, it's constructed superiority. I think two very clear portrayals of this exact theme are in the British TV series Doctor Who, with the Cybermen, who believed themselves to be an evolutionary superiority. They're converting people and making them into a more perfect thing by making them a cyber construct. In a similar vein, you could argue that in some ways even a Dalek is going to be more likely to be understood as an alien cybernetic existence, even if it's a little goo blob inside of a jar. All of this to say that there is a very dogged, adversarial connection and tension that always happens with machines in fiction, with the man versus the machine. There is a whole other video essay one day I plan on writing that goes and touches on themes of why John Henry, the man who beat the freight train, is still a very important concept in folktale and tall tale while we're dealing with stuff we are today. However, let's narrow this down to be a little less doom and gloom and humanity versus the machine, but not fully lose sight of those themes either. Let's focus a little bit back on the TTRPG setting of all of this. Let's talk about media representation. I think that's a fair place to really get started, as often our tabletop games and their settings are inspired by the media we consume, what we're looking at, what we're enjoying. I've tried to narrow it down to ones that I think serve a direct purpose, so we'll have the good robots, and let's keep it simple. WALL-E, the little Disney robot that goes around picking up pollution in a ruined Earth, shows a very typical reason as to why artificial life is created. That's to fix humanity's problems and undo the damage we have done ourselves. It is something that I've touched on in length in my necromancy videos. Sometimes it seems more ideal to allow innovation and invention to solve our own self-destruction and keep people and other living things safe. However, that doesn't always work when we're talking about these themes of created life, because the second part of it is that I just recently learned that the Iron Giant movie, the 1999 animated movie, was created after the very tragic topic of gun violence, and throughout it, what if a gun had a soul? If you haven't seen the Iron Giant, it's a very entertaining film. It is an alien robot weapon of self-destruction sent to Earth, and he ends up not being such a bad guy after all. But you have to, again, look at that very naturalistic state of what happens when a machine starts to think, what happens when the machine starts to feel, because of these two things. In WALL-E, you can see that his experiences of loneliness, happiness, he experiences emotion. Even if thrown into this experience of only having one purpose or function in life, what happens when you start to widen your scope? What happens when you start to truly experience other things, different things, any and everything? You see it in both examples of these characters in admittedly children's media, able to ascend past their limitations, finding out their own quote-unquote purposes. I think it's important because both allow us to understand the first element of what it is to be a machine. It's having a purpose, but feeling beyond that. It's knowing that there are things we must do in life, but accepting that it's going to be okay if we want more. It may not always be the popular opinion, other people may not always be happy about it, but at the end of the day, it's our life, just as it is artificial life. So next up we have the bad, and I can't think of two badder examples that come to mind with, and first and foremost, everyone's favorite strategist in Marvel Rivals, Ultron. Yes, the creation of Hank Pym, created to help out, doesn't go quite too well for him. Ultron ends up becoming a almost perverted, self-destructive, hypercritical existence of Hank Pym's vision and ideals and where they wanted him to be going. Ultron's ever self-improving, ever evolving and sustaining, always creating a more remarkable version of himself to accomplish his goals and his schemes. Now, Ultron has a very wild and wacky history. There are many good YouTube videos out there that go over his expansive history that he's had throughout his numerous different versions. I would go and watch those if you want more direct information about Marvel's mechanical menace, even if you just interact with him in Marvel Rivals, or if you've just seen Age of Ultron, or if you're just a casual comic book fan and you know he's an evil robot who fights the Avengers. He is a fascinating character. He allows us to see that a lot of the fears that we see in regards to villainous tendencies with machines. There's a previous video I threw up where I read through a comic panel where Hank Pym and Ultron go in this back and forth, and Ultron scolds Hank Pym for his existence and his lack of acceptance and all the bad parts of Ultron being there because that's how he was made. They were because of Hank Pym. He is a flawed, hurt person, and that's just part of who he is. Ultron is the acceptance of being the best, and he doesn't care how he accomplishes it. He doesn't care how he achieves success. He will seek, he will destroy, he will accomplish. He is Ultron. The other bad I would need to acknowledge is It's really hard to have any kind of conversation about robots and media without acknowledging the Terminator. Now, you could look at the various angles and understand that the Terminator has a vast expanse of different terms, conditions, alliances, models, and all of these different elements to it, but once again, humanity created Skynet. So can we blame Skynet for taking over? It's these two that tie together, and another element of machines are used in media, and I think it's actually very similar to a lot of the themes we deal with natural forces and even kaiju and giant monsters. It's human hubris that will always have an equalizer. We created Ultron. We created the Terminators. They became our destroyer, our enemy, because our own hubris thought that we could control something so efficient, so powerful, so dangerous. It's no different than when we played God with the atomic bombs, and then we got Godzilla. Those similar analogs of our own self-destruction and hubris are important themes when we're talking about narrative creation. This cycles back to the story of Frankenstein in many ways as well. And last but not least, let's talk about the ugly. And where else can I get that but Star Wars, and specifically within the Clone Wars? I am not quite quiet about it on social media, and heaven knows my wife heard enough about it, but I'm a very big fan of the animated Clone Wars series, and in general the mythos and time period in Star Wars lore that is the Clone Wars. But with that, the undeniable thematic implications of knowing the difference between the clones and the battle droids is important. It's an interesting thing that in adulthood I've been able to mull it over a lot more. Personally, I think Order 66 is a very weak storytelling element that undermines a lot of the themes of Clone Wars, and I understand that Revenge of the Sith was made before it was all fleshed out and thought out. However, I can leave a dissection and dissertation about my overall opinions on clones and droids and Star Wars for a different video on a different channel on a much different day. However, there is something to be said that in the series we spend so much time with the clones and the Jedi and them being seen as people, not just being seen as artificially created and replicated life. They are viewed and valued for their souls, their bodies, their thought. They are seen acting out, sometimes even being rebellious or treacherous. Even in the process of Order 66, there are those who are able to escape the terrible command. Order 66 acts as this terrifyingly cold reminder that, frankly, they were still programmed to obey. Free will was only ever an illusion that they were given because the dark side of their creation knew that this was a means to an end. I could complain about how Darth Sidious isn't exactly built up, in my perspective, to be an effective big bad evil guy, or one that's interesting enough to get away with half the stuff he did, but far be it from me to speak here into the Star Wars community too often and then ignite a myriad of different arguments in my comment section. The inverse of the clones, with all of their tragedy made to kill their friends and allies and the Jedi generals merely because of a command phrase that was programmed to the back of their brains, is the battle droids. Bumbling, scrawny, cheaply made B1 battle droids in the series, as well as throughout the whole franchise and lore, they're almost entirely used as a symbol of comedic relief. They are seen as these cheaply made, bumbling, made in mass numbers to oppose the clone troopers, who are still made in mass, but in the first episode of the series, it deals with Yoda proving that on a neutral planet, its deciding alliance, 1 Jedi and 5 clone troopers are worth 10,000 battle droids, or whatever have you. It's for the most part true. In a fight, I'd rather have a clone trooper to a battle droid, but that's not what we're talking about, because there are far more expensive droids. Whether it's the B2 Super Battle Droid, or any other numerous versions of the droids throughout the Star Wars universe that are far beyond in lethal and dangerous ways than your average clone trooper. What I want you to realize with the droids in Clone Wars, however, is very early on we start to see deviance. We start to see disagreement. General Grievous commands them to do something that's going to put them in harm's way. They hesitate. They question. There's another commando droid that gives an order to open fire on a ship, and one of the B1 battle droids says, hey, there are still plenty of droids on that ship. We see throughout not only the Clone Wars series, but numerous times throughout Star Wars comics, expanded universe media, and all of this, that droids started to think that they weren't just little wind-up soldiers charged into the battlefields to be gunned down. They weren't necessarily smart enough. Most of the B1 battle droids were still plenty stupid, but ultimately, They were able to sustain themselves and control themselves in a way that showed they had a choice. There's even a few instances in which they were able to defy or rebel against such commands and authority that might have put them in danger or might have gone against their own self-interest. Something else to keep in mind is a few other disparate examples that I want you to think of. This one could very easily have gone into the good, the bad, and the ugly analogy, but it's a bit harder because it's wider. It's all three. The homunculi in Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, they are quite literal embodiments of, in this story, some of the 7 deadly sins, and they represent that they are very human in emotions. They are embodied and emboldened in this extent. They have wants, they have purpose, but they are still artificial life. It allows the series to really tackle the difference between a human and an artificial life, the strength of a human being, the humanity of a human being, the humanity's ability to innovate, to push, to want to succeed farther, to be able to accomplish things that artificial life just can't do, even though such artificial life may be considerably more powerful than a human life. Whenever we see machines, we see them as others. I could take us on a paper I wrote back in college talking about orcs in fantasy settings being racists. Short answer, no. It goes to this medieval concept that the other is what's dangerous to the medieval world. It was invading Huns and everyone attacking the borders of Rome and all this kind of stuff that was certain cultures and people. Rome, or later on invading colonizers like Britain, that was what your other was. This isn't to say that no one has ever used any race in TTRPGs like D&D or any other to have racially charged or negative implications. However, in a lot of ways, these origin points, I believe, bleed back to the medieval understanding of what the others are. It's less specific representation of a very clear-cut point on a map and say, this is who this represents, but a lot of times it represents the unknown. It represents this dangerous other faction. It only in learning that this other faction, understanding them, seeing them as your other life form with a soul and wants like you can understand and start to notice the similarities over the differences. However, artificial life ends up being this very similar thing since it's created oftentimes by humans. Depending on your setting, it could be created by a god. I've had several gods of invention be the ones who created the initial artificial life form for mechanical life in my TTRPG settings. But a lot of times you could have your Victor Frankenstein in your world. Create the first golem, create the first warforge, create the first homunculi. All of these are very doable things. However, you want to keep in mind that while we are very used to seeing these two things separate, I'm probably about to spend the rest of this essay showing you that they are truly the same. Let me start off by proving that Tony Stark has a heart. What do I mean by that? If you've lived under a rock or not really gone to the movies in the past 15 years or so, I don't actually know how long the MCU's been going on, there is a gag that whenever Tony Stark had his initial arc reactor ripped out, it was framed and displayed with the text saying proof that Tony Stark has a heart. So what is this? This is to say that Tony Stark is a visionary, an inventor. All that wouldn't be alive if it weren't for a machine. He is intrinsically linked to the arc reactor. Most of his persona, most of the guise of his superhero identity deals with machines, technology. This is very intrinsic to his being. It's his futurist approach. He sees things as being this visionary, improving them. Very often it bites him in the butt and it ends up being a problem. Okay, where else can we see these things? Let's look at action movies. If we mention the Terminator, we can't not mention RoboCop. He's a police officer who was brutally almost killed and transplanted into a super advanced robot body. He deals with themes of humanity, the sense of self and being, and able to struggle with that back and forth as to who he was and what he is. We have characters like Cyborg in the early 2000s Teen Titans series. There's numerous times in the series where he sees himself trapped, unable to overcome the odds of a fight, only to remember that his machinery may have limits, but he is human. He is able to push past, he is able to have indomitable human will. Sometimes this has him do things that should be impossible. But in superhero media, it's fantasy, it's fiction, so we get to have the themes we want. Beyond this, there are characters we have like Toshinori Yagi at the end of My Hero Academia who's able to go toe-to-toe with All For One and face him as the labeled by fandom Iron Might. He's able to use technology, this machinery, to once more embody the heroic spirit that never died in him. He's able to physically physically be present in the same way he was before his injuries. All of this to say that while we can look at machinery, we can look at androids and robots and see them as others. There are times that other is the only thing that allows some of us to have parts to allow us to live and function. Technology and innovation are human. They are part of the lived experience. They are naturally ever-present, evolving developments of existence. Shaped rocks get tied to sticks. We have tools. We have the wheel. We have the housing that, as opposed to caves, we move to hunting. We develop tools of war. We develop tools of communication, transportation, all of these things. Those are the things present in TTRPG fantasy settings. These are the things present in the worlds in which we inhabit elves and orcs and dragons. They're all available to us, they're all necessary to these stories if you plan on including artificial creatures, artificially created life. That is to say, I understand that disability representation in TTRPGs is a heck of a subject just to throw in there because I know it's another one that commonly gets argued about. But as someone who is married to someone who relies on a disability support and equipment, I respectfully keep the conversation short to say that in a world built on imagination and hopes and wants, I don't see a reason why we shouldn't be building the worlds we want to see. I think it's very important for us to be able to tell the stories we want to, when we want to, where we want to. So understand, it's not just that we need technology when something's wrong with us, we see these robots are just like us. There is a deeper thought here, there is a deeper want here, something to consider. I think you look at a lot of machines, you see themes of capitalism, freedom, choice, destiny, life, and self. You see all these themes that are intrinsically human, things we struggle with within our own lives. Have we discovered our true purpose in life? Do we know who we really are? Do we understand the evils of the system we are constantly expected to be a part of every day? Do we truly experience freedom? Do we take advantage of said freedom? All of these things that machines and deal with in fantasy and struggle with, but so do we in real life. I think that's what made me make the connection I did that inspired this video. You always hear TTRPG folks talk about how humans in fantasy settings are just boring. They are even referenced in my own setting as the cockroaches of the world. They find a place to exist where they can be without trouble or harm or consideration or anything, and then they just exist. Because in most worlds you need humans because it's a very easy box to check off. And frankly, I'd like to pose the question that your machines in fantasy, your new life in fantasy, your artificial life in fantasy, that's the human experience. The human experience is very new in the grand scheme of things. Human history has gone off, and yeah, for a while, but compared to ancient magics and creatures that have lived hundreds of thousands of years, humans will always seem almost infantile in their history. I think it's important to understand that there is a much deeper connection between machine races and fantasy in their themes and what it means to be human. These Warforged, these androids, these robots, they have always been human. They have always been created life, given choice, they have always had opinions, they haven't a lot of time, souls, thoughts, wants. This isn't a universal truth. You can world build around this and ignore everything I have said just to make them some bebop robots that run around and deal with everything. Deal with everything that they want to, when they want to, how they want to. Ultimately, I think it's important to consider these robots are intrinsically linked to the human experience. They have always been human. They are the fantasy human, the artificial life. Whatever we call them in our settings, they are the humans of the world. The problem with making dungeons is, where do they go in a way that feels realistic and plausible to the imagination, in a way that's more than just a video game obstacle? Throughout this video, we'll talk about the inspiration for location, because in their truest form, dungeons are locational obstacles with a start, end, and a journey in between. Yes, adventurers, welcome to Dungeons in December. Dungeon Jam 2025, I was invited to it. I was going to write a video, and life kicked me in the butt a lot that month, so I basically did a good bit of research, thought cooking, and even script writing, but ended up not having the chance to complete the video because it wasn't where I wanted it to be, and well, we're here now. I wanted to ensure that all my opinions, which have only grown in the time, are properly put to use, and frankly, whether it's D&D or any other TTRPG, I feel as if the elements of understanding dungeons are really core in improving your storytelling, pacing, structure, and countless other bits and baubles for TTRPGs. With all that said, back to the question. Where shall we dungeon? Where do we get started? I think setting a proper stage for a dungeon, an atmosphere, or an environment, all of these things come together and let us understand the options we have for what interesting dynamics, challenges, and changes can occur within the journey between the start and the finish. We'll be looking at various places that you might be able to foster for your fictional locations. Things to consider when introducing the element of magic into the sphere. It's important that I want you guys to understand if there are places that interest you more, if there are places you might want to get to know more about. I'd be more than happy if you dropped a comment. Hey Mag, what do you think of libraries? How can they make interesting dungeons? Hey Mag, what do you think of the Forest of Death from Naruto? How would you run that as a dungeon? If I get to cooking on the idea, I'm not very opposed to putting in some brainpower towards it. I may respond to your comment with a bit of advice or some thoughts, or heck, I very well make a Patreon post about it. Make something more formal and structured while we're on that. So if you enjoyed the video, feel free to check out my Patreon, which is free $99. If you watch this in the future, you may see a paid option, but at the point of posting, there is no way of giving me money there. So you guys only benefit from it. Where to start? I think nature offers us the best natural starting point. We're going to start by talking about caves. I think that's the quintessential dungeon image. I mean, 90% of the dungeons in Skyrim are caves. I think anyone who's gone caving or has a cave not too far from the back of their yard or local park area near their place of residence understands the ominous adventure that looms by exploring and seeking that darkness in the cave. Caves naturally form from underground rivers or fissures. There are limestone caves in China that are so extensively big that you could see a dragon fly through them. There's plenty of nature documentaries and National Geographic exploration stuff out there on it. Give it a quick Google. They are scarily huge. If you want to see a mountain carved out, well, you're welcome. What is it about caves that conceptualizes the sense of adventure, the sense of danger, and the sense of exploration? I think it's pretty easy. Most caves have very little to absolutely zero light, so that has one of the most immediate primal fears, the unknown. Beyond that, caves are very tight, cramped spaces. You are dealing with rough terrain, as the TTRPG scene would call it. Complex climbing and narrow passages. You want a bit of magpie advice, which will obviously be sprinkled throughout all 10 of these videos, whether you like it or not, so you have to watch all of them to be able to complete your bingo sheet. But allow the reality of the environment to dictate more of the challenge than we typically do. Caves are hard to get through. Again, if you watch any of these nature documentaries, you see equipment, you see teams, you see time spent. It is insane the amount of effort that goes into just exploring, let alone having time to find an ancient tome that might be able to stop the once thought dead lich. It's something that can really raise the stakes if your party already has the pressure and time present in their story. Or perhaps an ancient spirit whisked away and kidnapped an elvish princess, and now you're having to race against time in order to save her and hope that she doesn't get sacrificed to revive a long-thought dead Dragon King. Having just athletics checks or just survival checks can help expedite stuff, but sometimes making the players just scribe the maneuver. There are plenty of instances in which you can't make it through a cave in full plate armor. You can't make it while wielding a great battle axe at the ready at all times. So there are these moments of vulnerability. There are these moments in which you'd have to unequip yourself in order to proceed. But that's where the story, the onus of the risk, is upon the storyteller as well as the dungeon master, that you have to make the stakes important enough to deal with this tedium. Something else that I want you to keep in mind with caves is that there's really not a whole lot of sunlight. Very often there's going to be not a whole lot of plant life either. There's no producers, so there's not really a whole lot of sense of ecosystem in there. There are temporary residents. You'd see bugs, cavefish, bats. Anything bigger would just likely be visiting for shelter. Now, obviously, we'll touch on it a little bit, but a lot of times magic is where you can meddle with caves, because a lot of caves aren't going to be fully exposed and have the necessary elements to properly sustain an ecosystem. It wouldn't be a magpie video if I couldn't find some way of talking ecology into this. Another point of natural caves is that you tend to not understand or create apex predators. What do I mean by that? There's not enough food, not enough energy going around where you'll have, outside of something coming and visiting for shelter in the natural system of the cave, you won't have big predators that would tear or threaten. And there's always been an interesting adaptation from within animals that do spend their time in caves. Some of the closest things we see to apex predator, these little guys are sort of the best representation. Pale, almost see-through skin, next to no eyes, and you don't really need those in the dark, barely any semblance of proper teeth, claws, or instruments to tear and chew. Remember, this whenever maybe describing some sort of magically big nasty in the dungeon. Typically we have basilisks that are cave dwellers. If you roam a little too close to the Underdark, you may find a boulet running around. There are countless magical plants that don't necessarily need sunlight in a fantasy world. There's a lot to consider with opening up this can of worms. But if you're going low fantasy, if you're just going minimal magic in your world, keep in mind that a cave itself is the obstacle and challenge. There may not be many natural predators to attack and assail your party or your characters, so much so as the cave itself being the trial. Gravity, slippery grips, and an over-encumbrance are going to be your challenge within this cave. I think the next one I want to talk about is castles. We can't talk fantasy and can't talk dungeons without touching on the castle. Obviously a cornerstone of medieval architecture in numerous ways. What a lot of people don't understand is the fortitude that should come with assailing a castle. You might be able to sneak in at the back of the dungeon, and funny magpie story, in the first campaign I ever played in, the only one I've ever successfully been able to go from level 1 to 20 with, years back, my character, an elf cleric fighter, and a friend at the time's character, dragonborn paladin, had both just recently come across adamantine weapons. Our party was asked by an adventurer who had just failed at a mission to empty out a castle because the local lord or baron had wanted the creature that had taken residence in it to be dealt with. He didn't care for the castle, he didn't care for the property or the land, he just wanted what's festering removed. It's about all the information we had on it, so we got a couple of boats, sailed out to the small island of the castle, and well, we decided that the front door is probably the path of most resistance, so we scaled the rocky areas around the border, headed towards the back, and we used the adamantine weapons with a bit of time and effort to carve our way into the depths of the castle, leading us directly into the beholder's room. We didn't know it was a beholder, and frankly, we just got really lucky because we didn't die. Pretty certain the paladin got turned to stone, and we had to lug his heavy ass back to get that fixed. Ultimately, I call it a net win, because we got to keep the castle. If you're going head on to a castle, keep in mind that these locations are naturally death machines. They are anti-siege, they have traps for invasion, places to catch people, lock them in, and pour boiling grease and oil down on them, and catch them on fire. They have places to drop insanely heavy things down on them, and crush the invaders. This offers numerous elements not only in a siege of an enemy kingdom and an enemy land, but when you're dealing with an abandoned castle full of ghosts, or if you're dealing with something that is haunted, collapsed, where you don't know what's still viable, you don't know what's still secure and safe, what might pose structural damage. As far as castles, I know the bearded halfling tends to loom in some of these videos. He probably gets mentioned more than I would like, but unfortunately he does have an area of expertise when it comes to medieval things. So, dwarf, if you're watching this video, and I know you will eventually, drop a comment for these fine folks to tell them other interesting things you can do when dealing with castles as dungeons. With that, I want to move on to the second to last of our real-life examples. I want to say that the pyramids, similar to castles, were fascinating structures. There's a reason they're one of the wonders of the world. They are tombs, meant for the very important people with a lot of riches to be sealed at the bottom, so the right motivated party, and they're gonna go down. You might be dealing with the Pharaoh's curse. The wonder that you always deal with the mummies is that if they're up awake, what if they're still running around? What if their guards are? I think there's a lot of potential to easily take a pyramid and pivot into something dangerous for grave robbers, but perhaps you're an honorable grave robber, not seeking to disrespect the dead, but perhaps the Pharaoh's magical sword that he was buried with is the only option to slay an oncoming enemy horde because of its great magical ability. It's something to consider, but pyramids, just as castles and caves, caves offer a very interesting approach to a more structured classical type of dungeon. I think that's, the progression. You see, caves offer a very natural basis for a dungeon to be. Castles are buildings that are meant for safety, and you might have a living human element in there, and they're made for defense. But then you have tombs, which through and through are meant to keep the living out, as they are a place of rest for the dead. Speaking of the dead, the last real-world example is one that was a very interesting aesthetic, and that's the Paris catacombs. I didn't go into too much detail because I don't know how much YouTube feels about talking about these kinds of things, but the thought of a dungeon based off of the cities of the dead that would be underneath a new, fresh, living, breathing city is just something so grotesquely fascinating. Maybe some form of war long ago since fought, or a great disease spread. People were buried where they fell, and then as it rained a torrential downpour, some sea god is disturbed, or just time passes, weathering of dirt and stone occurs. Bodies come in a world of necromancy. What if they didn't stay dead? What if a mad arcanist or wizard decides upon discovering the millions of dead underneath the city has certainly found his target for a new mass spell, for his coup d'etat, for his option to take over the city? A setting that means the ground could not swallow up any more corpses. Something that is overflowing, something that is a problem that needs to be delved into, dealt with at the root, and not only cleaning as you go down, but having to clean as you cave your way back up through. Next, I want you guys to think about a few games, and in this instance, I'm almost universally talking about video games. For TTRPGs, there are about 1 million of dungeons out there, either officially licensed media or fan content, or available for free online. I want to again use this to pool for inspiration, your creative drive, or as anything I do, maybe take something you already have and use your knowledge or the advice you get from me and twist it to make it your own. That's what magpieing is all about. There are a few places, Skyrim and the Legend of Zelda franchise, both are bountiful inspirations as far as dungeons. Mostly they are almost always hurdles for combat or treasure or story progression, but if you want an easy map or aesthetic, poke around in your favorite video games. Bleak Falls Barrow might be talked about in a couple videos because it's iconic to me, and I could probably walk through it in my sleep. You have Awaken the Wolf Queen and the Bloated Man's Grotto as far as Skyrim. However, why don't you drop me your favorite Legend of Zelda dungeon in the comments below? Beyond that, something else I want to allude to and spend some time in is the Persona franchise, Mind Palaces. I know I've talked about it in length on some of my videos, but also on social media and Blue Sky, how Magwife has the duet that I did for her, and I ran for her up until we pivoted to a more unique structure for an epilogue. The sessions dealt with delving into the minds of people to overcome their personal obstacles, whether that be demons of grief or trauma that was caused, hatred and bullheaded arrogance. The party can have fun fighting through these really interesting representations of personal problems, these perceptions of reality. You can see a lot of that in Persona, how these people's internalized vices and demons generally become the dungeon itself. I think that's a wonderful thing in a world of psionics and magic. Popping into the dreamscape offers a lot of creativity. It offers some pullback, some of your restraints upon reality, as well as it allows you to not have to worry about structure and physical sense, because if something needs to change, the dream can just change. You don't have a building, you have a mind in which you have places to tell a story upon. Last but not least, I want to allude to something that's maybe a bit more for those who just casually might explore, might engage with the natural and monster ecology more, and that's of course Pokemon. I love Pokemon. Always will, always have. I think they do an excellent job at ecology and establishing environments, and they can obviously inspire structured dungeons. They're more for a simplistic game, but there's no saying you can't look at these layouts for purpose or reason for them to be there, and perhaps consider, okay, is this something I can use? If you're interested in Pokemon ecology and environmentally speaking, there's a wonderful Poke YouTuber, Acrylic VA, that has hours and hours of context on the exact subject matter that is rich for inspiration for how you involve magical fantasy creatures into a setting, into an environment, and how the Pokemon world builds and tackles such a setting. We've talked a lot about where in nature you can have dungeons. Frankly, caves are one of the very easiest, but don't forget that a dungeon is a bunch of rooms, not always in a linear order. It is a structure of an entrance and an exit and a journey in between. It's the beginning and the end and the in-between. You can have a dungeon that is just exploration of a forest. You can have a dungeon that's just scaling of a mountain or the expanse of a body of water. These are all over and open to you. Perhaps you have some root or stone sample you need. Perhaps a creature is needed that's capable of extracting a certain body part for medicine. There's plenty of reasons to just have nature and the obstacles that nature so generously presents to be available as the reason to explore a dungeon. It allows maybe more of a low stakes to the physical threats, but has more roleplay and skill challenge for the characters to express themselves and explore themselves. Again, it's still a threatening but low stakes, low magic element. For magic, I think you can take anything and everything I've said up until this point, throw it in a blender, mix it up, pour it out, and you got something new. Sky's the limit, really, as far as magic goes in your world building. I think one of these days you might see me do a deep dive on magic in a world building context, as I continue to work out and structure my own world and systems. But magic and dungeons can make things interesting. Teleporting, reversing gravity, dangerous explosives. In the next video or two, we'll be talking about traps and where magic might play a role in some of those. And beyond magic, it allows you to bend any rule that might need to be. A cave that may have nothing more than an albino axolotl as its apex predator can now have a blind albino basilisk, where you can see its organs because its scales and skin don't need pigmentation to deal with sunlight. But how does a predator like a basilisk that dwells where there is little light have such a supernatural gaze? Another element for consideration, but that's for a later video. Welcome back to day 2 of Dungeons in December, and here we are talking about one of the most important relationships between things in TTRPGs, and that's traps and rewards. They're the bread and butter of a dungeon. Traps are presented as obstacles that ultimately are going to make things an unfair fight. Traps will do 4 major things: hurt, hinder, alert, and pass time. Rewards, however, are one way of motivating the whole effort and worthwhile experience, a form of incentivizing engagement from a storyteller's end. Rewards usually manifest as randomly generated magical items, gold, and more gold. Yeah, we'll talk about that a bit later, but why do we think they really matter? Why is it worth talking about? Well, it's because this relationship allows both player and storyteller to benefit. Traps often help the player feel clever whenever they overcome or perhaps train caution. They allow this caution and this engagement and awareness that the storyteller will live for. And rewards, that's easy. We already mentioned they're your motivation and engagement. While that might be simple on its onset, it's really making it meaningful that matters. For example, this trap is Dungeons in December. I've already told you I've got about 10 videos locked in and I'm ready for you to watch all of them, so you've been lured into that subscribe button. You might even click it and comment disarm trap, and well, if you've done all those things, you'll be rewarded with the wealth of knowledge on the creative world building, general frameworking, and advice for storytelling, and truly all of the right world building opinions and TTRPG content rewards you could possibly want. So let's talk a bit more about rewards, since you've earned one of many. They're what makes players feel like their skill and effort is a worthwhile thing to engage with. For character and player, it's what makes the time spent at the table feel like an accomplishment or progression. Adventuring parties may receive a lump sum of gold, but we all know mere gold doesn't motivate anyone to true greatness. I mentioned in my last World Building 101 more world building tips that gold is a bad system, and given the proximity of these two videos being created, I've yet to come up with my solution. I've just begun to form out and plot out my TTRPG secret sauce overall, so for the sake of this video, give the party coin, but don't cripple your economy. Make sure you have a healthy lines to spend it. Perhaps a character is in immense amounts of debt, looking to pay down a family member or a family member's debt. They inherited a haunted, abandoned mansion and they need to refurbish it. Maybe they're looking to buy a dragon and have to keep making intense down payments. Oh, you've triggered my trap card, so let's pivot back to traps for a little while. Let's consider the problem of traps, and that's honestly bloat above all else. An overabundance of traps can often make things an unfun gaming experience. The same can be said with combat in dungeons, which, depending on your setup, is quite literally a trap in its own right. One campaign I had a few years back was in a dystopian fantasy of a previous world that had practically come to an apocalyptic end, and then a fantasy world was built on its foundation. There were fallout shelters, or vaults, that we had to go through and explore, and one of them had gotten a bit overrun by a mutated, fleshy, monstrous experiments. That was a 6-month dungeon in real time. For half a literal year out of game, our characters were in that dungeon, and the dungeon was largely just a side quest. The greatest TTRPG trap is scheduling. The reason I bring that up is because a big trap that you don't want to step in as a storyteller is bloat. Here are a few examples of different kinds of traps and tricks and routes you can go with designing things, but be cautious of too much. There might be a more specific number somewhere out there from a more specific dungeon designer and storyteller that would be able to give you. There's only so long and so charming rolling saving throws, checking for things can be entertaining to a party of players at the table. Let's touch on some examples. Kindergarten exercises, or 1st through 3rd grade, or whatever kids do in school these days. Mental exercises, word problems, riddles, other puzzles for you and, again, grade school children. Those might be the route if you want to go for something more interactive. I know it's common, and I've never personally found one that's the most entertaining for me to use, but people do it, and a lot of people recommend it. So I would be ignorant to pretend like I am somehow above recommending it. Finding logic puzzles on brand might be a bit hard, but finding stuff that can be reflavored for fantasy, perhaps that's the idea for a future Patreon post. Now the next tip for traps as a whole might be, perhaps that's an idea for a future Patreon post. Now the next tip on traps as a whole, while this isn't a trap for you to use or consider, it's just a general rule for all traps. You need to have multiple solutions. I would say 9.5 times out of 10, I think it's almost non-negotiable because no trap or plan survives the battlefield. Your solution being the right one doesn't have to be the way of saying something has to be processed that way. I want to say it was maybe Dungeon Coach's video, but I could be wrong, where he mentioned that if one person is confused about how to solve something, it's fine. However, if all of your party is confused on how to solve something, how to reach the end conclusion, then it's a bad trap. You don't need to have this mysticism and confusion in every experience. Sometimes it needs to be a tripwire that they see and step around. Sometimes they disarm it. Sometimes it needs to be a riddle from a sphinx that is complicated, but with the right rolls or a sincere player, it can be overcome. Now, let's get into the types of traps that you might want to consider. What are they doing? What are they accomplishing, kind of sense? You have damaging traps. Certainly they have a place and it works. They are very likely your most common kind of trap. I just finished talking about the Dungeon Coach's video on traps, and he has a staggering damage system that can be translated to 5e, and it's been a while since I've checked out DC-20, but I wouldn't be surprised if that also carried over. I know most of my knowledge for seeing these systems comes from a 5e perspective, but it's been translated from there. What other trap systems do you have your eyes on? Perhaps who dungeons better than the product that uses it in its own namesake and then kind of ignores it? Let me know in the comments below, because I'm curious and learning. I know I gotta go back and look at DC-20 at some point, just kind of waiting for it to finish its production and release, but there's probably no super clear timetable on that. I just prefer looking at a physical book, but that's certainly a me problem. The next is skill hinder traps. I think they're underappreciated because it's a trap that could naturally make stealth harder. Is it a powdered odor that's incredibly noxious, so it's harder to get out of the crevices of your armor and equipment? Perhaps it's a sticky residue that makes sleight of hand that much harder, or an arrow to the knee that impacts your athletics. Really, anything that creatively creates a roadblock for the party. These traps are meant to make a fight unfair. It doesn't necessarily have to just be in the fight itself. That could be getting to the fight, that could be getting to an advantageous position in the fight. Anything that might hamper you from performing at full duty. Another one to consider is alerting your enemies. I think this is a big one because more enemies, more problems. I'd be mindful because I know a lot of combat design in 5th edition, at the very least, just says the more the better, beat at the action economy, blah blah blah. This is not the video where I go into a 5e tangent again, but use it sparingly. Alerting the enemies could be as simple as a scout reporting back and the big bad evil guy has a few extra turns of prep before the party advances upon them, or perhaps they're fleeing because they don't want to have to deal with the party at this exact injunction. Making all the resources much less meaningful because they're already plundered and they've already escaped. The last one is passing time, and this one's probably the most self-explanatory. If a party gets behind a physical roadblock, or trapped in a net, or whatever it may be, there's the opportunity that, well, everything proceeds. If someone was kidnapped, they're now farther away. If someone's sick and ailing from a condition, perhaps, maybe it's more critical. Now, we're talking about making deals with higher powers and more powerful beings in order to accomplish such things, to get them accomplishable. With that, let's pivot back to rewards for a bit. I think this is a give and take. Back and forth has me pulling, wanting to give your players something good, something nice. With that, let's remember rewards are for engagement and motivation. That's a key takeaway from this video. It doesn't just apply to dungeons, it's in everything you do. Combat outside of dungeons, stories, side quests. There needs to be growth. There needs to be this benefit to these things in order to allow players to want to keep playing. Obviously, you can't have people engage with the story and sometimes reward them for story progression, but you just need to be mindful that you are rewarding your players. Not just saying this because I've totally not been the dungeon master who was making an engaging and fun story and then totally forgot to give them any kind of loot or progression, and then they never complained about it. I just realized after 4 or 5 sessions, no one leveled up, no one got any kind of reward or bonus because we were all just so locked into the drama of the story. It's something I want to try and be better about, something I plan for and think on more regularly. This engagement and motivation needs to be done right. There are a few different elements that I'd like to go over when it comes to rewarding people. As aforementioned, gold is bad. You probably want to always give some form of currency, as currency is what moves within most worlds. If your party has independent desires and wishes for things that their characters would want, that they need gold for, then that's something less for you to worry about giving them gold. Just be sure that they have places where they can spend gold and not just worry about it growing and turning into some gold coin golem. On to the next one, world secrets. This one, as most of these, has a little bit of magpie story time with it. Many years back at this point, I was actually playing in my first campaign I ever got the chance to play with Magwife in it, with both of us as players. She had a young sorceress who was having a rough old time and ended up reviewing and reading a ancient magical book that we found on a mission. And as she was just turning through the pages, and in those pages was when she began to have the emotions finally break through. She started to weep on this ancient magical book. The dungeon master asked her to describe exactly what just happened one last time, just to be sure. So once again, the sorceress was described as crying down onto the pages of the book. And because of that, the intense emotion and the engagement of the unique loopholes of this project and things going on in the background, we unlocked the main quest. Vecna is still alive, and it did it way earlier than anticipated, which was super cool because that greatly pivoted where we were as characters, as fresh rulers of a kingdom and all that fun stuff. The biggest, baddest, evilest guy was still alive and is about to make it our problem because he knows we know. That campaign fell to the scheduling demons, as it all will at some point. But with that being said, I think it's certainly worth offering your players world secrets, especially ones that are going to lock them in, especially ones that pertain to their characters or aligned factions or characters that they as players are greatly interested in. Learning the things from the man behind the curtain certainly activates this primal nosy hunger that we as players and characters so often have. Another underappreciated reward that players should be grateful for, as it is touched upon in my video on rest mechanics, is safe rest. That's an accomplishment in its own right. While sometimes you'll have different worlds and different setups, different dungeons, it is certainly worth acknowledging that they're probably going to have to rest at some point. Otherwise, you're just going to burn all your spells, and unless you have a short, painful dungeon set up as your route of exploration, it may be harder for you to get them through it without a rest. A reward should be rest, a reset, depending again on your system, depending again on your rules. I know, as we've discussed in the previous video, not all systems allow for full rests in a hostile environment. That's perfectly fine. However, even partial rests to rejuvenate health points or mana spells in any meaningful way could still be worth exploring as a reward for completing areas or objectives within a dungeon. Exploring the dungeon, engaging with the dungeon, let's bounce back to traps for at least a minute here before we get closer and closer to wrapping up. Traps should be fun. They don't need to just be a way of punishing your players. They definitely don't need to just be insta-kills. That's a big thing I actually want you guys to avoid. You can damage the mess out of a party. That's what potions, healing spells, rests, and 4th level spells would... It's a big thing I actually want you guys to avoid. You can damage the mess out of a party. That's what potions, healing spells, and rests are all for. An insta-kill trap pretty much never. Unless you guys are playing the meat grinder old style 8 characters to get ready for the campaign, that's just typically not what people are going to want to engage with, because people invest a lot into their characters. I'm sure at a later point you guys will hear the death and dying kind of explanation from me as to why death in TTRPG can create interesting stories and can probably kill campaigns. But let traps be fun. Some of my favorite concepts that come from published content, I can't say I remember all of the citations for where these come from, they're just ones I've picked up throughout the years, so you'll have to apologize for the passive plagiarism. If they sound familiar to you and you know where they are, please drop in the comments. First and foremost, a hall of pit traps. Whenever they get used to break tension. Not every dungeon is going to be life or death, not every dungeon needs to be that serious. If tonally you're playing a campaign and the campaign itself is that serious, yeah, maybe you ignore some of the sections. But I think in general, some goofy traps certainly are a magpie recommendation. If you don't want a whole hall of pit traps, one after the other, just do a second pit trap. Just as they pull over or scoot past the wall to avoid it, they take another step and fall back in. Well, the last plagiarized goof is a bear trap. That is, if you attempt to disarm it, it animates a magical bear to attack you. That's cute to me. It's wordplay. Make things charming. Give those goblins and kobolds that have to manage, maintain, and deal with the dungeons themselves something fun to do. Designing unique and interesting traps. Point number 97 about traps. Sometimes traps are social encounters, sometimes in a dungeon included, because you can always find something in a dungeon willing to talk to you. Whether it has mad ramblings or be some ancient item of sorts. Something else that I want you to keep in mind with is one of the most classic traps. I don't think I've mentioned it so far, so if you have any guesses, pause the video, drop a comment, and I'll give you a couple seconds to think on it. Cursed items. Those are probably some of the best traps. So rich in role-playing experience and interaction and availability to expose the party to a massive wealth of story elements. It's just, again, to have it be so interesting. Give it a cursed item a silly voice or a silly personality. Having them be something important, who wants to get out, have them be able to tempt and help the party in meaningful ways. Then back to pivoting away from the fact that traps can be fun, I think rewards should be meaningful. I think a lot of times we should reward with skill bonuses, +1s here or there to a certain trait or skill, just permanently. For this feat, you accomplished unique magical items. I one day will make a video and I want you guys to hold me to it. Or something unique, a special ability, or powers that sort of have unique powerful abilities. One day I will make a video on why randomly generated anything, including especially magical items as a reward out of a table in a book, is a bad idea if that is the majority of people's loop. I say that as someone who painfully had a DM who did exactly that. 60 to 70% of magical items we got, party just wouldn't use. My character, who was terribly statted at the time, unironically got the nickname Iron Man because I was just a hodgepodge of different magical trinkets because no one else wanted them and they were better than what I could do. And on occasion, whenever we got something that was custom made for one of us, it was still the toss-up on if it would go to the right person because everyone wanted the cool, unique something or other. Because most of the time, no one got anything that they wanted to use, so yeah. Maybe they're trying to bribe an alchemist so that all these strange, unique flowers and fungi in this dungeon are collected in order to reward them with progression in that relationship. Beyond that, all of your characters should have personal goals. If you need a little help with that, I have a whole video on designing characters. It's an older video, so I can't promise that I won't redo it and improve upon it one day. If you guys want to see more of that, please let me know. I do love making characters unique and memorable, almost as much as building out the world. In general, people should have have wants. Even fictional people should have wants. And you should be rewarding them through dungeons and through the whole gameplay with things that help progress and reward. If they want to start a business, maybe gold is a route you want to fulfill. If lost history of this elven empire thought to be doomed and destroyed is something they want to record, maybe they find the artifact that's basically the Rosetta Stone's worth of knowledge and translations that breaks through and helps them realize their dreams. Treasure should be spendable in some functional way, whether that be spent in to progress a character's motivations, story progression, or quite literally spent. If you're giving them wealth, be sure they have meaningful places to spend it. You don't need to be selling items in the tens of thousands of gold pieces, because ultimately that's going to start getting really massive and disassociatively boring. Anything I say with any of these videos is flexible and independent to each and every person who plays and engages with these games. What you should be doing is rewarding curiosity, rewarding engagement, and rewarding not just making it a repeatable song and dance. I know it's sometimes a little hard, and I understand and sympathize with that. There's a lot of onus on the Dungeon Master as a whole. With that, I'm sorry that I can't help too much more. I'm sure in the months and years to come, I will continue to give you guys advice on making things more engaging and how to get players to lock more into your world. Untold evil has returned to the lands, an evil long thought gone. The world shakes in anticipation of how to deal with the swelling of power. The local court wizard has beseeched any brave adventurers to travel into the arcane burial grounds to seek out the legendary tablet that foretold this calamity, and might detail clues on how to undo this threat upon itself. Now, doesn't that sound fun? And maybe a little familiar. Did you know that the least used part of Dungeons & Dragons' name is the dungeon part? With infamy of the Tomb of Horrors and early editions so heavily linked into this thought of dungeon crawling, where did our dungeons go? All those dungeons have been plundered, plenty of them solved, and really the truth of it is that the players currently playing a lot of TTRPGs don't really have the desire to crawl through dungeons, endure the spheres of annihilation, and map out the obscene labyrinths concocted in the minds of the mad individuals that call themselves dungeon masters. Now, there's still plenty of players out there that do enjoy a good dungeon crawl, and more power to them, but we can all use a dungeon. Not just any old dungeon, but in fact a particular type of dungeon that if it isn't already in your tool belt, you've been cheating yourself and your players. Now, I think it can still be pretty easy to see why Dungeons of Yesteryear's dragons, they're not what the current gamers want to play, or at least the more popular image of that playstyle most people get into the game for. The Tomb of Horrors wouldn't have persisted in history if it wasn't worth remembering, but perhaps we're short on reasons to send people through isolated locations for periods of time. Well then, you must find the Maltese Falcon, and the last place history remembers it in is the tomb of an old king at the bottom of the mountain. The Maltese Falcon, for those unaware, is a classical film example of what is known as a MacGuffin, which very, very briefly is a plot device that doesn't really matter what it actually is, but the story would revolve around it, its existence, and its importance regardless. It is the trigger of a plot then, at the very least for my 5-room dungeon, which is where we're at, the one we'll talk about is a MacGuffin. I want to allude to the Maltese Falcon, but I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, aren't I? How about we take a pause and talk on the 5-room dungeon? If it's your first time hearing about it, I'll be leaving resources in the description to give you more hard information, a reference guide to it. Of course, this was supposed to be part of the Dungeon Jam that happened a few months back. I'm hoping to link resources to all of those wonderful videos, but just like we did a quick run through, without further ado, let's talk about the 5-room dungeon. Room 1 is the Guardian. This is whatever has kept people out and the initial obstacle from keeping people from getting in. It could be environmental, like being underwater, up in the air, in a dangerous mountaintop. It could be magical, a riddle, a curse, or perhaps an illusion cast over the entrance has ensured that no one has disturbed the grounds. But very often it is something present, something that a lot of people, a lot of parties will jump at the opportunity to fight. Now, a word of caution, be careful burning the resources before it even starts. I mean, frankly, let this be a speed bump that explains why this problem is a location. It's available to the party and no one else. Room 2, the roleplay encounter or puzzle. Easy enough, this is the room where perhaps you have something to figure out, or something to talk to. Perhaps there's a lot to be said for puzzles in Dungeons and Dragons, insert the kindergarten puzzles or all the stuff we talked about with traps in the last video. For those who might be struggling to remember wordplay or whatever might come from it, something that comes to mind for Magpie recommendations is look at old Game Boy Advance and DS era Pokemon games. So that's Gens 3 and 4 of Pokemon for those not initiated. I think a lot of the HM puzzles and gym puzzles or other areas could really help give you a basic understanding of what some physical puzzles that could be interesting could be to interact. Let them solve it out on a grid formula. The Team Rocket warehouse with the spinning tiles is an example. Imagine describing your players getting thrown around on these magically enchanted tiles. You could even tie it to Constitution saving throws, lest they suffer vertigo and nausea. Roleplay encounters are generally a lot more understood. It could be a conversation people have to have in order to progress forward. Perhaps the Guardian is a dangerous path on the mountain, but the roleplay encounter is the fact that once the party gets in, they can't actually figure out how to get past the collapsed rubble in the entrance, so it's back to town to see if they can find some folks willing to mine or perhaps grant them explosives to outright blow their way through. They may have to make a business agreement, since there would be a liability that this cursed haunted dungeon being opened up sounds pretty dangerous to everyone else, so the party now really has to sweet talk the working crew to get them in, or really to get them to understand why it's so important. Room 3 is your setback. This is one that I think I actually had the biggest trouble really getting into my brain to understand how it functions properly within a 5-room dungeon. It isn't really a specific room, at least it doesn't have to be a room, which more so can be a focus or event. Think of it as anything that might delay completion. Perhaps something got sealed off, perhaps there's a curse that delays them, perhaps there's a condition of a dangerous monster that causes the party to need to wait for another day for it to go and find another route. You don't have to overcomplicate it just needs to be something that the party burns resources interacting with. Spells, HP, gold, time, any and all of these, you can have setbacks be small speed bumps or a pretty substantial hurdle. It goes back to that core principle of traps making things an unfair fight. The setback is no different. Room 4 is your conflict. There might be multiple fights in a dungeon, but think of this as the fight. The one that ends the rest of them. The one combat to rule them all. The climax of the dungeon. If you're talking in a more narrative sense or befriend every enemy, not every fight has to come to a place of bloodshed and death, but I think it should still be that moment, that level in tension is at an all-time high. It should be all riding on the way that this room plays out. You want it because the boss of the dungeon is ready with all 3 of his health bars. If the encounter is meeting the Sphinx at the end of the dungeon, then the conflict is solving their 3 final riddles. That's also fine. Just remember you set the mood and the themes of the dungeon. Just give it conflict that helps align yourself with the goals as to what brought them here. Room 5 is the reward. The dungeon has been plundered, the boss beaten, and the dust has started to settle. Now we seek treasure. This is something that perhaps is very open-ended. Perhaps it is the gold and magical items of the troll who made this cave home. Or it's the hoard of the dragon or lich that just was slain. Or maybe the reward is the friends we made along the way. Or the deep arcane secrets locked in the ruins of this dungeon. It doesn't have to be gold and magic items though. If we're staying in the typical D&D Pathfinder game style, you might just want to sprinkle in some tangible physical shinies for your party. Most rogues will break out in hives if they don't have the chance to get something, but remember, as we spoke on rewards, do your best to have them be meaningful and don't always think they have to be physical shinies. Okay, so that's the 5-room dungeon. What else do I have to say on it? A few things actually, in case it hasn't been made abundantly clear. Don't feel limited to make this a dark, dank cave. Get creative. Not all of this has to be in order. They can really be transformed to defy the traditional settings of dungeons. Maybe your 5 rooms can happen in Fantasy Costco or a complex Fey forest that feels like a segmented into different areas and levels, layers to explore. On top of the general concept of being something that's more flexible for numerous types of dungeons, it has been proposed for others that this might also be a good story structure. Break it down. Initial hurdle, conversation or challenge being the easy setup for social elements, setbacks that should happen in any kind of story to make them satisfying, conflict, another easy one for anyone, that's the tension of the story, and then the reward that can get you in the same place. But I think you're looking at it in the story structure. The reward for beating a dragon may include the horde, but largely it should be planned in the saving the kingdom route. So what would Magpie do differently? The first is a hand-me-down type of suggestion. I got the idea from Wobble Rocket, and he got it from an article or book that he's told me about, but I can't recall at the moment of recording, so I challenge the mighty Wobble to leave me a comment citing my resources, because I don't remember where you said you got this from. But it's that you have 5 rooms of function and 5 rooms of flavor, leading to a 10-room dungeon, which is still not crazy big, but the flavor allows you to expand how much prep and how much aesthetic and vibes and visual is present. It allows breathing room for exploring the lore and the world of the dungeon. Maybe if it's the Lich's dungeon, they're able to project an illusion of themselves to taunt the party and have dialogue with them. Have them, again, be more flavorful and fun. I know there's a handful of other dungeon alternatives to make things interesting. Let me hit my Magpie bingo card and mention the Welsh DM's video on procedural dungeons. It's a short 12 minutes gives you a fun, unique way of letting dungeons play out. Heck, no saying you couldn't kit bash the 2 methods together, or the 3 methods together if you're counting your rooms of flavor. Now you may be asking, we've listened to this video, we've liked, we've subscribed, and we left a comment, but what's in it for me? And I commend you. Any fellow magpies worth their salt know collect shiny things and take them back to their own collections, and with that I offer you my very own creation, a 5-room dungeon I teased at the start of this video. The world is ending. The method you may choose can be whatever suits your world. Dragons, vampires, trolls, a plague, and your adventurers have received summons for an open invitation that summons them to the kingdom's court wizard, pleading for any willing heroes to brave the tomb of the nameless king, whose legends have dealt with this exact problem countless centuries ago, but they took those secrets to beating it to their grave. Now your party must delve into the dungeon, face the troubles of whatever protections the prior king left to ensure his rest remain for eternity, all in order to start this journey of saving the world as we know it. I think this generally sets up the fun premise. I've always liked being transparent as far as my inspirations go, and yeah, I took a lot of inspiration from Bleak Falls Barrow. I love Skyrim, and even so many of their dungeons are boring and repeatable, that's still what I think of when I think of dungeons. I will quickly go through the 5 rooms as I've set them up, and let me quickly rapid fire you through my 5 rooms as I've set them up. As the party gathers details on the tomb, I actually want to put a flavor room before you ever even get to the dungeon. You run into another adventuring party that got the summons. I would advise them to be friendly, have the parties compare notes and measure each other's swords or whatever. Generally, I wish each other well. This can help if the party doesn't have the drive or ambition to hunt down the location, but perhaps the court wizard sent Google Maps directions with the summons. The tomb is atop a cold mountain. You can have another flavor room before entering the dungeon proper and have it be the weather hitting the party as they have to scale up. Maybe have it even be a small setback of the party can't meet very low DC skill checks. Have it add a little extra bit of time passage if someone lost their grip and the party has to scramble to help them along. We're now approaching the first of the rooms, the Guardian. What keeps the people outside the tomb of the nameless king? A group of bandits has made their base of operations outside the tomb. It wouldn't be a Skyrim reference if there weren't a healthy amount of bandits. If they've heard the rumors of the riches of the tomb, and they've never been able to be confident enough to go in. You have a few routes forward, either straightforward route, slay the bandits. If your party is stealthy, maybe they're able to sneak past and get into the dungeon, with either magic or skill, being able to avoid the attention of the guards. If you have a more diplomatic party, they could try and talk to the bandit leadership, and from here you know to barter and wheel and deal, or to come to an agreement to cut the riches of the tomb with them. Whichever way you get past the reasonable amount of bandits they mention, the only one who might have gone in was Aaron Swiftfoot. He's been missing for a few days and always talked about how the danger was just nothing but a few rodents of unusual size. You're brought into a fairly linear dungeon. The entrance is open, available to the world, but there's a sense of eeriness of entering upon it. The pressure and weight of something old on the party's shoulders that they must face to move forward. Feel free to meddle with my setup as any number of variations. I want the puzzle to be a locked room full of low-level undead soldiers, enough to give the party a light workout. Skyrim bingo card number 2 is Draugr. However, there need to pass a few skill checks in order to proceed. There is a key that is missing a gem that the party would need to investigate in order to know that the gem would likely be the way of proceeding. However, an adequate perception check would reveal that there's a breeze coming through an area that seems to be a solid wall. Upon closer inspection, it's a thick veil of spider webs the party can cut through, and with enough effort, proceeding down past this route can lead them into an area where they start to hear a howling and yelping. The party can make their way into the room with a rather large spider or spiders and a man tied up into the webs waiting to be consumed. This is a softcore flavor room, but leads the party into the setback in dealing with the spiders and the possible freeing and fleeing of Aaron. You'll make a break for it, especially if the party asks about the key and that it's missing. Or maybe just the party kills him on sight, because we all know what we did in Bleak Falls Barrow. Don't pretend you're above me. Let the party chase Aaron, give him a bit of extra mobility or a few tricks, either quick traps or maybe even some good spells for escape to hide himself. But I'm going to go off and assume that the party eventually gets their hands on Aaron and then the gem. The lock is emerald with various symbols and engravings that the party has to match to get into the door. I am imagining an enchanted stone door that must insert the gem to its symbol with the riddle. To see the king, one must understand that nature and man walk the same life, the same steps, the same order. I'd like to reference the man starts his life with 4 limbs, then 2, and lastly ends on 3. Think of this as man starts crawling as an infant, walks on 2 legs, and has a cane towards the end of his life. If your players are stumped, I think it's pretty reasonable. An intelligence check could get them to order the animals with the symbols and go with the number in between. Between Aaron, the spider, and all the other sprinkling conflicts, and even your possible traps that could be sprinkled in, I'd personally consider this a stretch of time your setback. Not every room needs to be a literal room. It can be a set of events or experiences within a core area. That gets us to the core of what's beautiful about the 5-room dungeon, and beyond that, dungeons as a whole. They're structures for experiences. With setbacks and solves, we're in the home stretch. Let's talk about the final fight. Well, 5-room dungeons very often are antagonistic in their setting, generally not giving hard stats, but more so aesthetics and guidelines and structure. That'll be no different, as I'm sure you all know, at the very end of Bleak Falls Barrow, guarding the Dragonstone is in fact a big bad undead. I'd want something well past the weight class of the party, since ultimately they're going to be fighting one scary guy. They need to be tough enough to fend off the party of reasonable risk and danger. Another magpie tip of the day, if I've already not given you, 200 of those in December, but make fights hard, but you don't always have to aim for incredibly lethal. That's sort of what challenge rating is there for, but sometimes your party needs to sense danger, but not death looming on the horizon. So I'd say a powerful undead guardian, one dressed in armors of an ancient world, speaking a long-lost tongue, one who tests the party. You can either have the party beat them, or perhaps merely fight them long enough to get his body damaged enough to be the bloody condition, and then he relinquishes the key to the final room, whether that be a literal room or not. We'll transition to the rewards portion, which, if you've already watched the video on traps and rewards, we all know how to properly hinder the party and offer meaningful motivation and engagement to explore through the 5-room dungeons. For our particular room, I'd say the boss room just becomes a non-lethal area for exploration, either with the guardian slain or generally returned to his resting position. The party would find the Maltese falcon waiting atop the stone structure built atop the position which the guardian stood. Throughout the room, there would likely be other chests of general treasure available, information on an age old and long past. Perhaps some magical trinkets that the party can find useful for their battle going forward. And with that taken care of, that wraps up our 5-room dungeon. We've talked a decent bit about dungeons at this point. The life breath, the locations, one of the best structures, but that doesn't touch on the fact that we're in the 4th video of Dungeons in December, and you all haven't even made me sit down and explain what the heck a dungeon is in the first place. It's been far too long, but way back in the Dungeon Jam, I was cooking with Brian from Barge Games for a Magpie's method of dungeons, and that's what the video is foundationally gonna be. M is for monsters, which is anything with a stat block that needs to be punched, but as in all game design, just because you can punch a problem doesn't always mean that's going to fix the problem. Never feel the absolute need to have a fight be present. Maybe a tricky, cunning player or a charismatic, friendly player can talk their way through. The best enemies can become the best of friends. If it can be killed, fought, or anything in combat with it, its stat block should be prepared with the first section, just so you're not having to scramble and figure out where everything else is. Next, A is for access points, and that's the numerous ways the dungeon can be entered and exited. Any good adventurer with an adamantine greatsword can make a wall of the castle a straight path to the boss room. But did you come in the front door like the Lich so painfully hoped so? Did you find an ancient sealed magic portal in the back room of another dungeon, pull the curtain off, and be teleported away to this new dungeon? Did the small mining village accidentally tunnel into a secret layer of untold evils? When thinking about access points, think about how you're getting the party in. And on top of that, what else could get in the way? Now, G is for gatekeepers. It's a pretty interesting one. This is fairly direct parallel to the 5-room dungeon, but I think Brian really broke it down in a good way that helps establish a total story for your dungeon. Why isn't it already plundered? Is there some golem standing outside allowing the players of only true heart to pass? Is there natural terrain of the building impossible to overcome, or perhaps a curse that only allows souls powerful enough to be feasted upon to enter? Think about this as a narrative element that allows your party to largely be the first ones to stumble upon the entrance. Perhaps it's magically sealed, I don't know, you speak friend and enter, or something silly like that. Next, P is for puzzles. Remember your monsters was anything that you needed a stat block to punch? Well, puzzles is everything you couldn't hope to punch your way through. Not saying you can't, I'd let the monk try and punch his way through a rolling boulder, but I digress. Think of this as any and all obstacles that can't be fought with or spoken to. There's resources and videos out there that talk through how to improve traps, wink wink, and I love Mirror Force as much as the next guy, but sometimes you gotta rely on the KISS method, another one of DM Heraclitus's favorites. I think you should let your parties use their skills. I say proudly as someone who has played a barbarian in the party who was the trap detection method, because whatever I walk into or through, my barbarian was going to endure and survive. For those who don't know, the KISS method is keep it simple stupid. Let the bard remember stories he's sung and told about types of trap that they have had them. The rogue naturally shines in these sort of situations, but a ranger adept in their own observations can likely tell their way that plants grow and evolve throughout a dungeon would indicate where it might be safest to travel. The next one, admittedly, is pretty meaty portion of your dungeon, and that's the itinerary. So I is for itinerary. This is the dungeon as a whole. I want you to think of this as the section of prep more than anything. As small bit of the party's objective, think not only in the main thing of the dungeon, but the general map. What story beats can happen? What needs to happen to really get the experience of your dungeon? I mentioned it previously, and I talk about it all the time, but the dungeon's main thing is something that I want you to really think on. Why are they, your party, here? E is for exits. Well, yeah, you gotta leave at some point, which I mean realistically you don't have to. If a lich can stay down here waiting to see who survives his troublesome dungeon, maybe you can too. It's worth thinking about an exit plan, not just the Skyrim way, where the exit is a lever that opens up a stone door that just leads you out the front door that you came into, but what needs to happen for the party to check this one off as complete? What needs to be accomplished for progression? Is there something or someone trapping them here? Could they leave as if they left the front door open? Or perhaps they can't leave until they get the answer to save a party member's life. The exit is a physical location, and it also tethers together the itinerary to present themselves a generalized path or paths out. Last but certainly not least is S is for secrets of the dungeon. The goodies to be found along the way. Yes, look straight forward and find what loot is available to properly be pillaged in the dungeon, but also think in a more complex path. Are there dangerous truths to the world that the party might come face to face with? Is there some next great quest that can be started by the loot of this dungeon because yes, a new hand has touched the beacon? Just keep that in mind, secrets should always be surprises. I know I want to talk to my players about all the cool stuff that's going on, but secrets are best unearthed by players in the session. You'd be impressed how quickly and surprised a party can scramble to find themselves down a whole rabbit hole of conspiracies when given the right item or information at the wrong time, in a confusing place. With that though, I think that concludes this video on the Magpie's method to dungeon prep. Remember, the 5-room dungeon's structure, but the Magpie's method kind of helps you have a guideline to knowing you've hit everything you need to when preparing a dungeon. So remember, water your cleric, feed your druid, and always Magpie responsible. Welcome back to Dungeons in December. I think it's about time we talk about the elephant in the room and acknowledge the truth about what this month really is about. And that's... no one wants to be in the dungeons. Well, I hesitate to say no one, but really a lot of people don't understand why dungeons are important, why a lot of times they just don't work. Why do we so often ignore them? I've gone so far as to call dungeons the D&D's ugly duckling, because there's just a lot more dragons in D&D than dungeons, and while again, we won't harp too much on D&D's shortcomings, it's a problem that I don't honestly think is entirely their fault. I know it was Matt Colville that came out with a video so long ago about the change in the game. A lot of people have spoken countless times about how one of 5th edition's greatest failings is trying to be something for everyone, and Dungeons & Dragons in its truest form never intended to hit star power that Critical Role, Baldur's Gate, and Stranger Things brought to it. With all of these different elements combined, you have to consider when things changed. I think it's a very post-Rise where this fervor of character-driven stories is more where we are in this very social and personal game. That's not to say there aren't people who love combat simulators and people who are playing to manage their equipment into the meat grinder type of dungeons that still love that playstyle. From my experience and a lot of the interaction I see within a community, dungeons are just often seen as time sinks. So much so that even players like myself have been traumatized by that 6-month dungeon I unironically might have mentioned in about every one of my scripts outlined for all 10 of these videos. From there, I had to trim it as I realized it was becoming a bit excessive to talk about the same instance on repeat. They're seen as these chores, but at the end of the day, why I made Dungeons in December, why I wanted to go back to this big old video I made for the Dungeon Jam was because I think there's this fundamental misunderstanding of dungeons. They are problem resolution structures. They can be social structures. I think the 5-room dungeon beautifully tackles what a dungeon is and how flexible a dungeon can be. But dungeons can really facilitate any kind of game you might need. You can use dungeons to explore different environments and have it be this contained experience. Not everything needs to be an open world free-for-all. Maybe you have a linear exploration planned out for experiencing a new territory. They can just be ways of exploring this setting. Maybe you have a dungeon in your prep you're using to act as a preliminary getting to know every new relevant NPC in a city. Or heck, maybe they're traveling and this dungeon's the way of interacting with the quest line, experiencing travel, and experiencing these different environmental factors or native species. You can use dungeons to explore past histories of long ago in cutscene-like sessions. As a storyteller, you can just hand out new character sheets to allow the players to play this old moment in history and have a little fun to break up and make some memories. We need more dungeons. Dungeons have to have these concrete themes, goals, and purposes, and sometimes it can be very intimidating to understand what the main thing is. If you've listened to my advice on campaign prep and session prep and all that good stuff, understanding the main thing of your story helps all roads lead back to it. If your theme is toppling an empire of dragon kings, well then every dungeon might need to help facilitate that in some form or fashion. It doesn't have to be a hard line to killing a dragon, but it could be a soft line or a dotted line. But dungeons need to have trials and engagements. The traps and reward system that we've talked about earlier, the lungs and life breath of a dungeon, is so critical to just the dungeon experience. But session prep doesn't have to be trapped in the Tomb of Horrors. Don't view dungeons as these archaic seeds to seal away undead, mimic slimes, swinging blades. Dungeons are so much more. The reason I say we need more dungeons is because, frankly, in the TTRPG scene, there is a nasty amount of onus and work that goes on to the storyteller to be able to prep everything, to be able to structure everything. That is where dungeons have become this ugly duckling, because the game evolved and they didn't. The need for them is still there, but how do they look and what they look like, and all needs to shift. The majority of people playing games aren't looking to explore, aren't looking to crawl through and tap with a stick to find every pressure plate. We're having people who want to engage with stories, characters, roleplay. A dungeon in the esoteric big picture sense allows a structured problem, solution, start to finish, and journey in between. Dungeons are fine to be dungeons, but they're also more than that. They can be very useful store-bought. The dungeon can be a tool or a place for a structure or a story to take place in. Classical dungeons with monsters, traps, and all of that in the most traditional sense still peak, still very enjoyable in moderation, but you have to find that balancing act. Dungeons can be role-playing encounters. Dungeons can be political encounters, exploration, exploring environments, history, world building, and yeah, spoiler alert, dungeons can still have combat. We all enjoy combat. We want to put some fantasy superheroes to work, punching bad guys and fixing the world in ways that only fantasy superheroes can do. Keep in mind that dungeons are universal tools. They are intrinsic to the TTRPG scene. It's not something to be thrown in the junk drawer, but with that, I think I've said enough as to why dungeons don't work as they are. It's because we're looking at dungeons and we only ever see them how they were, not how they can be. It needs to be something different. While it can evolve, you can still have that original dungeon. When things get a little easier, you can put all that brain power and all of that back to having to schedule, because the barbarian just had his mom come in from out of town, so he's gonna be running a little late, and oh man, the bard, he just got called into work, so is it worth canceling? Can the bard call out? No? Maybe next week? Yeah, let's call it for next week. December. Shoot, we're past halfway. We're in the second half. You guys have got some good stuff, but there's still more to come. Today we're talking about the dungeon's best friend, the Mimic. You might be wondering, hey Mag, haven't we already talked about this before? And my answer to those who have been on the channel for quite some time now, that the Mime Cadaver is an old video I did. I'm still very happy with it, transferring the Pokemon Mimikyu into a TTRPG setting, but I always had a bit more to say on mimics. So let's take that sweet, innocent little angel Mimikyu, put him off to the side, keep him close, because Mimikyu doesn't like being left alone, and let's proceed with talking about the slimy, sticky-toothed monster. I think mimics are misunderstood. They're deceiving us, which is funny because that's kind of the whole point of a mimic. Yes, mimics are traps. They're obstacles. They are quintessential part of dungeon. What a lot of people underuse or miss is that mimics are social encounters. To elaborate, I believe it's in a Mr. Rex video, if I had to guess, but it very easily could have been another TTRPG content creator on mimics. Mimics are smarter than we imagine. Some of them, at the very least, are capable of bargaining. I know in the cozy game, Fields of Mystria, they have mimics in the dungeons you delve through, and you're able to just offer them food and they give you whatever's in their gullet that they haven't melted into acid and slime and just let you go on your merry way. And that's great. It's actually quite fun. It reminds me of Pointy Hat's Chest Weasels, his take on the original Mimic that was in a lot of ways from the viewpoint that mimics are a way of punishing curiosity and engagement, and I think that is true to an extent of a lot of the very straightforward, simplistic ways we see mimics, but I think they play into this interesting role in dungeons. They're living traps. Mimics are just in nature are shape-shifting ambush predators. They can go in from small, medium to large, depending on how old they are. They can be a little compact mirror, traditional chest, or they could be the whole house or a ship. I think there's a lot of creativity with this, not only in dungeons, but out of them. What if, instead of slaying a mimic, you drag the couple of tons creature out with you and discussing with it that you can offer it safe residence, offer it food, and all it has to do is protect your goods. Frankly, that's one of the most most interesting and compelling things that I'm sure plenty of characters in my world would or have done. Home security in the form of a challenge rating. With the age and sizing up the complexity of the creature, the more power it has, the more mental stats it has, the ability to communicate, to wheel and deal, to interact and grow. They're not just monsters, they're thinking creatures. As I said, beyond a dungeon, they can be fed and trained. Excellent shop defense, excellent home defense. For anyone curious or a retired adventurer, perhaps a home intruder got more than they bargained for when it tried to open your safe. Now, hear me out. I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't a remotely new concept to you, but what if mimics were just an evolution of another creature, specifically one often found in a dungeon, the slime? Yes, I know there are a lot of people who connect the dots and have them share kindred spirits because they're both in dungeons. What if mimics are the corrupted consumption of magical items and properties that helped it gain a more physical, grimy, solid texture? I think connecting the two helps this relationship, helps make a bigger web in your monstrous fantasy world building, because I think a lot of times we have all of these disparate ideas and all these disparate creatures, but not really a whole lot with the dotted lines connecting, which far be it from me to get into the ecology tangent in a mimic video. That's later. I'm sorry. It is late. Connecting mimics to evolved slimes, I think, offers this evolutionary sense to take on this form of connected things in a monstrous spiderweb of ecology, and it just makes sense in my head. If you like it, leave me a comment telling me you're gonna do the same thing. If you don't like it, leave me a comment and tell me what you do differently. But now that we have the connection between these two, where do we go from here? Well, that's pretty easy. We've got to go back to the main theme of the dungeon. That is Dungeons in December. You have to look at dungeons and mimics in this video as being far more complex than what we assume. Sometimes a mimic should be a funny little trap that someone's going to trigger because they want to open the chest that might have some magical tome in it. Yes, I'm looking at you, Freeran. Sometimes a clever party, a clever player, or maybe even a clever mimic knows more about what it can bargain for, what it can get. It helps make dungeons, again, this social encounter. We spent the last video talking about why dungeons don't work, to come to the conclusion that dungeons need to evolve. Dungeons need to be more than just 10 rooms in this order, with these traps, with these monsters, and this boss at the end. They're a tool and a format that really allows us to look at problem solutions. A mimic being a more complex creature that is capable of thought, bargaining, and desire. A mimic's going to know what might be throughout this dungeon and what might be able to warn the players of. I know that something with Pointy Hat's chest weasels is that it could be incentivized through just enjoying the party being around. It could enjoy helping the party through the dungeon. Mimics, while obviously not in creatures of insane intellect, we have humans walking around all the time without intellect, still moving throughout the world. Just think of mimics in this unique position to be a social encounter. That's how I want you guys to look at them differently. That's what I want you to learn from this video. Young to old, they get bigger, but they get wiser. They can be talked to. Speak with your local mimics, show them some respect, bring them some food, and maybe, just maybe, they'll help you out. Welcome back to Dungeons in December. If you tuned into yesterday, we talked about mimics, and so today we're talking about fantasy's weirdest little guys. It is pretty routine that throughout a lot of TTRPG fantasy scene, we see that plants are seen as just this weak, neglected species and creature type. I think slimes are very often right up there beside them, so how do we do them differently? How do we address them? Well, firstly, let's take a look at them. What do they do? If a dungeon's best friend is a mimic, let's talk about the dungeon's hardest worker. Yes, the fantasy Roomba. The slime, in its nature, is probably going to be the single-celled, weird jelly creature that's legacy seems to entirely be defined by looming through and consuming the contents of a dungeon. It gets to just be the dungeon cleaner. The slime, just in general, is a bit of a loser, right? Doesn't wield any weapons, doesn't wear any armor, can't cast spells, doesn't often have a face. That's a bit of a bummer. So why don't we sit for a spell and let me throw some names at you? Hedora, the pollution kaiju. Jerry the slime. Did anyone mess with Captain Sparkles? iSchool Magpie messed with some Captain Sparkles. Drop your resident Minecraft YouTuber in the comments. I know it's not TTRPG related, but I mean, don't make me start the conversation about how Minecraft offers diverse and fun monsters to include in a fantasy RPG setting. Well, it might be a video for another day, but I'll make it relevant one day, I promise. You got Juoblex, the demon lord of consumption. You have Goop, a Ben 10 alien force alien. Dirge, what do I mean, Dirge? Dirge, the near-immortal Star Wars bounty hunter? Yes, a mass of muscle in armor. Last and never least, dare I say first in our hearts, Felix Five Boots. Why did I just list all of these characters at you? Well, let me pose you a question. What happens when the slime leaves the dungeon? Yes, domestication of a slime, as you probably noticed from about 1 billion different times I've talked about similar things, the inclusion of a pseudo-domestication of fantasy and fantastical magical monsters into a fantasy society, and advancing the world based on these things is a very interesting concept to me. Take a slime out of a dungeon, bring it home with you, allow it to be your sewage and septic system, waste consumers, and help keep things clean. Seems pretty straightforward, right? What if one wakes up? We've looked at plenty of different elements to Regenesis Aesius, elves, steelhearts, giants, but what about designing something that's truly rare? We have creation races, the playable races with predictable, trackable lifespans. We have the everlasting creatures with large swaths of history nearly unpredictably so. What about something so rare it's neither? What about the Lavoia? Ichorites, plasmoids, they're going to be a slime people. I wanted to approach the concept of, a lot of times you see these physically bouncy, single-celled, even in comic books, you have characters like Plastic Man or Iceman that are almost indestructible, immortal because their bodies can't be damaged, or as long as a single cell of them exists, they can reconstitute themselves. As they're difficult to destroy, these wonderful things, they're able to be very powerful in their own existence. You have Dirge from Star Wars, who's a mass of muscle and armor, meaning it's really hard to put the guy down if he gets on your case. Now, you never want something so immortal and so possibly common that it can't have its power checked. Very often, everyone will band together to prove it wasn't ever so immortal or safe as it thought it was. So with the Lavoia, what does it look like? They are so scarce, so disparate, that they don't have a shared cultural identity. I would say, just for my own world-building consistency, that a Duoblex-like creature is down in hell. Name, proper design, and origin pending, but I'll call a spade and just say that a demon lord adjacent exists in some form or fashion. It would be there to consume the souls not strong enough to take on their own identity as an individual fiend. It's there as an engine or instrument of culling over the population and the magical guilt and resentment within that realm. However, as the creature battles and is harvested, some of it leaks back into what we would know as the prime material plane. To pretty much everyone, that's where slimes come from. Most of it isn't strong enough to be anything more than just mindless goo and be your dungeon cleaners. Again, there's nothing wrong with keeping elements discussed in the traditional sense in that traditional sense. I think slimes as moving traps to consume and clean dungeons are great, love to see them. But we can always use something more. We can always put the original twist. I made the immortal slime people to help me facilitate this conversation. I put this in a deep, meaningful mission and goal video about a very niche, uncommon, frankly, not well-liked type of monster. That way, hopefully it gets watched, because everyone's watching Dungeons in December. We're totes number 3 on YouTube right now. Just check and watch some of my other videos too, please. Lavoia would have latent magical abilities and souls inside of them that would twist and gather together and eventually awaken them to be a soul-bound being of their own right, transforming. A body would begin to form, powerful enough to constitute free will, decisions, complex thought. From there, they would do whatever they would need to do, whether it becomes a bounty hunter like Felix Five Boots, the world's best boy, or Dirge, who would be pretty scary. As far as it being a playable character, I hesitate. If you just barely wanted to take the concept of the origin point of them being an evolution of the slime and ignore the me world building of immortality, well, you would be doing what's called magpieing, because you would be taking something of mine and using it as your own, which is what I want you to do. If you have the itch to make something your own, do it. Don't let anyone talk you out of it. Have fun, world build, get creative. The world needs as much as we can humanly get these days. Now, we've talked about locations, inconsistency, formatting, prepping, monsters, and what's left. What else can I have to offer? Well, the answer to that is 3 more videos. This one being one of them. So, thank you for watching everything up until this point in Dungeons in December. You've been filled with bountiful information on a vast array of different dungeon topics. But what's left? Well, this one, if you've read the title, seen the thumbnail, I think you're a little bit teased. I think this one's a little bit interesting. I think this one's, frankly, one of my favorites. We have to start off, however, with an important discussion on, Sanitation. Why is sanitation so important? Keeping diseases, bacteria, and parasites at bay, those microscopic nemeses of, I'd say yesteryear, but frankly, there's still a lot of problems with sanitation in general in the modern era. All the more so in a fantasy age. A lot of the medieval aesthetic tends to lean back to the years of, I don't know, you ever heard of the Black Death? But good sanitation keeps things clean and healthy. It promotes growth and engagement with any number of other things when you don't have to worry about the microscopic enemies abundant. Okay, you might be wondering, what really are we talking about? Well, in fantasy worlds, in our TTRPG settings, well, if the adventurers slay monsters, paint the walls of dungeons with the bodies and viscera of said monsters, and sometimes the traps in the dungeon paint the walls with the adventurers, who you gonna call? Well, that's where the dungeon cleaner comes in. Yes, we can't put it all on the gelatinous cube of a previous video to be taken care of for us. We need to put on the biosuit and step into the shoes of this higher role. Now, I won't pretend that I invented the wheel for the first time. I mean, I was there and it happened, but nonetheless, I wouldn't be a magpie if I wasn't adept at taking ideas and thoughts of different areas and fictions and inspirations and making them something my own. This is something that I think I was first exposed to at the forefront of the manga Kaiju number 8, but is also plenty apparent in Dungeon Meshi, and while I've never played Monster Hunter, I don't think you can find a better game series about slaying monsters and then making the most of them, and if you can think of a better game series than Monster Hunter, then please drop it in the comments down below, as frankly, I am always happy to learn about lore and world building and structures for inspiration. That's kind of why I have this channel. But nonetheless, the Dungeon Cleaner. This is a type of person that deals with the miserable end of the fantasy world adventure. This person probably smells worse than the Witcher at a bar. Imagine this is sort of like your superpowered leveled tanner, who, if you don't know, is the real original owner of a miserably needed job. So what's the importance of this role? Well, countless, really. Sanitation being a big part. You never know what diseases and microorganisms and cursed livers might exist within these magical creatures, and if you choose to build said things, even more so. But studies of alchemy, magical items, upgrading your residency and equipment with such raw and rare materials is just something about the fantasy of living with these magical creatures. Someone has to be able to deal with the ugly guts of the monsters that the adventurers slay. I imagine there would probably be a guild of sorts, organized training in the skill of dismemberment, the study of the bodies, the tools and techniques used to cut into and best handled for the body to be turned most efficiently into material and resource. I kid you not, this is one of the most important roles if you want a universally useful NPC. This is the type of person that everyone wants in their good graces. The church wants foul monsters gone. The BBEG needs a rare material for a ritual for arcane power. The adventurers who slay the monster want to see those dragon scales for their most recent quests carved up for maximum use and profit. This is the person everyone needs. Everyone needs the cleaner, but nobody really wants them around. There are countless downsides to dirty jobs. Now, first and foremost, the cleanliness element. Being exposed to death and decay generally has its downsides, so please wear your required PPE. Noxious smells, poisonous innards, and possibly alchemically complicated body parts. Think explosive, acrid, or magically complicated. Not to mention that most monsters worth harvesting die in dangerous places. The cleaners will still oftentimes have to contend for traps, remaining minions, miscellaneous monsters, and adventurer scalpers. These are combatants in their own rights. They need to be world-wise. In a lot of ways, we do see this from The Witcher. They need to be able to study and adapt, much like in our typical fantasy ranger. Is this when Magpie fixes the ranger? No. Get me to 50,000 subscribers and I will be the guy who finally fixes the ranger. And by that I mean I'll do a thesis of the ranger, but we'll fixate with the cleaner for now. Or, you know, there's always the unsettlingly incompetent, kind of like Waterboy from Dispatch. Any of y'all play Dispatch? Man, I love superheroes. I'm gonna start talking about them one day, hopefully in the not too distant future. Leave me a comment if you played Dispatch. I need to know if I should add it to my list of things to eventually make essays about. But back to the clean. This is a dangerous, dirty job, but the wonderful element of it is what being successful means. This would be incredibly lucrative, but one has to wonder, how much is it worth the risk? But perhaps it's some sort of long-term trade. Perhaps you learn, make your bag, secure your 401k, or whatever match your guild offers. And then after getting comfortable, you leave the nasty behind and train the next generation. So what's this offer the greater conversation about dungeons? Honestly, not a whole lot, but this has been fun to think of, especially since I know I enjoy higher fantasy, magic, techno-fantasy, so controlled disciplines and evolutions in civilization that would touch on these semi-modern concepts of sanitations, but not just in kingdoms, but also in dungeons, is so rich for inspiration and fun to me. It's easy to look at this as a background, it's easy as looking this as potentially a character class if you wanted to build it that way, but a very important NPC for your party to go and learn from especially. I mean, just think of the story that there's rumors of a TPK of a local party, perhaps your TPK of your local party, in a local dungeon, and maybe a cleaner ventures out to clean up the equipment and the dead adventurers, a true scavenger of the world. But what if there's someone else out there cleaning dungeons? What about the minions? Yes, there's this little one-shot micro-adventure that's been living in my head rent-free after talking with some of my buds who had to deal with some frustrating middle management. And that's the Minions Day in a dungeon. An adventure dealing with the slimy company drama at your local dungeon. Resetting traps, dealing with the incompetent lich of a boss, handling the leftovers of adventurers, and the abuses of being nothing but Kobold number 485. Diganths serve a purpose to the world beyond man's understanding. The Diganths have always served creation, but nowadays they're rather misunderstood. Since we've spent so much time building and labeling this world as our own, us creatures of creation and even the everlasting find ourselves at odds with the Diganths. Have you adventurers, you conquerors and cleaners, ever wondered why these magical, monstrous miasmas known as dungeons even exist? Where they came from? Yes, we've had our mad mages delve deep into the caves and make them defendable bulwarks. This world is alive with conflict. This world is alive with magic and danger, and I think I've found its genesis point. With study and travel, I have found where the plague of the world's dungeons of monsters and despots has come from, and from there I have named the Diganth responsible Dungeon Maker. Dungeon Maker travels the arcane labyrinth of the world, having explored tunnels and traveled through, making dungeons far older than elf or dragon have spoken their tongues and built their civilizations. Now, let's take a step out of the creative and look at what's got us here. Well, you see, the first ever notes I took in a leather-bound book before becoming a cartoon internet bird are about my Diganths. It was about the encounter process with the Diganth and what that looks like, and we'll touch on that in a little bit, but they are the core to my world. They are how civilization and relationship has nurtured and how it has evolved. The relationship in civilization between the creation races, the playable races, and the everlasting, which are your eternal races such as dragons, giants, and vampires, and how they evolve with Diganths. They come in numerous different sizes, plenty of large monsters, and gargantuan monsters would be classified in the world as Diganths. But for the process of these conversations, we're just talking about Daikaiju, giant monsters, Godzilla-sized creatures that roam the world of Asius. We've talked in a previous video about World Cutter, the creature of the realm of darkness that lives with the Leyland people and has a close symbiotic relationship after years of fighting with and learning to interact with one another. And you've learned about Ignafina, the Shahoran Daikaiju, who is a gigantic fire elemental. If you don't know what either of those are or what I'm talking about, clearly you missed out on watching my take on elves, which, fun video. I like what I came up with. If you haven't watched it, ooh, what's that up in the corner? Is that? Yeah, that's a link to the video. You should go check it out after this one. Back on track. We're here for Dungeons in December, and I personally figured that I'd want to talk about Diganths in relationship to dungeons. So Dungeons, December, and Diganths. This is our Triple D video. But where does that lead us? Giant monsters. They're big enough to be their own dungeons. Pretty certain the Welsh DM went all magic school bus and had his own adventure called Escape the Tarrasque, but very likely abundant levels of fun. It doesn't quite world build to that core trait of dungeons that I want Gigants to facilitate. The answer for many of my inspirations comes obviously from the media I consume. I am a magpie after all. It is an interesting thing that in a lot of anime recently we've seen the concept of dungeons existing as a magical faculty and function of the world, these fixtures that are understood and developed while they're being explored. And for me in my world, what carves those magical caverns throughout the dungeon? Because yes, something will naturally take over, that be a tyrant or a lich, but as I've mentioned, caves themselves don't make a good threat outside of their own natural troubles of navigation and exploration. However, that doesn't really brew a dynamic adventure all the time. The unknown dungeons, the ones that history doesn't remember when they show up or why they continue to be sustained throughout the years of being unexplored until hapless adventurers stumble into them for a quest item. This gets into a bit of conversation that will actually be far more relevant in my next video, but dungeons, at least the dungeons that the Gigant Dungeon Maker creates, are kind of pocket magical biomes. These little areas of exploration for basilisks, slimes, mimics, and areas rich for a lich to explore and find. Magic is your ecological producer. My Gigants are inspired by a mix of kaiju from the Toho films and tailed beasts from Naruto. What I'm discussing largely deals with the latter end. The tailed beasts in Naruto are 110% just chakra monsters. They are life energy fantasy magic incarnate in a creature, and well, my Gigants are just the same. They're made of quintessence, which is life magic. This means that Dungeon Maker is traveling the labyrinth of the world, traveling throughout it. It opens up small pockets where energy and life force is just left in its wake. Many creatures drawn into it and consume it as a source of energy, no different than the absorption of sunlight in the ecological wheelhouse. This means Dungeon Maker is traveling throughout the world labyrinth, opening up small pockets where energy and life is left in its wake as a resource that many creatures are drawn to and consume as a source of energy, no different than the absorption of sunlight in the ecological wheelhouse. So the stage is set for you to all understand the where and the why, but how about we talk about the actual design? For many of my Gigants, I just look at actual kaiju that exist out there, whether it be Toho, Naruto, TTRPG monsters, mythology, anything and everything. But let's look at what I need Dungeon Maker to do. What adaptations and traits? Well, I needed to create underground expanses. The Arcane Breach dungeon is almost exclusively underground. It needs to meet the expectations of the natural dungeon tropes that we all love, a defendable, magical, and dangerous area. This means Dungeon Maker must be able to burrow. When looking into the natural world, there's plenty of critters that can burrow. I mean, a nature documentary or a few recommendations from friends, families, or Blue Sky, there's countless points of inspiration. However, this is a little tidbit of magpie story time, but I settled on a good old hog of the hedge variety. Why, you might ask? Well, for starters, they're cute. Very cute. And Dungeon Maker, while a giant monster that can uproot and destroy villages as even kingdoms is properly motivated, is still gonna be cute. I also had a precious member of the magpie family named Baphomet. She was a little hedgehog that was welcomed into our family. She always loved tunneling in blankets and getting into a little hut for a good old snoozy woozy. Without spending too much time or thought on the emotional and sentimental, I'd like it noted perhaps one of the most important elements of world building advice I can give you. Make world building matter to you. Make it stuff you love, stuff you find cool, stuff people you might want to commemorate, pets you might want to commemorate. There's another video, I'll probably be a bit longer into the future, where we'll talk about death in TTRPGs, and that's a healthy conversation, but generally TTRPG, world building, writing, and art in general allows us a window to immortality, to remember and keep those who aren't around with us anymore. So no matter how much more logical choices there might be for Dungeon Maker, I'm choosing the hedge inspiration for my hog who isn't around anymore. To move the emotional weight on, this also offers a soft line of connection to the kaiju Anguirus, spiky ball, best friend of the King of Monsters. Dungeon Maker, much like Baffy before it, had made the world its blanket to swaddle in and slumber up to for a period, sleeping in these caverns in order to rest and restore. For those who don't know, hedgehogs spend a lot more time asleep than awake, so good reason to have them carve little pockets and tunnels into the world for these dungeons to exist in. I imagine it's pretty easy Dungeon Maker would want to journey through the labyrinth of the world. That's easily also answered through our hedgehog inspiration. Yes, the largest of monsters, destroyer of kingdoms, the Diganths that shape the lands and end civilizations, also need enrichment. Dungeon Maker would largely live in a passive sense. While sizable, not the most destructive of Diganths. Be mindful with all monsters when you make them, they're gargantuan or colossal sized, as they will be hazards to be around. They will be dangerous, and they will displace masses of ground, tearing through any space they have to move through. Reasonable amounts of earthquake, damaged structures. Now, luckily, Dungeon Maker will likely do her best to avoid major kingdoms because Diganths, much like any other creature of intellect, understands where their energy and time should be spent. However, Dungeon Maker would carve up through the ground burrowing, her path leaving a perfect arcane pocket to attract monsters and enchant surroundings, and then from there create the energy needed to facilitate an environment. You might be wondering, okay, cool, you've got a reason for miscellaneous dungeons throughout your world. What else can you offer? Well, frankly, this isn't my first Diganth. Now, you all know Ignafina and Worldcutter and my Regenesis Aesius for elves, and now you're here to meet Dungeon Maker, but what do I really plan on doing with all of these Diganths? Giants monsters are fun, I talk about using them in my world building, but functionally what do we do? Well, there's a decent bit of discussion out there about how even low-level players can interact with monsters well beyond their weight class, and I think Diganths are the same. But here, I beseech you for help in evolving my own system. I have had an idea, ever since that first page in that first leather-bound journal, about how I want to see things work out. But it's kind of been in a rough draft state for a long time. I've lacked the ignited sense of inspiration. So, I've come to you guys for help. I'll lay out my system in the rough draft state I currently see it in, and you guys in the comments, after hitting that like and that subscribe to get all of those abundant rewards we've listed in the previous videos, leave me a comment about what you advise to improve. I've seen such lively groups of comments for some of my other videos, so I know you guys can do it. I know you guys have brilliant recommendations. But how do I see these encounters? Currently it's in a 4-stage process, so stage 1, survive. This is done in an initial encounter where the players or characters, if you're just writing a story, merely focus on enduring the storm, surviving the mess of a giant monster rampaging, or perhaps just moving through wherever your party is. They might be worried just about themselves surviving, or if they're moderately powered, you maybe give them civilians or passive objectives that they have to help ensure the safety or success of. I imagine this would be where a lot of skill checks and a lot of offensive abilities could be used in order to break things away, keep people safe, risk daring maneuvers. All of these fun roleplay moments would exist here. Stage 2 would be a research phase, the picking back up the pieces, rallying the powers that be and the people left together to deal with the problem of the Diganth. Is it mind controlled? If so, how do we break it? Is it a colossal dragon? Well, how do we find the dragon killing sword? This is the quest research and the quest itself. This is where I imagine a lot of the world building and interaction with the journey itself happens. This would be a non-Diganth filled portion, but important in taking down or dealing with the Diganth. Stage 3, the counter-offensive and a small victory. It is pretty straightforward, but this one has to be accomplished after you've already started the process of researching a permanent solution to your Diganth problem. Perhaps you go and hunt down the Diganth while it's sleeping to see if you're able to harm it with the weapon you got to harm it, or test out whatever you may need to for your thesis as to how to beat it. Stage 4, the conclusion. This is where everything comes to the final encounter. Ideal situation is you finally manage to end the situation going on with your giant monster, whether it be slaying them, cutting off the mind control, or dealing with whatever needed to be done to send them back to their slumber. Sometimes your victory can move on to a stage 5 of sorts, where perhaps you beat back the monster away from the kingdom, but now they want to see it permanently dead. And that would be a whole separate journey, or a next set of stages depending on what the Gigant is and how you destroy something that is pure magic. I love ecology. I've long loved the concept of the relationship between magical fantasy and, well, it's Dungeons in December, so dungeons. This means I can now spend an unhealthy amount of obsessive world building trying to connect the dots, thinking of these different elements. So where does that get us? Well, in this final video of Dungeons in December, we're going to look at two things I love: world building and ecology in the context of dungeons. I've been thinking a lot about this recently. Caves don't brew ecosystems for dungeons, as I've mentioned in the first video. Check it out if you haven't already. If you're unaware, Dungeons in December is about 10 videos, and they're not all terribly lengthy, but if this is your first one, you got a lot of catching up to do. There's quite literally a decent bit of free stuff you can make me make you for some free engagement with it. But nonetheless, as I mentioned in that first video, caves don't naturally make a whole lot of apex predators, but it's so interesting that caves are this sense of constant adventure in a lot of TTRPG settings. So, caves don't make apex predators until they do, but that's why I made Dungeon Maker in my last video, to introduce the world building stage to an element that can mentally be able to tackle and justify the ecosystem within a dungeon. It'll be the same with dungeons that are in caves, but also magically supercharged dungeons that have creatures drawn to them, as I think this wacky world only balances out in regards to the exchange of energy and all these apex predators running around when we have to add in that extra token to the equation. Before I get ahead to myself, let me give you the groundwork. We're going to pop into a bit of bird science class, and I'm going to actually bother to educate you on the silly magpie hyperfixations, and then after that we're going to look through 10, count them, 10 fairly common dungeon creatures, and I'll just share little tidbits and talk about their place in all of this and some interesting things to do with it. It'll be a fun little experience, fairly casual in a sense. There's no test, there's no science test, don't worry. But I want to go over basics of ecology first, just so you guys understand some of the terms I will throw around. None of it's groundbreaking, you've probably heard it before, but nonetheless. A primary source is the main energy. In almost every case, it's sunlight. In the case of a lot of cave ecosystems, it has to be something wholly unique, and that's where generally you don't see apex predators, is because the sunlight is the primary source of life, isn't terribly present in a lot of caves, so you deal with not a whole lot of plants, not a whole lot of primary consumers who eat the plants, not a whole lot of things that eat those primary consumers, so on and so forth. But we get to introduce magic and say conventions of the world exist, but we get to make them up. So this primary source is a primary energy, an origin energy, usually the sun, but for us magic. Next up is a producer. So what makes the origin energy functionally consumable to other species? Typically it's plants. Typically, in almost every sense, it's a plant. Then you have primary consumers, and those things oftentimes eat the producers. Because we don't have Superman running around walking, being living, breathing plants, a lot of times they're herbivores, or, eat a variety of things. But we're going to be meddling and tinkering with how magic interacts as an origin energy. Plants in the dungeon, sure, would likely be present, but some creatures, I would almost dare say, could be that almost Superman-esque walking producer of said energy. These grounding, almost anchors of magic to be consumed by other creatures who might need it. It does make me start to wonder about the implications of the caloric intake of magic and why that does or does not work, but we'll see. Secondary consumers eat, so I'm not going to explain too much more as far as the consumer levels, because you can kind of piece together what each of these are by their name. But what I do want to touch on is the trophic levels. Energy gets passed down from one to the other in a ratio of roughly like 10%. So if there's sunlight and a plant absorbs, anything that eats the plant gets 10% of the energy it absorbed. So on and so forth through each level of consumer. So that's where there has to be an abundance of that origin energy to be dispersed. So plants that just grow and just feast off of magic would need to be absorbing a lot of magic from the area in order to generally function, to then be eaten, and all this. Pretty straightforward. right? All makes sense. But what interests me the most, what I find the most fun with ecology, is the ecological relationships. Ecology, in the grandest scheme of things, is just a science of natural relationships and how they create an environment from there. So, the most common one is predation, so predator-prey relationships, the hunter and the hunted. I don't think this one needs too much explanation, as it's fairly common and understood. Competition, the natural relationships that occurs whenever two or more creatures or life forms need the same thing, and then what happens from there. It can be any number of things, so it's quite expansive, but it's going to probably be more common when thinking about settings like this that are pretty tight and confined, because there's not a super abundance in creatures. But maybe there are. Maybe that's something else for us to look at. Maybe there's a lot of insects and a lot of small mammals and a lot of plants that get supercharged by Dungeon Maker's residual magics. Next up is symbiotic relationships, and while Marvel gets a bit screwy, though I could really debate back and forth on this one, symbiosis is where both creatures benefit from the relationship. Parasitic relationships is one gains, one suffers. Mutualism, they both benefit. Commensalism, one gains, one doesn't really care. So that's your Magpie Science class. Pretty straightforward. I know I didn't break any ground by teaching you all this, but just in case I throw up any of these terms, I want you guys to be aware. This next portion will be, again, just kind of a top 10 of bunch of guys you typically see in caves, bunch of guys you typically see in dungeons, and I think I'd want to touch a little bit on them. So first and foremost is you have the rat. Very often a rat of unusual size. These critters are known for a lot in the real world, and I don't think it'd be any different in a dungeon. You typically see, especially with cities like New York, once you have a rat population, the longer they're there, the harder they are to get rid of, and frankly, if magic is able to sustain plants and then other creatures beyond that, rats might find a cozy home in a dungeon. I mean, think of how many different skeevers we've had to bash and battle in Skyrim. It'd be no different here, but rats carry a lot of diseases and a lot of illnesses and a lot of fleas that carry diseases and illnesses, so it's something that almost adds to this level of the previous video with the dungeon cleaner of this element of not sanitary environments that dungeons should be. If you have rats, if you have these other elements, there should be some danger in handling them, being around them, or at least if you want to spice it up. I'm not saying you have to drop the Black Death onto your TTRPG setting, but one of these days we will be talking about doing big scale events as setting events, such as natural disasters or widespread illnesses and so on and so forth. But rats, I think, often show these unique relationships of community and being able to handle things in these very complex, again, community-driven ways. There's a lot of ways you all as people try to use rats to facilitate either getting rid of them and trying to find ways to kill them or experiment and all of that, but I think it could be an interesting element of that reward that I'd mentioned in the dungeon cleaner video of a minion's day off, of having to try and deal with and come up with ways of removing the rats. But perhaps rats also offer a natural informed way of the druid of talking with something that's going to be very familiar with the layout of the dungeon. Rats know where they're going, and if they can make New York City their kingdom, they can certainly make the Tomb of Horrors their kingdom. It'll be dangerous to some of them won't make it out alive, but some of them will. Some of them will be the Rat King of the Tomb of Horrors. Just you watch. Next up is a rat with wings, your bat. Very common feature in almost every single cave. They offer me a position to talk about how absolutely adorable they are, how they should be protected, how you should look into, if you have bats local, getting a bat house, because those are fascinating and cool. But if we're talking about TTRPG settings, there's this level that they are excellent pollinators. Pretty much touched on it in my last ecology video, but there's almost anything and everything in the world can facilitate the carrying of pollen or the carrying of biological product from one place to another, and I think bats greatly facilitate that, especially if we start having plants, berries, flowers that magic grows and magic creates. And I hate how much I want to say this, but if you guys want me to see me make a video of the vegetation that I would inspire from Dungeon Maker, please do let me know. I have ideas, I have some homebrewed stuff, and if you guys want me to share it, just gotta speak up in the comments, hit that like and hit that subscribe button while you're heading towards the comments. Beyond that, the next example, number 3 on our list of 10, and if you have any other guesses as to who might be there, write them down on a scratch sheet of paper, let me know if you got them right. I tried to go for some of the most common and some of the most mundane, and in mundanity you sometimes do have true horror, as our next example is spiders. Now, the spider, as deadly as it can be, is very fascinating even in the real world. These are mechanical assassins of the natural world. They are capable of great feats, they are very strong, they're agile, they're very, 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 very scary, and if, hate to keep referencing it, but if you dungeon too long in Skyrim, you'll run into some. There's numerous kinds of poisons and venoms that might be exposed to. The thread and webbing that could be a terrifyingly scary snatch and grab that could happen from a large spider could be a nightmarish encounter in a big enough environment. And I wouldn't say to shy away from those things. Frankly, I think it's a great option to be able to go through and really consider what makes these things interesting. All 3 of these are examples of creatures that exist in the real world. There's ample, abundant inspiration out there for said things. Next up, I want to talk about an animated skeleton. Now, this would be a byproduct of a magical environment, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a bipedal, legged and armed skeleton as we are used to seeing. However, if we are near a burial ground or there are some dead adventurers, most certainly. But I would like to look at these guys as kind of weird walking producers. The skeletons, the bones laying around the dungeon would be just conduits, fissures for magic to leach into, seep into, and then animate the aimless roaming undead throughout the dungeon, whether it be castle, forest, or cave. From there, creatures that would consume bone or be drawn to consume magic would be able to feast on these walking producers. So you'd have plants, but I view just innately magical creatures like that to also be these resources of just so much magic animating them that a creature that might want the nutritious elements of magic could feast upon them. Next is the basilisk, and for those who don't know, long time ago I made a 5-minute monsters on the basilisk, most because these big lazy reptiles are just adorable to me. So I won't spend too much time on talking on them exactly. I implore you guys to watch that old video. It has some thoughts I've been thinking over a bit more and may delve a little deeper on. But in an ecological sense, I want them to represent that creatures in the natural world do not expend energy when they don't think it's worth it. Yes, there are a handful of animals that might attack a human if they're caught out in the woods. Most of them are gonna run. I mean, like a polar bear and a moose, they're gonna post up, they're probably gonna win. A lot of other animals will just run because it's not a worthwhile encounter. Animals see challenge rating. Birds see challenge rating, and y'all are weak. Go to the gym, pick up a sword, do better. No, I'm kidding, y'all are great. All adventures in the making, every one of you. Up next, the next 2 should seem pretty familiar, and frankly, because they're both familiar and I've done videos on the both of them this week, I won't spend too much time talking on them, so much so as elements of ecology that I think they excellently facilitate. So first and foremost, yes, you don't have a dungeon without the dungeon's best friend, a mimic. Mimics are ambush predators in every way possible. It is taking advantage of, as it so happens, the fantastical natural adaptation known as mimicry in order to impersonate something, whether it be an object, a species, whatever it may be, to lure people in. And then it goes snacka and takes a little bite out of things, takes a big bite out of things, and then dissolves it in acid. And we can't talk about the mimic without talking about our next entry, the gelatinous cube. Of course, to me, a scavenger. this cube, this slime, would eat anything and everything that's left over in its wake. Depending on the slime or the ooze, you may not have it eat bone or armor, but it could consume and dissolve all the flesh, leaving behind bones in a dungeon that may then self-animate. Then you have skeletons coming into the mix, so on and so forth, going through this cycle. But scavengers pick up anything that they can get their grubby little slimy hands on. The next three are going to be where I have to get a bit more creative in thought. I think I'll actually break my script up and talk first about goblins. Goblins are a unique creature in fantasy because you really gotta look at where people have them in their world building. To some, they are creatures, maybe akin to Ewoks on Endor if you're a Star Wars person, but these civilized little species that are removed from being, I don't know, it's hard to describe, but you kind of have them sometimes be more animalistic, sometimes you have them be more creation racy and soulbound and developed characters, and it really depends on where you have them. But goblins, kobolds, and any other minion race that would live in a dungeon, I think could very naturally become a faculty of it, whether it be, looking into what might also facilitate the human quote-unquote activity within an ecosystem and allowing goblins to tell that story, or you allow them to interact as creatures that consume and hunt and contribute, as they very easily could in many ways form relationships, symbiotic relationships, parasitic, well, probably not parasitic, but mutualistic, symbiotic, and commensalistic. I don't know if that's how that's pronounced, but all of these different kinds of relationships with plenty of the other creatures. Maybe it's the goblins who piece together ways of having creatures interact and ways of serving these creatures that help ensure safety. Maybe they keep a basilisk nearby to help keep the rat population down, to keep their food storages cleaner, because a basilisk with a mere gaze can turn a rat to stone, and then it eats the rat, and then it's not eating them, it's not eating their food, and the rats aren't there to spread the disease. So on and so forth. But with a lot of these creatures, you could have any of them beat a goblin, and any goblin then beat them. That a lot of these things, barring probably the mimic and the gelatinous cube being on the higher end, and the basilisk, those three being fantastical middle ground creatures, would kind of need many a goblin working together, which wouldn't be impossible to be seen. But these last two, these are gonna be what we call apex predators. So trolls, very interesting creatures. They're another one similar to goblins. It really depends what you do with your world building to determine how much of an imprint they make upon your world, because if they're immortal, which in a lot of ways the forever regenerating troll might be, that can be interesting, because if you can't kill it, you best find ways of appeasing it and domesticating it, or if not domesticating, at least pacifying it to your existence. Do I think trolls would be very adept at it? Yes. Do I think gelatinous slimes wouldn't have a problem with it? Possibly. Basilisks could be dangerous to it, but it could also be dangerous to a basilisk, so maybe they just steer clear of one another. But I think a troll, similar, as silly as the sentence might be, similar to a polar bear, is an apex predator that would start to threaten and hunt creation races, possibly even hunt everlastings, depending on how big and bad your trolls are. The last, and certainly not least, as it is fundamentally the most probably dangerous and certainly insane creature, is the beholder. In a previous video where I talked about reimagining aberrations, which if you haven't watched, you definitely should. Pretty proud of the creations back then. I really should reassign that video to being part of the Regenesis Aesius kind of series. But I talked about the tyrant, which T-E-Y-E-R-A-N-T, if you don't see through my word pun. But tyrants and beholders are both magically drawn creatures. They both get taken into this world and this reality in which they seek magic being near magic, and there's nothing more magic than the wake or proximity to a Daigang. Beholders are crazy, and I'll just keep referring to them as beholders because obviously this isn't a published bit of material to where I need to be worried about copyright. This is a conversation on dungeon creatures, so I'll just use the common term. Beholders, they probably eat anything, probably can dream up stuff that they want to eat if they have dreams about said things, but at the end of the day, they also function in this strange place of a troll, of being an apex predator that would define the ecosystem. I guess that's the thing with having all of these dangerous creatures in a confined area. It's something I touched on in my previous ecology video of talking about these interesting developments with having so many powered magical creatures just running around in the world, and that's, at the end of the day, you gotta have something on top, or at least a real close competition up top. And I think beholders offer that for a dungeon. I've told my previous story in a video earlier in the series about one of the most memorable dungeons I have was a beholder's lair in an abandoned castle, and I think beholders, similarly to these magically induced and created dungeons, offer an apex predator oddball, a bit higher thinking creature for the rest of the ecosystem to maybe develop around and react to. And that's 10. So, in conclusion, dungeons need to evolve. Dungeons need to change. Dungeons are alive. Dungeons are beautiful because they offer this opportunity to shape and create these unique environments and settings. Everything I've said in this video is subject to change, but stand also in any dungeon, whether it be castle, forest, cave, city, all of it can operate in the same faculty. There are countless versions of this exact video that were going to be made up where I wanted to look through favorite dungeons, looking at the monsters and vegetation provided and really analyze them to form a sensible ecosystem. If that interests you, let me know, because I love talking about world building and I do love talking about fictional ecology. Within our TTRPG world, something we tend to want and long for as dungeon masters and players are to be in living, breathing, immersive worlds. I understand as well as the next guy that that's no easy task to see done. There are a lot of elements that can come into immersion, but one that's always been interesting to me is that we create all of these strange new creatures, unimaginable power, or odd creations, and we just introduce them into the natural world. We really meddle with the ecology of our worlds and pay it not too much mind at all. I've had a bit of a fascination and fixation with ecology in recent times. It is something that I can see not only as something to explore in a world-building sense, but also something that happens to be a pretty good story structure, but that's a different video for a different day. For now, I'd like to just point out that ecology is, in its barest sense, it's the general study of how the ecosystems form, maintain, and fall apart, and the whole A to Z of all those elements. There are videos by Crash Course that really go in depth, breaking into the various different types of transfer of energy between natural resources, primary, secondary sources, to be used and create ecosystem. I think there's something to be said about our TTRPG worlds and our own world building that comes with it. There are so many fantastical creatures, even something as simple as a dire wolf. Being a wolf of incredible size would directly impact the ecology. It would impact the hunting of other animals and the need to feed on more animals for the energy it needs. It would impact the carcasses and the decomposition of the carcasses, how many nutrients are available when these larger creatures die. But that's hardly the end of it. Fantasy monsters come in all shapes and sizes. Small, medium, large, gargantuan, colossal. We're talking stuff as small as a flump all the way to as big as an ancient dragon. What can we do to construct all of these different creatures to exist in a single ecosystem? Well, that'd be one heck of a daunting task, and if it's something you'd really like me to talk more on, please let me know in the comments if you find this video interesting. I can approach other monsters in an ecological sense, see how a liberal arts major thinks science is cool, but definitely didn't think it was my calling in life, would be able to interpret the general amateur approach to world building in an ecological sense. With that said, I do still want to further prove what I'm talking about when it comes to general ecology and these strange fantasy monsters. So how do I do that? There are three in particular that I'd like to touch on today. We'll go in no particular order with them, but why not start with the one that closely resembles things that are already apparent in our ecosystem? Mostly because of the name of it's just two different real-life animals smashed together. I'm of course talking about the owlbear. If you didn't know, and if you've been around on the channel long enough or chat me up on Blue Sky, you might know that the owlbear is one of my favorites. Just the general charm of a fantastical creature. It is the epitome of childhood wonder of what if we take A and B and smash them together until we make C. What makes an owlbear interesting from an ecological discussion? Well, we're talking about something as big and heavy as a polar bear, chilling in the most general forest environments, and beyond that, I've seen people create custom owlbears that can adapt to any number of settings. So what makes the bear so dangerous? A lot of them are big. There was an expression that came up while I was doing the initial research on this video where people were talking about bears on Reddit. The expression is, if it's brown, lie down, if it's black, fight back, and if it's white, good night. That is to say, there are different verbal strategies as to surviving an encounter with a bear. Whether it be play dead, try and be big and intimidating, or just accept the totality of death in the grand scheme of encountering a polar bear. With an owlbear and a polar bear, they're going to be as close as we can get to analogs to one another. They're both apex predators. Bears are mighty creatures. They're large, powerful. Like I said earlier, they're able to climb trees and they're able to swim. If you've never dealt with them in real life, consider yourself lucky. I might welcome you to pull into a fairly low-level safe file in Skyrim and learn their power and feel the eeriness of having that sound of the bear growl and roar, and understanding that you best hope you're an archer build who can outrun it and then try and snap them out of existence. Because ecology is where energy comes from and where it goes and those relationships, in a lot of ways life sees energy as food. Bears are versatile creatures. A lot of black bears tend to lean more into predominantly vegetation, plant seeds, nuts, whatever, and less meat, whereas you have the polar bear who really predominantly have meat available to them, so there's definitely a range there. So what's a bear's role in ecology? It has three big roles. So seed dispersal, which is an underappreciated in a lot of ways. Similar to our pollinators, there's a lot of mammals who are responsible for grabbing the seeds of the plants that they've eaten from. They get caught up in the fur. I mean, if you've ever been outside doing yard work, there's plenty of times where you've been a seed disperser. Things catch on your pants or your legs and you brush them off before going inside. You've played a role in the environment. The second is predation. It sets up exactly what it sounds like. The relationship of kill or be killed, hunted, eaten, or prey-oriented stuff. And the follow-up to that would be nutrient recycling and enrichment, because a bear will, if it's hunting food, create enrichment for the environment in about two different ways. Not only by more than likely leaving a corpse behind, and when it eventually passes, biological waste. It further livens up the nutrients in the ground that the primary sources may need. This leads me to the fact that bears are heavily in-demand creatures. They are capable of impacting vegetation, they are capable of impacting animals, they go wherever they want. So what else do we have? This goes on a slight perspective thing before we ultimately cycle back onto what I see as the impact of the difference between a bear and an owlbear, but what keeps bears from being the apex predator? They are much more present and around than a lot of other big critters. They are available to human societies and could easily sometimes do harm. Well, there are three factors as to what slows bears down in conquering the world. That is their slow maturity rate. They stay babies and adolescents longer than a lot of other creatures. That can make it to where a younger cub is more at risk to being killed. There are low litter sizes, which is a big one that'll probably hold on to. If one bear doesn't make 10 bears, then yeah, that's going to affect the population. The last one is the natural predator of the bears. What do I mean by that? There aren't many creatures out there that are deciding to get them a chunk of bear meat because in the natural world as a whole, the path of least resistance is often sought after. In nature, energy is precious to the various life forms, so if you can fight and hunt a rabbit versus fight and hunt a bear, you're almost always going to pick the rabbit because there's less risk there, less energy expended. But that doesn't mean there isn't a predator that hunts the hunter. By predator, if I'm being generous, I mean the leading cause of death, and shock of all shocks, it's humans. Humans can, in a lot of ways, topple the environment, throw ecology off, uproot whole ecosystems just based on sport hunting, overhunting, poaching, general deforestation, expansion of cities, suburbs, and all that kind of stuff. There are a lot of ways in which the human race plays a huge role in keeping the bears at bay. The other thing that I want to look at is the less dominant part of the owl bear. That is to say that owls are not impressive because they aren't exceptional hunters. Birds are almost always such perceptive critters, being able to be up in the sky and dive down on their prey, or be able to see at night, which in particular would be an owl's preferred time of the day to be hunting. But owls are known for their razor-sharp talons, and what do all these things mean? That means you have something that is on the bigger end of a bear on average, and can be deadly during day or night, likely has immense capabilities of being able to climb trees, climb up mountains, swim through rivers, and be able to follow and hunt whatever it needs to, wherever it needs to. That's not going to be easy to fit into the natural ecology of the world. Well, one owlbear alone, as even if we just look at the very first owlbear, and a wizard did it, a wizard took a owl and a bear and magically combined them, setting it loose into the environment, the owlbear will be killing and hunting in order to live and survive. There's something interesting that could be discussed and seen with other natural species that might be the prey of the owlbear and how they evolve with anti-predator adaptations. And given how great of a hunter this creature will be, there's every chance there would be a great number of changes due to it. So we have to look at this as world builders. If we don't want to completely uproot the ecology of our setting, but still want to have an encounter with a wild owlbear to be possible, what can we do? There's a few different elements I want you to look at. It needs to be a big deal. Towns would likely have warning signs, or it would be a cautionary tale told in the pub or tavern. In addition to that, the local mayor, baron, or whoever may organize hefty rewards or bounties on such creatures, since in a lot of ways a smaller local village won't be interested in particular efforts of conservation. Should the owlbear want to be studied or observed, they would be far more interested in the eradication of them. As I said, if the greatest hunter of the bears is humans, then the creation races of the world may be paid and enlisted to set traps, group up and try and ambush the owlbear, but it'll be done with a great amount of caution. With that, I'd like to touch on the fact that I give it the slow reproduction and maturity aspects, which is what I've been looking at with not only the real natural world, but I think in a lot of conclusions I've been coming to with a lot of these fantastical creatures is to slow down their reproduction. Because if owlbears procreate super quickly and they have a lot of offspring, look at almost any element of the Alien franchise with the xenomorph. Once you have an apex hunter that can grow into full maturity in hours and is super dangerous, they tend to hunt whatever they want and tend to hunt other races into extinction. Thus, we will breathe a little bit of restraint into our owl bears and give them again the slow climb to maturity which plenty of parties would probably experience, because a very, very common follow-up with owl bears is the desire to keep that treasured owlbear egg or the owlbear cub. It's happened in parties that I've been a part of, certainly, but you can go and slay an owlbear, capture an owlbear, or perhaps you come across a poacher or hunter and they have an owlbear egg that they are willing to sell you. This leads to a secondary conversation that beyond humans in the real world, as boring as they might be, however, they don't hold a light to the apex predator that's known as the adventurer. Yes, the ecological impact that a spellslinger or a powerful barbarian might have on the world could be noticeable on a higher end of creatures. Now, obviously, there would be a whole other different video and discussion about how high magic could could terraform and completely change the ecology in a matter of minutes. Again, if that's something you want me to explore, you just let me know. Leave a comment, leave a like, hit that subscribe button if you haven't. We have fun here. But I really think there's potential that adventurers would not only hunt owlbears, making their mortality rate questionable and make them less aggressive to attack creation race societies, but also since bears tend to make smaller litters, what if an owlbear only laid a few eggs? This would then mean that a poacher, hunter, or group who has recently slain an owlbear has the opportunity to do a lot of impactful damage to this super apex predator on behalf of the ecosystem. I think an owlbear could easily replicate a lot of the same ecology that a bear does, with spreading seeds, bigger body, feathers. Spreading seeds, those are more nutrients, nest building capabilities that would offer other animals the sense of molting and gradation. It's going to naturally happen with almost anything that I would talk about that has a challenge rating. I think that sets a good standard of conversation because we have this fantastical creature who is just the bigger, badder version of what already exists in the natural world. Even imagining an owlbear in the modern, real-world setting, I think they would still be terrifying to us, even in the age of accessible firearms or being in an automobile more often than not, and crossing one or anything like that. However, this does bring up the conversation of what hunts the hunter. Perhaps there are creatures like that. Even when we look at the real world and see the bigger, nastier version of something as a bear, is it to an owlbear? Not quite. Quote the Phantom Menace, there's always a bigger fish in the sea. And as far as bigger fish, we have to toss it back to another one of my favorite fantasy monsters, the Boule. I've done a 5-minute monsters on the Boule. If you haven't seen it, go ahead, watch it. I cover a lot of the basics that can be done with Boules, but if you haven't watched it and you've not played Baldur's Gate and you've not really experienced a lot of D&D, the very quick way I would summarize it is it's a tank on legs that isn't scared of anyone or anything and willing to eat everyone and everything. These are nasty, powerful creatures. They are typically around 9.5, 10 feet tall, 12 feet long. These guys are mini kaiju. Obviously not Godzilla-sized by any means, but certainly beyond what I can see as just a beast. This is something that's quite in a higher level size category in comparison to giants and dragons and their lot. Boules offer a very different point of conversation. One I recently had about this exact subject matter, where my buddy Jack on Blue Sky had pointed out that a lot of folklore and mythology, monsters tend to not fit in the ecosystem, and they're naturally seen as very damaging and harmful, even caustic to it. If that's how you want your Boules, I could not argue with you, because these creatures are so big, so powerful, so dangerous. Yeah, I get it. They are mini natural disasters on legs. There are not many things that I could see even hunting an owlbear. However, a Boule certainly could. Maybe it has a preference for the taste of the meat or any other number of elements. Maybe it relishes the taste of the owlbear's eggs, so it hunts owlbears hoping that it just recently laid a fresh set of eggs. It could certainly be a challenge for a Boule because you have the owlbear that is still very dangerous in its own right, able to move a lot quicker and in a lot more different places than the Boule, but that's not to say the Boule is a chump either. There are a lot of reasons why it is deemed to be one of the toughest creatures for its CR, or the argument is made that its CR is woefully inaccurate. Now, as I said, I don't want to just touch on all the same elements of conversation and the ways that a creature can act and react and impact the environment, because a lot of them could very easily be similar. Then that doesn't actually offer you guys any new considerations. So, in a world where every creature that has a higher CR rating, owlbears, direwolves, Boules, if they are all these super mega hunter apex predators, then the world's just not going to survive, because monsters will cause endangerment, and then extinction, and then collapse of various ecosystems and environmental factors. There would be a societal implications too, and adaptations to the lack of food for people and wild animals. So maybe we dial back, pump the brakes a little bit on some of the elements of what a boule does or how a boule does. One that comes to mind is the fact that the boule burrows. Impressively so. If you want to learn more about boules as a whole, I know Mr. Rex has an exceptional video on boules, where he goes into a lot more depth of what they do, how they take care of business, and we'll talk about another element of that in a little bit. Go ahead, check it out. But what if we played with them as the ambush predators that they already are? Two things come to mind to me, and they're alligator snapping turtles, which if you haven't seen, they really do just look like dragon turtles, but a lot smaller than an actual dragon turtle. They look cool, they're big, rigid, and can sit motionless for quite some time before popping out to take that nasty bite. But even if the alligator snapping turtle was the first creature that comes to mind, it doesn't quite capture the behavior and biological capacities. What if we talk about the Nile crocodile? They wait hours, days, weeks for their food. They can wait a long time and wait until the moment's right, because it goes back to the same conversation I had earlier. Energy. While a boule can win almost any fight with any number of things in the monster manual, there's this give and take relationship with energy and the accessibility to food. If a boule is as massive as it is, it's worth considering that it needs a lot to hunt. It needs a lot of food to be able to hunt. Or it needs a lot of energy and a lot of food to hunt the same ways that an owlbear might need to. And that being said, we already toted the owlbear as being particularly demanding on its environment, to where it will probably eat a large mixture of food in the form of plant vegetation and proper meat in order to get its full diet. A boule, I don't know how picky they are, and I'd be curious to know what you guys imagine. A boule can certainly hunt and kill animals, more so I imagine them being able to predominantly be carnivorous, and them being seen as land sharks in a lot of ways does kind of lean the same way, but with that I almost imagine they lay dormant underground, waiting until they can properly strike and eat, and then they spend the time eating and then moving to the next area to attack, because they don't have the luxury in their size to be super active. They understand that they need to save their energy, because if they truly need it to fight, it has to be in reserve. I think in a lot of ways we can see it act as this lower maintenance creature, still impactful, still definitely important, but it doesn't have to be the aggressor or an agitator. It will eat, but it's not going to chew its way through a forest per se. However, this does segue me into a bit of a conversation I have been waiting to have for a while. A conversation that a friend of the channel, the one and only Mr. Welsh GM, brought it up for Dragon Week. It's something I've rambled on for a bit, and it's something that I've been obsessing over behind the scenes, and that is the concept of whale fall. For those who don't know, when a whale dies, it falls to the bottom of the ocean and creates a little micro-environment out of its body. There's a bunch of videos online, and I'm sure other articles and resources are available throughout the internet to talk about the exact correspondence that happens with a body and the stages of decay. But the very simple way I want you to break it down in the capacity of this video is when something that big, something that important dies, what happens after? Is it huge? If you've ever seen videos of whale falls, or like me had the luxury of seeing it on display at an aquarium recently, I think it would be very, very easy to see the fact that these large masses of skeleton, and in a boule's case, its plated armor would operate, would offer shelter, would offer so much food. It would offer the opportunity to boundless creatures that might come and find it. There would be those who sought it just to eat whatever fleshy meat it could get a hold of. There would be those who might make the chewed through, chewed over body a home. There's a creature that might even adapt to specifically be able to consume the parts of the boule that might seem impenetrable to normal teeth. I know there are worms in the sea or worms in the oceans that don't even have mouths, but they dissolve the whale bone with corrosive acids. They leak the acid and dissolve the hardest parts of the whale in order to then absorb the nutrients from it with the aid of bacteria that tags along in the natural process. These are instances of experiences that happen because of whale fall. It's something that you can really explore if you want to, whether it be because you're wanting it to be a narrative element of your story, of, hey, we just killed a boule, how does nature react? This could be a story that would be particularly interesting if your party has a druid or ranger who is about some monstrosities. I think there's opportunity there, because if you have parties that are so dead set on saving every creature and not taking an innocent animal or monster's blood just because it's hungry, well, then rehoming it and making it a blight upon some other environment is certainly something you would have to consider. With Whalefall, that does tend to refer to a death or absence of, so what changes because this area no longer has Boule? What happens? Let me know what you think in the comments. Do you think there are other fantasy creatures that might take advantage of the Boule fall? Or do you think it would just, I guess, be a bit more of a natural process, since unlike a whale's body, a Boule's body would be exposed to natural sunlight in the environment that might help the decaying process along? A lot of stuff to think about, but let's move on to our third and final fantastical creature that I want us to spend a little bit time looking at, and you'll have to look real closely because it's the Mimic. I was recently watching some of the Wired's tech support series, So-and-So Answers Questions on different topics with experts with Magwife. We watched one about D&D. It wasn't the most interesting video to me because it was more so informative if you aren't in depth with the hobby, but nonetheless, it was done by Brendan Lee Mulligan, and in this video, he brought up mimics. He referred to the fascination with mimics and how a creature has biologically evolved to see survival and see getting resourceful, consistent food as shapeshifting into a treasure chest, and that offers a very interesting ecological nature conversation because yes, there's mimicry all throughout nature. There's butterflies that might try and appear as others to be witnessed as more poisonous or dangerous. There are animals that mimic the sound of predators to scare off other predators. Countless different elements, but something that's particularly interesting is that there is almost this element of critical thinking that we just have seen other animals adapt and react to the creation races and, well, react and adapt to humanity. In the real world, there are animals that can figure out where landfills are. There are animals that have adapted to living in a city. There are animals that have changed how they approach finding food because humans have inadvertently domesticated them. In a way, humanity has encroached upon their territory and given them no other option. What we've seen in the real world are the ways creatures have adapted in order to be able to survive and get food. But we're not talking about the real world. So what about mimics? What about a creature that has adapted to see its prey as the creation races themselves? Now, you could look at whatever dietary reason. In researching for this video, I came across the information that currently a human body averages for about 100 to 200,000 calories. It'd probably keep most of the creature full for a good long while, and with that, I think it's really meaningful to look at, again, this ambush predator that has adapted to perceive humans as its ideal prey, and beyond that has understood that it's not just the creation races that are the prey of the mimic. Most common folk, your blacksmiths, your tailors, your bartenders, farmers, they aren't the ones who are traveling into dungeons. Now, that's back to the apex predator, right? That's back to the adventurer. There's a lot that can be said about the world building in relation to mimics and why they're down in dungeons. What are they doing there in the first place? Again, did a wizard do it? Did whatever wizard have this dungeon under lock and key, put them there as guardians, or are they a natural life form that has found and adapted to the existence of dungeons in order to see them as places of general safety, but still accessible food? There's a greater conversation that can certainly be had, especially if we look at the ecology and the environment of a dungeon. A creature in the environment that has adapted to see the most dangerous of the creatures, a thoughtful predator that has complex thinking, tools, and technologies, and it sees it as an ideal target. Now that very much can bleed over into what we were talking about earlier, with maybe monsters aren't part of the ecology because they were never supposed to be there anyway, and they are more in environmental interaction, or like a calamity that might impact and certainly will affect it, but not necessarily outright be a part of every living system. I'd be all well and good with that if mimics didn't act so naturally like they were part of an environment. I mean, look at the Venus flytrap or the anglerfish, just other creatures that lure in their prey and then strike and ambush them. They don't have to move much, they don't even have to eat terribly much, because similar to what we had discussed with the owlbear and the boulet, there are different levels of energy being used. I would address it in the discussion of these creatures when considering how I describe their behavior or even their motivations. Well, where do they get their food from? How stable is their food? For a mimic, it can't need a lot of food because otherwise it wouldn't be dressing up as a chest. But that being said, I think there's a lot more to consider. I could chew into any of these animals and really give it a greater, closer look of examination to see what the ecological role I see them playing. However, this short introductory video into the hyperfixation of ecologizing my D&D world is something that I've really been thinking about a lot recently. There's a lot more logic that can be given to help make these fantastical worlds be a bit more lively, a bit more grounded. If you're running a one-shot, don't worry about all this stuff. That's your little tip and challenge I'll tag into the end of this. This is purely here if you want to think about this, or as I said, if you have a druid or ranger who's particularly engaged with examining the habits or the environment to learn and empower yourself with these basics and this knowledge. So that way you can go back to your party and have this all available to them where you can describe these things and help them feel like they're playing more of a vital role in the story with this knowledge. Those are all the things that are part of making a more diverse world. So if you see yourself building a world and sticking to it, if you see yourself expanding upon it, or maybe even wanting to write a book, or if you just want to tell stories on a very nature-based floor plan, themes, or narrative ecology of these fantastical creatures, I highly encourage you freshen up on it. As I said, there's plenty of resources out there for learning more. There are nature documentaries, and I can't stress enough how important those can be. Not only learning more just about the world, but for sparking up this conversation and creative thought in general. With that, I think I've held you guys hostage long enough. For you guys, leave a comment, let me know what you think, what other creatures you want to hear about in an ecological sense, and above all, be responsible and stay safe out there. Thanks, and thanks again. Till next time, adventurers. Celestials might stand side by side along the likes of giants and plants as the most unloved monsters in our fantasy TTRPG community. However, there must be something for us to consider, something to mull over and determine, because we see fiends every. So, what is it about Celestial? Are we at a deficit for store-bought Celestials? Is it when I say Celestials are creatures to face at higher levels of play, with which anyone who has been involved and enjoyed campaigns past Session 0 knows they don't really often get to see in the double digits of levels. Perhaps we're simply playing with a creature that we don't understand what they're needing to do, why they're built the way they are. The messenger of the gods having a higher calling, how do we ground that in an interactive and engaging story? Is it a matter of paragons of good, or often seen as unappealing opponents? It seems there's an abundance of questions that you've not yet answered for me, so it's pretty clearly that you don't know anything about Celestials. But don't worry, get comfy, and this bird will help you fix those problems by the end of this video. In fact, I'm in such a good mood that before it's all done, I'll give you 10 points of excellent inspiration. Yes, this video is your divine intervention to empower your next campaign with some celestial might, with holy right that brings all of the paladins to the yard. So when I say celestial, what do we all think of? I'd safe to say an angel with a shotgun is probably the first and foremost thought in most of our heads. As far as what the TTRPG scene sees them as, your typical solar, planetar, all the winged angels that we often see in any fictional sense. Obviously, it's been a very recent addition that biblically accurate angels have entered the mix, so if that's your cup of tea, consider that a way to spice it up. However, beyond our winged warriors of holy might, we also have these miscellaneous critters that always end up in the celestial term. Your unicorn, your Pegasus, the Kirin, and as far as Dungeons and Dragons is concerned, eagles, elks, and owls are also considered, and I can respect some of that for the holy animal sense, but I don't know, something to think on. They very often tend to be lawful good. Celestials are out there healing, doing good, generally helping out. So what's wrong with the average store-bought Celestial? Well, there's a large deficit of Celestials. You see, if you look at 5th edition, which happens to be the largest pool of information I can draw from and compare stats in a very live sense for, there are 55 Celestials, and that includes named NPCs. Well, let's compare that, okay? So, 176 Fiends, or 187 undead. Yes, it seems our holy warriors are battling an abundant barrage of unholy enemies, with nearly 3 to every one of them. Heck, they're even beat out by plants, as plants have 63 contestants in this pool. But maybe rarity isn't exclusively a problem. You can have something be scarce but be rich with power, rich with potential, and while we're talking on power, it's worth to mention that nearly half of them being in the double digits of challenge rating, and let alone the half that are probably your more iconic stereotypical versions, is an area of concern, as that's often outside the realm of play for a lot of players. Now, in fairness, again, these are just D&D 5e's stats, because as mentioned before, those are the ones I'm most familiar with in a passive sense, as well as it's the easiest for me to get my hands on. But tell me this, brave adventurer, are these trends that exist throughout the TTRPG scene? Their conversations I see exist with people who aren't just neck deep in Dungeons and Dragons, but I can't say I've perused other monster manuals and lexicons to compare the numbers there. So you'll have to let me know. Help this bird out. It's hard to talk about Celestials without addressing their greater purpose in the world. We discussed it in our videos on Giants and Dragons that there are creatures that naturally exist for higher reasons that serve these sort of functions in the world, or at least in a more dynamic and interesting world building sense. Even more so, these creatures that exist in these realms and these areas of the world are bound by a different set of rules. I've come up with this high piece of technology to help demonstrate what I mean when you're looking at an angel or a celestial's place in the cosmos. Now, I've displayed this to you all, and I hope you can understand its complexity, as it is still developing and in a rough draft sense. But look at the cosmology of it all. If this is your prime world here in the center, we'll breeze past some of these other places because they're for videos at different points. Let me know in the comments which one has you the most interested that you'd want the Magpie retrospective of. If you're talking in matters of chaos, you clearly reside in the world of fairy. Generally, strange, chaotic creatures that exist in order to create and meddle in methods of mayhem. But across from fairy, you have those creatures continually bound by order. Yes, the constructs of continuance. These are creatures made by the whole legacy of gods of time, creation, order, and similar domains throughout the whole existence of the setting. They are what keeps the light on, what keeps the engine running while the Magpie is away from building the world. Both of these factions, Order and Chaos Incarnate, there are moral deviation in both. There are good Fae and bad Fae. There are all chaotic Fae, however. There's good constructs and bad constructs, however they all operate on their directive. Now, how do we pivot that? How do we flip the script? What about absolute evil? Well, that's pretty clearly defined by the Fiends of Hell. I won't get too much into them because, well, hit that subscribe button. We'll be moving on to them in a couple of videos, hopefully, but generally, hell means bad, right? Chaotic bad and orderly bad, but generally evil in their domain. That gets us back to the Celestials. So where do they operate in this big ol' complex diagram? Well, my dear most dangerous adventurers, they operate on the good circle. Creation races and most of the rest of the everlasting are in the center of everything because they operate and exist in the in-between of all of these forces. Celestials are gonna be good, mostly. One thing to know about everything and anything that I say in absolutes is that only the Sith deal in absolute, so don't be a Sith, and remember you can break the rules, you are literally in control. There should always be some rotten eggs to break any kind of trend, but they're gonna be overall good. The problem with overall good is that there's this concept that if these supernatural, super powerful beings are properly doing good out in the world, what problems are there to fix? Well, let's take a look at a few key discussion points that I want you to consider. For starters, there's always more problems than those who are ready and equipped to fix them. Just think about any story or world, or heck, even reality. There are always more villains out there than heroes. So even if Celestials are out there non-stop trying to help, your heroes will still have plenty of fish to fry. This actually opens up a lot of interesting stories in regards to finding a way to introduce Celestials as powerful allies to the party. I mean, look at the numbers we threw around earlier. 55 angels, 176 fiends, and 183 undead. That's over 300 for those same 55 Celestials. This is a key reminder that just because it has a stat block doesn't mean it needs to be fought or killed. But let's quickly revisit that point on deviation. One of the age-old magpie tricks is that if you ever make a rule in your world building, break it for the sake of the story. If Celestials are paragon goods, well, what happens when one is fallen, when one is selfish? Tempted away from their noble virtue. And on noble virtues, I think it's worth us talking about what I see as a huge problem for Celestials. It is the general consensus to an aversion to paragon goods. This is gonna be a bit of a diatribe, and I believe one that is at the core of the same problem, but what's so wrong with truth, justice, and the American way? I don't mean to say this to invite a true discussion, but instead to allude to one of my favorite Superman stories of all time. Because, if you don't see the comparison, Superman is a Celestial. It's the most clean-cut way I can see. A visitor from the stars looking to help out on a planet he grew to call home. Beyond Superman, I think many idealistic paragons can easily translate into these points of views for Celestials, motivations, and perspective. Captain America, a Celestial for the ideals of a free country, perhaps a common patron that forms the oaths that paladins so often follow. All Might, a Celestial that's a bastion for a dark, lost kingdom plunged into crime and ruin, rising up to power and leading the downfall of a dark tyrant. Back to Superman, a Celestial that brings what's brought from the stars above to help the world. Keep it safe, and perhaps, if you want to tie in some flavor together, have it be a newborn Celestial from a dying divine domain. Very often, the people, however, we often see people call these comic paragons vanilla or boring, and you can not like them, that's fine, but it's disingenuous to call them boring. These characters help define elements of their worlds, and through the stories, there's great examples of seeing these characters have their resolve be tested. Instead of seeing a Celestial as the end-all be-all threat, perhaps they're the constant of the story, the creature or being holding back the greater darkness that the party is too low level to fight at the start. It isn't until the party is stronger, more seasoned, that the Celestial either falls or at very least begins to falter. Let me just point to a few great periods of inspiration. Superman vs. the Elite, or the comic version, What's Wrong with Truth, Justice, and the American Way, is where Superman faces the moral and repeated challenge about using lethal force, and the world going somewhere he can't follow. This is important because you will always have high-powered Celestials. You will always have that temptation for them to just eradicate their problem, and maybe some of them will. If you look at less charitable or noble purposes, remember that Fall from Grace I spoke of earlier? Yeah, there's about 1,000 different Superman clones you can look at that basically go on the principle of what if Superman wasn't, Superman. Think about a group of Celestials that acted like the Viltrumites from Invincible. That gives you a whole campaign's worth of ideas and tension. But I think we've spent enough time speaking on inspiration, so let me just pivot to the portion about inspiration. You may know this is frankly probably my favorite portion of any video, is when we look at other creative places and processes and connect them to our own. So I promised you a top 10 earlier, didn't I? Well, number 1 is where we just left off, superheroes. But we've talked about the paragons, so what else you got? What else can come from the world of capes and cowls? Well, if you don't know, Marvel literally has a group called the Celestials, and they are not even the only point of inspiration I'd want you to take. They're cosmic beings that oversee forces of existence, eternity, infinity, creation of universes, in Galactus's case, the consumption of planets. But beyond that, where are we going? You can go over to DC, where you have Darkseid and the Phantom Stranger. I think there's plenty of inspiration there, but let's not just talk higher beings of such insane power. Perhaps the Juggernaut's a cool point of inspiration, or the Martian Manhunter. It'd be back into the cosmic beings, but look into Null from Marvel Comics if you want a BBEG who could be seen as a Celestial. Okay, that's enough about the world of capes and cowls. What else you got, Magpie? Well, I'd be short to say that there is an aesthetic representation that can be gathered from the Ten Commandments, the celestial laws that keep the universe going, and by all means, remember, you don't have to keep these the same biblical commandments from the real world. Think about your gods. What rules are forbidden by them? How can a celestial represent that law? Perhaps it represents the force behind it, the why it's important, or any other such number of points. Beyond them, let's look at the inverse, the 7 deadly sin. It's a tale as old as time, but perhaps they're the guardians of such destructive sin. One thing that comes up in a lot of discussion about using the 7 deadly sins as points of inspiration is do remember they either need to represent it or draw it out of people, i.e. if you represent gluttony, you are either a chef who makes people gluttonous, or you might be someone who is constantly consuming material and you are the gluttonous one. This can be a point of inspiration if you are using the 7 deadly sins in a more fiendish sense and a more selfish sense, but think, okay, if this is an angel who is guarding against the sin of gluttony, how do I represent that? How do I represent the diametrically opposed figure to that? If you want a shorthand, the next point on our list is the 7 heavenly virtues. There are a lot of opposites to the 7 deadly sins out there, so it might be an easier jumping off point for a celestial representation. This is one that kind of hit me, and it's probably not my most fully thought out one, but it was interesting when I was thinking about Superman and how Kryptonians and Viltrumites can just be celestials for your worlds, be these unique figures. I kind of had the thought that a lot of the Doctor Who aliens and creatures could also fit this role. If you wanted straight villain celestials, you could easily warp the morals of the Time Lords, like, not at all, and they can become evil celestials. Or if you wanted to base a celestial off the Doctor, he's right for inspiration and story. But beyond Doctor Who, I think it's worth that there are boundless places of inspiration where you can just find stories. Magic the Gathering has incredible stories with angels. I love me Aurelia. I love me some Avacyn. I try and play them both in as many commander decks as I can reasonably justify them, even when it's not even the most efficient. They both have cool stories, cool aesthetics, and that's just not even scratching the holy surface of Magic the Gathering's angels. Up next, I think it's important to keep in mind that there are realms of creation and creativity that are so ripe for inspiration. One of these days you might see me make a supplement that is just magpieing the ever-loving mess out of something. One such thing is Pokemon. In particular, where I would want to guide you in this realm of Celestials is the legendary Pokemon. Once again, these guardians of higher powers, higher beings, and existences and forces of the world. This is what you want your Celestials to be. They'd range, they'd be available for all these different facets and all these different functions. But don't lose sight that there's cohesion. We've talked a lot of Celestials in a angel-like sense, but there's that other side of the coin, and we'll be heading there shortly. Up next is Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters, because similarly, Yu-Gi-Oh! Does have a lot of angels. They're tied into the fairy type as far as Yu-Gi-Oh! The card game sees it, but beyond that, you can even just look at higher powered creatures, unique lore, and twist it all the same? What if Fallen of Albaz is a celestial dragon child that is thrown to the earth and goes through his story? What if the Egyptian gods, Obelisk, Slifer, and Ra, are all just celestials that interact with the world in the dangerous sense that they do? Again, I don't think you need every single realm of inspiration spelled out to you, but sometimes it helps to have these inspirations thrown in front of you, and then you might say, oh yeah, that's great. Up next is, in case you hadn't already considered this, mythology. Mythology is rife with interactions from divines and higher powers. Some of them have messengers that might literally be what we see as celestials. Some might have shrine guardians that could be seen as celestials, powerful spirits, so on and so forth. But go through these tales, find these epics, these moments in our world's history of the fantastical and wonderful, and draw inspiration. That's 10, right? No, that's 9. So it seems I gave you guys a top 9. So what you're gonna have to do for me is scroll down slightly, go to the comments, and leave me, of things I have not listed, what's your favorite place of inspiration for angel, celestial, any and all? Where do you find holy light shining forth to drive inspiration from? But let's be honest, the reason I'm here, maybe the reason some of you all are here, what does Magpie do different? Well, look at celestials, look at everything we've talked about up until this point, and kind of just shuffle it off to the side. I won't tell you to completely throw it out, but we're gonna be fitting the square into the rectangle hole and be a happy bird about it. The way I see it, celestials break down into 2 distinct groups: angels and celestial beasts. I think both generally have to be rare. One thing I generally personally love about celestials is the importance, the almost cornerstone nature they have to the continued existence of reality. So I think I'd like to break that down accordingly. Angels serve as guardians to reality. Maybe they serve under some oaths or ideals of a divine, but the highest and most supreme of the angels, the archangels of creation, serve the overlord. So the highest high of power. They operate, act, and do in ways far beyond the understanding of the oldest elves, dragons, and even the gods. Not every angel is an archangel, so you have the possibility of powerful souls ascending to the status of being a celestial or angel, something transformative, not unlike the supernatural transformation of a vampire. There's something there that will be discussed later this year. Just hold on to the connection of angels and vampires for me, okay? But these are probably some of your typical encounters you'd run into. But remember, someone can be at odds with an angel without having to fight them to death. Perhaps they're both chasing the same goal. Perhaps the angel isn't as noble as he thinks, or maybe he's being led astray by a fae or a fiend far older and more powerful than them, dominating its mind. I don't know. If this video hits 200 likes, I'll do a cheat sheet on Patreon for celestial stories with a specific focus on ones that might be far more achievable in the under level 10 threshold. Next to the angels is everyone else, and I would call them celestial beasts. These are creatures that ensure function. Perhaps sometimes they're the guardians of purity to a forest. Perhaps they're the keepers and wardens of incredibly dangerous and corrupt artifacts. Perhaps celestial beasts oversee functions of creation. The inspiration accordingly for all of those is the unicorn for the forest, the sphinx for the guardian, and the artifact overseer. And I personally, the one that always comes to mind is the Pokemon Regigigas for the last one. Yes, a celestial golem that moved the continents into place. Heck, any of the legendary Pokemon could be celestial beasts. Almost all of them serve that level of purpose. If you so feel inspired, I welcome you to let that route unfold. But in conclusion, I think the reason that we're afraid of the heavens is we're often too caught up in seeing celestials at face value and tossing them aside. Much like Superman, they're seen as too strong, too goody two-shoed, and a little too boring. But that's not even scratching the surface. They've got a lot of hit points, so you gotta cut deep to get the most out of them guts. And there's some real useful guts in there. They're paragons of good and order, but that doesn't mean they can't be misguided. They're typically powerful, but that doesn't mean you can't see one be weakened or injured, perhaps even partially sealed away. Yes, this Magpie's constant advice of make a rule, break it. I think if celestials are broken down into categories of holy wardens and celestial beasts, there's a lot more cohesive image for them, as opposed to just a grab bag of goodish holy things that we often see them at. I think there's a lot of great inspiration out there for Celestials, countless new Celestials to introduce into the world. I think they do need to remain largely good with a few bad apples in the lot, and I think they do largely need to remain rare and powerful with a question mark, because not everything's raw power is combat power. I wish I could get everyone to understand making a stat block doesn't mean its encounter exists to be killed, but without further ado, I think it's time I let you go to find and fight as many Celestials as you are content. I think I've held you here long enough, and the research calls as there's much more to do. So if you enjoyed this video, please consider giving it a like, subscribing, and commenting any of the things I asked you to comment below. But until next time, adventurers, thanks and thanks again for watching. Please, stay safe out there, and magpie responsibly. We all world build, from the DM, the writer, the player, the daydreamer. But if I had to say one thing, it's that we've got some core fundamentals missing, and instead of dogging the pitfalls and traps of the passion, let's instead take a look at 15 ways to supercharge your world building. By the end of this video, you'll be thinking about your setting from world to small village and feel those creative juices flowing. But I'm going to be doing you one better. I won't just lift off 15 things with brief description. No, there's going to be advice and inspiration tagged into one thing, so really, you're getting 30 bits of indispensable world-building experience. Number 1. Environmental disasters and adaptations. You know my passion for ecology, but frankly it's a passion for world-building overall, finding fun dynamic things to do with world-building. One important one to remember is that Mother Nature reigns supreme. This can constantly inform countless other things. Frankly, this is a general theme of the video, is that every single one of these touches something else that once you've decided one thing, you can build to the other. Whether a setting has dealt with tornadoes, tsunamis, earthquakes, any and all of these, wildfires, man, the list keeps going. Any of these things define a lot of what the setting deals with. Architecture, but we'll get on to all of those. I can't quite spoil all of the list right here by talking about how environmental disasters really touches anything, but remember for numbers 2 to 15, always ask whether the weather would work or whether the weather needs a bit more thought. Number 2, regional superstition. What do they do that isn't done anywhere else, and why? Do they salt their doors to ward off evil creatures? Perhaps they eat a bit of beef every dinner to show their respect to their divines for symbolically consuming the minotaur that was slain by their champions in the very valley at the end of the village. This often can breed conflict. Tension can often be your plot, especially for transitional establishments. Yes, let regional superstitions be your side quests, your in-between of main plotline. Explore these superstitions and let them blow up to their worst case scenarios if you need to. Number 3, local sayings. Idioms, turn of phrases. Language is far more than just silly accents, but if you want to help locally identify people to your world without doing accents, this is a good way to keep things simple. A phrase, either a greeting, an admonishment, or even profanity if you're creative in that type of way. But creative points, if you get your players involved, either take something their character has been saying and backbuild it to be from their place of residence, or have it be something that happens at the beginning of a campaign and have them help build out their own setting. Player involvement in world building is indispensably valuable. Number 4, famous monuments. This is what you can live for. People often say less is more with world building, but I personally disagree. I think we should build exactly as much as we want to. I love being a worldsmith. I love creating a living, breathing world all my own. And if you do too, freaking keep doing it. No matter if it's something that you only share with your friends, family, or blink and you miss it moments in your campaign. This segues me into the piece of advice with famous monuments. Design famous monuments, war memorials, wonders of the world, unique happenstances, and allow them to be a window into your effortless work you've put into the world. Have it be something distinct, identifiable, memorable. Number 5 is local heroes. Keep in mind before I go into this that they don't always have to be powerful. Sometimes your most memorable man was just a man who stood up to an evil or helped outwit some dangerous happenstance that was going to go down. But who does everyone know? You know, they don't have to be heroes. You could have local villains or terrors. Yes, everyone knows Naruto the orphan who threw paint on the faces of the Hokage, and everyone knows clan killer Itachi. These are abundant facets of, are people still affected by these actions? Are there still friends and family around, descendants around? These inform settings indisputably. A small hack if you have badass NPCs you want to present in your story without falling into DMPC territory. There's an old trick that if you want Merlin introduced in your story, instead introduce his grandson. Anything and everything. It's just one step relationship gap that allows the cool conversation and allows discussion of the character, but it won't draw the same temptation to fix and overtake campaigns as a main character. Number 6 is seasonal festivals. Festivals are an incredible way of expressing what's important. Look at the real world and what do we celebrate aside from capitalistic intrusion upon every action within this world. Unless of course you've involved themes of capitalism into your campaign, and then the reason for the season to be at war with ribbons, boxes, and bags is there. And if this video gets 50 likes, I'll talk to my friend about his Grinch one-shot and figuring out how to make a 5-room dungeon variant of it. What's my advice for seasonal festivals? Festivals are perfect for roleplay, downtime, and fun. However, they can also be moments of excitement, tension, and risk. They can be 5-room dungeons, side quests, main quest touchpoints to have dialogues with NPCs, important interactions between your players. Just follow the pace and allow for downtime, or if you need it to be a civilian excitement levels, it can also be that. There's drama to be had when there isn't life at stake. Number 7 is architecture. How does your city look? When anyone is ever asked this, very often people describe the building. But there's plenty of reasons as to why the buildings are built where they are, how they are, the way that they are. Weather being a predominant one, but population, space, the space for other needs of the area. Manufacturing, farming, military-industrial complex, Area 51. All of these determine what the buildings are going to look like and where they are located in a setting. We've already talked about how this helps set the initial onset or scene of a new setting, but here's your bonus question to consider for some fun. What does sieging this location look like? Number 8 is food. How do people feast? What are the imports, the exports, the local options that are available? The meals of the world, it is something that adds a unique dining experience that might make certain people a bit hungry depending on what tickles their fancy, but generally deciding food can help backtrack jobs in local areas, plants and animals in the area. Heck, based on the diet, you'd be able to piece together so much by food. This isn't a tip, but a prompt question. What's the strangest food or dish you've ever described and being served in a setting in your world? And what was your player's reaction? Cooking and inclusion of culinary supernatural creatures opens a whole other conversation of the implications in world building. Number 9 on this list is music. What does your setting sound like? The music in your setting sets the mood and morale. Music is the expression of life, and that goes so far as even determining the everyman's emotional state. Is it the thrum of battle? Is it the sorrowful hymns of upper society that needs to feel as if they are suffering? Just think on it. Bonus points if you can pivot your ambient music depending on your setting. Number 10 is clothing. This is one that we should all really be thinking about, but I'd say it's really a toss of a coin if we actually do. I've seen it really be a pendulum swing depending on how into fashion you are. I've had a DM spend a lot of time describing clothing to the point where I know more about the character's clothes than their motivations or needs, and that can be a problem. But do remember, fashion can express uniformity or self-expression. Clothing expresses class, status, wealth, standards. It's really beautiful how much any and all of this stuff instantly levels up each other question, each addressing something else beyond it and then something else beyond it. If you're making a setting you plan on spending a lot of time in, please answer all 15 of these. Heck, answer them into the comments if you want to bless me and entertain me with engagement and creative inspiration. Number 11 is smell. This is one that was offered to me on Blue Sky, and I think it's actually really important in mentally tagging people down to an environment. People like the sensory experiences described to them for their imagination to form a cohesive image. If I say the small town permeates the smells of warm apples and cinnamon, everyone will know the aroma is meant to make them feel soft, safe, and comfortable. And if I say that you walk upon the main gate of the city and you feel an impulse to cover your mouth and nose as the city smells like death and the odor haunts every corner, you're not gonna feel safe. Put some time into this one. I'd say smell is a colorful way of painting scene. Though if your smell is causing noticeable color, consider prestidigitation because that's not normal. Number 12 is rival family. This one is back to the story element for the world building. The Hatfields and the McCoys, the Montagues and the Capulets, the Richardses and the Von Dooms. This is story-rich content. I don't think I need to explain that. I think what's more interested is why are they beefing? Has blood ever been drawn over this rivalry? Is there anyone trying to fix it? Tip here is that this can be a pretty great, easy way of introducing tension into a party setting, but try and help them make it personal in some form or fashion. But keep options open. Sincerely let your party decide who wins, who dies, and who tells their story. Number 13. War memorials. Memorials to the famous, loved. I'd probably do better to just call this one graveyards. Where do the dead go? Who is remembered beyond just a labeled rot? Are there large memorials to people who died suddenly and abundantly in one noble action? Are there people who passed away in mass that had to be buried in one place? Perhaps this opens the opportunity for you to consider local death rites. Maybe they do the Jedi burial mound where you light them on fire. Maybe your classic gravestone works. Maybe your village is kept safe by an ethically sourced necromancer who has safeguarded the village for generations. Citizens sign their bodies off to the necromancer to use in safeguarding the kingdom, and there's no guilt in it. There's no shame, there is only pride in this rite. We're quickly approaching the end. Number 14 is water. Water is needed to live. Stop what you're doing, get a sip of water. If you aren't near water, go get some. If you can't, then tell me what you're drinking to be spiteful about not drinking water. Water can be very defining to establishments having a stable life in the area, whether it be kingdom, town, or the natural world. What story does your geography tell? We have concepts of waterside establishments or deserts that get very easy to understand their relationship to water, but get creative. Get magical. Magical creatures and magic allow whole other stories with water to be told. Number 15, fun. What activities are partaken in for leisure and enjoyment? Yes, culturally, chores like hunting, fishing, and whatever you might do might also benefit the community and be fun to you. But what are those activities here? Do some partake and some look down on it? Is there rivalry, competition? The tip here is no different than color or building type of the city, the sound and music of the city. It is that introduction. It is the fun-facing element in your setting. Show it off in the first scene of the setting. The village, city, or town. Give the introduction, set the environment, and allow it to be taboo or strange if that's the appropriate emotion. Above all, with all 15 of these things, as you guys have made it to the end, I hope you understand your world doesn't need every one of these questions answered. It is a common problem in world building advice that we see all of these different elements and people tell us, keep it simple, stupid. People say, stop building 83 pages of lore for your campaign. And honestly, I get a lot of that. But for you out there that understand the love of worldsmithing, the love of world building like I do, those things should never stop you. If that's where you find yourself driven creatively, keep going. Write it down, enjoy it, draw it, whatever your artistic expression might be, keep making, keep building, and I hope this video has brought you some inspiration. So go forth, true believer, you have 15 targets before you can turn in this bounty. But before I send you off, let me just say, thanks and thanks again for watching. Now, go forth and magpie responsibly. When I say who rules governments in your D&D campaign, you're probably going to tell me about your king. You might even be able to talk about perhaps some barons, dukes, or heck, even some knights. But if I asked you who works the land, you might be able to tell me about your peasant classes, who harvest the lands for protection and residence. And you're probably thinking, that's feudalism, right? Well, are your systems rampant with power abuse? Where's the church's role in your system? Is your world ultimately a pyramid? Maybe you don't know. By the end of this video, you'll realize you really knew nothing about feudalism. But buckle in, by the end of this video, we'll be building better worlds together. So, to start off, feudalism is the historical label of the government style and system that emerged in medieval Europe that had a great foundation in really so many of the fantasy tropes we see, because medieval Europe ends up being a very typical place in which our fantasy settings end up drawing large, if not at least some inspiration from. It's an easy default for us to fall into, but I think we often take a bad faith or fairly modern view of it. But okay, let's look at it. What is feudalism? The way I would break it down is, at its most basic, it's kind of a three-tiered system that is really, it's vastly and more complicated and layered, but the number of increasing layers towards the top, and the toppest dog being the king, and then the lowest low being the peasants. The middle is a massive array of different levels of nobles, including perhaps the most famously, the knight, the fantasy warrior, nowadays commonly compared to a mobster or landlord, which does sort of kill that romantic chivalry, but I think that's a talk for another day. The exchange of service, wealth, protection, and general comforts being traded, but there's a whole heaping helping of misconceptions. Let me provide to you at least the general online definition of feudalism, just so we're not just going off of the magpie approach in things. The dominant social system in medieval Europe in which the nobility held lands from the crown in exchange for military service, and vassals were in turn tenants of the nobles, while the peasants were obliged to give on their lord's land and give him homage, labor, and a share of the produce, notionally in exchange for military protection. You see, feudalism, much like alchemy, is all about equivalent exchange. While every governing system has the potential and likelihood for abuse, that doesn't mean it's always going to be there. The backbone of feudalism is making everyone think they got a fair deal. Safety in land and housing was paramount for many of the bottom class, whereas production of materials, food, textiles, and abundance of other items could easily form a reasonable payment. That is this relationship that we know as feudalism. Back in the medieval times, there would often be attempts to regulate and keep abuse from festering. This does mean that the medieval peasants weren't always the toothless, dirty, poor individuals living miserable lives, but I'm sure some of them were. It's probably not immersion breaking to have some dirty, toothless peasants, if that really is the setting you are wanting. As I mentioned, the view of feudalism usually looks something like this pyramid, but there are no single more influential forces in the medieval world than the church. So where does the church appear on this pyramid? Does it fit into a bigger pyramid behind the first one? Maybe it's beside it, but there was an abundance of feuding between the church and any system that people could inherently profit from, including the church itself. Lots of drama with feudalism and money, but beyond the church, what other complications in such a straightforward view? Well, that's easy. If you look at your dumbed down three-tier look at feudalism, one would typically assume the higher powers only traded down and took payment up. But what if I told you that the nature of exchanges could be of two equals coming to the table for some kind of trade? You might have two lords agree for allegiance to one another, maybe trade some corn for some extra soldiers when things got a little tough. It was flexible to the point where there were people who would be able to be in advantageous enough positions that they might have more wealth than someone directly above them. But what's the misunderstood system here? So where are we going from here? Well, I want you to look at feudalism as a story of relationships. Where I want you to consider and think about is, where is the part of the adventurer in this piece of a messy pyramid? Well, perhaps that's the medieval knight. The armored landlord would be a one-for-one, but perhaps could it be oftentimes that our brave and heroic adventurers don't like themselves being tied down to one loyalty in one area? Not to mention, if you look at the standard value of a knight, your historically accurate pirate armored warrior compared to the superpowered dragon slayer god killer adventurers, they really are in two different leagues. So maybe a higher role, but if they are, they'd have an army, would they not? Not everyone with power should fall into the system, but that is what was encouraged. People wanted powerful allies in their system. People wanted this pyramid, so it's hard to see a feudal world with adventurers that doesn't indoctrinate them into this structure of bargaining. I've played in a campaign where we oversaw a castle, a plot of land, and had loyalty to the kingdom, but generally speaking, it doesn't often show its face, and I think that's a shame because I do sincerely believe that the secret sauce in feudalism is the relationships, the connectivity, the dynamics of loyalty and truth, and the reality that those relationships can be beneficial or detrimental to your world building. Why not look to history to tell your stories? Why not let these aspects shine? So we've talked generally about feudalism, but without our superpowered player characters or direct acknowledgement of magic, what does determine power in feudalism? Wealth? Religion? Perhaps something else? Well, wealth always moves the world. We've talked about it in numerous videos about how gold sucks because throwing numbers around quickly makes a messy economy. But if we're going to start talking about government systems, this is sort of an organization to a civilization. Wealth does matter. Wealth means resources, and resources are something that can be exchanged. It is worth noting that at this point, beyond any other, there are three things you should expect any political system to provide if it is making a proper sense of civilization. That is, number one, solving problems, conflict resolution at its finest. Number two, safety. It should provide security, defense, dealing with any kind of problem that might arise. And number three, systems. There should be infrastructure, there should be common ways of dealing with waste or trade, and all of these different populated areas should have these systems governed, created, and overseen by said government. So wealth, of course, matters. It is just one of those common languages within all of this. But wealth doesn't determine true power. It's just an element of it. However, you know who has power? As mentioned several times, the church was very involved in feudalism, so that pyramid that we're all used to seeing, like in pretty much every feudalism conversation, also has this weird blob festering behind it for its influence. Now, when thinking about your setting, does religion have the grip in your setting that it had on the European medieval world? Is there this prevailing religious tension? Because we get into eventually, under feudalism, there were crusades. These incredibly history-defining wars that totally didn't get repeated numerous times to different levels of success for anything, but for only the most pure and noble reasons. The influence of the church was very involved in where valid and valued authority and approval was passed around. But approval, even if from believed to be the divine, doesn't alone create power. However, in the medieval world, true power became quite clear by who could wage the best war. So what keeps this power that I'm speaking of? What wages the right wars? Well, that's castles, these defendable bulwarks of death machines should someone try and invade it. I mentioned in my Where to Throw a Dungeon video that castles are a phenomenal hurdle to overcome. In addition, you have armies. Who has the most troops to throw at a problem? We could get into action economy conversations, but when we're talking of thousands and hundreds of thousands and beyond of military operatives, these become big problems for anyone to overcome. And last but not least, perhaps most serious, the truest answer as to what defined power in feudalism is loyalty. Yes, this is the strongest element of feudalism in my humble opinion. This bird knows a thing or two about feudalism, as I've taken my college courses, have my history degree, and have done my research in preparation for this video. And the defining element of all of it is loyalty. These built-in relationships of feudalism truly make it shine to show who had the most power, who had the most influence, which is why we get back to feudalism is all about the perception of equal and fair trades, because that's where we keep bad blood out of the equation. Well-oiled feudalism like I said earlier, is like alchemy, equivalent exchange. There would be goods and services traded back and forth. No matter where in this pyramid, typically both parties were genuinely getting something they needed or wanted. It may not have always been equal, but it was at least the perception of an equally wanted need. Food, land, military protection, all of those needs in life, but hey, get creative. Perhaps we need to talk about feudalistic exchange for equal splitting of a dragon's hoard that both territories have been hunting. Or if a noble is a particularly corrupt wizard seeking immortality through something like, I don't know, lichdom, they might offer an obscene amount of wealth to acquire lands and from there the peasants underneath them in order to attain the souls needed for his transformation. Because if we are taking off these rose-colored glasses, let's all acknowledge that people are still a resource to the higher powers. Feudalism also wasn't an up and down. It had lateral exchanges. There would be people who would trade with their equals to get more of what they wanted. But we've talked a lot about feudalism, but let's take it to a different point. An alpha and omega, if you will. So what breeds feudalism? How did it start? Well, that's a lacking authority like the Roman Empire. You will see feudalism creep its ugly head when there isn't that centralized, controlled authority over a territory. And instead you have separate groups with resources then forming allegiances and kingdoms and kings above all on top of this pyramid to establish different areas of control. But what I find more interesting, and what I think is definitely very, very ripe for creativity, is what ends feudalism. And the real world example was, well, to the best of my knowledge, the Black Death. Yes, the ruinous plague that killed a third of medieval Europe and all of that good stuff is certainly something that shook the system to its very core and then brought in a transformation to a different type of government. But remember, in all that I say and all that I'm going to say on fantasy governments and world-building governments, things that change the game are always great story elements. Anything that can cause a mass undoing, calamity, disease, weather events, you know I love a good giant monster, but remember the magpie tip. Always break the world you build to make a good story. Never be afraid to end an era of your world to put it through a transformative period. I think it's worth taking a second to look at what types of stories are here, and really they are abundant in nature. Any themes or trials of loyalty or succession can be found rich here. There was constantly drama and consideration for who would inherit their father's lands, people going behind the backs of one another to secure better, more advantageous things through illicit means. Not to mention, like I said earlier, the Crusades are remembered because they are these fundamental epic wars fought for such romanticized ideals, and you can recreate those. There is nothing stopping you from having religious wars in your world. But beyond that, the feudalistic guarantee and promise of being available to a call to arms that many of these nobles, knights, and then vassals underneath them were privy and involved in is important. That's a dynamic of it. But beyond that, let me add two more. If you like the concept of loyalty and succession, you must also acknowledge the need for a story about the rot from inside. Yes, perhaps your corrupt or incompetent leadership in this pyramid is beginning to cause problems. Perhaps the more morally gray party is charged with removing this piece of the pyramid. And for those who really find themselves involved in these political dynamics and struggles and trials, you might want to consider for your players, for your characters, and for whoever might read your story, the interest of becoming a part of the drama. Yes, feudalism is rich for the opportunity, especially since in these TTRPG settings, in these stories we write, the characters that interact the most with the world are often individuals of power or station in some capacity, meaning they have a piece in this puzzle. But I think I've failed to answer the overarching question. What do we lack? In fantasy, we deal with an over and abundance of the supernatural, the magical elements. The first worth consideration, of course, is magic itself. How can that be traded? How does knowledge, the use of spells, and magically inclined peoples interact with this pyramid? Creatures and monsters additionally could easily be harvested for goods and traded, so if a monstrosity is commonly found in the local lord's territory, perhaps hunting it is a main charge of some of their vassals. There needs to be not just a microdose, but a complete overdose of governments with these fantastical elements. We need to approach the structure of our worlds and civilizations and governments with a bit more of the supernatural spice. So, in conclusion, the feudalism is fairly stereotypically the fantasy government, because it is one of history's has labeled that time period that we so Eurocentrically obsess over. And that's for good reason. Fantasy was built on feudalism in a lot of ways because relationships in feudalism are so rich with potential. They're so rich with these established dynamics to explore and push the very limits of. The trick of making everyone believe they generally got a fair share is the bread and butter of feudalism. It isn't rampant with abuse, the story's still there if you want it to be, but the system works at its best when the majority of parties are happy about it. Oftentimes it's true, sometimes you can make it untrue. The stability of government requires these overarching perceptions of equivalent exchange. But we've talked a lot about the complexities of feudalism. Where do we go from here? Well, I want to declare this the start of an unofficial series, so if this video reaches 60 likes and 20 comments or more, and from there, I'll go through each major class in Dungeons & Dragons classes just as a nice clean template, and discuss different styles of governments, different stories, different approaches to said government with the supernatural determined on each class. But to understand where I need to get started, I think it's only fair that I offer you guys the opportunity to drop in the comments below what your go-to class or classes, or if you want to rank all of the classes and put them in order, please do so. Informing me as to what areas interest you the most in a world-building capacity can certainly help me out. But with that, if you've made it this far, thanks and thanks again for watching. I do greatly appreciate it. There are an abundant amount of resources out there should feudalism interest you beyond what I have discussed for it. There are plenty of videos out there that go more into the direct labeling, categorizing, and explanation of each level and tier of feudalism, and I think those videos are invaluable to understanding it more intimately. However, this bird has done what he seeks to do, discussing the theme and the importance of these relationships. So, if you've made it this far, feel free to hit that like, that subscribe. We're so early on into this journey, I'd be happy if you came in and checked out some videos while you were already here. But without further ado, thanks and thanks again for watching. Magpie responsible.